The physique of the world is categorized into 9 grades: Xian, Shun, Sheng, Wang, Zhen, Bao Yi, Fan, and Fei. The Xian body remains concealed, while the Shun body is elusive. No one knows that within the small town of Linshan, a rare and mysterious Sheng body has been born. Ji Yun rises from humble beginnings, choosing to conceal his bodily capabilities. He shall depart from Linshan, armed with only a sword, to compete against the world's most prodigious talents. Chapter 1. Ji Yun. The Yu's mountain range is primal and shadowy, stretching endlessly. From a high vantage point, it resembles an ink-green ocean, boundless and vast. The small town of Linshan is situated at the edge of this mountain range, with a population of approximately 8 to 900,000. At this moment, in the rear mountains of the Ji family, a pool of azure water glimmers with a faint spiritual light. Over 30 youthful figures are seated in meditation within it. After being infused with dozens of spiritual herbs, the water has thickened to a broth-like consistency, capable of aiding the activation of special abilities within the human body. Those who successfully awaken their innate capabilities will reap unimaginable benefits, thus altering their fates. Therefore, for the youths in this gathering, it is indeed the most significant event of their lives. Not far away, on a high platform, a dozen tall figures clad in Ji family robes gather, their expressions solemn. The spiritual awakening ceremony is immensely taxing. Even conducting it once every 3 years is no small feat for the family. I wonder how many will succeed today. Based on past experience, there should be 2 to 3 individuals. The family has been dormant for too long. I hope this year brings us some surprises. Let us hope so. As they converse, in a marsh-like pool, a boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes suddenly contorts his face in pain, followed by a plume of crimson smoke emerging from his back. Oh, it seems the first successful individual has emerged. Yuansheng, that must be your son Ji Ziming, right? Ji Yuansheng nods, an uncontainable joy illuminating his face. When the drenched Ji Ziming arrives, he places a spiritual stone into a groove. Instantly, the spiritual measurement platform is activated, radiating light, revealing 3 fiery red characters in the void. Hua Zhuati. Such a physique. Upon witnessing this, several individuals are visibly moved, their gazes towards Ji Ziming shifting in nature. The Hua Zhuati, when trained in fire-based techniques, can unleash several times its power, making it a relatively rare combat physique. The awakened youth before them has already begun to exhibit the semblance of a formidable figure. As they ponder this, a charming girl with her hair tied in a bun also successfully awakens. Soon, the spiritual measurement platform is activated once more. It is the Ro Ruin T, enhancing agility and martial prowess. This also seems promising. The onlookers relax, having witnessed the awakening of 2 physiques. Even if no further successes occur, the ceremony has already achieved its purpose. Before long, astonishment ensues. The green pool billows with smoke, and anomalies manifest once more, with multiple individuals succeeding in rapid succession. Daliti, Yue Guang Ti, Qingmiu Ti, Xuanling Ti. Many are taken aback by this spectacle, secretly speculating that it heralds the resurgence of the family. Ji Yun, dressed in simple coarse cloth, possesses a handsome visage and quietly sits cross-legged in the pool. He senses a unique force surging within him, suggesting he has a special physique. Yet, this power remains elusive, refusing to manifest, always just out of reach. The residual effects of the herbs are quickly dissipating, and the water is visibly becoming clearer. Witnessing this, Ji Yun's heart begins to race, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Time passes. Crack. At last, in the final moment, it appears as if a shackle within his body has been shattered. Subsequently, a vast plume of ashen gray smoke wafts from his pores. It worked. Upon seeing this, the individuals on the platform are taken aback, astonished that another has succeeded at the last moment. After placing a spiritual stone, the measurement platform glows softly, revealing Ji Yun's information, physique, unknown. Below, a line of smaller text states, gold affinity, 71, wood affinity, 75, water affinity, 69, fire affinity, 40, earth affinity, 35. An unknown physique? Ji Yun's brow furrows slightly. The elders nearby, upon seeing this information, seem to recall something, their expressions varying. Half an hour later, Ji Yun arrives at a small house on the outskirts of the family compound, which is his home, where he lives alone. With the awakening of his physique, he senses a mysterious power flowing within him, invigorating him and enlivening his skin. However, beyond this, there are no other peculiarities. He cannot harness this power. In this regard, the inexperienced elders are equally at a loss. After scrutinizing his changes, the second elder of the Ji family slaps his forehead, suspecting this to be the coveted Ru Yin tea, which allows one to maintain eternal youth. Upon hearing this, several graceful married women nearby instantly light up, their eyes sparkling as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Ji-yun, feeling unsettled under their gaze, is overcome with goosebumps and hastily finds an excuse to flee home. The Ji family had previously encountered an individual with an unknown physique. To uncover its nature, the family expended considerable resources to test at the Xianxia sect, hoping to find a top-tier genius among them. Regrettably, the results revealed a worthless physique, serving only to waste spiritual resources without any benefit. Today, 7 individuals have awakened their unique physiques, surpassing all previous occurrences, rendering an unknown physique insufficient to rally the family into action. Creak! The wooden door of the small cabin swung open. Within lay a simple bed, a mat, and some pots and pans, all rather shabby. Ji-yun seated himself on the mat, commencing his cultivation for the day. His parents had passed away 2 years prior, tragically meeting their end while hunting fierce beasts in the Yuz Mountain range alongside the family. Since then, he had become an orphan. The reason he now resided alone in this remote location was due to other circumstances. Ji-yun bore a striking resemblance to his mother, possessing a handsome and clean appearance, particularly highlighted by his pair of bright, dark eyes that sparkled with vitality, endearing him to many. After each lesson in the clan, numerous young ladies would gather around him. This, however, incited the ire of several, including Ji Ziming, who had awakened the fire-scorching physique today and harbored jealousy, leading a group that had assaulted him on multiple occasions. After careful consideration, Ji-yun decided to sell the house left by his parents. He then purchased this small cabin in a secluded part of the family estate, distancing himself from others to cultivate in silence. He yearned to become a powerful individual, capable of controlling his own destiny, thus dedicating himself earnestly to his training. Despite lacking resources, at the tender age of 13, he had already reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. His progress not only did not lag behind, but he also ranked among the top in his family. Inside the cabin, after running through the Pei Yuan Gong, Ji-yun let out a sigh. Although he had long been aware of the outcome, that his physique could not aid in cultivation, he still felt a tinge of disappointment at this moment. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Kangjing to select a martial art to try. I hope to gain something from it. As the sun gradually faded from the sky, the bright moon cast its luminous glow. That night, after exhausting himself in cultivation, Ji-yun fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 2, Determination. The following day, on the path to the Ji family's Sutra Pavilion, Ji-yun encountered a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and dark skin. I heard you awakened your constitution yesterday. You can receive 2 spirit stones each month. Ji-yun turned around, feeling a wave of disdain rise within him. Your 2 spirit stones for the month have already been claimed by your uncle. I am currently at a critical juncture in breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. I shall return them to you in 2 years. As someone at the 3rd level of Qi refinement with an unknown and seemingly useless constitution, you have no need for these. Ji-yun remained silent and turned to leave. The middle-aged man was his distant uncle, Ji Xiao, who had some blood ties to him from several generations past. This was not the first time such an act had occurred. After his parents' tragic demise, the 200 spirit stones meant as compensation were swallowed by this very man. Yet, individuals like Ji Xiao were not uncommon in any family. There was no point in further discussion. For Ji-yun, understanding his own abilities was of utmost importance. On the 1st floor of the Sutra Pavilion, numerous manuals were displayed on the shelves. The martial arts and spiritual tools were categorized into 4 major grades: low micro, true condensation, earth profound, and song shun, each further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Those in the Qi refinement realm could only cultivate the low micro and true condensation grades. Individuals who awakened their constitution could freely select 1 low micro technique and 2 low micro martial arts. Ji-yun pondered briefly before making a decision to choose a sword technique and a movement technique. His father was a swordsman, proficient in the breaking sword technique. Ji-yun had followed him in his youth to learn the basics of swordsmanship and had acquired a certain foundation. Although he did not receive the family compensation, he inherited his father's relic, the low micro intermediate grade spiritual weapon, the golden stone sword. This sword was untouchable by others, and Ji-yun was determined to inherit it and become a powerful swordsman. The shadow step, a movement technique ranked among the top in the family, allowed one to vanish without a trace and evade numerous dangers. Ji-yun's small dwelling was secluded. not far from a dense forest at the back of the family S mountain. Here, ancient vines sprawled across winding paths, rarely visited by others, creating an environment reminiscent of the mountainous regions where fierce beasts roamed, making it an ideal place for martial arts practice. 3 months quickly passed. Jiyan ventured out early and returned late each day, navigating the thickets. His diligent training, far surpassing that of his peers, had rendered him more resilient. The golden stone sword, emitting a faint golden glow, was held in a reverse grip, hinting at the demeanor of swordsmen. During this time, he had explored extensive information regarding his constitution, but remained perplexed. Neither martial arts nor techniques could summon that mysterious power, indicating it was not an ability of that nature. He felt no affinity for medicinal herbs or formations, suggesting it was not an auxiliary-type constitution. His skin had indeed become more refined. Even Aunt Wong from the butcher's shop remarked on his increasing elegance. But what relevance did that hold for a martial artist like him? What exactly was the nature of the constitution he had awakened? Jiyan closed a thick tome, furrowing his brow in contemplation. With a physique that remains untapped, I am filled with a sense of dissatisfaction. Perhaps I could borrow some spirit stones from my clan and venture to the Xianxia sect for an assessment? It is said that their spirit treasure testing stone can reveal over 1,000 types of physiques. Yet this seems impractical and excessively burdensome. It would be far wiser to aspire to join the Xianxia sect directly. This would resolve all my dilemmas. Contemplating this, a glimmer of aspiration sparkled in Ji Yun's animated eyes. The Xianxia sect is a prominent faction in the vicinity, teeming with masters. Its martial traditions far surpassing those of the Ji family. To be accepted into their ranks would elevate my standing beyond current aspirations. However, entry into the Xianxia sect is notoriously challenging. One must cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement before the age of 18, in addition to passing rigorous entrance examinations. Time is running short if I wish to attain that level before my 18th birthday. Lacking the spirit stones and resources for cultivation, striving for the 6th level by then seems akin to chasing a fanciful dream. Absent extraordinary fortune, I shall remain confined in this modest Linshan City, much like the majority of my kin, destined to reach at most the 9th level of qi refinement in my lifetime. I would toil for meager cultivation resources, then settle down, raise a family, and continue the cycle of labor. Perhaps I might even perish during a demon hunting expedition. Ji Yun stared vacantly at the yellowed walls. His ties to the family had long since faded. How could he be shackled here? Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. Ji Yun's expression turned contemplative and solemn. After a struggle, his gaze gradually transformed into one of resolve. Fortune is always accompanied by risk. Perhaps it would be prudent to venture into the mountains and give it a try. Having made his decision, he grasped the Jingshi sword and vowed that if he returned alive, he would devote his life to martial arts, with the sword as his sole focus. A month later, with a fierce shout, Ji Yun executed the broken sword technique, cleaving a tree that required 3 men to embrace. He had achieved a minor success with this technique, which demands a swordsman to strike the same point repeatedly, allowing the sword energy to accumulate before erupting. When executed successfully, the resultant power surpasses even the highest-tier martial arts of the falling micro-realm, making it a discipline with both high potential and formidable limitations. The Shadow Step is a high-tier martial art from falling micro, its cultivation proving even more challenging. Currently, Ji Yun had only managed to grasp the basics. On this day, Ji Yun prepared meticulously, inserting thin iron plates within his robe and layering some animal hides for cushioning, all to shield himself. He set out before dawn, bearing the Jingshi sword, unnoticed due to his distance from the clan's heart. The direction he chose led to the majestic mountain range, shrouded in mist, obscuring its true form. This was the Yu's mountain range. Chapter 3. The Potential of Physiques. The Yu's mountain range is an expanse as boundless as the sea, with legends claiming that even traversing 100,000 miles would not suffice to cross it. No one knows its true breadth, nor what lies on the other side. It is fraught with peril. Typically, only those at least at the 5th level of qi refinement are deemed worthy to join hunting parties in the periphery, while those at the 6th level and above become the mainstay of the hunt. As the warrior reaches the 6th level of qi refinement, both the quality of their physical form and true energy undergo significant enhancement, allowing them to activate a protective layer of true energy to safeguard themselves, thereby greatly increasing their survival capabilities. Nevertheless, fatalities frequently occur within the demon hunting teams. Yi Yun, Lacking any experience in slaying demons and possessing only the rudimentary skills of the third level of Qi refinement, ventured alone into the mountains to hunt demons, an endeavor tantamount to courting death. Yet, he proceeded regardless. Apart from the pursuit of spiritual stones through demon hunting, a crucial motivation lay in the exploration of his own physique. Certain physiques are born for combat, and amidst the life-and-death struggles, he might awaken the mysterious power residing within him. The mountain path was treacherous, shrouded in mist. This was Ji Yun's inaugural foray into demon hunting. His inexperience rendered him unable to track the desired demons, leaving him to rely solely on chance. After a day's journey, he ventured over 20 miles and encountered a late-stage first-tier human-faced tortoise. The creature was enormous, and peculiarly, its visage bore human features. Stumbling upon such an entity deep in the wilderness was undeniably unsettling. Its strength was comparable to a formidable human at the 7th to 9th levels of Qi refinement, prompting Ji Yun to swiftly employ the shadow step to escape. Fortunately, the human-faced tortoise was not particularly swift, and Ji Yun, agile in his movements, successfully evaded it. An hour later, a mid-stage first-tier black-armored beast appeared within his line of sight, equivalent in strength to those at the 4th to 6th levels of Qi refinement. The beast was clad in a tough black shell and spines, with even its neck and eyelids armored, rendering it impervious to blades. Those at the 5th and 6th levels dared not confront it alone. Ji Yun, naturally outmatched, resorted to the shadow step once more. His intended prey was a nascent first-tier minor demon. However, fortune did not favor him this time. The black-armored beast, remarkably swift, crashed through several large trees in pursuit. If Ji Yun were to be struck directly, he would surely face dire consequences. In a moment of peril, he shifted his steps, narrowly avoiding a blow. Enraged by its missed attack, the black-armored beast exhaled 2 jets of white mist and roared as it charged again. With a determined strike, Ji Yun infused his true energy into the golden stone sword and swung it down upon the beast's head. To his dismay, the blade failed to breach even the creature's scalp, and instead, the beast's head collided forcefully with his chest. The impact was overwhelming, sending Ji Yun reeling backward as if struck by lightning. Coughing, he wondered if this was indeed the might of a mid-stage first-tier demon beast, truly terrifying. He felt himself in a precarious state. A single blow had fractured his arm and left his internal organs compromised. Had it not been for the iron plate protecting him, he might have perished. While he had managed to preserve his life for the moment, his condition was dire. Weakened by his injuries, he could hardly execute his escape techniques, while the black-armored beast remained unscathed and poised to attack once more. This was not a favorable situation. Was he destined to perish here? The Yu's mountain range was indeed a realm beyond the reach of one at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. A fleeting pang of regret flickered through Ji Yun's mind, but he quickly cast it aside. Alone and unburdened, unafraid of death, the only regret that lingered was not becoming a formidable warrior. From birth to demise, he had never ventured beyond the confines of the small town of Linshan. The breathtaking landscapes of the Jade Kingdom, the renowned Xianxia sect, and the vast expanse of the world remained unseen by his eyes. The vow he made before departing, with the golden stone sword in hand, echoed in his mind, bringing a sense of tranquility to Ji Yun's heart. Unbeknownst to him, as he sighed, significant changes were silently transpiring within his body. What? Soon, Ji Yun became aware of this transformation. The mysterious force within him surged with newfound vigor. If it were previously a gentle stream, it now resembled a mighty river, all his strength rapidly converging upon the injured area. His wounds were healing swiftly, the fractures in his arm were mending, and the internal injuries were automatically recuperating. He could barely execute the shadow step again. He was regaining his strength. A spark ignited in Ji Yun's eyes as the black-armored beast lunged once more. Ji Yun parried with his sword, propelled by this newfound power. He was flung back. Moments later, feeling the rapid recovery of his arm, he could hardly contain his joy. So, it is true, I have awakened a constitution that allows for rapid healing, and this mysterious force is the power of restoration. Moreover, the speed of healing is astonishing, almost terrifying. While warriors typically require months to recuperate from severe injuries, my abilities have restored me in mere breaths. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a miraculous gift. With brightened eyes, Ji Yun executed the shadow step once more, weaving 3 blossoms of sword light. The black-armored beast was utterly incensed, its bristles standing on end, transforming it into a spiked creature akin to an iron porcupine. The spines were formidable, long and rigid. Even if one evaded its attacks, they could still suffer cuts. Yet, at this moment, such concerns were trivial, for after a few breaths, Ji Yun's wounds would fully heal. Success! Through the trials of combat, he had mastered the shadow step to a significant degree, his movements becoming more unpredictable. Finally, with the 10th strike, he targeted the same spot. With a resounding thrust, the accumulated sword energy overwhelmed the black armored beast's skull, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. Its brain matter splattering as the massive body collapsed to the ground. At last, it was vanquished. Ji Yun's heart, once in turmoil, gradually found peace. Accompanying this relief was a profound fatigue, and hunger began to gnaw at him. He retrieved his spirit rations and indulged in a hearty meal. Only after consuming 3 days' worth of provisions did his hunger begin to wane. Why had he suddenly developed such an appetite? It must be due to the energy expended in his self-healing, which explained his earlier ravenousness. Ji Yun quickly grasped the essence of this realization. He felt invigorated, his thoughts flowing freely, and his body was imbued with unparalleled comfort. He collected the fangs, spines, and hide of the black armored beast, wrapping them in cloth. After contemplating, he slung the beast's legs over his back and began his journey homeward, retracing his steps. Chapter 4. The Harvest. A day later, the familiar little cabin came into view. Its walls were entwined with an array of verdant yet withered vines, dilapidated and small. To Ji Yun, who had narrowly escaped death, it represented nothing short of a warm sanctuary. He began to assess the gains and losses from his recent expedition to hunt demons in the mountains. A 5-member demon hunting team had spent 7 days in the mountains, yielding perhaps only 2 or 3 demon beasts, while he alone had procured the materials from an entire demon beast. Selling these materials could fetch him hundreds of spirit stones, enough for a luxurious several months of cultivation. However, fortune and peril coexist. Had he not awakened a constitution capable of healing injuries, he would have perished. If his healing had not been swift enough, death would have claimed him as well. This bounty could be attributed more to luck than to strength, and future demon hunts would require careful deliberation. The following day, Ji Yun stealthily brought his spoils to the treasure pavilion in Linshan City. The treasure pavilion was the largest establishment in Linshan City, shrouded in mystery. He was greeted by a young and exquisite woman, not yet 20, with delicate features and an exceptional demeanor, clad in white garments, her voice soft and melodious. Truly, the treasure pavilion was remarkable, as even the attendant exuded such grace. Ji Yun was rather taken aback. None of the older women in his family possessed such an aura, and her cultivation level was impressively high, reaching the 6th level of chi refinement. He presented the materials to her. These materials are worth a total of 120 low-grade spirit stones. She smiled after counting, although she was curious about where such materials had come from. Given Ji Yun's young age and his cultivation level of only the 3rd layer of chi refinement, she concealed her intrigue. Do you require anything else, esteemed guest? We offer both medicinal pills and spirit tools. Do you have any pills that assist in cultivation? Indeed, we have 2 types of first-grade pills suitable for those at the 3rd to 6th layers of chi refinement: the Gathering Chi Pill and the Harmonizing Chi Pill. I recommend the Gathering Chi Pill for its superior cost-effectiveness. Very well. Ji Yun, feeling affluent, purchased 6 Gathering Chi Pills and inquired, "Do you have any resources regarding constitutions?" "Certainly. Please follow me." The woman led Ji Yun into an inner chamber, retrieving several volumes on constitutions. These will require 30 spirit stones. Such an exorbitant price. Ji Yun expressed his discontent. Upon hearing this, the woman in white smiled sweetly. The materials regarding constitutions are unique to our treasure pavilion, more comprehensive than any collection in Linshan City, hence the higher fee for access. Very well. Unsure of the validity of her claims, but reluctantly willing, Ji Yun spent 30 spirit stones. He was particularly attentive to anything related to restorative constitutions. The blood restoration constitution could swiftly halt bleeding. Yet it offered little aid for other injuries, not the one he sought. The rejuvenation constitution allowed for rapid recovery of spirit during combat, but that too was not applicable. The rapid healing constitution accelerated the absorption of healing pills, but it was not the answer either. Ji Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the Treasure Pavilion's resources were extensive, with descriptions of over 1,000 constitutions, none matched his own unique characteristics. As I delve deeper, I uncover a range of rather rare constitutions. While the levels of these constitutions are not explicitly labeled, A mere glance at a few descriptions reveals their extraordinary nature. The Beastmaster Constitution, for instance, allows one to absorb the power of demonic beasts for personal gain, and upon reaching mastery, even commands legions of spirits, an idea that seems almost absurd. The further I read, the more disheartened I become. Each constitution possesses immense capabilities, with some being legendary, far surpassing the ability to heal. Is it possible that there is no information regarding my own constitution here? Suddenly, a glimmer of realization strikes me. This one seems somewhat familiar. The reviving body, a mysterious and rare high-tier constitution capable of rapidly healing most injuries, with an almost instantaneous recovery rate. Warriors possessing this constitution are nearly impossible to kill. The reviving body is suspected to harbor even more terrifying abilities, making it a coveted, extraordinary constitution sought after by countless warriors. The last recorded appearance of a reviving body dates back thousands of years. This must be it. I meticulously recall my experiences in the Use mountain range, and the similarities between the reviving body and my situation are striking. I have a premonition. I am very likely to have awakened the reviving body. Endless life, unyielding in battle. This is the essence of revival. As I gaze at the annotations below, it seems a light flickers deep within my pupils. A woman in white, with bright, almond-shaped eyes, steps forward and inquires, "Dear guest, have you discovered your constitution? If it is indeed rare, congratulations are in order." "It's all right. Nothing extraordinary," I reply, my spirits soaring. Initially, I wish to share my joy, but then reconsider, what could I possibly share with her? If she hasn't awakened a constitution, revealing my own would only serve to sadden her. So I adopt a more subdued demeanor. The woman in white, perceptive and understanding, gently replies, "The path of martial arts is long. The Constitution is merely one of many aids. Many prominent figures possess unremarkable constitutions, yet that does not hinder their ascent to power." "I hope so," I respond, still appearing dejected, even though my heart is already brimming with joy. Upon returning home, my excitement makes it difficult to settle down for training. After several unsuccessful attempts to enter a meditative state, I decide to take a break and lie on my bed, lost in thought. What grade is my constitution? I recall hearing Elder San inadvertently mention that constitutions are categorized into exotic bodies, treasure bodies, and true bodies. Elder San, having practiced at the Xianxia sect, is well versed in these matters, yet he refuses to elaborate, insisting that the sex information must not be disclosed. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Regardless of whether I possess the reviving body, I must make good use of this ability. My first foray yielded significant rewards, indicating that this ability will undoubtedly become a great asset in acquiring resources for my cultivation. Should I disclose this discovery to my family? After some contemplation, I decide to keep it a secret for now. This astonishing healing ability grants me a considerable advantage in battle, making me inherently suited for adventure and combat. However, my current cultivation level is merely at the third layer of chi refinement, limiting my offensive capabilities. Even if I were to accompany my family's demon hunting team into the mountains, my contributions would be minimal. The only roles he could conceive for himself were akin to bait and sandbags, if that were the case. The prospects for this rejuvenation were rather grim. It appeared he would have to forge his own path. Coming to this realization, he began to devise a plan for his future. First and foremost, he resolved to seek out a martial art that suited his disposition. With the gathering essence pills at his disposal, he could complete the transition within a few days. Subsequently, he aimed to cultivate to the fourth level of chi refinement, thus achieving a significant leap from the initial to the intermediate stage of chi refinement. Once his strength had increased, he would venture alone to hunt magical beasts, trading their materials for spirit stones to further his cultivation. The risks of hunting magical beasts alone were considerable, yet the rewards were immense. He had previously hunted a single black-armored beast, reaping a total of 120 spirit stones. Others, even with the assistance of elders, could scarcely hope to squander such wealth. The resources available for cultivation in the future would undoubtedly surpass those of his peers. Ji Yun let out a long breath, inwardly remarking, "The path ahead is clear." Chapter 5, The Golden Radiance Body Technique. The following day, Ji Yun returned to the scripture pavilion. "Look, isn't that Ji Yun, whose physique remains unknown?" One whispered. "Indeed, it's him. I wonder what kind of physique he has awakened. He still manages to receive 2 spirit stones for cultivation each month." Another speculated, perhaps he has a physique akin to that of his 13th uncle, the gluttonous physique, which requires constant sustenance to avoid starvation. Haha, that's rather cruel, laughed a third. Ji Yun cast a glance at the figures ensconced in hushed whispers, then promptly disregarded them. They were mere commoners who had failed to awaken a physique, unqualified to receive spirit stones, and thus their discontent manifested in petty verbal jabs. Silence. Anyone who dares to speak again, out you go. The Pavilion Guardian's anger prompted the group to flee, abandoning their selection of martial arts. Once they had departed, the Guardian's fury gradually subsided. These uncouth individuals are truly insufferable. In comparison, Ji Yun is far more agreeable. Each year, many within the clan perished for various reasons, including numerous orphans who had lost both parents. These children, having lost their greatest support, often resigned themselves to a life of mediocrity, forsaking their futures. Yet Ji Yun, instead of succumbing to despair, redoubled his efforts in cultivation. Despite lacking resources, he had reached the third level of chi refinement by the tender age of 13, a remarkable feat that starkly contrasted with his peers. Moreover, he remained humble and composed, neither arrogant nor servile. The Pavilion Guardian seemed to recall something, a look of contentment gracing his features. After careful consideration, Ji Yun decided to transition to a golden attribute martial art. The pace of a warrior's cultivation is determined not only by external resources, but also by two crucial internal factors. The first is innate talent, which pertains to the thickness of one's meridians. Those with broader meridians naturally cultivate more swiftly. The second is affinity with the attribute. Selecting a technique with a high affinity can minimize the wastage of true chi transformation. His affinity for the golden attribute was exceptionally high, measuring an impressive 71. This indicated that during cultivation, 71% of his true chi would seamlessly convert into golden true chi, resulting in minimal waste. Furthermore, the golden attribute is primarily associated with lethality, enhancing the efficiency of slaying magical beasts. Regrettably, upon perusing the Family-S collection of gold affinity techniques, Ji Yun discovered their inadequacy. Only two methods were present: the rudimentary gold mountain technique and the intermediate vibration formula. It was disheartening to find no superior gold affinity techniques available. It seemed fortune was not on his side. If circumstances dictated, he would resort to practicing the vibration formula, which, despite being of intermediate quality, was still acceptable. Noticing Ji Yun's contemplation, the elder of the pavilion approached and inquired about the matter. I didn't expect this young lad to possess such lofty aspirations, dismissing even the intermediate techniques. Techniques are far more precious than martial arts. It is improbable that superior techniques exist for every type. You claim a strong affinity for gold, wood, and water. Thus, I recommend you practice the water vortex technique. It not only qualifies as a superior technique, but also provides significant advantages in battles across rivers, lakes, and seas. Ji Yun pondered briefly, but ultimately shook his head, resolved to pursue the gold affinity techniques. The water vortex technique was indeed formidable, yet he sought methods that would substantially enhance his offensive capabilities. His golden stone sword was also a gold affinity spirit sword, and would not align well with water-based energies. The last encounter with the black armored beast had been a stroke of luck, striking the same spot 10 times with the broken sword technique. Should he practice the vibration formula, with its enhancement, he could vanquish it in 6 or 7 strikes. He declined the elder's recommendation and prepared to take the vibration formula, but as he was about to leave, the elder called out to him, "Do not rush. I have another technique that may suit you. However, fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. Do you dare to try?" The elder leisurely retrieved a tome from the second floor, revealing a corner that bore the words Consolidation of Essence. The Consolidation of Essence technique. Ji Yun's heart raced at the thought, considering the elder's warning about the unpredictable nature of fortune and misfortune. Does this technique have any inherent flaws or drawbacks? He inquired. One might say so. This brilliant radiance body technique is an intermediate method of consolidation, the highest tier within our family. However, during practice, the volatile golden essence can inundate your martial body and even your meridians. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Our family lacks the accompanying spiritual artifacts to assist in mastering this technique. While injuries to the martial body can be healed, they merely consume time. Damage to the meridians, however, is no trivial matter and could severely impact your future achievements. Thus, this technique is a double-edged sword. After hearing this description, Ji Yun's heart raced. Typically, the more challenging a technique, the more powerful it is. Injuries to the martial body were not daunting. He could recover. However, meridian damage was a different concern altogether. He felt compelled to give it a try. To shy away from the magnificent consolidation technique placed before him would condemn him to a lifetime of weakness. Quickly, he resolved that before entering the mountains, he had vowed that if he returned alive, he would dedicate his life to the martial path. The consolidation technique was indeed the ultimate test for him. This is a consolidation technique. As a junior, I lack the qualifications to practice it and do not possess sufficient spiritual stones. No matter, the elder interrupted decisively. This technique is a contribution I made to the family and is thus within my purview to bestow. If you dare to practice it, I shall impart it to you. I am willing. Yiyun affirmed. Very well. Subsequently, the elder of the clan imparted some information regarding the martial arts techniques. There had been individuals within the clan who had previously practiced the Golden Radiance body technique, which possessed extraordinary power, far surpassing that of ordinary martial arts. Initially, some suffered injuries from the Golden Radiance true chi, but paid little heed, resuming their training after consuming healing elixirs. However, they were unprepared for the fact that this technique could also inflict damage upon their meridians, leading to unforeseen consequences. Not only could they no longer continue their cultivation, but they were also subjected to daily torment from their injured meridians. The clan's limited resources prevented any remedy for their afflictions. Some ventured out in search of opportunities, only to vanish without a trace. Others attempted to switch to different techniques, yet their cultivation speed inevitably slowed due to the damage sustained. Those who once basked in glory from the Golden Radiance body technique fell into despondency. None of this wavered Ji Yun's resolve. Upon receiving the technique, he clutched it tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. Seeing his firm determination, the elder refrained from further commentary, recognizing that fate lay in one's own hands, and others could not dictate it. If he sensed pain in his meridians, he was to cease his training immediately to avoid further injury. There was still time to change techniques, and he must not act recklessly and jeopardize his future. The younger generation would heed this advice. The elder, with a weathered gaze, watched the retreating figure, reminiscing about an incident from 2 years prior. At that time, a group of 10 had unfortunately encountered 2 second-tier demon beasts in the Yuz Mountains. Only 2 returned, he being one of them, having sustained grave injuries with half of his bones broken, and even after 2 years, he had yet to fully recover. Ji Yun's parents were also among that ill-fated group. This unfortunate child, one could only wonder if this decision would lead to his detriment. Chapter 6. Chi Refinement, 4th Layer. After returning to his quarters, Ji Yun began to focus on modifying his cultivation technique. The Golden Radiance body technique differed from ordinary true condensation techniques, allowing cultivation only up to the mid-stage of true establishment. It was uncertain whether it was merely a fragment. Generally speaking, the falling micro technique could be cultivated up to the 9th layer of chi refinement, while the true condensation technique could reach the late stage of true establishment. The Golden Radiance body technique was evidently incomplete, yet it sufficed for his current needs. The breakthrough from the chi refinement realm leads to the true establishment realm. Achieving true establishment is notoriously challenging. The Ji family is among the top clans in Linshan City, and the only practitioners of true establishment one might encounter are the clan leader and the 3 elders, all merely at the initial stage. It is said that there exists an ancestor within the clan nearing 200 years of age, whose end of life is imminent, yet Ji Yun had never seen him. In theory, a martial artist in the chi refinement realm could live to 100 years, and breaking into the true establishment realm could extend that lifespan by another century. Martial artists at the true establishment realm possess greatly enhanced abilities, with their true chi transformed into more refined true essence, enabling them to soar through the skies and vanquish chi refinement practitioners with effortless ease. Ji Yun retrieved a lustrous, round elixir and consumed it. It was the chi gathering pill. Upon entering his mouth, it imparted a refreshing chill, followed by a warm sensation, allowing him to perceive a pure energy coursing through his meridians. After being nourished by this energy, his meridians became exceptionally vibrant, and his sensitivity to spiritual energy sharpened. Without delay, he took out a piece of spirit stone to assist in his cultivation. The elixir combined with spirit stones yielded remarkably extraordinary effects. In merely 5 days, the Golden Radiance body technique had been successfully refined. The vital energy within the sea of chi transformed entirely into golden radiance chi. After a fortnight, the first gathering chi pill was consumed, its efficacy surpassing my expectations. The arduous cultivation over these 2 weeks equated to that of the previous month and a half. 10 days later, a robust beam of golden light erupted from my skin, accompanied by a copious flow of blood. Ji Yun's complexion turned deathly pale. He had just been wounded by the golden radiance qi. Every inch of his body was thoroughly cleansed by this potent energy, resulting in varying degrees of damage to his muscles, internal organs, and even bones, akin to having engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable beast. However, the formidable healing abilities of his rebirth body soon took effect, rendering any abnormalities nearly imperceptible, save for the still drying bloodstains on his garments. Ji Yun remained silent and continued his cultivation. After half an hour, he felt an emptiness in his abdomen. An intense hunger rendered him unable to concentrate on his practice. The injury was not severe, and after consuming some spirit rice, he quickly recovered. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After exhausting 6 pills, Ji Yun's cultivation had significantly advanced. He could now be considered a young ascetic, requiring few resources, only retaining the essentials for daily life. Selling off his possessions to acquire 3 more gathering qi pills. At this stage, cultivation was paramount. Venturing into the mountains to hunt at the 3rd level of qi refinement remained perilous. Another 3 months slipped by, ushering in a new year, the year 1024 of the Xianxia calendar. Ji Yun was now 14 years old. The family was adorned with red lanterns. Returning martial artists filled the streets, children donned new garments, and the household radiated joy. Yet, all this was of little concern to Ji Yun. On a night blanketed by heavy snowfall, he finally ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. This breakthrough brought profound changes. He estimated his strength had more than tripled, and his body, having been repeatedly cleansed and restored by the golden radiance qi, had become exceptionally resilient, marking a considerable enhancement in his prowess. In the depths of the back mountain, a resounding tear echoed through the air as a golden arc flashed by, slicing through an ancient tree stout enough for several individuals to embrace as if it were mere tofu. Although the tree appeared unchanged on the surface, it had been severed in 2, easily parting with a gentle push. Ji Yun could not hide his astonishment. The golden radiance qi truly lived up to its reputation as a premier golden energy, far sharper than the original wood-based nurturing qi. Coupled with his increased strength, an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of qi refinement would certainly be no match for him. It was time to test this at the martial arts arena. At the training ground, Ji Ziming was undeniably in high spirits. After awakening the fire-scorching body, Ji Yuansheng had bestowed upon him numerous rewards, including the lavish purchase of 10 gathering qi pills and a mid-tier spirit sword named Falling Micro, with the support of abundant elixirs. He had successfully broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Should the family continue to provide such substantial support, he might very well achieve the 6th level of qi refinement by the age of 17 or 18, meeting the threshold for discipleship at the Xianxia sect. Ji Ziming prepared to test his strength at the martial arts arena today, inviting a few of his younger companions to accompany him. My dear brother, you possess the moonlight physique. Practicing beneath the moonlight at night should exponentially enhance your speed, yet you have only reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Could it be that your moonlight physique is a sham? Ji He's expression fluctuated. Aside from himself, he had a younger brother, and their family's finances could no longer support him. They could only afford 2 qi gathering pills each year. The crux of the matter was that he was also rather indolent, often yearning for sleep by night, thus yielding little benefit from his moonlight physique. My cultivation physique is surprisingly inferior to that of combat physiques. It truly feels like a counterfeit moonlight physique, Ji thought, on the verge of tears. Ji Ziming continued, Xiong Ping, Xiong Li, you 2 brothers must strive diligently in your training. Though you are the mundane physique, you cannot compare to me. Yes, boss. The 2 younger companions promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the eldest Ji Ziming is remarkable. At merely 15, he has already attained the 4th layer of qi refinement. A rare talent in the entire Linshan City. A truly prodigious youth. They marveled at his prowess. Moreover, with a formidable fire-burning physique, he can face opponents of higher tiers. I doubt even those at the 5th layer of qi refinement would stand a chance against him. Yes, precisely what I intended to convey. What nonsense are you spouting? Yiziming frowned, displeased. There are countless geniuses in Linshan City. As warriors, we must remain humble and never succumb to blind arrogance. Huh? Ji Xiongping and Ji Xiongli exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Is the sun rising from the west today? The same flattery had prompted a different reaction previously. Today, he seemed quite earnest. Could it be that his character had shifted after awakening his physique? The two companions were skeptical. Only He noticed that, just before Zimming frowned, the corners of his mouth had lifted slightly, betraying a barely contained smile beneath his serious demeanor. So, it's not a change in character, but rather a shift in his showmanship. Damn it, I must do something. As he contemplated how to expose his ruse, he caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Oh, isn't that Jian? It's been a while since I last saw him. Zimming and the others turned to see a handsome young man approaching from afar. Chapter 7. Gentle Humiliation. Yun was clad in a coarse gray robe. Due to his practice of the Golden Radiance physique, he often sustained injuries and bled, leaving the robe stained with marks that were difficult to wash away. Over time, these stains turned brown, rendering it somewhat unsightly. Yet, even in this state, his striking features could not be concealed. His calm visage exuded an air of tranquility and aloofness. Zimming called out loudly, "What brings a ragpicker here? Dressed so filthy. You're tarnishing the reputation of the family." Not far off, several youths of similar age rushed over to witness the spectacle. Jian paid no heed to Zimming's rebuke and continued on his way. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop right there." Zimming, feeling ignored, found himself in an awkward position, his expression faltering. Since Yun moved away, it has been a considerable time since I last laid eyes upon him. My hands have grown restless from inactivity. Look, boss, his cultivation level has frightened his little brothers as if they have seen a ghost. Zimming furrowed his brow and scrutinized, only to find his mouth agape in astonishment. The 4th level of Qi refinement. How could this be possible? He, endowed with the moonlight body, was equally taken aback. Could it be that my cultivation physique truly harbors some flaw? Yun, merely 14 years of age, has already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, surpassing all of us. How did he achieve this? I merely came to test my strength. I have no time for your games. Yun expressed his disdain towards them. Although no longer intimidated, he found no interest in engaging them. His focus had shifted entirely. The pressing matter was to earn spirit stones and devote himself to cultivation without unnecessary distractions. However, Zimming had no intention of letting him off easily. Yun, younger by a year, had ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement, matching his own prowess. Did this not imply that this young lad possessed even greater talent? What would become of his own reputation as a blazing body? You wish to test strength? Very well, I shall accept your challenge. With a resounding clang, a fiery red sword was drawn, and the onlookers beheld flames rising, the surrounding temperature escalating. With the sword pointed directly at him, Yun, as a swordsman, could hardly remain indifferent. His opponent, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, wielding a blazing body and a mid-grade spirit sword, posed a formidable challenge. Very well, let's take to the martial stage. With a swift motion, the golden stone sword was unsheathed, its dazzling golden light blindingly brilliant. Zimming let out a cold scoff and leaped forward. The two young men assumed their stances, and an atmosphere of impending conflict enveloped the martial stage. Relishing the attention of the gathered crowd, Zimming swiftly struck first. Scorching flames erupted from his long sword, nearly materializing under the enhancement of his physique. Searing sword slash. In response to this attack, Yun refrained from employing martial techniques, instead harnessing the true essence cultivation method, where his golden true energy could obliterate all. Clang! The two swords clashed, and the golden sword energy instantaneously cleaved through the flames, splitting them asunder. A wave of scorching heat surged forth. The severed flames did not dissipate, but rather intensified, continuously scorching his golden true energy under the augmentation of the blazing body. Yet, the true essence level golden true energy was not so easily vanquished. With a flick of his wrist, he struck once more. Clang! Zimming's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated 2 steps. Damn it! How can this guy possess such strength? And what is this golden true energy? He felt an overwhelming force emanating from Yun's singular strike, nearly causing him to lose grip of his sword. Without hesitation, he employed evasive maneuvers to create distance. Dominating sky step. With a powerful stride, a thunderous rumble ensued. After widening the gap, Zimming swiftly returned, combining the dominating sky step with the searing sword slash. He swung down fiercely toward the front. The audience below beheld as he merged 2 martial arts forms, transforming into a fiery figure, seemingly poised to strike his opponent off the stage at any moment. Ji Yun did not evade. Instead, he chose to confront his adversary head-on. With a fierce slash, the sound of shattering air resonated as the brilliance of the golden stone sword surged forth. Ji Yun deflected his opponent's strike with a single stroke, abruptly halting their momentum, and bellowed, "Come again!" As the three waves of sword energy converged, the devastating sword technique erupted in full force. Ji Ziming could no longer withstand the onslaught. The veins in his arms threatened to burst. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of holding onto his spirit sword, sending the fiery blade hurtling away. With a resounding thud, Ji Yun's foot connected with his chest, sending him tumbling off the martial arts platform. In the wake of this kick, Ji Yun felt an unparalleled sense of relief wash over him, as years of frustration dissipated in an instant. Consider it a reckoning for your past misdeeds. Ji Ziming attempted to muster the strength to utter something, but the searing pain rendered him speechless. Overcome with anger and distress, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Is this real? He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ji Yun would emerge victorious, judging by his ease. He likely hadn't even exerted his full strength. Among the 7 who had awakened their abilities together, Ji Ziming had seemed the most formidable. But now it appeared that conclusion had been premature. Ji Xiong, quick to react, rushed over to assist Ji Ziming. "Boss, are you all right?" Without hesitation, he produced a water gourd from his waist and poured it into Ji Ziming's throat. Cough, cough. After a few sips of water, Ji Ziming felt slightly better. Although he could not yet rise, his breathing had improved. Curse it! A deep-seated rage welled within him, yet the tightness in his chest rendered him mute, leaving him only able to glare fiercely at the retreating figure. Chapter 8. Return. Ji Yun approached the strength-testing stone, delivering a powerful strike. Upon witnessing the numbers, he nodded in satisfaction and departed quietly. Not far away, Ji He, intrigued by the scene, stealthily approached. 2,060 pounds. What immense strength! If memory served, his father at the 6th level of Qi refinement had only possessed around 1,500 pounds. Did this not imply that Ji Yun's strength surpassed that of someone at the 6th level? How could one at the mere 4th level wield such power? As this thought crossed his mind, Ji He's expression began to twist in frustration. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. I possess the moonlight body. My cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I am not inferior to him. With that, he activated his technique, letting out a thunderous roar as his right fist crashed into the strength-testing stone, as if intending to shatter it into fragments. Boom! Dust billowed, and through the haze, one could faintly see blood seeping from the cracks of his knuckles. 520 pounds. I'm only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. When I reach the 4th, I will surely not be weaker than him. Upon seeing this number, tears streamed down Ji He's face as he struggled to reassure himself internally. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly took off, disappearing like a shadow. Upon returning home, Ji Yun commenced preparations for his journey the following day. He had gained a clearer understanding of his own prowess, recognizing that he was not inferior to the 5th or 6th tier martial artist from Linshan City. When combined with the regenerative capabilities of his unique physique, his survival skills were significantly enhanced. He now possessed the ability to venture into the Yuza Mountains to hunt and procure spirit stones independently. At Aunt Wong's butcher shop within his family, he purchased some beast meat, roasting it in advance to carry with him as a reserve. This beast meat, rich in energy, was far more suitable for alleviating the hunger induced by his regenerative physique than ordinary spirit rice. As the moon faded and the sun rose, Ji Yun re-entered the Yuza Mountains the next day. Unlike the previous sense of trepidation and uncertainty, he now felt a measure of confidence. The Yuza Mountains were deep and winding, shrouded in marsh gas, with venomous insects and snakes lurking in every corner. Without the antidote pills, martial artists at the Qi refinement stage could not remain for more than 7 days. Otherwise, the toxic miasma would seep into their bones, making eradication exceedingly difficult. Lacking the antidote, Ji Yun naturally could not afford to linger. He retraced the path he had taken last time, a relatively concealed route discovered by the Ji family, minimizing encounters with others. After all, the members of the demon hunting teams were often ruthless individuals, and even the Ji family preferred to avoid other groups in the desolate mountains. The rewards from slaying martial artists outweighed those from demon beasts, with even a single spirit weapon valued at several hundred spirit stones. Encountering such opponents in a secluded area could easily lead to a rash confrontation. Though relatively safe, the nearby demon beasts had been mostly cleared out, and it was not until the fourth day that he stumbled upon a den of demon wolves. Within it were a male and a female mid-tier one-stage demon wolf, alongside 3 cubs. The demon wolves were swift and agile, brimming with intelligence, far surpassing the previous black-armored beast he had encountered, especially since there were 2 of them. Despite having mastered the shadowy step to a small extent, Xian suffered multiple lacerations from their sharp claws. Through these repeated injuries, he began to uncover some mysteries of his regenerative physique, gaining the ability to actively control this power. He temporarily disregarded minor wounds, focusing his regenerative efforts on those that were more severe. After a considerable struggle lasting nearly half an hour, his proficiency in the shadowy step improved, making it increasingly difficult for the 2 demon wolves to inflict harm upon him. Indeed, practical combat proved to be the most effective means of honing martial skills. This battle invigorated him, leading to rapid growth in experience and enhancements in both his broken sword technique and shadowy step. Ordinary martial artists were not so fortunate. A single misstep could leave them gravely injured and contemplating their escape. As the battle progressed, the 2 demon wolves bore numerous wounds, their once glorious azure fur now marred and dull. Had it not been for the 3 helpless cubs nearby, they might have already fled in terror. Seeing their pitiful state stirred a pang of sympathy within Ji-yun, yet the memory of his parents perishing at the hands of demon beasts swiftly extinguished any compassion. What right did he have to pity them? Beasts and humans were inherently adversarial. Humans sought to slay demons, while demons would consume humans. Finally, the time had come. Howl! Howl! With 2 mournful cries, the demon wolf collapsed, evidently unable to survive. Ji-yun approached and dispatched it with 2 swift strokes, preparing to handle the carcasses. This time, the spoils far exceeded the last, yielding not only the materials from 2 demon wolves, but also 3 young wolves. Lacking both the time and financial resources to rear them, Ji-yun decided to sell them at the treasure pavilion in exchange for spirit stones. The flesh of the demon wolves should not be wasted, so he processed it for his own consumption. 5 days later, he returned to the treasure pavilion. His extended sojourn in the mountains had taken its toll. Upon returning, Ji-yun first cultivated to expel any lingering toxins to prevent future complications. He then fashioned an iron cage to transport the 3 young wolves. Arriving during a less busy time, young hero, we meet again, greeted the elegantly attired woman in white from the treasure pavilion, exuding a courteous demeanor that felt refreshing. She introduced herself as Qin Sumian. The claws and pelts of the Qin foam wolf were present, 2 in total, valued at 210 spirit stones. Will you accept these 3 young wolves? Ji-yun inquired. The materials from a single Qin foam wolf were not as plentiful as those from the black-armored beast, fetching only 105 spirit stones each, but with 3 young wolves, he anticipated a handsome sum. We do accept young demon beasts, Qin Sumian replied, her voice sweet and gentle, eliciting a sense of fondness. She approached to examine the 3 young wolves, drawing close to Ji-yun. A delicate fragrance wafted toward him, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Seemingly oblivious to his reaction, Qin Sumian continued. The Qin foam wolf possesses remarkable speed and acute senses. Unafraid of the toxic marshes of the Yuz Mountains, and can navigate the forest with ease. Many demon hunting teams aspire to keep one. For the young beasts, we can offer a fair price, 90 spirit stones each. Ji-yun was uncertain about the market value of Qin foam wolf cubs, but he reasoned that a reputable establishment like the Treasure Pavilion would not engage in deceptive practices over such matters, and thus he acquiesced. In total, he garnered nearly 500 spirit stones. Never before had he experienced such affluence, and he felt a slight perspiration in his palms. Under Qin Sumian's gracious hospitality, Ji-yun spent 200 spirit stones to acquire 20 qi gathering pills. He also purchased detoxification pills and the swiftly replenishing Beast Valley pills. The latter, crafted from the purest energies extracted from beast flesh and spiritual grains, cost only 2 spirit stones each. One dose would sustain an ordinary qi refinement practitioner at the 6th level for half a month without the need for food. Upon discovering such a potion, Ji-yun was elated. He would no longer have to lug around a demon beast's leg on his travels, greatly enhancing his convenience. After indulging in this extravagant shopping spree, he checked his pockets and found he still had 200 spirit stones remaining. I'm truly affluent, he mused. The sensation of having ample spirit stones was exquisite, akin to a dream. As he observed the departing youth, Qin Sumian began to harbor doubts about whether Ji Yun had indeed slain all those demon beasts alone. Could it be that he had deceived her previously, and his awakened physique was far more formidable than she had imagined? Qin Sumian's elegant brows arched in contemplation, as she speculated quietly. Chapter 9. Qin Xian takes a disciple. Qin Sumian was aware that a practitioner at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement could single-handedly slay a beast, which might seem rather incredible, but only to the denizens of Linshan City. In other regions, numerous exceptional talents possessed formidable physiques, superior techniques, and abundant cultivation resources, making it a mere trifle for someone at the 4th level of qi refinement to vanquish an ordinary opponent at the 6th level. The disparities among warriors of the same cultivation level were indeed vast. Linshan City lay within the domain of the Xianxia sect, one of the 3 major sects of the Jade Kingdom. It was merely a moderately sized city on the periphery of the kingdom, with over 40 similar towns scattered throughout the land. The 5 most prominent families in Linshan City were the Zhou, Hong, Tang, Ji, and Yu families. While they wielded considerable influence within Linshan, they were but a small clan on the broader canvas of the Jade Kingdom. The Jiubao Pavilion possessed a mysterious origin, and Qin Sumian, with her exceptional insight, was not easily outmatched by prominent figures. She also understood that the Xianxia sect, along with the entirety of the Jade Kingdom and its neighboring nations and sects, was under the dominion of a far more terrifying force. Everything trembled and prostrated before this overwhelming power. The thought sent a shiver down Qin Sumian's spine, leaving goosebumps on her alabaster skin. Realizing she was perhaps overthinking, she returned her focus to the youth she had encountered that day, clad in a blood-stained, tattered gray robe. He seemed ill-suited to the role of a scion of a noble family. Yet, his composure, refined demeanor, and ability to independently slay beasts hinted at profound depth. He did not appear to hail from an ordinary household, rendering it difficult to ascertain his origins. Pondering further seemed futile, and she decided to explore the matter indirectly later on. Remembering the boy's blushing face from earlier that day, Qin Sumian smiled gently, believing it to be a trivial matter. Ji Yun, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in the mind of the woman from Jiubao Pavilion, merely wished to return home swiftly, transforming the 20 pills into his own cultivation while also learning a few martial arts techniques. After this encounter, he realized his methods were somewhat singular, and a diverse array of martial arts might elevate him to new heights. On his way back, he chose not to take the small paths to avoid his kin, instead overhearing a lively discussion among a throng of people. Pretending to be indifferent, he approached them, eager to discern the topic of their chatter. Since relocating to the outskirts, he had scarcely interacted with his clan, and he had intentionally distanced himself from former companions. Thus, he resorted to this means of gathering information. It turned out that the Xianxia sect was set to recruit disciples, with the event scheduled for 2 years hence. Any young prodigy under the age of 18 who reached the 6th level of qi refinement could apply to the sect. Ji Yun's heart leaped at this revelation. The last public recruitment by the Xianxia sect had occurred 7 years prior, making this announcement a significant event for the neighboring cities. I must seize this opportunity, he resolved, clenching his fists, recognizing this as a pivotal step in his martial journey that he could not afford to miss. Shortly after returning home, he received a summons to gather the younger generation of his family in the main hall for a meeting. Due to the considerable distance, Ji Yun arrived when most of the others had already gathered. The fiery physique, Ji Ziming; the supple physique, Ji Shaodai; the powerful physique, Ji Kong; the moonlight physique, Ji Haoyi; the azure bull physique, Ji Niu; and the swift spirit physique, Ji Xiaoyao. It was no surprise that the latest Awaken generation had all assembled. In addition, there was also Ji Qing, a mundane with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Ji Yun surveyed the scene, noting that among the 6 physiques, Ji Kong and Ji Niu were still at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while Ji Ziming, Ji Shaodai, Ji Haoyi, and Ji Xiaoyao had all reached the 4th layer. Ji Yun, why are you so late? Ji Shaodai greeted with a cheerful smile, her adorable face, complemented by 2 bun-like hairdos, making her appear petite and charming. Oof, you must have been rummaging around somewhere. Just look at how dirty your clothes are, Ji Ziming scoffed, unable to contain his disdain. Oh, can your cousin Ji Yun, who rummages through scraps, still defeat you? I heard that in your last duel, you hardly lasted a few exchanges before being defeated, chimed in Ji Xiaoyao. Ji Shaodai's elder sister. At 16, she was beginning to shed her youthful innocence, exhibiting a touch of maturity, her figure developing noticeably. You. Ji Ziming was momentarily speechless. His face flushed crimson. I live quite far away, so it took me some time to arrive, Jian explained. Xiaodai, do you know why we were summoned this time? It must be regarding Qing Xian's recruitment of disciples, though the specifics are still unclear, she replied. Approximately a stick of incense later, a formidable middle-aged man entered the hall. Clad in a purple robe, with a face as handsome as jade and eyes sharp as a hawk. He exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of pressure among the attendees. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Ji family, Ji Yuanxiao. Greetings, patriarch. Several younger members hurriedly bowed in respect. Please, no need for formalities. Ji Yuanxiao's gaze was piercing, causing discomfort to those it fell upon. After surveying the gathering, he nodded slightly. The purpose of calling you here is indeed related to Qing Xian's recruitment of disciples, which I trust you're already aware of. The family places great importance on this matter, and I expect each of you to give your utmost effort to pass this examination and join the Qing Xian sect. This is crucial for the prosperity of our clan. Without further ado, starting today, each of you 8 will receive 5 spirit stones and 1 qi gathering pill each month. All family cultivation methods and martial arts will be freely accessible, and you may cultivate the nurturing true technique for just 50 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the youths displayed expressions of delight. The family was indeed making a significant investment. Such generosity was rare, especially in light of Qing Xian's recruitment. Ji Yuanxiao paused momentarily before interrupting their daydreams. However, do not rejoice too early. The family support comes with conditions. If after 1 year, your cultivation has not reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, the provision of resources will cease. If, after 2 years, you successfully join the Qing Xian sect, that would be ideal, and the family will further provide resources for your cultivation there. Yet, should you fail the entrance examination for the Qing Xian sect, you will be required to repay half of the spirit stones and qi gathering pills. Do you understand? Yes. The group responded in unison. Ji Yuanxiao cast an irritable glance at Ji Yun. Dressed in such a manner, how can one maintain decorum? Proceed to the internal affairs pavilion and collect 2 sets of green bamboo robes. Ji Yun clasped his hands in gratitude. After a moment's thought, Ji Yuanxiao inquired whether Ji Yun had discerned his own constitution. Uncertain of the repercussions of revealing the truth, Ji Yun felt content with his current state. Having gained experience in independently hunting demonic beasts, he lacked for resources and was on the brink of reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. Ultimately, he refrained from disclosing his constitution. Failing to obtain any useful information, Ji Yuanxiao waved his hand dismissively, allowing them to depart. Chapter 10. The essence of martial arts. The hall fell into a desolate silence. But soon after, a figure returned. It was Ji Ziming, who had previously taken his leave. Uncle, Yuandio responded. He and Ji Ziming's father, Ji Yuansheng, were brothers, and since his little nephew had shown promise, it was only fitting to extend some special consideration. I have heard that you were defeated by Ji Yun in your last bout. Is this true? Ji Ziming appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet under the imposing presence of his uncle. He dared not lie and replied in a hushed tone, yes. I did not intend to reprimand you. Victory and defeat are commonplace in martial arts. You must exert yourself in your training from now on and cannot afford to be as lax as before. Joining the Qing Xian sect is paramount. With that, Ji Yuanxiao retrieved an ancient tome from his robes, its green cover boldly inscribed with the words essence of reality. This is the initial level cultivation technique, Fan Yin Gong, which I procured with considerable effort from the city lordess manor. Here is a Qiyang pill to assist you in your cultivation of this technique. I shall also personally provide you with 20 gathering qi pills. You should return tonight and adjust your cultivation method. Yes, thank you, uncle. Yiziming exclaimed joyfully, with the Fan Yin Gong in hand. He was certain of a significant enhancement in his abilities and could hardly wait to succeed in his training and demonstrate his prowess. Training in the essence of reality is far more challenging than in the falling micro technique. Do not overreach. Seek me out if you encounter difficulties. With this technique, defeating Ji Yun will not be a daunting task, but more importantly, Uncle, I understand, Ji Ziming interjected. My own strength and joining the Qing Xian sect are what truly matter. Ji Yuanxiao raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised that this impetuous little nephew could articulate such wisdom instead of hastily seeking revenge. He was momentarily at a loss, pondering whether Ji Ziming genuinely understood or was merely mimicking adult discourse. It seemed he had matured significantly. That battle had indeed fostered his growth. As long as a martial artist is on the right path, minor flaws become inconsequential. For one so young, Ji Ziming's awareness was remarkably rare, and Ji Yuanxiao's gaze softened considerably as he regarded his nephew. Ji Yun proceeded directly to the scripture pavilion, initially intending to spend spirit stones to cultivate several martial arts techniques. He was now fortunate enough to forego this expense and explore the family's treasured collection of essence of reality martial arts. Aside from Ji Ziming, the others shared similar sentiments, and the group made their way to the scripture pavilion in a grand procession. Jie Xiaodai and Jie Xiaoyao each chose a martial art, specifically the Zhe sword technique and the 9 layers of swift sword method. In the city of Linshan, and indeed throughout the entire Yu Kingdom, there exists a plethora of sword practitioners. Even within the Xianxia sect, half of the disciples are engaged in swordsmanship. The techniques available are exceedingly diverse, with every clan and sect possessing their own sword manuals. This is largely due to a formidable power looming over all, an unparalleled sect of the sword path. Even a mere trickle of sword resources from its disciples is enough to draw countless aspirants. Thus, the sword path flourishes. Which martial art will you choose, Jian? Jie Xiaodai inquired with curiosity. After perusing several martial arts, Jie Yun expressed his dissatisfaction. I intend to explore upstairs. Wait, is that true? The Ningxin martial arts cost 50 spirit stones. Have you struck it rich? Jie Xiaodai exclaimed in surprise, only to quickly reconsider. If he possessed such wealth, he would be wearing tattered clothing. I had a stroke of luck and earned a bit of spirit stones, Jie Yun replied with a grin. Impressed, others followed him upstairs, eager to broaden their horizons. How is the cultivation of the Jinyao body technique progressing? Have you sustained any injuries? An elder from the sect discreetly inquired. For now, everything is fine, Jie Yun answered cautiously. Good. Should you feel any pain in your meridians, do not continue. You must seize this opportunity to join Xianxia. There will undoubtedly be superior techniques available for you to revise, the elder advised. Understood. On the second floor, the selection of techniques and martial arts was markedly diminished. The empty attic housed only a few scattered books, gathering dust, long untouched. There were just 2 manuals on Ningxin swordsmanship, both of initial grade, Qingguang Sword Shadow and Tiangang Heavy Killing Sword. The Qingguang Sword Shadow is a somewhat rare technique that integrates offense and defense, capable of condensing up to 18 sword chi for protection while simultaneously inflicting harm. The Tiangang Heavy Killing Sword is purely an offensive technique, featuring 3 formidable moves of unpredictable power. Jie Yun, you're not seriously considering practicing the Ningxin martial arts, are you? Everyone is working hard to elevate their cultivation, and the time required for Ningxin martial arts far exceeds that of Luowei martial arts. If your cultivation doesn't keep pace, all efforts are in vain. Jie Yun shook his head. He was well aware of the urgency to enhance his cultivation. Yet the acquisition of a formidable martial art was equally imperative. This decision pertained directly to the success rate of hunting demonic beasts. I will choose the Tiangang Heavy Killing Sword. Cut out. I'm just trying to help, Jie Hai retorted, a hint of jealousy in his tone. The elder overseeing the pavilion observed everything with a deliberate pace, stating the Xianxia sect does not merely consider cultivation levels when accepting disciples. There are entrance examinations as well. If you possess only cultivation without true strength, you will inevitably be eliminated. Oh, that makes sense, the others exclaimed in realization. Lacking Jie Yun's financial means, they resolved to persuade their parents for support upon hearing the elder's words. Normally, pursuing ninja martial arts would require 200 spirit stones, but now it was just 50. Such an opportunity was too precious to overlook. Ji Yin received 2 sets of green bamboo robes from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Upon returning home, he shed his coarse gray robe and adorned himself with a new attire, instantly transforming his demeanor. Naturally handsome, he now exuded an untainted elegance, embodying a serene and composed aura. He swallowed a chi-gathering pill and commenced his cultivation. Half an hour later, a flash of golden light erupted, staining his long robe with blood. Chapter 11, Cultivation. Time flew by, stars shifted, and cultivation transcended the constraints of time. In the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed. At last, he had reached the 5th level of chi refinement. Ji Yun let out a long breath, awakening from his meditative state. During these 9 months, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, allocating only a fraction of his time to martial comprehension, while the remainder was spent practicing the Golden Radiance True Body technique, neglecting even his family S classes. With a considerable stock of chi-gathering pills remaining, There was no pressing need to hunt magical beasts. On the back mountain, a gray light shot skyward, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of gold intertwined with the gray, unique to the golden radiance true chi. 5 towering trees in a row exploded instantaneously. Ji-Yun's celestial gang heavy slaughter sword had reached minor completion, and he had mastered 2 formidable sword techniques. The power was indeed terrifying. Currently, he was cultivating the true condensation technique, having also perfected the true condensation martial arts. It was estimated that an ordinary martial artist at the 7th or even 8th level of chi refinement, if caught unprepared, could be obliterated by this strike. The rapid advancement in the celestial gang heavy slaughter sword could be attributed to his exceptional physique. Due to the immense power of the sword techniques, they generated intense recoil. Without a robust body, one could easily sustain injuries during practice. Ji-Yun's martial physique had been repeatedly tempered and restored by the golden radiance true chi, rendering it exceptionally resilient, nearly impervious to harm. Even if he were to sustain an injury inadvertently, he could recover swiftly, granting him a distinct advantage in his martial pursuits. Indeed, the rebirth body was his greatest asset. After several days, he once again visited the training ground to test his strength. Bang! 2,700 pounds. He had gained over 600 pounds. Surely, even the mightiest Ji Kong could not surpass him. Ji-Yun gazed at the displayed number, filled with emotion. The golden radiance true body technique was, after all, a body-refining martial art, which concurrently fortified his martial physique. This was certainly not an ordinary mid-grade true condensation technique, and he hoped to inquire further with the clan elder about the secrets of the technique when the opportunity arose. As for now, he must seize every moment to cultivate. With 15 months remaining until Xianxia accepted disciples, and with the journey taking nearly a month, he needed to reach the 6th level of chi refinement within 14 months. A month later, Ji-Yun's complexion turned pale. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans erupted from his pores and fell. A piercing pain rendered him unable to continue his practice, causing him to tumble from the meditation mat. Indeed, the golden radiance true body technique would damage the meridians after reaching a certain level. The earlier pain was a consequence of the true chi surging through his meridians. The golden radiance true chi, now uncontrollable, surged forth from his dantian, initially cleansing his martial body, but now it spared no mercy on his meridians either. Fortunately, a single surge was insufficient to inflict damage upon his meridians. Yet, with additional attempts, the assurance of their integrity would wane. Ji-Yun, resolute in his determination, continued his cultivation after a brief respite from the pain. A day later, he found himself once more on the ground, his meridians having sustained a modicum of injury from the dual onslaughts. The regenerative ability of his body was activated, striving to restore the damaged meridians. It seemed to bear fruit. The recovery was slow, however, and after an hour of relentless effort, only 1/10 of the damage had been mended. With the realization that his regenerative ability could indeed repair his meridians, Ji-Yun's final vestige of concern dissipated. 2 days hence, his meridians returned to their normal state. Yet, 5 days later, they were subjected to 3 vigorous surges of golden essence within a single day, resulting in further impairment. This was troubling. The pace of recovery was far too sluggish, hindering his cultivation significantly. Ji-Yun's countenance darkened as he once again invoked his regenerative ability. Amidst the agonizing cycle of cultivation and recovery, 3 months elapsed. Breathless, he lay upon the ground, having lost count of how many times his meridians had been compromised. However, rather than succumbing to despair, he radiated vitality and exuberance, as if he had encountered a momentous stroke of fortune. It became clear to him, while the violent surges of golden essence indeed harmed his meridians, they simultaneously widened and fortified them. He sensed that his once slender meridians had expanded more than twice their original width, and his energy reservoir had also increased slightly, resulting in an accelerated pace of cultivation. This was not a calamity, but a unique opportunity bestowed upon him. Though his regenerative ability was formidable, it merely reflected his physical constitution and did not denote his innate talent for cultivation. A critical aspect of such talent lay in the thickness of one's meridians. Ji-Yun's aptitude for cultivation could only be deemed average, on par with the ordinary, markedly distant from the gifted prodigies. Now, with his meridians broadened beyond measure, he was uncertain how he would measure against those exceptional talents. Yet he was assuredly superior to the average individual. His meridians had grown remarkably resilient. The surges of golden essence were no longer excruciating, but instead elicited a mild, yet pleasant sting. It was only the sudden influx of 5 energies that proved overwhelming. With the current pace of his cultivation, he was certain to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement within 5 months. As a disciple of Xianxia, his position was all but secured. 5 months swiftly passed. Ji Yun, having attained the 6th layer of qi refinement, rose from his meditation mat. His cultivation speed had surged dramatically, exceeding 3 times his previous rate. A single qi gathering pill was consumed within 5 days, and the need for Beast Valley pills during each meridian restoration led to an extraordinary consumption of spiritual stones. The threshold for discipleship under Qing Xian had been met, allowing him some relief. Yet he still needed to master the Qing Guang sword shadow technique. Currently devoid of funds, he resolved to earn spiritual stones. At this juncture, Ji Yun had mastered 3 martial arts. The broken sword technique had reached a stage of great accomplishment. The shadow step was nearing perfection, and the Tian Gang heavy killing sword had achieved minor success. At this moment, confidence surged within him, and he was eager to venture into the Yu's mountain range to test his skills. Ji Yun opened a stack of notes he had meticulously recorded, his expression reflecting a sense of nostalgia as memories fluttered through his mind. These notes contained the teachings imparted by the elders of his clan regarding the knowledge of spiritual herbs. In those days, when his parents were still alive, his mother, an apprentice alchemist, would be his source of enlightenment whenever he encountered difficulties after class. Now, he found himself relying solely on his own capabilities. This time, he planned to venture deep into the Yu's mountain range, for the remote areas often harbored precious spiritual herbs, which he intended to gather. Chapter 12. The Young Woman and the Venomous Python. The following morning, Ji Yun set out once more. This marked his 3rd expedition into the Yu's mountain range. Recently, the clan had expended considerable resources for Qing Xian's apprenticeship, leading to an increase in their forays into the mountains, especially the elders of those who had awakened their potential. Each was striving for their children's future. For 3 consecutive days, Ji Yun encountered not a single beast, compelling him to delve deeper. Thankfully, he possessed detoxification pills, which afforded him a degree of reassurance. Days later, after traversing numerous peaks and penetrating over 100 miles into the wilderness, he found himself amidst a landscape of thorns, towering ancient trees and lush foliage, a scene reminiscent of primordial times. A leather bag appeared on Ji Yun's back, filled with materials from the beasts he had slain, a mid-tier first-stage demon rat and a late-tier first-stage flower leopard. His achievements were indeed remarkable. After all, Ji Yun was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, equivalent to a mid-tier demon beast, yet he had managed to independently vanquish a late-tier demon beast. Known for its swiftness, how he wished for a storage pouch. Such a pouch, with its internal spatial folding capabilities, would allow for the convenient storage of numerous items. However, its exorbitant cost, at least 2,000 spiritual stones, equivalent to 3 or 5 low-grade spiritual artifacts, rendered it an extravagant luxury for a qi refinement warrior. Only the clan leader and elders of the true Foundation realm possessed such storage pouches. This area was no longer a territory of the Ji family. The likelihood of encountering other demon hunting teams loomed large. Ji Yun contemplated for a moment, then removed the leather bag, finding a distinctive ancient tree beneath which he buried it, sprinkling medicinal powder over it as a disguise before turning away. Before long, the Yu's mountain range was enveloped in mist, with humidity permeating the air, rendering the surroundings a dull gray. Due to his inexperience in navigating such conditions, Ji Yun predictably lost his way, wandering for an entire day without any sense of direction. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He spotted footprints on the ground, human footprints, and quite a number of them. They must belong to a demon hunting team, still fresh, having departed not long ago. Ji Yun promptly retreated in the opposite direction of the footprints, in the depths of the mountains. Encountering other demon hunting teams alone posed a greater danger than meeting a demon beast. The sight of a solitary, young individual would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences at the hands of those at the 6th level of qi refinement and above. A moment later, sounds of combat erupted, followed by the rush of wind as someone approached rapidly. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, abruptly cut off. Ji Yun discerned that someone had perished, as at least 5 individuals fled in a state of sheer panic. The whims of life and death held no concern for him. He wished to remain uninvolved and swiftly took to his own flight. Suddenly, A beguiling woman with an alluring figure darted past him. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, and her hair was in disarray. Upon noticing a young man nearby, a look of perplexity crossed her features. Without uttering more, she gracefully twisted her waist and employed her agility to hasten away into the distance. The sounds of conflict had already diminished to a faint whisper, and the voices of the crowd gradually faded. The woman's expression turned to one of sorrow, and then her countenance shifted dramatically. As if she had recalled something of profound terror, her chest heaved erratically. Ji Yun remained oblivious to the unfolding events when, abruptly, the mist was torn asunder, revealing a gaping maw, larger than a man, that lunged at him in fury. What in the world? Ji Yun was taken aback, evading to the side and instinctively drawing his sword to strike. Before him lay a colossal python, thicker than a water barrel, its vividly patterned scales the size of a palm. The clash of his sword aura against it sent golden ripples cascading outward. With a furious roar, the magnificent serpent recoiled in pain, its massive tail sweeping through the foliage, sending leaves spiraling in chaos. Ji Yun was well prepared, his footwork precise as his body transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading the attack. Swish! Swish! Two white serpentine forms sliced through the mist from either side. Hurtling toward him, he deftly sidestepped the left side serpent, cleaving the one on the right. Yet, they were merely two initial-stage white silver snakes, posing no significant threat. However, the situation appeared dire, as more serpents seemed to emerge in increasing numbers. The sounds of distress erupted once more, revealing that the woman who had departed earlier had returned. Breathless and panicked, "We must have inadvertently entered the Serpent Valley," she lamented. "These serpentine fiends are exceedingly cunning. They wait until we venture deep before surrounding us. There must be tens of thousands of them." As her words fell, the python's menacing jaws gaped wide once more. Without hesitation, Ji Yun fled in the direction of the woman, glancing back as he ran. "Don't come closer," she cried out, seeing him approach while the python followed ominously, which sent her into a state of dread. Stunned by her exclamation, Ji Yun abruptly halted, drawing his sword and pivoting. With a masterful execution of the breaking sword technique, he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes that combined to wield a power surpassing many esteemed martial arts. Enhanced by the golden essence of true chi, his blade sliced through the serpent's scales, forcing it back several paces. The python, now wounded, grew even more ferocious. With a flick of its tail, it shattered several stones that soared toward them. The woman, with a commanding shout, joined the fray, her azure ribbons floating gracefully yet imbued with strength, deflecting the flying debris. Standing side by side, they found themselves encircled by the serpentine horde, left with no choice but to fight together. "Let's break through." They exchanged a resolute glance, locked onto a singular direction, and charged forth in unison. The young woman had already attained the 8th level of chi refinement, her movements akin to the wind, covering distances of 7 or 8 zhang in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow and a lingering fragrance of rouge. Although Ji Yun was merely at the 6th level of chi refinement, his powerful legs propelled him with the grace of a dragon, each landing infused with remarkable force, making him a tenth faster than his counterpart. The serpentine demons were cleaved in two beneath his sword. The woman's silken ribbons offered ample defense, yet lacked the lethality necessary to vanquish the foes, forcing her to continuously bat away the serpents. Each time the serpents were repelled, they regrouped, multiplying in number, their sheer density sending chills down one's spine. In a moment of peril, Ji Yun unleashed his ultimate technique, the first form of the celestial tiger's assault, Skyward Shatter. With a thunderous roar, he summoned dozens of serpents into the air, only for them to explode in a brilliant display. As the radiance faded, all serpents in the vicinity were obliterated. However, this delay allowed the massive python to close in once more, emitting a fearsome roar and spewing forth a torrent of dark green venom. The two dared not let the toxic fluid touch them, hastily evading to the sides. The woman managed to block the unavoidable venom, only to discover that it could corrode her spiritual essence. Her ribbons dimmed, already suffering damage. Seizing the moment, a fierce glint flashed in Ji Yun's eyes as gray and golden sword energies enveloped him. He recklessly expended his true energy, invoking the true essence martial arts once more, and struck down towards the python's head, which was merely an arm's length away. Skyward Shatter. At the same instant, the python's tail swept towards him. Crack! The skull of the python shattered, its head crashing heavily to the ground. Ji Yun was struck by the tail, his protective true energy fracturing, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, piercing through 3 stout ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. The woman stood stunned, unable to fathom the strength of this youth, who could inflict such a grievous wound upon the python with a single sword strike. Yet, he too had been struck, and his fate appeared grim. The python, though not yet deceased, thrashed violently, its massive body shaking the earth and echoing with thunderous roars. Suddenly, the ancient trees erupted, a beam of golden light bursting forth. With a murderous intent soaring, Ji Yun, resembling a youthful war god, charged once more with his sword in hand. He unleashed a series of strikes upon the exposed wounds of the serpent, where no scales provided protection. Slash! Again, the scene descended into chaos, and with a heart-wrenching scream, the python was severed in two. Its life force remained remarkably resilient. Even after being cleaved, it did not perish immediately, with its bloodied head emerging from the earth. With a swift cut, the sword energy sliced through, the unprotected python head bursting open like a ripe watermelon. As the dust settled, the colossal serpent lay lifeless, while a few lesser serpents lurked nearby, flicking their tongues, their blood-red and emerald eyes fixated on Ji Yun and the woman. Chapter 13. Parting. It was only at this moment that the young woman snapped back to reality. When she looked at Ji Yun again, a trace of astonishment flickered across her face. The terrifying giant python that had been pursuing her met its demise at the hands of this young man, who had just attained the 6th level of chi refinement. It is noteworthy that their demon hunting team S captain, a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement from a distinguished family, had recently perished within the jaws of the very same python, leaving the rest of the team with severe casualties. Yet, this seemingly insurmountable beast was vanquished by him. The woman could hardly believe the reality of it, pondering when such a formidable individual had emerged near Linshan City. Could he possibly be a distinguished disciple of the Xianxia sect, here for training? As Ji Yun's gaze flickered, he discovered something extraordinary. Moments later, he extracted a translucent white orb from the mangled head of the serpent. Astonishingly, the orb, freed from the remnants of flesh, bore no trace of foulness. It was immaculate and crystalline, exuding a sweet, delicate fragrance, and upon closer inspection, it contained an immense reservoir of energy. A demon core. The woman gasped in disbelief. This python had actually condensed a demon core and was on the verge of evolving into a second-tier demon beast, explaining its fearsome nature. Once a demon beast condenses a demon core, it merely requires sufficient energy to enter a state of dormancy, shedding its old skin to emerge as a true second-tier demon beast. The second-tier demon beasts are on par with human practitioners at the true foundation stage. All washed over her face. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Those who possess formidable power earn respect wherever they go. The threat had not entirely dissipated, as distant roars of giant pythons echoed in the background. Ji Yun quickly stowed the demon core and departed with the woman. His vital energy had been significantly depleted, necessitating a safe location for recuperation. After half an hour, not a single demon serpent could be seen. Along the way, Ji Yun had slain countless demon serpents and had encountered a late-stage first-tier white serpent. But fortunately, they were not surrounded this time and managed to escape with some effort. Panting heavily, the woman patted her ample bosom, drenched in fragrant sweat, and unceremoniously sat on the ground. Initially fearing for their lives, they had unexpectedly emerged from peril. It was likely that the rest of her demon hunting team had perished, considering their strongest captain had been consumed by the giant python. "Are you all right?" she inquired with concern. "I have a first-tier white jade pill that can heal your injuries, as well as a medium-grade spirit stone that will help you swiftly recover your depleted vital energy." "Oh, a medium-grade spirit stone?" Ji Yun, who typically used only the lowest-grade spirit stones, was intrigued as he accepted the stone and examined it. The medium-grade spirit stone was similar in size to the low-grade ones, but contained a far richer essence, making it more suitable for cultivation and recuperation. The woman's heart ached. While the white jade pill was acceptable, being worth merely 20 low-grade spirit stones, this medium-grade spirit stone had cost her dearly, equating to 100 low-grade spirit stones. "I am Zhou Yumei, a member of the Zhou family from Linshan City. May I ask if you're a local?" Ji Yun pondered briefly before deciding to speak the truth. All the individuals are prominent figures from the great families of Linshan City. It is quite likely we may encounter one another, thus there is no need for concealment. "I hail from the Ji family. My name is Ji Yun." "Indeed, The Ji family of Linshan. Zhou Webe was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She had not anticipated that the Ji family had secretly cultivated such a remarkable talent, rivaling even the disciples of the Xianxia sect. It seemed that none of her family's younger generation could stand against him, though her mind was in turmoil. Zhou Webe did not reveal her thoughts on her face. Instead, she laughed lightly and said, "What a fortuitous encounter. Young hero Ji Yun has saved my life today. I shall certainly repay you. I will visit you on a chosen day to express my gratitude properly." "There is no need," Ji Yun replied. "We aided each other to escape peril, and besides, this medium-grade spirit stone is already sufficient." He wished to keep this matter discreet and added, "I hope you can keep this a secret, sister." Zhou Webe readily agreed, her gaze scrutinizing Ji Yun carefully. "Young hero should be entering the Xianxia sect. Am I correct?" Ji Yun nodded. It was evident that anyone who met the requirements would not miss such an opportunity. Zhou Webe smiled mysteriously, saying, "I have a little niece who will also participate in this Xianxia sect entrance examination. Perhaps you may cross paths. I have accompanied the Zhou family's demon hunting team into the mountains to earn spirit stones for her. Let me tell you, my niece is truly a beauty of unmatched grace, captivating enough to turn heads. In recent years, countless suitors have sought my hand for her, but those hopefuls are mistaken. My wearer will join the Xianxia sect and become an extraordinary individual. How could she marry early and be confined to this Linshan City?" The woman clearly adored her niece, speaking animatedly without pause, growing increasingly enthusiastic, which left Ji Yun somewhat speechless. After an hour, the thick fog gradually lifted. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the towering ancient trees and winding vines of the forest, rendering everything clear. The two parted ways, with Zhou Webe eager to return to her family after her fruitful journey. Ji Yun, feeling invigorated and in peak condition, prepared to continue hunting demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With a mournful howl, yet another Qingfeng wolf fell to the ground. This marked the 5th first-tier late-stage beast Ji Yun had slain since entering the mountains, alongside 5 from the mid-stage. Ji Yun wiped the blood from his sword. Noting the dullness of the Xianxia sword, its spirit diminished. After all, the Xianxia sword was merely a medium-grade spirit sword. It had sustained damage in his previous battle with the giant python and could no longer endure. He would need to repair it upon his return. Forcing its use further would risk severe damage, so he sheathed the spirit sword and prepared to head back. Then, Ji Yun glanced toward the Qingfeng wolf's den and noticed a faint, ethereal glow emanating from it, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. It was a rare spirit-scented herb, aged considerably. No wonder the Qingfeng wolf had been reluctant to leave. Once matured, if a demonic beast were to consume it, it would gain immense benefits, aiding in their advancement. Regrettably, I do not raise demonic beasts. I can only sell them for money. Chapter 14. The Liu Brothers. Due to the numerous demonic beasts he had slain, the package on Ji Yun's back was exceptionally large, almost obscuring him from view when seen from behind. This caught the attention of others. Although the Yu's mountain range is vast and boundless, capable of easily swallowing 10,000 people, it does not mean one cannot encounter others. Fortune has turned in our favor. My brother and I have truly struck it rich this time. Look at the size of that person's pack. In the distance, 2 furtive figures whispered to each other. Liu Da and Liu Er were members of a formidable demon hunting team from Linshan City. Both were at the 8th level of Qi refinement. They had originally been part of a top-tier demon hunting team, consistently reaping substantial rewards during their expeditions. Yet the bulk of the spoils was taken by 3 9th-level Qi refinement members, leaving the brothers with little. They had been living in relative poverty, and at over 40 years of age, had barely managed to reach the 8th level of Qi refinement, a common plight among martial artists in Linshan City. Little did they know, this time, the thick fog of Yu's mountain would be their boon. Their team was ambushed by a horde of demon monkeys, which were formidable, with 4 late-stage, first-level demon monkeys among them. In a single encounter, they stealthily killed a 9th-level Qi refinement leader. The ensuing battle was exceptionally brutal, with team members falling one after another. The 2 brothers relied on one another, and, through their combined efforts, managed to repel the horde alongside the last remaining 9th-level leader, who was already drained of energy. In a moment of desperation, they struck and killed him. Originally a team of 9, only the 2 brothers survived, inheriting the entire team's bounty and becoming wealthy overnight. After recuperating, they descended the mountain, only to encounter Ji Yun, burdened with a large pack. Upon seeing that he had only reached the 6th level of chi refinement, they conspired to take advantage of the situation. This lad likely gained his wealth from the spoils of the deceased. Indeed, judging by that large cloth bag, it must contain at least 7 or 8 beast materials, worth over 1,000 spirit stones. How could a mere 6th level chi refinement youth possess the capability to slay such beasts? It all belongs to us. Lu Er's eyes narrowed slightly. Being seasoned veterans, they remained silent, concealing their presence as they stealthily approached their target. Whoosh! Lu Er unleashed his long sword, the green light gleaming like a cold, venomous serpent, intent on striking down the youth. Who goes there? Ji Yun, having undergone considerable experience, was no longer a fledgling venturing into the mountains for the first time. When suddenly attacked, he remained calm, swiftly rolling to the side to narrowly evade the sword's energy. However, he did not anticipate that both assailants would strike simultaneously. Lu Da arrived at the same moment, wielding a massive hammer that descended upon his head like a mountain. This is bad. Ji Yun, unsteady on his feet, saw the giant hammer approaching. If it struck his head, it would mean certain death, and even the rebirth body might not save him. It must be said that the coordination between Lu Da and Lu Er was flawless, the result of countless prior encounters of this nature. At a critical juncture, Ji Yun concentrated his vital energy into one point, his right fist glowing with a brilliant golden light as he struck towards the heavy hammer. Lu Da's face contorted with rage, his laughter echoing maniacally. Fool! You dare to block my superior black iron hammer with an unprotected fist? Watch as I turn you into mincemeat. Mountain hammer. Boom! As expected, Ji Yun's protective vital energy shattered upon impact. The black iron hammer continued its relentless trajectory, crashing into his chest, sending his body soaring like a kite with severed strings. Hammer-type spiritual weapons possess unparalleled power, far surpassing other categories, and this was a superior black iron hammer. Ji Yun's fist was instantly reduced to a mangled mess, his arm's bones shattering under the force. His chest caved in as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He is not dead. The two were astonished. They were well aware of the hammer's might, having seen even a chi-refining 9th-layer leader turned into a pulp. This kid must be a body cultivator. His physique is so formidable, he could rival a low-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Er was the first to notice the anomaly. However, seeing that their opponent was incapacitated, they relaxed, feeling at ease and triumphant. Indeed, whether due to a unique constitution or being a body cultivator, he was still quite young, yet already at the 6th layer of chi refinement, truly a prodigy. Lu Da leisurely approached, sizing up the youth on the ground. I've never killed a genius before. Today, that wish will finally be fulfilled. I'll have something to boast about to the ladies. Haha, congratulations, brother. They praised each other nonchalantly, oblivious to their surroundings. To them, the seriously injured Ji Yun appeared to be as good as dead. Ji Yun was indeed gravely wounded. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Golden Radiance body technique, his body would have been shattered. He wondered if his recovery ability could restore him. However, with only his arms shattered and his martial body injured, it was as if he had sustained no harm at all. He could now strategize with a clear mind. The situation had unexpectedly turned in his favor. Calmly, Lu Da raised his heavy hammer, his expression cold and devoid of emotion, gazing down at Ji Yun with unfeeling eyes. It is you who should be on your way. In a split second, Ji Yun moved like lightning, drawing his golden stone sword and executing a diagonal slash. The speed was astonishing, a flash of golden light, and an arm flew into the air. Lu Da's scream reverberated through the dense forest. You may rest easy. Ji Yun had no time for idle chatter with the two. Sword in hand, he could barely perceive the shadow of his blade. With a swift motion he struck, and before Lu Da could comprehend what had happened, he was cleaved in two. Brother, Lu Er was horrified. You're courting death, kid. Lu Er's fury ignited. His features twisted as he howled and charged at Ji Yun. A tempest chasing the sun. Merely a trivial skill, Ji Yun retorted, his strength unmatched, as he wielded the golden stone sword to deflect Lu Er's sword energy. Breaking sword continuous slash, as Lu Er witnessed his opponent effortlessly dismantle his attacks. He hesitated to confront Ji Yun directly and hastily summoned a small black shield. The ancient shield activated 3 layers of protective barriers, successfully deflecting the sword's energy. A high-grade defensive spirit artifact, perhaps? Yet what difference did it make? Ji Yun unleashed a flurry of brilliant and sharp strikes, rendering Lu Er utterly powerless, forcing him to retreat repeatedly while lamenting his fate. He never anticipated that a moment of greed would entangle him with such a formidable opponent, a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Not only had his elder brother met a tragic end, but he himself was also on the brink of peril. Noticing an unusual sensation emanating from his sword, Ji Yun promptly resolved to disengage, concentrating his true energy at the blade's edge. He executed the second form of the Heavenly Gang's heavy kill technique, Reflux Slash. In the next instant, a grayish-golden sword light surged forth, swirling with a ferocious aura. Before Liu Er could utter a cry of despair, he was swept into the tempestuous currents. After the winds subsided, only a few remnants of flesh lay scattered on the ground. Chapter 15, Sudden Wealth. A green longsword and a small black shield lay quietly on the ground, while the once loyal Xianxia sword lay shattered into 2 pieces. Ji Yun carefully retrieved the broken sword, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his face. Though the Xianxia sword was broken, he intended to restore it with spirit stones upon his return. Even if it were to go unused in the future, he would keep it close. Ji Yun's gaze drifted to the ground. Though these 2 individuals possessed limited strength, they were evidently affluent. The 2 spirit artifacts he collected were both of high quality. After pocketing the artifacts, he moved towards a nearby black iron hammer. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of Lu Da's corpse, and he froze momentarily, suddenly filled with exhilaration. A grayish-green pouch slipped from Lu Da's robe and landed on the ground. Woven from a special spiritual material, appearing both delicate and exquisite, far from ordinary. A storage pouch? To his astonishment, these 2 individuals possessed such a treasure. He had seen this item on the waist of the clan leader, valued at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Typically, only cultivators at the true foundation stage could afford a storage pouch. Those at the Qi refinement stage were too busy purchasing resources for cultivation to waste their resources on such an item. However, there are always exceptions. Ji Yun had heard that members of powerful demon hunting teams sometimes pooled their resources to acquire storage pouches. Constantly traversing the treacherous Yuz mountains necessitated carrying substantial supplies. And when they hunted demon beasts, the excess materials could become cumbersome to transport. In such instances, a storage pouch would greatly facilitate their efforts. It seemed they were indeed members of a demon hunting team. There could very well be others nearby. He needed to leave swiftly. Ji Yun rummaged through Lu Da's corpse, confirming there were no further treasures, before gathering his belongings and making a hasty exit. 2 days later, having presumably evaded danger, he located a cave and barricaded the entrance with a large stone, commencing a thorough inventory of his spoils. Upon infusing his true energy into the storage pouch, a mound of spirit stones revealed itself before his eyes. Ji Yun was left speechless. A cursory glance revealed over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with several mid-grade stones. Is this how lucrative this line of work is? Not only that, but the storage bag also contained over a dozen secret manuals, including a foundational technique known as mountain lifting skill. Among them, one particular manual captured Ji Yun's attention, breath concealment technique. What origins do these 2 individuals possess? Although secret techniques lack formal ranks, they often possess various extraordinary abilities. Some are purely auxiliary, while others can significantly enhance combat prowess, rendering them more valuable than foundational martial arts. Secret techniques are typically held by powerful factions, and the Ji family does not possess a single secret technique, underscoring their rarity. Ji Yun suspected that the 2 individuals were the ones who ambushed him using the breath concealment technique. Had it not been for his unique constitution, the outcome might have been dire. The breath concealment technique can be cultivated by practitioners at the Qi refinement and true establishment stages, allowing one to conceal all traces of their aura upon mastery. Ji Yun was instantly elated. Once mastered, this technique would greatly enhance his survival capabilities during external adventures. Additionally, the storage bag housed 8 spiritual artifacts, 3 of which were spiritual swords. Among them were the mid-level falling micro-forged steel sword, the high-level falling micro-floating light sword, and the high-level falling micro-ice scar sword. Alongside Liu Er's high-level falling micro-emerald blossom sword, a total of 4 spiritual swords were accounted for. Ji Yun's sorrow over the broken stone sword was alleviated. Inside, there was also a considerable quantity of elixirs and spiritual herbs, with the most abundant being the Qi building pills, which assist in cultivating from the 7th to the 9th levels of Qi refinement. The treasure gathering pavilion sells these for 30 spiritual stones each, and here there were more than a dozen. The mountain-like pile of demon beast materials was so vast that Ji Yun could hardly be bothered to differentiate them. He spotted over a dozen spiritual tails from demon monkeys alone. After placing his own demon beast materials into the storage bag, the previously bulging bag was nearly filled to capacity. Were these two individuals robbing several demon hunting teams? Ji Yun speculated quietly. This wealth was such that not even 2 8th-level chi refiners should possess it, let alone an entire demon hunting team. Little did he know that Lu De and Lu Air's hunting team was among the elite in Linshan City, having committed numerous acts of murder and theft, amassing wealth far beyond that of an ordinary hunting team. Such a vast fortune necessitated utmost caution. It must not be disclosed, lest it invite perilous consequences. Ji Yun pondered internally that although these items were intended for chi refiners, the sheer volume would entice even true establishment stage practitioners. In the future, he must be exceedingly careful when selling demon beast materials, opting for multiple discrete transactions, or perhaps even retaining them if he lacked the need for spiritual stones and elixirs. He adopted the approach of the brawny Lu De, tucking the storage bag into his bosom to prevent others from noticing. Out of an abundance of caution, he resolved to wrap the storage bag in a layer of gray cloth upon his return, disguising it as an ordinary bag for peace of mind. Thankfully, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of chi refinement. Had those two noticed he was at the 9th level, they likely would have fled in fear, daring not to ambush him. More importantly, my strength far exceeds the 6th level. Otherwise, I would have met my demise, and this unexpected fortune would not have graced me. Henceforth, I shall place greater emphasis on enhancing my combat prowess. Ji Yun drew a silver sword from his storage bag. The blade, forged from an unknown silvery metal, was extraordinarily sharp. Its surface reflected like a mirror, casting a silvery gleam even in the faintest light. While the sword appeared exquisite, it felt as heavy as a hammer in hand, weighing no less than 200 or 300 pounds. For an ordinary practitioner at the 6th level of chi refinement, wielding it with agility would prove challenging. However, Ji Yun, endowed with formidable strength, was unperturbed by its weight. He gently caressed the blade, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "What a magnificent sword!" He had previously encountered this high-quality floating light sword at the treasure pavilion, its allure leaving him restless. But the price of 700 spirit stones had rendered it unattainable due to his meager finances. Unexpectedly, the wheel of fortune turned, and this sword ultimately found its way into his possession. Securing the floating light sword at his waist, Ji Yun's gaze gleamed as he exited the cave. He first sought out the large tree where he had concealed the materials of the demon beast days prior, retrieving the package he had stored there. Then, he swiftly employed his techniques to depart the mountain range and return to his family. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, 3 days had passed. As if an eternity had elapsed. The rewards of this journey to the Yu's mountain range were immense, dreamlike, leaving him with a sense of unreality. On the way to the treasure pavilion, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of beast meat buns, priced at a few silver coins each, and the call of exquisite monkey wine beckoned passers-by. "Gentlemen, come and indulge at our little shop." The streets bustled with activity, and as Ji Yun walked amidst the throngs, he felt a wave of warmth and joy welling from within. Chapter 16, Spirit Gathering Array. You have broken through to the 6th level of chi refinement. In the scripture pavilion, the elder guarding the archives raised his aged brows with surprise. "Indeed, I have fortuitously made a breakthrough," Ji Yun replied modestly. "You have truly not disappointed me, young one. Among the 7 who awakened their physiques, you are the sole individual to have ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement." "You flatter me, esteemed clan uncle," Ji Yun responded, maintaining a humble demeanor and showing great respect to the elder. Were it not for his importation of the Golden Radiance body technique years ago, Ji Yun would not have achieved his current stature. After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Yun exchanged for the martial art, condensing reality, azure light, sword shadow. With his meridians now expanded, his innate talent for cultivation had surged, allowing for an unprecedented speed of advancement. No longer hindered by a shortage of spirit stones, his progress would undoubtedly be swift, and acquiring more martial arts would significantly bolster his strength. Next, preparations for accepting disciples for Xianxia were in order. He could even begin to prepare for the arduous journey of establishing his true essence. The process of establishing true essence was exceedingly difficult, requiring chi refinement practitioners to transform all their true chi into true essence, morphing their chi si into a yuan si, thus enabling a qualitative transformation of life, vastly enhancing their power and extending their lifespan by a century. However, such a transformation was not easily attained. No Qi refinement practitioner had ever succeeded in a single attempt to break through to the true establishment realm. Even the rare prodigies often required 3, 5, or even more attempts before success was within reach. Should one fail in their attempts, they would suffer significant losses of true Qi, resulting in a decline in cultivation. A fortunate martial artist, upon falling from the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, remains at the 9th level, and after several years of arduous training, may once again attempt to break through the bottleneck. However, those with a weaker foundation may plummet to the 8th level of Qi refinement, with the prospect of overcoming the bottleneck appearing distant. They lack the resources for cultivation and may only attempt to breach the barrier a few times before their lifespan expires. This scarcity of resources is precisely why practitioners of the true foundation realm are so few and far between. In the sprawling families of Linshan City, which number in the thousands, only a handful of practitioners have reached the true foundation realm, each one revered like a treasured gem. Ji Yin shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and began to concentrate on the esoteric arts of martial cultivation. 3 months later, on this day, he received a summons from his family to convene in the elder's courtyard. As usual, apart from himself, the other 7 had arrived early. Yi Ziming, Yi Diodia, Yi Dioyo, Ji Hai, Ji Kong, Ji Nyo, and Ji Qing were all present. The prowess of the moonlight body was indeed formidable. Ji Hai had remarkably reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, standing tall at the forefront and basking in the joy of being the center of attention, his countenance radiating pride. The others were all at the 5th level. Ji Ziming bit down in frustration, unable to bear the fact that this once junior had surpassed him, leaving him utterly humiliated. Yi Yun, Ji Shaodai's gaze flickered, being the first to spot their target. The others turned to see a figure in azure gradually approaching. It was indeed Ji Yun. A collective gasp arose, 6th level of Qi refinement. Is it true? Upon sensing his cultivation level, they all inhaled sharply. Ji Hai, being of the moonlight body, had accelerated his training under the moonlight, making his advancement understandable. But how had Ji Yun accomplished this? They found it perplexing. Without the support of elders, his cultivation speed should have been considerably slower than theirs. Yet it had reversed in an astonishing manner. Among them, Ji Hai found it the hardest to accept this reality. He had sacrificed his nights, diligently training under the moonlight on the rooftop, suffering in silence. He had expected to leave everyone far behind, leading in glory, but the outcome was quite the opposite. However, he was clever enough to soon ponder the reason behind this. Is your physique also capable of accelerating your cultivation speed? Something like that, Ji Yun replied nonchalantly. Yet, to Ji Hai and the others, this was not merely a casual remark. So, it is. Ji Hai lifted his chin, enlightenment dawning upon him. Now makes sense? The others echoed in understanding. After Ji Yun's arrival, they began to deliberate the reason for their family's summons. With only 4 months remaining until Qing Xian begins accepting disciples, and a month required for travel, they should focus on seclusion and cultivation to strive for breakthroughs. Leaving no time to waste, before long, the clan leader, Ji Yuan Xiao, appeared, accompanied by the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The Grand Elder, with his hair and beard fully white and his face lined with wrinkles, was said to be over 150 years old and was nearing retirement from his worldly duties. Yet, as a practitioner of the true foundation realm, he exhibited no signs of aging, instead radiating vitality. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the 2 individuals at the 6th level of Qi refinement, nodding in approval. Well done. Upon hearing this, Ji Hai's chest swelled with pride, standing tall and straight. Ji Yuan Xiao, without further ado, delved straight into the matter, stating, the Grand Elder, during his recent travels, acquired a first-tier array formation for aiding cultivation, the Gathering Spirit Array. This formation can concentrate the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, as well as that from spirit stones, allowing for a cultivation speed far superior to the norm. However, this formation is merely a remnant, with limited uses, and can only be activated for a month to assist your cultivation. Understood. The crowd, upon hearing these words, could not hide their joy. At such a critical moment, the family had indeed come through by procuring such a formation. Ji Yuan Xiao and the other 2 each produced a dark green array flag, positioning them in a triangular formation. The flags fluttered of their own accord, embedding themselves into the ground, followed by the insertion of hundreds of low-grade spirit stones and 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Gathering Spirit Array, activate. With Ji Yuanxiao's commanding shout, a layer of azure ripples spread forth, coalescing a dense mist. The spiritual energy from the surrounding environment was continuously attracted by the formation, while the energy contained within the spirit stones was swiftly consumed. The gathering spirit array is complete. Quickly enter. Hearing this, Ji Yun and the other 8 did not hesitate, rushing into the formation and finding their respective places to sit and begin their cultivation. Once everything was in order, the clan leader and grand elder turned to leave, while the second elder stayed behind to oversee the array. As they entered, the individuals felt an immense surge of spiritual power, and their true chi began to circulate spontaneously, with a small vortex of spiritual energy forming above each of their heads. Among them, Ji Yun's vortex was particularly prominent, exceeding the size of the others by more than threefold. Indeed, this young man possessed a physique conducive to accelerated cultivation. Observing this, the second elder realized why Ji Yun had already reached the 6th level of chi refinement at such a young age. He did not attribute this to Ji Yun's enhanced cultivation aptitude, as that surpassed his understanding. As night fell and the moonlight poured down, Ji Haoyi's vortex also grew larger, expanding until it was even slightly larger than Ji Yun's. He felt invigorated, with both Ji Yun and Ji Haoyi possessing physiques favorable for cultivation. Their chances of breaking through to the true foundation realm were significantly greater than others. Even if they failed to join the Xianxia sect this time, they were still worthy of the family's vigorous support. The second elder pondered silently as he observed the scene before him. 2 days later, a terrifying golden light flashed, washing over Ji Yun's entire body. Crimson blood seeped from his garments, causing alarm among the others. Was this the golden radiance true body technique? The second elder was somewhat horrified. With such high innate talent, he could not afford any mishap. If his meridians were severely damaged, there would be no turning back. He needed to find a moment to advise him to change his cultivation method promptly. 20 days later, Ji Ziming was the first to break through. With a mighty roar, he successfully ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement. He shook off his previous despondency, activating the Fan Yin technique. Flames entwining around him as a red-hot wave surged forth, slowly receding into his body. 5 days later, Ji Xiaodai successfully broke through, her keen and agile eyes sparkling with delight. 3 days afterward, the formation ceased its operation. Ji Niu, Ji Kong, Ji Xiaoyao, and Ji Qing were undoubtedly disheartened. They had not only failed to achieve a breakthrough, but were still far from the 6th level of chi refinement. In a month's time, the family would embark on a journey to the Xianxia sect, and they had missed this opportunity. The second elder instructed those who had not succeeded to withdraw. Watching her elder sister depart in dejection, Ji Xiaodai felt a pang of sorrow. Her sister's talent was not inferior to hers. However, many resources had been allocated to her, the younger sibling. If her sister were to join the Xianxia sect, the distance between them would likely grow, and their chances of meeting would dwindle. With this thought, the usually cheerful and lively girl shed a few crystalline tears. The second elder turned to the 4 before him and declared, "In 10 days, the Lord of Linshan City and our 5 prominent families, Ji, Zhou, Hong, Tang, and you, will hold a competition among the younger generation at the Lord's residence. All individuals under the age of 18 who have attained the 6th level of chi refinement must participate. You 4 should return and solidify your cultivation, honing your martial skills, so as not to bring shame upon the Ji family." Understood, the 4 replied in unison. Chapter 17. The competition. On their way back, Ji Xiaodai trotted up from behind. "Ji Yun, let us spar. I have been training diligently and wish to ascertain my level." Not far off, Ji He and Ji Ziming, noticing the commotion, expressed their desire to join. Time can temper animosities, especially over trivial disagreements. Years of training had matured Ji Ziming, and he no longer viewed Ji Yun with the same disdain as before. However, the memory of his crushing defeat 2 years prior still lingered in his mind. Fueling his resolve, the group arrived at the back mountain behind Ji Yun's residence. Ji Yun and Ji Ziming were the first to engage. Clang! The golden and fiery figures intertwined continuously. To prevent injury, both had activated their protective vital energy. Ji Yun approached the spar with the intent of refining his swordsmanship, refraining from using his full strength, and in the blink of an eye, 30 exchanges had passed. The forest was alive with vital energy, sword chi surging forth. And after another sharp clash, both parties separated momentarily. "Yi Yun, if you can withstand this move, I will concede," Ji Ziming shouted, his spirit sword resonating with energy, the blade glowing a fierce red. A massive crimson lotus erupted from the heavens, descending with unparalleled might. Crimson lotus shockwave. Ji Yun faced the oncoming lotus, his face flushed. Yet his expression remained unperturbed. Breaking it is not difficult. 3 azure sword chi manifested around him, glistening with a hint of golden light. The 3 strands of sword chi leapt forth, gently pecking at the crimson lotus before ricocheting away. Boom! The mighty crimson lotus in the sky could not withstand what seemed a light peck and shattered into fragments. In order to unleash this profound martial art, Ji Zimming has already exhausted his true energy, his complexion ashen, watching helplessly as his masterpiece is effortlessly dismantled, dissolving into sparks that vanish into the air. Meanwhile, Ji Yun remains unperturbed, evidently having expended little effort in countering his technique. I have been defeated. After enduring an arduous struggle, these 3 words finally escaped Ji Zimming's lips. Beside him, Ji Xiaodai and Ji Hai are already engaged in combat. Ji Xiaodai wields a flexible sword, her lithe form extending gracefully, evoking the ethereal dance of delicate butterflies amidst the forest. Ji Hai throws a series of punches, yet fails to even graze his opponent's clothing. Suddenly, Ji Xiaodia's slender waist bends at an extraordinary angle, her body resembling a longbow drawn to its utmost limit. She unleashes her attack, her legs powerful and swift, yet retaining an elegance. Bang! Ji Hai finds it difficult to withstand the force, being kicked against a tree trunk. Cough cough. Truly remarkable flexibility. I nearly faced defeat. Ji Hai dusts off his clothes, attempting to feign nonchalance despite his injuries. Ji Xiaodai shoots him a disapproving glance. After a brief adjustment, Ji Yun and Ji Xiaodai also engage in sparring, neither employing martial techniques, but rather dueling purely with their swords. They battle from the ground to the treetops, leaping and clashing through the woods, finally pausing after exhausting their breath following 80 rounds. Ji Xiaodia's sword is light and agile, imbued with a unique softness that requires greater effort to counter. Ji Yun is also considerably fatigued, yet he senses a notable improvement in his swordsmanship. In the distance, Ji Zimming faces off against his former subordinate, now the rebellious moonlight body Ji Hai. Before long, the one-sided beating comes to an end. Ji Hai finds himself buried in a pit, disheveled and in disarray. This fellow loves to show off. Now he is reaping the consequences, Ji Xiaodai observes, unable to suppress a shake of her head. As dusk approaches, the group agrees to continue their swordplay tomorrow before returning home. Time swiftly passes, and soon 10 days have elapsed. Today, the city lord's residence is particularly bustling. The Xianxia sect holds its public recruitment every 7 years, and for such a grand occasion. Eligible young disciples from the city lord's residence and the 5 prominent families of Linshan City gather here. It is said that there will also be exchanges of skill among the younger generation. The entrance of the city lord's residence displays 3 gilded characters, elegantly inscribed. 2 9th-level chi refinement warriors clad in scale armor, armed with long spears, stand expressionless at the entrance, exuding an air of solemnity. The city lord's residence is open to the public today, its gates wide ajar, and the training ground within are already filled with onlookers. In the center of the crowd, the training platform spans approximately 30 zhang, broad and level, entirely forged from black steel, exuding an ancient charm. The Xianxia recruitment. What a tremendous opportunity. If only my son were not merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he would surely try his hand, a warrior in yellow exclaims in awe. You might as well save your breath. By the time your son reaches the 6th level of chi refinement, he'll likely be 30, another chides sarcastically. Your daughter is not faring much better. At 17, she has only reached the 4th level of chi refining. My daughter suitor is a disciple of the Tang family, and my grandson still holds hope. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary folks like us to thrive, lacking both spirit stones and martial arts techniques. It seems that only the offspring of prominent families might attain the 6th level of chi refining before the age of 18. Another person sighed. Upon hearing these words, those around fell into contemplative silence. The path of martial cultivation is fraught with challenges. Both innate talent and resources are indispensable. Were it not for this recruitment by the Xianxia sect, even the disciple from esteemed families would not have the means to cultivate to the 6th level of chi refining at such an early age. The speaker was a venerable elder with hair and beard as white as snow, possessing formidable prowess at the 9th level of chi refining. His skin was lined with wrinkles, bearing the marks of time, and one could only wonder if he would ever have the opportunity to break into the true Foundation realm in this lifetime. Look, the warriors of the Yu family have arrived. At the entrance, a tall, middle-aged man strode forward, exuding a heavy and restrained aura, like a volcano poised to unleash its devastating might. True Foundation realm warrior. A wave of astonishment surged through the hearts of several. That man is the patriarch of the Yu family. The warrior clad in yellow remarked enviously, a true Foundation realm cultivator, living for 2 centuries. Even if my grandson were to perish, he would likely still be thriving. How unfair this world is. Speak softly. Are you seeking death? A nearby individual, aghast, hastily covered the mouth of the yellow-clad warrior, fearing he might utter more reckless words. Behind the patriarch of the Yu family were 2 young men, one of whom bore a bronze greatsword, appearing quite formidable. Both possessed the 6th level of Qi refining, qualifying as disciples for the Xianxia sect recruitment. Chapter 18. The younger generation of Linshan City. The patriarch of the Yu family has arrived. We have failed to extend a proper welcome. Please, allow us to serve you tea inside. A man with a small mustache approached, inviting everyone to the elevated platform of the martial arts arena. The vantage point there was expansive, away from the clamor. The audience below gasped in awe upon recognizing the mustachioed man. It's Mr. Mu from the city Lord's mansion. Mr. Mu is a legendary figure in Linshan City, not a member of any family, yet an ordinary mortal. He has ascended to the lofty heights of the true Foundation realm, allegedly having slain opponents of equal rank. Such is the way of a true warrior. Too kind, Mr. Mu, the patriarch of the Yu family replied, taking a seat at an exquisitely crafted table. The 2 young disciples, Yu Zhuang and Yu Hu, both at the 6th level of Qi refining, stood tall behind their patriarch, casting proud glances at the throng of spectators on the martial arts platform. Soon after, the Tang and Hong families also arrived. The Tang family brought 2 disciples at the 6th level of Qi refining. Among them, one young man stood out, with silver markings adorning his forehead, reminiscent of the legendary prodigies spoken of in hushed tones, exuding an extraordinary aura that drew the attention of many. The Hong family was even more impressive, presenting 3 disciples at the 6th level of Qi refining. The 2 young men were named Hong Zhe and Hong Han, and between them stood a young woman clad in white. She was exceedingly beautiful, with flowing black hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes twinkled like the stars, and her skin was as fair as snow. Aside from a somewhat frosty demeanor, she possessed no discernible flaws. After the passage of incense, Ji Yuanshao stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of undeniable authority, leading the way at the forefront. Following closely were his brother, Ji Ziming, their father Ji Yuansheng, as well as Ji Shaodai's mother, Ji Haxiang, and Ji Hai's father, Ji Hu. Bringing up the rear were Ji Yin, Ji Ziming, Ji Shaodai, and Ji Hai. Both Ji Ziming and Ji Hai wore expressions of haughty pride, their vital energy radiating outward, exuding an overwhelming presence that signaled their formidable nature. The onlookers, caught in the gaze of these 2, recoiled, too intimidated to linger in their sight. Indeed, the Ji family had spared no expense, showcasing 4 disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The martial artist clad in yellow, witnessing this spectacle, succumbed to his old habit, his face contorted with displeasure. How wasteful. If the Xianxia assessment ends in failure, I wonder how the Ji family will fare. Silence. Before the yellow-clad warrior could finish his thought, a white-haired elder beside him was taken aback, his wrinkled face twitching as he struck his mouth with a heavy palm. Unsettled, he added a kick that sent the warrior sprawling. Those nearby hastily distanced themselves from the yellow-clad man, fearing his words might bring them misfortune. Trouble brews from the tongue. How has this man survived until now? Finally, the last prominent family, the Zhou family, arrived. Upon hearing of their arrival, everyone perked up, scanning the crowd for something of interest. Ji Ziming and Ji Hai also stood on tiptoe, curiosity piqued. What are you 2 looking at? Yi Yun inquired, puzzled. You're still young, Ji Yun, and don't understand. Ji Hai replied mysteriously, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Oof. Do you think Ji Yun is as dull as the 2 of you? Ji Shaodai retorted, clearly privy to some secret. The head of the Zhou family, now advanced in years with graying temples, was accompanied by a captivating woman of the 8th level of Qi refinement. This enchanting lady, draped in flowing skirts, moved gracefully, a vision Ji Yun had previously encountered in the Yuz Mountains, Zhou Yuanmei. Upon spotting Ji Yun, She beamed with a radiant smile. Behind them stood a sturdy young man with a wholesome appearance and a stunningly graceful woman. The sight of this woman caused a stir among the crowd, with many exclaiming in awe, truly deserving of her reputation. Indeed, it was hard to fathom how someone could possess such beauty. Zhou Yuer, rumored to be the most exquisite maiden of Linshan City, was a rarity seen only once in hundreds of years. Today, she undeniably lived up to the legend. This young woman of the Zhou family, at the 6th level of qi refinement, was breathtakingly beautiful, her features akin to a painting, flawless in every aspect. Her skin resembled fine jade, smooth and delicate, and she wore a water-blue gauzy dress that accentuated her slender figure, especially her waist, which could barely be clasped by a single hand. Such beauty had never been witnessed in Linshan City before. The gaze of the crowd was profoundly captivated, and several disciples from esteemed families were no exception. Is this the niece that Zhou Yueme spoke of? It appears she was not exaggerating. Ji Yun felt a surge of astonishment. Previously, Zhou Yueme had extolled her virtues to such an extent that Ji Yun had been somewhat dismissive. However, upon witnessing her now, it became apparent that the young woman's education was rather lacking, her choice of words far too conservative. As the members of the Zhou family took their seats, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, 4 men and 1 woman emerged from the inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The leading young man was clad in golden light armor, a long spear towering behind him, shimmering under the sun. Most astonishingly, his cultivation had evidently reached the 7th level of qi refinement. A collective gasp echoed from the audience below. Who is this young man in golden armor? Achieving the 7th level of qi refinement at such a tender age? You must be quite uninformed. He is none other than Huang Tiansheng, the 3rd son of the city lord. It is said that he entered the Yu's mountains to slay demonic beasts while still at the 5th level of qi refinement. Last year, he further honed his skills among the troops of Linshan City, vanquishing enemies and earning the deep favor of the city lord. Despite his cultivation being merely at the 7th level, his combat prowess exceeds that of an ordinary 8th level practitioner. A middle-aged warrior, equipped with a sword, disagreed upon hearing this, shaking his head as he stated earnestly, "That is impossible. Upon entering the 8th level of qi refinement, my total energy increased by a substantial 20%, and the quality of my energy is incomparable to that of the 7th level. The 7th level can never be equated with the 8th. Oh, what cultivation method do you practice?" "I practice the initial form of Luo Wei, the Tuo technique." A chorus of incredulous gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, with many nearly expelling their last meal. "Isn't that a technique sold by street vendors?" One remarked, "Good sir, you must be toiling away in isolation without engaging in combat with others. Am I correct? If all goes as expected, you likely cannot even contend with a mid-tier 1st level demonic beast. I am at the 6th level of qi refinement and would like to experience your esteemed skills." Another step forward. Just as they prepared to launch further jibes, City Lord Huang Jingyan made his appearance. Towering at 9 feet, he donned dark battle armor, 2 massive axes resting on his back. Huang Jingyan had reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and had once served as a general in a certain army of the Jade Kingdom. It is said that the army possesses a unique training method, endowing its soldiers with strength far surpassing that of ordinary family warriors at the same cultivation level. Thus, Huang Jingyan is widely recognized as the strongest individual in Linshan City. Once he settled into his seat, the clan leaders on the high platform began their official discussions. It is rumored that the Xianxia sect is expanding its recruitment scale significantly, with the 3 major cities and 18 affiliated cities within its jurisdiction sending forth their most exceptional disciples to participate. Indeed, the number of participating disciples could reach several hundred, even exceeding 1,000. The competition will be fierce, and one wonders how many will ultimately fulfill their aspirations of joining the Xianxia sect. Linshan City is merely one of the 18 affiliated cities, with only 18 disciples meeting the requirements. When divided among the families, the numbers dwindle to a mere 2 or 3 per clan, making the prospect of failure exceedingly likely, which left the clan leaders wearing expressions of concern. Several prominent families had previously sent members to the Xianxia sect. 7 years ago, individuals from the Ji family, the Tang family, and the Yu family had all joined Xianxia. They learned that this time, the sect would not accept more than 300 disciples. The purpose of this gathering was to allow the younger generation to showcase their true abilities for all to witness. The city lord spoke in a low, resonant voice. Those who excelled would be rewarded. If Linshan City could provide more outstanding disciples for the Xianxia sect, he, as the city lord, would also receive commendations from the higher authorities in the main city. This time, the city lord's mansion presented 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts of the falling micrograde, in addition to a foundational martial art of the condensation truth grade as rewards. Upon hearing the city lord's declaration, the clan leaders, regardless of their inner thoughts, could only nod in agreement. The G family was willing to offer 2 exquisite spiritual artifacts. The U family was prepared to present 1 exquisite spiritual artifact and 1 foundational martial art. The Zhou family. The U family was willing. The Tang family, after instructing the young individuals behind them to descend from the high platform, all the treasures were revealed. Instantly, radiant light soared, capturing the attention of all present. The flying leaf sword, the heavy mountain axe, the silver armor, and the northern dipper 7 stars fist, one by one. The exquisite spiritual artifacts and foundational martial arts appeared before the crowd, totaling an impressive 14 treasures. The rules of the competition were as follows. Each participant could select a maximum of 2 treasures, and those interested in a particular item needed to register for the contest. Jian contemplated for a moment before choosing the foundational martial arts. Heaven's light illuminates the shadow step and condensed sword finger. With a swift motion, the golden true energy representing his identity was affixed to the 2 martial arts. Others followed suit, channeling their true energy toward the spiritual artifacts or martial arts they desired. Among them, the condensed sword finger was the most sought after, with 4 individuals signing up to compete. Conversely, the Heaven's light illuminates the shadow step. Being a relatively rare martial art, only had 2 participants, which was quite unusual. As Ji Yun followed the trail of another golden true energy, he discovered it belonged to Huang Tiansheng, the 3rd son of the city lord's mansion. This person also sensed his gaze and glanced back at Ji Yun. No wonder. Ji Yun mused. Perhaps others lacked the confidence to compete with him. Chapter 19. The Small Competition of Linshan City. The elderly gentleman with a goatee, Mr. Mu, announced the rules for the treasure competition: no harm to life, and no use of concealed weapons. The first treasure was the foundational martial art, Snow Radiance Sword Technique. Ji Xiaodai was the first to step onto the stage, moving gracefully like a startled swan, her toes barely grazing the ground. Many young spectators below were captivated, erupting in cheers. The second to take the stage was Hong Yao from the Hong family. She exuded a somewhat aloof aura, appearing to be around 17 years old. Strikingly beautiful, with delicate features and eyes as clear as water, pure and transparent. Clad in white, she wielded a silver sword that glimmered coldly, resembling a blooming orchid. The third to ascend was a woman from the city lord's mansion, named He Mingling. Unlike the previous 2, her appearance was somewhat plain, dressed in a black form-fitting robe. Yet she presented a spirited and gallant demeanor. The first contest turned out to be a chaotic duel among the 3 women. The male spectators, invigorated, could not help but display their usual penchant for criticism. I observed Ji Xiaodai, light and agile, firmly established in her position of invincibility. What do you know? Look at that woman in black from the city lord's residence. He Mingling, with her stern countenance. She is undoubtedly formidable, one retorted. Huh. You 2 fools cannot see the obvious. Victory will surely belong to Sister Hong Yao. A brazen voice echoed from behind. You. The 2 incensed turned to counter, only to be silenced upon recognizing the attire of a disciple from the Hong family. It was unwise to provoke them. Sister Hong Yao has awakened the rare, flying spirit sword body, making her the most powerful among the younger generation of the Hong clan. Not just anyone can challenge her, continued the youthful member of the Hong family, casting aspersions. He was merely a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, unqualified to ascend the stage, yet had ventured from his family to spectate. The Hong family was not alone. Numerous others had come to witness the spectacle. And others were present. Go Xiaodai. Ji Xiaoyao silently wished her sister well from the sidelines. At that moment, the battle on stage had commenced. Spiritual energy surged, and sword light flickered. The 3 engaged in swift exchanges, each initiating 10 duels in the blink of an eye. Clang! Clang! Each of Ji Xiaodia's sword strikes exuded a gentle force, proving exceedingly difficult to counter. Her soft sword was elusive, and even the most successful defenses could result in unnoticed injuries. Hong Yao's assault was even more terrifying. Her sword light was cold and fleeting, capable of suddenly appearing before her opponent, rendering them defenseless. Folding kill sword. suspended slash, black fiend sky splitter. The three women unleashed their signature martial techniques, and the atmosphere crackled with sword energy. He mingling, in black, was the first to falter. Her protective chi could not withstand the surging sword energy, and soon her arm was drenched in blood, her body grazed by the sword light, resulting in grievous wounds. If this continued, she would not only forfeit the second contest, but, should her injuries prove severe, she might miss the Xianxia sect's disciple recruitment in 20 days. Resolute, she conceded and leaped from the stage. Ji Xiaodai and Hong Yao, both ignited with true fervor, held nothing back, save for their ultimate martial arts techniques. Their forms were graceful as they darted about the stage, at times closing the distance only to swiftly retreat, creating a captivating spectacle for the audience, who were left in awe. Ultimately, Hong Yao displayed superior skill. A beam of flying spirit, sword energy erupted from thin air, shattering her opponent's protective barrier. Ji Xiaodai was sent flying, blood trickling from her lips. Xiaodai, the three from the Ji family caught her, and Ji Yun produced a white jade pill for Ji Xiaodai to consume. Thank you, I am fine. My opponent held back, Ji Xiaodai replied, her complexion somewhat pale. Later, during the contest for the condensed sword finger, Ji Yun, you will face Hong Yao. Be cautious of her flying spirit sword energy. Understood, Yi Yun affirmed. On the stage, Elder Mu announced, victory for Hong Yao of the Hong family. Hong Yao's expression remained stoic, her demeanor as frigid as ever, as she accepted the snow radiant sword technique and descended from the stage, prompting immediate congratulations from the members of the Hong family. The second duel featured the earnest young man Zhou Hao from the Zhou family, pitted against Hong Han from the Hong family, both vying for the coveted heavy mountain axe. Once more, all eyes turned to the stage. A gentle waft of fragrant air drifted by, and Ji Yun noticed a strikingly alluring figure by his side, Zhou Yumei, the enchanting matron of the Zhou family. Ji Yun, dear hero, it has been quite some time, she chimed softly, her laughter like the tinkling of delicate bells. Indeed, it has been a while. Giggle, I see you will soon contend with Huang Tiansheng for the Radiant Shadow Step. Do you possess confidence? I retain some measure of confidence, though I'm uncertain of my opponent's prowess. I knew you would not fear him. The matron was well aware of Ji Yun's formidable strength, capable of slaying a late-stage giant python that had condensed its demon core, let alone a martial artist at the 7th level of chi refinement. Ji Yun sensed her thoughts, but resolved not to reveal his resurrection body during this duel. Unlike the previous encounter with the giant python, he could not simply absorb a blow and continue unscathed. Taking a step closer, the matron whispered, what are your thoughts on my little niece? Ji Yun caught a whiff of her intoxicating fragrance, compelling him to retreat a fraction to avert any awkwardness. He glanced toward the distant young woman of the Zhou family. Noticing her skin as white as snow, her gem-like eyes veiled with a misty sheen, exuding an innate grace and elegance, she resembled a pristine snow lotus, untainted by worldly dust, a vision of ethereal beauty. Her celestial grace is indeed captivating, Ji Yun replied, his youthful voice resonating with sincerity. Giggle, I knew you would say that. The matron's laughter was vibrant and lively. Yuera is 17 this year, nearly your age. Once you both enroll in Xianxia, how about I betroth her to you? Taken aback by her words, Ji Yun feigned nonchalance. Sister, you jest. The matron, unable to decipher his expression, felt a twinge of disappointment and feigned indignation. Oof, I'm not jesting. Yuera lost her parents early on and has relied on me, her little aunt. I have always wished to find her a suitable match. Seeing she was earnest, Ji Yun nevertheless resolutely declined. I am wholly devoted to the martial path, having vowed to focus solely on the way of the sword, without distraction. The matron, at a loss for words of his firm rejection, was astonished. Such an opportunity would elate many, yet this young man before her had turned it down. Should you both join Xianxia, you must look after Yuera for me. She is my only relative, I implore you. Yuera is not adept at combat, and is likely to suffer. Very well. This time, Ji Yun did not refuse but acquiesced. The matron, pleased with his affirmative response, glided away, leaving a lingering trail of floral fragrance in her wake. Ji Yun, what were you whispering about with the Zhou family? Ji from a distance, noticed something amiss and was consumed with jealousy. Previously, she had crossed paths with him. Ji Yun was reluctant to elaborate. The battle on stage was nearing its conclusion. Zhou Hao had been knocked off the martial platform, and Hong Huan had acquired the formidable heavy mountain axe. The Hong family was indeed impressive, having triumphed in both preceding contests. The spectators below were abuzz with conversation, and the members of the Hong clan stood tall with pride. Chapter 20. Each displays their skills. The third contest was for the rare defensive spirit artifact, the silver armor. A somewhat arrogant young man, Hong Zhe, took to the stage first, followed closely by Huang Yu, a man clad in white from the city lord's mansion. Ji Ziming also ascended the platform, marking this round as a three-way melee. Hong Zhe, with his erratic demeanor, provocatively challenged both opponents simultaneously. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Ziming and Huang Yu possessed extraordinary strength, and with just a few exchanges, they sent him reeling, blood spattering from his lips. What a fool! The patriarch of the Hong family observed the match from the high platform, initially pleased by the consecutive victories and indulging in an extra cup of tea, only to witness such a turn of events. Hong Yao assessed their respective strengths and remarked, "The other two are formidable. Even under normal circumstances, Hong Zhe is no match for them." Her skin was fair and flawless as white jade, and her flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, enhancing her beauty. The fierce battle continued. Ji Ziming was enveloped in flames, radiating brilliance. Huang Yu was no weakling either, manifesting a mirage of himself. This was his unique ability, allowing him to create an illusion to fight alongside him, undeterred by life or death, as he unleashed his martial arts against the incoming sword energy. Boom! Ji Ziming's sword energy, augmented by the fire, was beyond ordinary comprehension. The illusion shattered, and the white-clad man staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Sensing his advantage, Ji Ziming soared into the air, striking once more. In a hurried response, Huang Yu conjured another illusion to defend himself, only to have it cleaved apart by Ji Ziming's sword. With relentless momentum, Ji Ziming unleashed his true energy as if it were boundless. Despite the opponent's utmost efforts to fend him off, they could not evade entirely. Once their protective energy was breached, they had no choice but to concede defeat. Ji Yuanxiao and Ji Yuansheng could not contain their applause. Among the crowd, Ji Ziming's two loyal followers joined in, exuberantly gesticulating and even seizing an unfamiliar bystander, showering him with spittle in their excitement. The man, mortified and furious, was at a loss for words, unable to voice his indignation. The Ji family, Ji Ziming emerged victorious, with his striking eyebrows gleaming with enthusiasm. Ji Ziming accepted the silver armor, unable to part with it. Its lightweight texture shimmered, allowing for unimpeded movement, truly a treasure. He cherished this silver armor, gently caressing its surface. Ji Shaodai felt a chill and remarked, "What swordsman dons battle armor? Only those wielding heavy axes or hammers, who do not require agility, would wear such things." "Umph. You do not understand." Ji Ziming, still basking in his triumph, proclaimed, "I'm a power-based swordsman. Agility is not a necessity for me." The next contest would see Zhou Haod and Ji Haoyi vie for mastery of the 7-star fist martial art. Zhou Haod had previously been defeated by Hong Huan, which cast doubt on his strength. "I shall return shortly." Ji Haoyi discreetly cast a glance at the silver armor, concealing his envy. Beneath his feet, a crescent moon, albeit chipped, illuminated the surroundings. He then leapt gracefully onto the platform. As the moonlight faded, a gentle radiance continued to cascade down like water. Yi Yun, intrigued, pondered, is the moonlight body not solely for accelerating cultivation? How does it possess such a unique ability? Xianxia odia leaned closer, whispering, "This is not a special ability of the moonlight body. It is a foundational technique of the falling micro-movement, specifically mastered by Ji Haoyi. Many from lesser clans might scoff at the falling micro-martial arts. Why would he learn it? Who can say?" Ji Haoyi's thoughts diverged from those of ordinary individuals. "Well, everyone harbors their own secrets. We ought to respect his choices." No sooner had Ji Yun spoken than a chilling scream pierced the air. Following that, a disheveled figure was hurled forth, crashing heavily at Ji Ziming's feet, nearly fracturing the rocky ground. The onlookers focused their gaze and realized it was none other than Ji Haoyi, his hair a wild tangle and garments in disarray. A far cry from the composed demeanor he had just exhibited. This fellow could only endure 3 exchanges before being knocked down with a single punch. Ji Ziming remarked expressionlessly. Ji Yun and Ji Shaodai were rendered speechless. In the distance, Ji Haoyi's father, Ji Hu, wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a mix of embarrassment and resignation. His son was commendable in many aspects, yet lacked strength and insisted on putting on a facade. After a brief pause, the 5th contest commenced, featuring the contest for the condensed sword finger martial arts. A total of 4 participants entered, marking it as the most populous competition of the event. Hong Yao was the first to step onto the stage, clad in pristine white, untainted by dust. Though exceedingly beautiful, her presence radiated a fierce aura, akin to a sword poised to be unsheathed, exuding an intimidating brilliance. The audience erupted in cheers. Following her was Yu Zhuang from the Yu clan, a towering figure wielding a massive bronze sword. He practiced earth-based techniques, his arms robust and powerful, capable of conjuring towering gusts with each swing. The third contender was Tang Cheng from the Tang family. A silver, intricate pattern adorned Tang Cheng's forehead, rumored to signify the awakening of a rare ability, marking him as extraordinary. Ji Yun, rallying support. Good. Ji Yun replied calmly, her expression serene. The 4 stood at the corners, none quick to engage. All were formidable warriors from their respective families, and an oppressive aura pervaded the air. After a moment, Yu Zhuang, brandishing his great sword, struck first, aiming a blow towards Ji Yun. Clang! The floating light sword was drawn, and Ji Yun's demeanor shifted, her gaze sharp as the blade itself, meeting the assault head-on. Boom! The clash of swords resonated with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of 2 meteorites colliding, sending shockwaves that reverberated painfully in the ears of onlookers. Ji Yun practiced the Golden Radiance body technique, wielding immense power, while Yu Zhuang also possessed unparalleled divine strength, matching Ji Yun in might. Their clash resulted in a stalemate. Not bad, Yu Zhuang remarked, sheathing his colossal sword with a hearty smile. You are quite competent as well, Ji Yun responded. Behold my sword. Meanwhile, Hong Yao and the silver-patterned youth from the Tang family charged at each other. Hong Yao, enveloped in the essence of the flying spirit sword, struck from nearly 20 paces away, unleashing a wave of sword energy that propelled her instantly before her opponent, amplifying the sword's potency with her leap. The silver-patterned youth, Tang Cheng, was no pushover. Radiant silver markings illuminated his forehead as a flurry of small silver swords erupted from it, clashing against the incoming sword energy with a resounding clang. On the high platform, several prominent figures from the Truth Establishment realm exhibited astonishment, glancing towards the head of the Tang family. Even they, renowned figures of Linshan City, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The Tang family patriarch explained. This lad Tang Cheng possesses no extraordinary physique. However, he has awakened a unique ability within his consciousness, enabling him to manifest his meditative creations in a spiritual form. The consciousness realm is a mysterious aspect of a human brain, serving as the reservoir for a warrior's mental energy. His understanding of this ability was limited, yet he recognized its exceptional rarity. Chapter 21. A fierce duel. Ji Yun was on the verge of defeat. He had completed his meditation and surveyed the battlefield, his expression grave. Why do you say that? Xianxia inquired, intrigued. We all know that Ji Yun's awakened constitution accelerates his cultivation speed. In a contest of strength against Yu Zhuang, he is undeniably at a disadvantage. Ji Xiaodai recalled hearing about Yu Zhuang, who had awakened the might physique, reputed to lift over 3,000 pounds with ease. The two suddenly found merit in this assessment. Indeed, competing in strength against the might physique was a significant disadvantage. They turned their gaze back to the battlefield. Bang! Bang! What a thrill! Friends of the Ji family, I shall now unleash my true prowess. Yu Zhuang felt the toll of their continuous collisions, his stamina waning. The might physique possessed greater strength, but its endurance was lacking. Comme fort. I shall employ my ultimate technique as well. Ji Yun deftly deflected Yu Zhuang's giant sword with a calm demeanor. The enhancement of the Golden Radiance body technique fortified his physique in all aspects. His body was resilient, his breath enduring, and the increase in strength merely a supplementary benefit. Raging Bull's Rampage. Shattering Sword Slash. Boom! The explosive force of Ji Yun's 3 successive sword strikes was terrifying. For the first time, Yu Zhuang staggered back a few paces, finding himself at a disadvantage in this duel. I will unleash my full power now. Celestial Heavy Kill, Skyward Break. A torrent of gray, sword energy surged forth. Ji Yun's pupils constricted. Yu Zhuang had also mastered this celestial heavy kill technique, indicating that the Yu family possessed this martial art as well. His cultivation of earth-based techniques allowed him to execute this move with substantial heft, yet it lacked lethal force. If I were to employ this technique, its impact would be even more formidable. I might even severely injure or eliminate him. Contemplating this, Ji Yun refrained from mirroring the same technique, instead conjuring 3 azure sword energies from thin air. Go! The brilliance of Mars radiated forth, as the first azure sword energy shattered and vanished amidst a fierce collision. The second azure sword energy dissipated once more in the clash, yet the gray sword flow was significantly diminished, losing much of its luster. The third azure sword energy directly obliterated Yu Zhuang's martial prowess, its momentum unabated. With a soft pop, Yu Zhuang's protective true energy burst like a bubble, leaving him defeated. "I have lost," he lamented, dejectedly descending from the martial stage. Ji Haoyi remained silent, seemingly still recovering from previous injuries as the waning moon rose, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a meditative state. Ji Ziming and Ji Shaodai exchanged peculiar glances, having analyzed the situation with great seriousness moments earlier, nearly swaying in belief. In another battleground, the clash between the silver-patterned youth Tang Cheng and the flying spirit sword body Hong Yao persisted. Hong Yao gathered her true energy, unleashing a terrifying sword strike that far surpassed her previous efforts, leaving her somewhat pale in its aftermath. This was a profound fusion of the true condensation martial arts and the flying spirit sword body. The sword energy flickered thrice in the void, re-emerging transformed, exuding an overwhelming might. Tang Cheng was no easy opponent. From his brow, 9 small shields emerged, linking together to successfully block the formidable sword strike. Realizing that her flying spirit sword energy could not penetrate his defenses, Hong Yao opted for close combat. Though Tang Cheng's sword technique was not as refined as Hong Yao's, he manifested a silver spiritual armor that not only boasted extraordinary defense, but also possessed no weight, effortlessly blocking ordinary sword energies. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, several exchanges had elapsed. Unable to gain an upper hand, Hong Yao weighed her options and resolved to expend her true energy for a powerful manifestation of the true condensation martial arts. Just then, the silver-patterned youth suddenly turned pale, frothing at the mouth, and collapsed unconscious with a scream. "What has transpired?" gasped the audience, bewildered by the sudden fainting. Could he have been poisoned? The audacious youth Hong Zhe was visibly displeased. Elder Mu swiftly darted over, lifting Tang Cheng and placing a hand on his forehead. Moments later, he stated, "It is merely excessive mental exhaustion. He is not gravely harmed." The head of the Tang family breathed a sigh of relief. For Tang Cheng had never before experienced such intense combat leading to unconsciousness, and he had felt a wave of anxiety. After all, he was their family's most outstanding descendant. A vital asset. "This ability is remarkable," the head of the Yu family remarked gravely. "It is evident that Tang Cheng's inherent strength is not particularly formidable, perhaps even among the weaker in attendance. Yet, when paired with this mental prowess, he can contend equally with Hong Yao. Indeed, the Tang family has struck gold this time." Chapter 22. The Emergence of Azure Light. Only Ji Yun and Hong Yao remained on the field. The outcome of their duel would determine the rightful claim to the true condensation martial arts sword point. They gazed intently at one another. Ji Yun was the first to strike, gliding towards her like a phantom. Unlike the fierce confrontation with Yu Zhuang, the two combatants now transformed into ethereal swordsmen, exuding an air of grace and agility. As they engaged in a series of exchanges, the arena was instantly illuminated by a dazzling display of sword light. The techniques of broken sword and suspended slash were unleashed. Hong Yao's swordsmanship, capable of accumulation, successfully deflected Ji Yun's onslaught. However, she felt the toll it took, her long lashes fluttering in response. Ji Yun's attacks were unparalleled in their ferocity, and blocking them required a significant expenditure of true energy. She swiftly executed a retreat, conjuring a series of sword auras from the void, intersecting in a cross formation. Faced with the oncoming barrage of sword energy, Ji Yun maintained a serene expression, effortlessly dismantling each strike as if it were a trivial task. The audacity of the Ji family youth astounded the brash Hong Zhe once more. The flying spirit sword body was a formidable constitution, reportedly unseen within the Hong family for centuries. Hong Yao's prowess was unmatched among the younger generation of the Hong clan. Today, she not only encountered the fearless Tang Cheng, who defied the flying spirit sword body, but also encountered Ji Yun, a rival capable of overpowering her. What a sudden influx of talent in this small city of Linshan. A sense of gravity clouded Hong Yao's features. Ji Yun was the most fearsome opponent she had faced thus far. Not only was his swordsmanship exceptional and strength formidable, but he also effortlessly disintegrated the flying spirit sword chi. Her beautiful eyes searched for any sign of weakness, yet found none. Then, she resolved to launch a vigorous assault. Hong Yao practiced the first-level foundation of the true essence technique, the purple mist art, which boasted an exceptionally high quality of true energy. Coupled with her flying spirit sword body, any sword move she executed would be amplified. No longer hesitating, she unleashed her most powerful manifestation of the true essence martial art. Dual streams. The silver blades danced forth, and in an instant, two ethereal fox moons, one red and one purple, materialized, breathtakingly beautiful, both enchanting and sacred. The fox moons vanished into the void, weaving through its depths. To the outside world, only a flicker of light was barely discernible amidst the emptiness. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. After a series of 5 rapid traversals, the two fox moons abruptly appeared, flanking Ji Yun on either side. Clang! Clang! Successfully deflecting the assault of the fox moons, Ji Yun felt a jolt in his arms. An unusual and sentient force began to erode his limbs, rendering even his physical form beleaguered. The fox moons did not dissipate. They seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, retreating into the void to gather energy once more. The flying spirit sword body was indeed capable of imbuing a fragment of sentience upon the true energy. On the platform, Ji Yuanxiao, the head of the Ji clan, discerned the true nature of the exchange and spoke slowly. Indeed, Hong Yao possesses extraordinary swordsmanship talent and is endowed with the flying spirit sword body. Even if she were to join the Xianxia sect, she would undoubtedly stand out. The head of the Hong family felt a swell of pride. Since the truth had been revealed, he no longer needed to feign modesty. He harbored no concerns regarding Qing Xian's recruitment of disciples, for Hong Yao would undoubtedly gain admission. You Ji family youth are remarkable as well, he continued, shifting his commentary to Ji Yun. Although I discern no particular uniqueness, your solid foundation suggests you have been cultivated at great expense. Ji Yuanzhao glanced at Ji Yun and then at the silver-armored Ji Ziming, remaining silent. Ji Yun realized that if the two fox moons were not swiftly dealt with, his physical form would suffer from the relentless wear over time. To conceal his unique healing abilities, he would have to seize the opportunity to employ the reflux slash to break through. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his heart. Sensing something, he unleashed a sword strike, sending forth 3 azure sword energies. One blurred figure astonishingly divided into 6 streams of sword energy. The azure light of the sword shadows had also reached a minor success, not only doubling in number, but also becoming more refined in intensity. Ji Yun resolved to use the azure sword shadows to confront the fox moons. He dispatched 3 streams of sword energy towards the light in the void, while the other 3 aimed directly at the true form of his adversary. Hong Yao, having engaged in continuous battle, was drained and could no longer wield martial arts, resorting instead to summoning a purple fox moon for protection. Ding! Her complexion paled once more. The assault of the azure sword energy was extraordinarily fierce, nearly overwhelming the purple fox moon. The red fox moon reappeared, having traversed 7 times, its power surging dramatically. I've been waiting for you. Ji Yun's 3 streams of sword energy surged upwards fearlessly, and in the collision of forces, electric sparks split the air, resonating with a divine clang that echoed through the heavens. Pooh! 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 The 3 azure sword energies disintegrated first, and the red fox moon dimmed, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a decisive strike, Ji Yun severed it, reducing it to shimmering particles that dissipated into the cosmos. In another realm, the outcome was similarly decided. As the 2 azure sword energies faded, the purple fox moon ceased to exist. The 3rd sword energy advanced towards Hong Yao, who was now burdened beyond measure, struggling to maintain her protective true qi. In a critical moment, the sword energy veered away, heading towards the distance, while a few strands of azure hair fluttered down like fallen leaves. An uproar erupted from the audience. Impossible! The audacious youth Hong Zhe gaped, unable to accept the reality. Observing the pale-faced Hong Yao, standing alone as if a gust of wind could topple her, he hurriedly rushed to her side, casting a fierce glare at Ji Yun. Hong Zhe, do not act recklessly. A loss is a loss. Do not disgrace the family with foolishness, Hong Yao gently admonished, her starry eyes lowering slightly. Yes, understood, Hong Zhe replied, suppressing his defiance and complying obediently. On the high platform, the head of the Hong family remained silent. He was acutely aware of Hong Yao's prowess. which should have easily surpassed her peers. Yet her unexpected defeat left him bewildered. Having boasted too early, he now found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Stealing a glance at Ji Yuanzhao, he too was taken aback. How could Ji Yun be so formidable? Observing the quality of his true qi, it was evident that he had cultivated a profound technique. From where could he have obtained such resources? Reflecting on the family's investment in him, Ji Yuanzhao felt a wave of shame wash over him. Apart from receiving the same pills and spirit stones as the other 7, he had merely been given 2 additional sets of azure bamboo robes, prompted by the family's disdain for his tattered appearance. The victor is Ji Yun of the Ji family. Elder Mu announced once more. Ji Yun, you have indeed not disappointed me. Ji Xiaodai exclaimed with uncontainable joy. It was purely a stroke of luck. Ji Yun had acquired a tome of profound martial arts, and his spirits were buoyant. Could you also teach me the condensed sword finger technique? She inquired eagerly. Feel free to voice any demands you may have. Ji Xiaodai displayed an expression of anticipation. No problem, Ji Yun replied without hesitation, thinking that he had nothing to lose. I wish to learn as well, came the voice of Ji Ziming from the side. Though his tone was calm, his inner turmoil was palpable. He pondered whether Ji Yun would ever forgive him for his past actions. I can offer you spirit stones, Ji Ziming added earnestly. All right. Ji Yun responded with a faint smile, acquiescing to the request. At that moment, Ji Hai, who had been meditating with closed eyes, stirred slightly, the crescent moon glowing faintly. I wish to learn as well. Be quiet. You do not even practice swordsmanship. What need have you for the condensed sword finger? Both Ji Xiaodai and Ji Ziming admonished in unison, unexpectedly defending Ji Yun. You are tyrannizing me, Ji Hai lamented, on the brink of tears. Chapter 23. Zhou Yuer. In the 6th match, the victor was a man clad in golden armor from the City Lord's mansion, who triumphed over another youth from the Tang family. The 7th match was a chaotic brawl among 3 fighters, ultimately leading to Yu Jia's Yuhu defeating both Hong Han and a warrior from the City Lord's mansion, claiming victory. In the 8th match, Ji Ziming took the stage, facing Huang Zhuoqing, the winner of the 6th match. Dressed in silver armor, Ji Ziming raised his hand, igniting flames that cast a crimson hue upon his battle attire. Huang Zhuoqing wielded a long spear, emanating an awe-inspiring and formidable aura. The two charged at one another with ferocity. The clash of swords and spears produced a dazzling brilliance that rendered the spectators momentarily blind. Both opponents were evenly matched, clad in armor that rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. The battle raged on for a full 80 exchanges before Ji Ziming, exhausted, was struck in the chest by a spear and sent tumbling off the training platform. Curse it! I am filled with rage. Ji Ziming shouted hoarsely from the ground. His voice strained. One must bravely confront failure. It is not to be feared, Ji Hai remarked, a hint of confidence returning to his demeanor as he imparted wisdom akin to that of a sagacious elder. Shortly thereafter, Ji Xiaodai ascended to the stage, vying for the exquisite flying leaf sword. Her opponent was the towering figure wielding a bronze greatsword, Yu Zhuang. What business does a tall man like you have with a flying leaf sword? It is clearly a weapon suited for women, Ji Xiaodai boldly challenged. I will win it back for my sister, Yu Zhuang retorted. Let us see the truth of our skills in combat. Ji Xiaodai initiated the attack, her soft sword darting forth like a serpent. Yu Zhuang opted to block with his bronze greatsword, but the soft sword deftly maneuvered around the massive blade, striking against his protective, true energy. The sound of cracking echoed as Yu Zhuang's robust, true energy absorbed the blow. Yet his counterattack was effortlessly parried by Ji Xiaodie's agile sword. Her swordplay infused with a unique softness effectively neutralized his overwhelming strength, resulting in Yu Zhuang's consecutive assaults yielding little success. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to his self-restraint. Moreover, Xianxia exhibited remarkable agility, evading the majority of moves, leaving Yu Zhuang in a rather precarious position. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede and descend from the stage. Xiaodia, with her flying leaf sword, descended triumphantly. Ji Hai nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, the 3 of you have each acquired the spiritual weapon or martial art you desired. It is now my turn to take the stage. Ji Hai brushed off the dust from his attire, the crescent moon illuminating once more as it floated toward the arena. Can you manage it? Xiaodia inquired. Yi Yun, Ji Ziming, and the others fell into silence. Soon, a chilling scream echoed from the stage. The 3 turned their gaze toward the source, witnessing a figure being hurled off, looking quite disheveled. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was not Ji Haoyi who had been defeated, but rather the defiant youth Hong Zhe from the Hong family. Had Ji Haoyi emerged victorious? A wave of astonishment washed over them as they peered at the stage. Countless silver, flying swords sparkled, filling the sky and tinting the heavens in silver hues. It was the silver-patterned youth, Tang Chung. He had awakened from his unconscious state. Yi Hei, equipped with his boxing gloves as a spiritual weapon, gathered his protective vital energy into his fists and struck fiercely at the incoming flying swords. Bang! A silver spiritual sword was obliterated, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, Ji Haoyi resembled a war god, unmatched in valor. His hands radiated light as he unleashed another punch at the second silver sword soaring toward him. Crack! The sound of splintering bone echoed. A familiar figure was sent flying in disarray, having only managed to block one sword this time. Ji Ziming was left speechless. If you can't do it, then don't force yourself. You'll end up breaking something, Ji Xiaodai remarked, shaking her head repeatedly. Ji Yin caught Ji Haoyi, offering him a white jade pill, saying, "Take care of your injuries. I hope this won't affect Qing Xin's acceptance of disciples." The victor is Tang Chung of the Tang family. Tang Chung was indeed formidable. The martial artists in the audience were left awestruck by the multitude of flying swords. This ability is more practical than any physique. If I possessed such power, I could forego martial training and focus solely on enhancing my cultivation. However, the other two are simply too weak. It's akin to bullying the unprepared, and I am left wanting for more of a challenge. The voice was loud and close to the crowd, and both Ji Haoyi and Hong Zhe, with their keen senses, caught this remark. Yi Hei. Hong Zhe was on the verge of erupting, but was quelled by a glance from Hong Yao, settling back down. The 11th duel drew near to dusk, yet the audience remained fervently enthusiastic. Huang Yu, who had previously lost to Ji Ziming while vying for the silver armor, clashed with Yu, who from the Yu family. Huang Yu continuously conjured afterimages, delivering a series of strikes that left his opponent struggling, ultimately leading to his victory. The 12th duel garnered widespread attention, featuring Zhou Yuerer from the Zhou family. When the elegantly attired Zhou Yuerer stepped onto the stage clad in flowing azure silk, an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the audience, resonating with fervor. She was simply breathtaking, like a transcendent beauty emerging from a painted scroll. Zhou Yuerer exudes an aura that is both pure and serene, imbued with an ethereal quality. Most captivating are her mist-shrouded eyes, which transport onlookers to a realm of blissful tranquility, ensnaring them in a spell of enchantment. Such beauty renders the celestial bodies of the heavens, sun, moon, and stars, utterly pallid in comparison. She stands composed, impervious to the surrounding clamor. Her opponent, the dark-clad Hei Mingling from the City Lord's mansion, faces her with growing frustration. Zhou Yuerer wields a specially crafted ribbon, akin to her Aunt Zhou Yuamei's spirit artifact. While its lethality may be lacking, its defensive capabilities are commendable. Under her command, the ribbon dances gracefully, transcending the mundane like a celestial maiden untouched by earthly desires. As every assault is effortlessly deflected, the audience's fervor intensifies. Each of Hei Mingling's attacks is met with a chorus of derisive jeers, and when her strikes are thwarted, the cacophony of mockery grows louder. A throng of superficial spectators. This woman from the City Lord's mansion finds herself increasingly perturbed. In the blink of an eye, several rounds have passed, and once again, she falters under the audience's influence. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuerer counters with a wave of her hand, sending the incoming sword energy astray. The ribbon ensnares Hei Mingling, tumbling her off the martial stage. Hobari! What a spectacular display! The audience erupts in applause, with many young children cheering in delighted, high-pitched voices. Ji Ziming and Ji Haoyi were expressions of awe. Truly magnificent. That dark-clad figure pales in comparison to even a single finger of Zhou Yuerer. Although her offensive prowess may be lacking, she remains undaunted. Ji Yinsheng offers a fair assessment. Ji Xiaodai, incensed by this, stomps fiercely on the feet of the three individuals nearby, eliciting cries of surprise. What has gotten to Xiaodai? Why the sudden outburst? The reason remains a mystery. Mr. Mu announces, the victor is Zhou Yuerer of the Zhou family. A flicker of joy graces her features as she accepts the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Moon Veil Silk. Her nature is one of tranquility, and she only entered the competition due to the serendipitous availability of a fitting spirit artifact. In the 13th match, the martial artist from the City Lord's mansion triumphs over the Tang family's fighter, securing a coveted treasure. Observing this, Ji Yinchong rises, ready to make his appearance. The 14th and final contest commences. As night completely descends, the City Lord's guards ignite flames, illuminating the martial stage with hundreds of blazing torches. In the distance, a streak resembling a meteor darts across the sky. A golden spear pierces the darkness as the third son of the City Lord vaults onto the stage. You are commendable, yet you still have much to learn before you can challenge me, Huang Tianxing remarks, his demeanor exuding an air of indifference as he regards Ji Yinchong. His confidence is unmistakably well-founded. Of noble lineage and extraordinary talent, he had hunted monstrous beasts since childhood, honing his skills within the military, experiencing countless battles that set him apart from the common descendants of ordinary families. Before Ji Yin could respond, Huang Tianxing struck first. Even at a distance of several dozen paces, he wielded his spear with a fierce shake, instantly enveloping it in dazzling golden light that radiated from the spearhead, enveloping the entire weapon, ultimately cascading over his light armor. Clad in this resplendent glow, he appeared as a colossal golden warrior from afar. The air was thick with a palpable, unsettling aura as the golden spear's shadow disregarded the distance, surging forth in an instant. Calmly, Ji Yun faced the impending threat with a straightforward approach. With a clang, the floating light sword was drawn. It was not a spectacle of earth-shattering proportions. The golden radiance of Ji Yun's sword was restrained yet refined, meeting the terrifying shadow of the spear head-on. Boom! The sky trembled, tinged with gold. This collision caused Ji Yun to slightly change color. The opponent's offensive power was nothing short of astounding. His own golden essence, derived from the supreme true body technique, possessed an exceptionally high quality, far surpassing that of initial stage techniques. Yet, even with such formidable energy, he could barely withstand the blow, his right hand gripping the sword tingling with numbness. How could he so effortlessly counter my strike? Huang Tianxing was taken aback, his previously indifferent expression shifting to one of seriousness. It was rare to encounter someone capable of so easily withstanding such an attack at the 8th level of Qi refinement, let alone the 6th. His military training had taught him never to underestimate any opponent. This individual was no ordinary foe. After a moment's contemplation, he launched another assault, radiating brilliant golden light as if the spear's golden glow were solidifying, exuding overwhelming might. Unfazed, Ji Yun summoned his golden essence, which flowed through him and enveloped his sword, transforming the silver floating light sword into a golden hue. The spear's tip met the sword's edge. Clash! The terrifying impact caused all onlookers to change color. Ji Yun felt a domineering force coursing through the spear and its light pressing down on him. Even though he had countered the attack, he could feel the potential for injury from this overwhelming pressure, a manifestation of the opponent's unique physical prowess. Huang Tianxing was not without his own discomfort. Ji Yun's strength was formidable, rivaling that of a body-refining warrior. He could not discern the nature of Ji Yun's technique, but the quality of his essence seemed superior to his own. Though both wielded golden essence, Huang's felt comparatively weaker in the face of this deadly confrontation. Despite being at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the essence clinging to his spear wavered, nearly breaking under the strain. Neither retreated. Both advanced once more to engage. In an instant, there were dozens of clashes. The spectators below could barely discern the two golden lights in a fierce exchange. One radiated an overwhelming brilliance that was blinding, while the other, though more restrained, concealed a deadly sharpness that commanded respect. As their momentum reached its zenith, Huang Tianxing shouted, "Receive my golden fiery strike." Boom! The air was violently torn apart, unable to withstand the sheer power of this pure golden spear. The dust upon the ground seemed drawn upwards by an unseen celestial force, rising into the air, and the terrifying power of it sent shivers down one's spine. Huang Tianxing's awakened physique was that of the golden extreme body, possessing not only the unparalleled lethality to rival others of the same rank, but also an innate golden extreme force that could adhere to any metallic substance or even true energy, rendering opponents defenseless. With a single strike, the heavens and earth were bathed in a golden hue. An invisible shockwave surged forth, followed by a cascade of 49 divine rays. Ji Yun stood resolute, as 6 azure sword energies, imbued with golden radiance, materialized out of thin air, swirling around him in a rapid dance. forming an impenetrable azure sphere of light. Boom! The oppressive, invisible shockwave first collided with the azure sphere. The force nearly overturned the martial arts platform. To the onlookers, the azure sphere resembled a lone boat upon a vast ocean, on the verge of being engulfed. Ji Yun was forced to retreat repeatedly, as the azure sphere dimmed under the impact, seeming poised to shatter at any moment. The golden true energy dissipated significantly, yet he managed to withstand this initial onslaught. What followed was the onslaught of 49 divine rays, akin to a rain of golden arrows, striking relentlessly against the azure sphere with a clanging sound. At last, the sphere could no longer endure and erupted, revealing the figure within. As the crowd gasped in concern, a robust gray beam surged skyward. The sky-shattering strike, like a mighty dragon piercing the clouds, the gray currents entwined with the 49 golden divine rays, soaring into the heavens until they vanished from sight. This clash ended in a stalemate, with neither side able to best the other. The onlookers, comprising ordinary martial artists, were utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The clan leaders atop the platform were equally moved. Huang Jingyun's gaze grew profound as he observed Ji Yun, whose hands bore the stains of blood, having vanquished formidable foes. His sword exuded a murderous intent. The prowess exhibited by these two individuals was comparable to that of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Should one of them possess inferior martial arts, they could even be slain. Huang Tansheng was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his physique, techniques, martial arts, and spirit tools all of exceptional quality, making him formidable. Yet Ji Yun, at merely the 6th level of Qi refinement, still within the mid-stages, raised questions about his extraordinary strength. Only Ji Yuanxiao grasped the nuances of Ji Yun's situation. The family soul technique for solidifying the golden energy was the Golden Radiance True Body technique, which remained unpracticed due to the absence of methods to restore meridians. It appeared that Ji Yun had indeed cultivated this technique. Could it be that his unique physique rendered him impervious to the onslaught of golden true energy? Ji Yuanxiao furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. The elixirs capable of restoring meridians were unheard of even in Linshan City, let alone the 3 major cities. So he naturally dismissed that possibility. Zhou Wenmei, hands on her hips, scoffed, remarking that these mediocrities deserved to be terrified. Ji Yun's prowess was beyond their imagination. Conversely, Huang Tianxing's ability to endure so many exchanges with Ji Yun without defeat was indeed commendable. Zhou Yuer gently tucked a stray wisp of hair behind her ear, smiling serenely yet remaining silent. Ever since her aunt was rescued by Ji Yun from the brink of death in the Yu's Mountains, she had harbored immense admiration for him. Today, she had lost count of how many times she had heard tales of his valor whispered in her ears. She was astonished by the terrifying power that such a young individual could wield, yet her feelings were predominantly filled with gratitude for saving her only relative. Should the opportunity arise in the future, she felt a strong sense of duty to repay this kindness. Chapter 25, Victory and Defeat. Is Solitude. Solitude has propelled Ji Yun's rapid advancement and rendered him extraordinarily formidable. He seemed to have unearthed a hidden truth, his expression grave. Ji Xiao Dai and Ji Ziming pleaded, "Please do not continue." The two on stage gasped heavily, their energy and stamina severely depleted from the relentless exchanges and martial arts displays, leaving them feeling overwhelmed. Passive endurance was not Ji Yun's style. As a body refinement martial artist, his breath was long and enduring. After a brief moment of recuperation, he struck once more. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept across the training platform, leaving the onlookers perplexed. It was only when they witnessed a grayish golden energy surge forth from the void, filling the air, that they realized another martial technique was being unleashed, their faces turning pale with astonishment. The tumultuous aura spiraled violently, forming a terrifying vortex, intent on engulfing all within its grasp for annihilation. Tiangang Heavy Kill, second style. Reflux Slash. With Ji Yun's strength, this technique had previously obliterated Lu Er, who possessed the 8th level of Qi refinement, without resistance, illustrating its fearsome potency. Facing the overwhelming vortex, Huang Tiansheng appeared somewhat solemn, yet unafraid. The golden armor upon him radiated a gentle glow, and soon solid golden scales formed on its surface, providing him with formidable protection. Wushuang Dance of War. Huang Tiansheng's dark hair whipped about as he leapt forward, embracing the oncoming assault. Clang! Inside, the gray golden energy, The sounds of sword strikes clashing and shattering echoed incessantly. Huang Tian Sheng grew ever more valiant in battle. The ferocious energy that could rend flesh merely left shallow marks on the golden scales, vanishing in an instant. Open for me. Huang Tian Sheng howled to the sky. Suddenly, a sharp beam of sword light surged forth from the shadows, and Ji Yun appeared like a specter. The long spear proved unwieldy in such close combat, placing Huang Tian Sheng at a disadvantage. In a moment of haste, he barely managed to reposition the spear to block. Clang! Although he had deflected the blow, the spear could not keep pace with the speed of Ji Yun's strikes. Ji Yun delivered another sword slash, which struck against the golden armor on his chest. In an instant, the scales shattered. The armor absorbed this lethal blow, yet the tremendous impact still left Huang Tian Sheng's throat tasting of blood. Boom! The black steel platform, remarkably solid, could not withstand the force, fissures sprawling like black serpents across its surface. After a tremor that shook the earth, Huang Tian Sheng stood once more from the shadows, his expression as cold as ice. Had it not been for the protective armor of the exquisite dragon scale, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat just moments ago. His pupils constricted as he noticed the shadow of the sword charging towards him once again. The battle commenced anew. Huang Tian Sheng, though on the defensive, exhibited no signs of fear. His golden armor shimmered, illuminating his visage as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. The spear in his grasp radiated a dazzling light, wreaking havoc with each thrust. This was a brutal contest of endurance, where the clashes of golden swords and spears resonated with the thunderous sounds of metal striking metal. Ji Yun unleashed a torrent of formidable force with each sword strike, aiming to shatter Huang Tianxing's martial physique. Upon closer inspection, one could see Huang Tianxing's palms drenched in blood, his arms nearing their breaking point. However, Ji Yun was not unscathed either. The unique vibrations of the golden extreme power seeped into his body, disrupting his vital energy. Were it not for his martial physique, which rivaled that of a refined body practitioner, he would have had no choice but to resort to his regenerative abilities. The regenerative capability was Ji Yun's trump card, reserved for dire circumstances and not to be employed lightly in front of others. Clang! Ultimately, after a fierce clash, Huang Tianxing's trembling hands could no longer maintain their grip on the spear. The golden spear soared through the air, embedding itself in the black steel stage, vibrating with a distinctive metallic resonance. Ji Yun stood firm with his sword, his sharpness subdued, exuding an air of serene detachment. The victor had been determined. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the audience below. It is safe to say that hardly anyone anticipated such an outcome. Many were left utterly astonished. Amidst the surrounding clamor, Huang Tiansheng could hear nothing. He felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had indeed lost, defeated by a practitioner of the sixth layer of Qi refinement from Linshan City. The youth before him appeared no older than 16, even younger than himself. He possessed the golden extreme physique with formidable combat prowess, mastering any gold-based martial arts with ease. Even his stern father acknowledged him as a prodigy of extraordinary talent. His stage lay within the Xianxia sect, throughout the Jade Kingdom, and even further afield. In his pursuit of greater heights, he had never once faltered. Yet the outcome was this unexpected. As these thoughts crossed Huang Tianxing's mind, a sense of despondency enveloped him, his gaze falling despondently. However, he was no ordinary individual. He quickly regained his composure, cast a glance at Ji Yun, and decisively withdrew, extracting his golden spear and turning away. Meanwhile, the members of the Ji family who had come to witness the battle were only just coming to their senses. Prior to the activation of the spiritual perception ritual, many had been unaware of such a remarkable youth within their clan. Ji Yun had remained exceedingly low-key, acting independently even after awakening his abilities. He hunted beasts and cultivated alone. It was only now that the Ji family realized they had a terrifying prodigy with near-demonic potential among them. Even Ji Xiaodai found it hard to believe. During their previous sparring sessions, she had sensed Ji Yun's unfathomable depth, his vast combat experience, swordsmanship, and martial arts. All seemingly flawless, yet she had not anticipated him to be this powerful. This has indeed reached an unprecedented level of dominance. Hong Yao sensed her longsword humming, the ethereal blade exuding excitement, seemingly yearning to engage in battle with Ji Yun once more. That day will come, she murmured softly, pressing down on her sword. The victor, Ji Yun of the Ji family, with the resounding declaration of the elderly Mr. Mu, adorned with a small mustache, the youthful contest officially concluded. Chapter 26, Aftermath. They began to disperse. The spectators returned, their hearts tumultuous. This stark contrast between ordinary individuals and the disciples of noble families was palpable. For the civilian martial artists, the clash between Ji Yun and Huang Tiansheng left an indelible mark upon their souls. Yet, some among them maintained a more sanguine perspective. The loquacious warrior in yellow mused aloud, "In truth, the disciples of the clans in Linshan City are not so different from us. They are merely ordinary individuals with slightly greater strength." As they departed from the Lord's residence, no one sought to impede him. A scholar among them chuckled. "You truly have a short memory. Your recently bruised lips cannot resist the urge to speak again." Another joined the discourse. "Pray tell, what insights do you possess?" "My good fellow, if they were truly that formidable, why would these families still send their most exceptional disciples to the Xianxia sect?" The yellow-clad warrior continued unabated, as if compelled to release the pin-up words of the day. "It is merely that the Xianxia sect is superior. For the sake of their family's future, they have no choice but to do so." It was said that an even mightier power loomed over the Xianxia sect. In their eyes, the Ji and Hong families were but ants akin to themselves. One individual's expression shifted, and he remarked, "Indeed, these families are merely a step ahead of us. There remains hope for us to catch up." An elder at the 9th level of Qi refinement sighed. "We believe that the strength of a foundational realm martial artist was impressive, capable of living for 2 centuries, basking in glory. Yet, beyond the foundational realm lies even more formidable levels, with strength and longevity that are truly terrifying. Such powerful beings do not exist in Linshan City. The prominent figures of these families, like us, may also be ensnared within a singular realm until their lifespan is exhausted. What significance does 200 years hold? Merely an extra century of life. To venture further and live longer, one must transcend Linshan City and embark upon a broader world, climbing step by step. In this regard, the families of Linshan City are not unlike us." The discussions continued late into the night before they gradually dispersed. With the departure of the crowd, the events of the day would resonate throughout Linshan City in the following days, becoming a topic of lively conversation. Names such as Ji Yun, Huang Tiansheng, Hong Yao, Tang Cheng, and others who performed exceptionally would soon be known to many. In 20 days, the departure for the Xianxia sect would commence. Ji Yun returned home, made minor adjustments, and began to contemplate new martial arts. Having triumphed in both battles that day, he acquired 2 profound foundational martial arts manuals. The foundational martial arts, while somewhat challenging for Qi refinement practitioners, demanded greater diligence in training. The condensed sword technique is an art that consolidates true energy into sword energy, which is then unleashed through the fingertips to strike adversaries. Upon mastering the art, the condensation of true energy has reached a level of effortless control, enabling one to unleash sword Qi to injure foes with but a mere breath. The Heavenly Light Shadow Step is a skill exclusive to practitioners of the metal-based martial arts. When surrounded by golden light, one can swiftly traverse great distances. It is said that wherever the heavenly light shines, there too will its shadow be found. Truly, the art of condensing truth in martial practices is remarkable, with each discipline possessing its unique attributes. Typically, only those in the foundation establishment stage engage in such training, and the family's collection is rather limited. Yet, as a mere 6-layer Qi refinement practitioner, I have discovered 4 disciplines of condensed truth that are suitable for me. First, I shall delve into these 2 martial arts. Immersed in my training, the night swiftly passed. As the sun rose, Ji Yun emerged from his meditative state, opening the door to find a bustling gathering of people outside his humble abode. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all members of a Ji clan, numbering in the dozens. "Ji and Ji is out," cried a young boy amidst the crowd. At the sound, many turned to behold a handsome young man stepping out from the small house. Ji Yun, nearing 16 years of age, had shed much of his youthful innocence. His hair was jet black and his eyes clear and ethereal, exuding an aura that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "Good heavens, it is Ji Yun. I have seen him before, but I never expected him to be not only so striking in appearance, but also formidable in strength," remarked a young woman in a floral dress, having hurried over upon hearing the news from the Lord's manor. "Ji and Ji, how did you train? Please teach me," shouted an eager young boy. "Yes, yes, I too wish to be as powerful as you." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe entered the scene, accompanied by a dark-skinned man. The green-robed man appeared to be around 40, radiating a vigorous vitality. It is the third elder. Upon recognizing him, the crowd clasped their fists in greeting. The third elder waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from formalities, and turned his appreciative gaze towards Ji-yun. The dark-skinned man behind him, upon seeing Ji-yun, knelt before him without hesitation, slapping his own face in a display of remorse. Ji-yun, my vision was clouded by greed. I implore your forgiveness. Ji-yun regarded the scruffy middle-aged man, recalling the contemptuous expression he wore when taking Ji-yun's spirit stones years prior, feeling little stirrings of emotion within. Over the years, he had dedicated himself solely to cultivation, never seeking to reclaim his spirit stones from Ji Xiao. Yet now the man had come to him on his knees. Such is the transformation wrought by strength. In this world, power reigns supreme. Ji-yun, this worthless individual previously extorted your spirit stones through intimidation. The clan bears shame for this. We now leave his fate in your hands, proclaimed the third elder, his voice resonant and unreserved, intending to serve as a cautionary tale for the others. Hearing this, Ji Xiao intensified his self-flagellation, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yi-yun maintained a calm demeanor. The clan had dispatched a third elder of the Foundation establishment stage to seek justice on his behalf, a gesture that afforded him considerable respect. He had no desire to squander time on such matters. Moreover, he is no longer the same person he once was. Hidden within the storage pouch at his side are several thousand spirit stones and a plethora of materials. The spirit stones that were embezzled are of little consequence to him. With a swift motion, the glint of a sword flashed, severing several strands of withered hair. This matter has long since faded from my memory. Rise, uncle, Ji-yun said nonchalantly. Ji Xiao was struck with astonishment. With his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he had failed to discern how the opponent had drawn his sword. If the adversary had wished to take his life, it would have been a trivial task. Upon hearing these words, he felt a tremendous weight lifted from his shoulders, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Under the watchful gaze of the third elder, he cobbled together 300 spirit stones as an apology. The family subsequently provided an additional 300 spirit stones, and thus the matter was deemed settled. By the time the crowd dispersed, it was already noon. Ji-yun set forth once more towards the scripture pavilion. The golden radiance body technique had captured his interest, and he hoped to discover if there were subsequent practices to be found. This was certainly no ordinary technique. It must possess significant origins, especially given its accompanying effects on body and meridian refinement. Truly unheard of. One could only wonder how the family had acquired such a technique. The scripture pavilion was, as it always was, cold and desolate. The elder in charge of the pavilion reclined alone on a wrought-tan chair, engrossed in a biography. Upon Ji-yun's arrival, the elder's expression brightened, evidently having heard of the events from the previous day. At last, the family had produced a warrior capable of cultivating the golden radiance body technique, ensuring that the technique he had painstakingly retrieved from the brink of death would not be lost to obscurity. Once informed of Ji-yun's purpose, the elder contemplated for a moment before producing a yellowed map made of beast skin. The golden radiance body technique is not merely a mid-tier technique of condensation. It is, in fact, a high-tier technique. To prevent unnecessary prying, the family had declared it to be mid-tier to its members. I stumbled upon this technique deep within the depths of the Yuz Mountains, having inadvertently entered a certain valley from which it was obtained. That valley is quite remarkable, seemingly protected by a natural barrier of formations. I have never been able to return after exiting. Both the clan leader and the elder have visited, yet they too could not re-enter. Your cultivation of the golden radiance body technique may be intertwined with this fate. Perhaps you will find an opportunity within. After speaking, the elder felt a sense of unease and reiterated, however, you must wait until you achieve the condensation stage before venturing there. Second-tier beasts roam near the valley. I was fortunate to have escaped with my life. Upon hearing this, Ji-yun carefully stored the map and solemnly replied, if I succeed in achieving condensation, I shall go to investigate. Chapter 27, Departure. Days passed swiftly, drawing ever closer to the day of departure for Xianxia. 10 days later, Ji Ziming and 2 others arrived together, bearing shocking news for Ji-yun. Tang Chung has died. The silver-patterned youth from the Tang family? Yi-yun guspet, hastily inquiring as to the details. It is said that on the night following the martial arts competition, a mysterious master of the condensation realm infiltrated the Tang residence and abducted him. Ji Ziming wore a complex expression, astonished upon hearing the news. At that time, The elder of the Tang family was nearby and, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over, only to be overpowered by the mysterious assailant and severely injured in a single strike. This incident alarmed the city lord's mansion, prompting the deployment of the demon-hunting dogs and reconnaissance bird from the army to search for Tang Cheng's whereabouts. The Tang family even mobilized their aged ancestors, who had little time left. 7 days later, Tang Cheng was discovered in a desolate, uninhabited mountain, already lifeless. His death was exceptionally tragic, with reports suggesting his head had been brutally fractured. Jiyun fell silent, while the few who had already learned of the news shared a somber understanding. It appeared that Linshan City was not as tranquil as it seemed. Dark currents were evidently stirring beneath the surface. Jihe spoke gravely. Tang Cheng and I have crossed paths. He was a formidable opponent, a pity indeed. Jiyun and the others shot him a disapproving glance, thinking it rather inappropriate to boast at such a moment. If memory served correctly, he had been swiftly defeated by Tang Cheng. A day later, the four received a summons from their clan leader. In the hall, Ji Yuanxiao, clad in a purple robe, wore a grave expression, while the elder beside him appeared troubled. Once Jiyun and the others arrived, Ji Yuanxiao began, "You are all likely aware of Tang Cheng's unfortunate fate." They all nodded in response. This incident is unusual. According to our estimations based on intelligence from the 5 prominent families and the city lord's mansion, the perpetrator is a mysterious force. This force has caused chaos in multiple nations and has now made its appearance in Linshan City. It is also possible that they have long been lurking within our city, only now revealing themselves. The elder interjected, his voice laden with concern. "Do we know what their motive was in killing Tang Cheng?" Jian inquired. Ji Yuanxiao glanced at them before slowly articulating 4 words: ability transplantation. Ability transplantation? The group displayed expressions of confusion, and after some contemplation, Ji was the first to comprehend, exclaiming in horror. Could it be that they intend to transplant Tang Cheng's awakened abilities into others? Indeed, that is correct, the elder affirmed. What? Upon hearing this, the group was engulfed in a wave of goosebumps and unease. Particularly Ji Ziming, Ji He, and Ji Xiaodai, who had never taken a life, exhibited an uncontrollable fear. This mysterious force was indeed terrifying. According to City Lord Huang Jingyan, both physical traits and awakened special abilities could be extracted and transplanted into others. Thus, they were hunting down geniuses indiscriminately. Ji He's face turned ashen, his back drenched in cold sweat, his legs and teeth trembling. My moonlight body cultivates an exceptionally rapid pace. Oh, you need not worry, the elder reassured him with a relaxed demeanor. There are quite a few who have awakened the moonlight body. Linshan City has 3 to 5 individuals, and I have not heard of anyone falling victim to such dark schemes. Only those who awaken exceedingly rare or powerful abilities, like Tang Cheng's silver patterns, are targeted as prey. Ji He found the elder's words somewhat hurtful, yet remarkably reassuring. The small crescent on the back shows signs of rising. The same words, when heard by Ji Yun, resonate differently, striking her mind like a thunderclap. Rare and immensely powerful. I seem to embody both traits. How perilous. Fortunately, my ability as a regenerative entity has never been revealed. Otherwise, I might have already become a cold corpse. Though my heart races with anxiety, Ji Yun's face remains inscrutable. Do you know what your constitution is? Xianxia inquired. I'm still uncertain, Ji Yun replied calmly. Very well. Henceforth, you may refer to yourself as a Jinna body when necessary. The Jinna constitution is not listed on our family's spirit testing platform. It cultivates metal-based techniques at an extraordinary pace and enhances metal true chi, aligning somewhat with your situation. Should you discover that you possess a rare constitution, do not make it known. This mysterious force is not inferior to the Xianxia sect and is said to have considerable influence. It is imperative to safeguard your safety. Understood. Ji Yun felt a surge of gratitude. She hadn't anticipated that the clan leader would devise such a plan for her. The likelihood of being targeted for the fire calamity body or the flexible body is low, as the Hong family's flying spirit sword body and the city lord's golden extreme body are considerably stronger, and they would likely be the first targets. Nevertheless, given the tumultuous times, Ji Yuanxiao instructed the 4 of them to reside near his dwelling before departing for Xianxia. Ji Yun's remote residence was particularly concerning. In the following days, the clan elders frequently convened at the city lord's mansion for discussions. The emergence of this mysterious faction caused unease among all. It is rare for a family to produce a gifted disciple, and they are cherished and protected. Anyone taken and stripped of their abilities, only to be killed, would provoke outrage from anyone. The Tang clan leader and elders were exceptionally proactive, mobilizing the entire family to investigate suspicious individuals. Any unknown strong practitioners at the true foundation stage must be reported immediately. Yet, the mysterious individuals seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving no useful leads behind. As dawn broke, golden rays spilled onto the walls, shimmering brightly. 10 days had swiftly passed. The time had come to set out for the Xianxia sect. Initially, each family planned to travel separately, but given the recent events, they could only proceed together. The journey was long, and every family feared encountering the mysterious faction along the way. The Ji family's elder, the Hong clan leader, the Zhou family's elder, the Yu clan leader, the Tang family's second elder, and the city lords Mu Lao all mobilized together. A total of 6 formidable true foundation martial artists set forth, ensuring absolute safety. Should any brigands dare to attack, they could easily eradicate them and profit handsomely. Since Tang Cheng's demise, there are now 17 eligible young martial artists. Many of their elders accompanied them. A grand procession of 30 to 40 individuals prepared for departure. The Qinglin horses could travel 800 miles a day. With this carriage, the group would reach the Xianxia sect in merely 20 days, heading southward. The vast majority of the youth from most families have never ventured far from home. As they stroll along the official road, gazing at the distant, undulating peaks adorned with lush greenery and fragrant wildflowers, a sense of vitality and vigor fills the air. Their hearts yearn for the distant Xianxia sect even more. Chapter 28, Guanfeng City. 9 days later, the caravan from Linshan City, having traveled tirelessly, takes a respite in a grand city known as Guanfeng, replenishing their supplies in the process. Guanfeng City is encircled by towering mountains, for which one can behold majestic peaks and cascading waterfalls in the distance. It is said that formidable masters often engage in martial discussions atop those colossal summits. This city thrives in martial arts, rivaling the 3 major cities in grandeur, and is renowned as the strongest subordinate city of the Xianxia sect. Famously dubbed the 4th city of Xianxia, the young men, weary from their prolonged confinement in the carriage, eagerly disembark to explore the vibrant city. On the Ji family side, Ji Xiaodai has already vanished, reportedly off to admire jewelry with Hong Yao from the Hong family. Their bond blossomed from a chance encounter, and they became as close as sisters, having joined the Hong family's carriage 3 days prior. The streets bustle with the ceaseless flow of people and vehicles, resembling a surging tide. The main thoroughfare is dotted with dueling platforms, where martial artists frequently engage in spirited contests, much to the delight of the onlookers. Yi Yun, Ji Ziming, and Ji Hai walk together, traversing the wide avenue in search of the bustling commercial streets of the city's heart. This flame dragon sword is indeed a treasure among the high-grade weapons, yet costs merely 500 spirit stones, Ji Ziming exclaimed, holding a fire-red longsword with a blade so pure it was nearly transparent. In Linshan City, swords of similar quality would fetch at least 530 spirit stones, if not more. This iron magnet gauntlet is also impressive, priced at only 420 spirit stones. Ye He remarked, equally astonished, though he knew he could not afford it. Ji Yun, on the other hand, was more intrigued by the prices of medicinal pills. The Qi Gathering Pill was merely 9 spirit stones, while the Qi Building Pill suitable for those at the 7th level of Qi refinement was only 28 spirit stones, both cheaper than in Linshan City. It seems this is your first visit, the shopkeeper chuckled. You see, Guanfeng City, being close to the main city, enjoys prosperous trade. So prices here are generally about 10% lower than elsewhere. Ah, I see. As we venture further south towards the Xianxia sect, the prices will surely drop even more. Ji Hai mused, his mind suddenly enlightened. After leaving the shop, the trio ambled about until they decided to dine at a restaurant named Mingfeng Yulu. This establishment not only offers a wide variety of exotic meats, but the culinary skills of its chefs are unparalleled. The 4 of them indulged to the point of feeling slightly bloated before they reluctantly paused. This is absolutely delectable. Such mountain delicacies and ocean flavors are simply unparalleled. I nearly bit my tongue, Ji Ziming remarked, one hand resting on his belly. Let us return for a meal before we set off tomorrow to savor their breakfast. He suggested. That sounds like a splendid idea. As dusk approached, the 3 companions, having feasted to their heart's content, meandered towards the inn where they had decided to rest. Upon nearing their destination, the sounds of a fierce duel reached their ears, drawing a crowd that buzzed with lively discussions. The prospect of enjoying a spectacle after a hearty meal was simply delightful. With a spirit of curiosity, they made their way to the scene, only to discover the audacious young man, Hong Zhe, engaged in combat with an unfamiliar young martial artist. With a series of thunderous impacts, the stranger executed a meteor kick with fluid grace, sending a flurry of leg shadows into the air, rendering the onlookers unable to discern the real from the illusion. Hong Zhe struggled to defend against the barrage, but was ultimately struck in the chest, propelled backward in a graceful arc before landing on the ground. How weak! Is this the level of martial artists in Linshan City? I could have dispatched 2 of his kind when I was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. After defeating Hong Zhe, the stranger boasted brazenly, having come to challenge the martial artists from Linshan City, who were rumored to be registering at the Xianxia sect. Upon hearing this, Hong Han, another member of the Hong family, seethed with indignation. How dare you? Have you considered your own capabilities? Watch as I deal with you. Oomph. Judging by your similar attire, you must belong to the same faction. That arrogant fellow was easily dealt with by my footwork. You likely won't be any different. Unable to contain himself further, Hong Han leaped onto the stage, unleashing his martial prowess upon his opponent. Now this is more like it. The stranger recognized Hong Han's aptitude and decided to employ his true strength. Prepare yourself. What prompted their fight? He inquired of the 2 beside him. Don't ask me. I just arrived like you did. Only a couple of steps earlier, came the reply. As the duel raged on, Ji Yun and the others remained unfazed, engaging in trivial conversation while munching on sunflower seeds they had casually brought from the tavern. Crunch, crunch. These seeds are quite good. Indeed, the city of Guanfeng is exceptional. Even the sunflower seeds are remarkable, with a delightful roasted flavor. I must remember to procure more tomorrow. Just as they were enjoying their snack, a melodious voice of reproach rang out from behind them. Hey, could you all be a bit more serious? Can't you see how hard Hong Han is fighting up there? Turning to see the source of the voice, they found it was Ji Xiaodai, adorned with a newly acquired exquisite ebony hairpin. Her long, dark hair cascaded elegantly. Her delicately arched brows framed her face, and her legs stood straight and poised, transforming the once adorable girl into a vision of grace. Ji Xiaodai has grown up, the group mused. By her side stood Hong Yao, her hair flowing like a waterfall, clad in a flowing white gown. Her slender waist and long, straight legs complemented the silver sword hanging at her side, giving her the aura of a serene and aloof sword fairy. As the 2 ethereal beauties stood together, the surrounding gazes gravitated towards them as if drawn by an irresistible magnetism. Hong Yao and Ji Yun exchanged glances, offering a slight nod in greeting, before raising their alabaster necks to gaze upon the stage. After 30 intense rounds, the clash between Hong Han and the enigmatic stranger drew near its conclusion. Fiery red and azure energies erupted in succession. Both combatants had unleashed their true prowess, employing formidable martial arts techniques. The audacity of this stranger to provoke a confrontation indeed revealed a measure of skill. Ultimately, Hong Han faltered, finding himself cast down from the arena. Yet, the stranger was not unscathed. The depletion of his vital energy was evident, and blood seeped from his once proud legs. Clearly, he hailed from a remote town, displaying a level of weakness that hardly warranted aspirations of joining the esteemed Xianxia sect. It would be wise for him to return home and save on travel expenses. Behind the stranger stood 2 companions, who erupted in laughter upon hearing this. You, Hong Zhe exclaimed, his anger palpable, upon hearing their taunts. Hong Yao furrowed her brows and stepped forward, ready to defend her family's honor. At that moment, Ji Xiaodai's eyes flickered as she turned towards the trio munching on sunflower seeds. Aren't you 3, watching from the sidelines, supposed to take the stage? She grasped Hong Yao's hand reassuringly, saying, Do not worry, Yao Yao. They will certainly assist you in dealing with your adversary. With a smile, her gaze flitted across the 3. Ji He raised an eyebrow, realizing he could not remain a bystander any longer, and tucked the seeds away in his pocket. I'll be right back. Yet, as he took a step forward, he felt hands pressing on his shoulders, immobilizing him. The owners of those hands were none other than Ji Ziming and Ji Xiaodai, who, in a flurry of urgency, exclaimed in unison, Stop. Don't go. Chapter 29. The Battle of Guanfeng City. Upon ascending the stage, Ji Ziming faced a dark-clad swordsman who emerged from the crowd. You are not capable. Summon your strongest warrior. I rank among the top 5 of the younger generation in Guanfeng City. It is still not too late to concede. Ji Ziming scoffed, drawing his sword, flames ascending in a display of power. Stubborn fool, the black-clad swordsman, exuding absolute confidence, unsheathed his blade and charged forth. Ji Ziming demonstrated considerable skill, deftly countering the opponent's successive lethal strikes. You are but mediocre, he remarked coolly. I do not even rank in the top 5 in Linshan City. In Ji Ziming's estimation, the top 4 were Ji Yun, Huang Tiansheng, Hong Yao, and the deceased Tang Cheng. The 5th was Huang Zhuocheng, the city lord who had bested him. Thus, he indeed did not belong in the upper echelon. Presumptuous, roared the black-clad swordsman, anger igniting within him, as a chilling aura emanated from blade. Crack! Ji He cracked the shell of a sunflower seed, savoring the tender morsel within. This one has a delightful crab flavor. Quite exquisite. Jian, what do you think of who will triumph on stage? Crunch. Jian replied, mine is lamb-flavored. The taste is truly unique. It is challenging to assess the situation. The opponent is formidable, and their physique likely possesses unique ice-based abilities. Both combatants exhibit equal prowess in their martial arts, suggesting that a protracted battle is imminent. As time unfolds, Ji Ziming becomes acutely aware of this reality. Since his defeat in endurance against Huang Zhuocheng, he has reflected upon the necessity of strategic adaptation in the face of an adversary he cannot overcome with sheer strength. Realizing this, Ji Ziming conserves some of his energy, allowing the vital essence enveloping his sword to diminish as he voluntarily adopts a defensive stance. The cloaked swordsman's eyes gleam with anticipation, recognizing that his opponent is nearing exhaustion. Prepare yourself. A sharp crack resounds. I relish the taste of octopus. Ji Shaodai comprehends Ji Ziming's strategy, feeling a surge of admiration. It is indeed surprising that the one who merely used to roar in frustration has begun to employ intellect. By the way, Jian, where did you procure these sunflower seeds? They possess a uniquely delightful flavor. Another crack. Original flavor. Nearby, Hong Yao reveals her immaculate teeth. Resembling a flawless gem, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of the ideal goddess in the hearts of young men, as she also indulges in sunflower seeds. The seeds from Fengyue Tower seem to possess an enchanting allure, captivating one martial artist after another from Linshan City. Her voice, cool and melodic, cuts through the air. Jian, please take us to purchase some later. We shall enjoy them on our journey tomorrow. Of course. After speaking, Hong Yao feels a slight flush of embarrassment, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. Clearing her throat, she shifts her focus to analyzing the battle unfolding on stage. The cloaked swordsman is depleting his vital essence, while Ji Ziming grows increasingly vigorous. It appears that the outcome has been decided. As Hong Yao's words echo, the white vital essence enveloping the martial stage dissipates. Ji Ziming's sword gleams brilliantly, sending his opponent's blade flying and piercing through the protective vital essence. Following this, he leaps into the air, delivering a decisive kick to the opponent's face. Poof! The cloaked swordsman has no opportunity to utter a word before he is sent flying, accompanied by a few teeth, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Fengju. The two individuals opposite him are taken aback, rushing forward in alarm. I am unharmed. Although Fengju has sustained minor injuries, the psychological impact of being defeated by a lesser-known warrior is profoundly disheartening, causing his body to tremble slightly. Whether from rage or another emotion remains uncertain. The young elite ranked among the top 5 of Guanfeng City truly possesses extraordinary strength, managing to compel 2/5 of my power. You all have reason to feel pride. Ji Ziming, towering above, displays unexpected compassion, offering words of consolation. You. The 3 individuals below seethe with anger, eager to retaliate. Yet, upon reflection, they realize that even the mightiest among them, Fengju, has fallen, rendering any words impotent. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. After deliberation, the 3 feel unsatisfied with retreating without further action, and thus they can only utter vehemently, "Humph." The warriors from that remote border town possess such limited capability. Once I summon Brother Tongue, merely his presence will silence you all. Brother Tongue is the foremost young powerhouse of Guanfeng City, having already attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. At the tender age of 18, one has already attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, a feat that might be beyond a realm of your imagination. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of the relentless rush of a mighty river. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, approximately 5 miles away. where it appeared that formidable experts were engaged in a fierce duel. A surge of pure energy ascended skyward, resembling a radiant rainbow piercing the clouds. It was none other than Brother Tongue, showcasing his remarkable azure, cloud-soaring technique. Brother Tongue was locked in combat with another adversary. Feng Zhu and his companions were taken aback by this spectacle. Casting a fleeting glance at Ji Yun and his group, they dashed toward the unfolding drama, eager not to miss this thrilling confrontation. Naturally, their hasty departure was also a means to evade the embarrassment of their prior defeat. Hailing from a humble locale, they were eager to witness the prowess of Brother Tongue from Guanfeng City. Members of the Ji and Hong clans swiftly followed suit, their curiosity piqued by the prowess of the foremost young expert from Guanfeng City. For martial artists, a 5-mile trek was but a moment's journey. Upon their arrival, Ji Yun and his companions beheld a man enveloped in mist and radiant light, engaged in a fierce clash with a golden figure. The terrifying waves of energy surged, creating a cacophony that caused the onlookers to pale, retreating hastily to avoid being swept away. The golden figure was none other than Huang Tiansheng, a familiar face from Linshan City. His opponent, Brother Tongue, stood resolutely, his vitality and spirit coalescing to their utmost to confront this formidable foe. Unparalleled battle dance. Azure sky unification. Accompanied by a battle cry, the two combatants collided like cataclysmic war machines. The ground trembled, and brilliance illuminated the heavens. Who could this individual be, capable of contending with Brother Tongue to such an extent? A young man with remarkable leg skills glanced at a nearby female martial artist, etched on his face. He is said to be a young warrior from Linshan City, named Huang Tiansheng. The female martial artist, with a grave expression, replied, "His strength is formidable, rivaling that of Brother Tongue." What? A warrior from such a remote place can match Brotherton? The young man was taken aback, casting a discreet glance at Ji Ziming and his companions nearby. To his surprise, Ji Ziming, Ji Hui, and the proud young man Hong Zhe were all looking back at him, seemingly putting aside their previous grievances to offer him a faint smile. Indeed, Brother Tongue's strength was extraordinary. His profound skills were nothing short of remarkable. Today I, Hong Zhe, concede, he declared. The nimble-legged young man was utterly bewildered. Why were they praising Brother Tongue? Shouldn't they be cheering for Huang Tiansheng instead? The martial artists from Linshan City seemed to be acting strangely. Could it be that they were actually magnanimous? Beside them, Ji Shaodai observed the scene with a hand resting on her forehead, a look of exasperation on her face. These individuals were falling back into their old habits, plotting something mischievous. Hong Yao could hardly contain her amusement, stifling a laugh as if she already knew what was about to transpire next. She had always maintained an icy demeanor, but at this moment, her smile revealed a captivating charm that caused several onlookers to steal glances at her repeatedly. Indeed, Ji Hai wore a serious expression, exhaling deeply, and gravely remarked, "Brother Tongue is indeed formidable, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, unparalleled in Guanfeng City. He is capable of matching Huang Tiansheng, the second-ranked warrior of Linshan City, in combat." Ji Ziming and Hong Zhe could no longer contain their laughter and burst out. "What did you say?" The leg technique youth and Feng Zhu were initially astonished, then clearly disbelieving. Huang Tiansheng is merely second? What a joke. Such brazen arrogance. A frog at the bottom of the well in Guanfeng City. Do you not know that the top-ranked warrior of Linshan City bears the surname Ji? Ji Hai looked down at them with pride, finished speaking, and turned away, disregarding them. Do you want to show off your skills? Yi Ziming Visperd Doyiyun. Perhaps not. I, a mere 6th-layer Qi refining practitioner, cannot overshadow them. I cannot possibly go up and engage in another battle with those two on stage. Indeed, it would fail to impress. Ji Ziming understood, feeling regretful. No matter how strong Ji Yun was, she was merely an inconspicuous 6th-layer Qi refining warrior in public view. Alas, this display of bravado lacked satisfaction, falling short of expectation. The battle on stage drew to a close. Boundless mist enveloped the arena, making it feel as though the two combatants were submerged in a thick fog, oppressive and disorienting, barely allowing glimpses of their silhouettes clashing within. Suddenly, a beam of golden light pierced through the haze, parting the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the mist was laced with golden cracks, spreading like a shattered giant egg. Moments later, Huang Tiansheng soared into the sky, wielding a golden spear. A few wisps of pure energy trailed from him, quickly dissipating into the atmosphere. His dazzling battle armor glimmered, presenting him as an imposing figure. As the fog around the dual platform cleared, the spectators beheld Brother Tongue in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His protective true energy unable to sustain itself and shattering. It was evident that the youthful myth of Guanfeng City had been defeated. He lost to a peer from a remote mountain city. Some onlookers were left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out. How could this be possible? The leg technique youth and Feng Ju stood in stunned silence. The clear sky had darkened. Brother Tongue, the pride of Guanfeng City, had suffered a crushing defeat, not to a mightier opponent at Xianxia sect, but to an obscure individual. It seemed as though their faith had crumbled alongside this revelation. Cough, cough. Brother Tongue spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Although he had lost, his chiseled features remained remarkably calm, displaying an air of dignity. Brother Huang, your skills are impressive. I, Tongue, hold great admiration. When we meet again at Xianxia, I shall seek to redeem myself. Huang Tianxing nodded. Your strength is not to be underestimated. We shall battle again at that time. Through this encounter, Huang Tianxing had regained his confidence. In the flourishing martial arts city of Guanfeng, the strongest among the younger generation demonstrated his formidable prowess by defeating his opponent with merely 90% of his strength, a testament to his might. His previous defeat to Ji Yun was not due to his own weakness, but rather the extraordinary talent of his adversary. He remained confident in his own abilities. Chapter 30. A night stroll. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moon shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. After a busy day, the group finally returned to the inn. In a small courtyard, Ji Yun entered his quarters and surveyed the interior. The furnishings were exquisite. The intricately carved bed and chairs seemed almost lifelike, and the rich scent of high-quality agarwood wafted through the air, easing his fatigue. This was the most luxurious room he had ever occupied. Out of curiosity, he observed the room a little longer before shifting his focus. He found a clean mat and seated himself in meditation, contemplating the techniques of the sword condensation finger martial art. Limited by his cultivation level, having only reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, he knew that mastering a conventional true condensation martial art was beyond his reach. Thus, learning additional martial arts to draw references from each was a prudent choice. The techniques of the sword condensation finger greatly benefited Ji Yun, enabling him to execute his moves with greater decisiveness while minimizing the waste of his true energy. He could sense a tangible enhancement in his strength. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door, interrupting his practice. Reluctantly, Ji Yun halted his training and rose. Who is it? He inquired. As he opened the door slightly, a whiff of fragrance wafted in, and he immediately recognized the visitor, Zhou Yuemei. This young woman had persistently approached him during her travels, never treating him as a stranger. Peering through the crack in the door, she glanced inside, and upon confirming that he was alone, she slipped in with ease. Today, she appeared to have put considerable effort into her appearance. Her hair adorned with ornate golden hairpins and clad in a form-fitting begonia-colored dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Isn't it lonely for a young hero like you to be alone on such a splendid night? Zhou Yuemei said, her eyes dancing with mischief as she surveyed the surroundings. Her fingers traced the delicate patterns of the window, gesturing toward the outside where silvery moonlight cascaded gently. The moon is particularly full tonight. Let me take you somewhere, she urged. Alarmed, Ji Yun quickly replied, No, I must continue my training. Before he could finish his sentence, she grasped his hand and pulled him outside, leaving him no choice but to follow her. With a sly smile, Zhou Yuemei recognized Ji Yun's affable nature, unperturbed by his potential refusal. Not far away, a young man sat cross-legged on the rooftop, practicing under the moonlight, observing the scene with curiosity. Is this his secret to strength? He wondered. Zhou Yuemei hurriedly led Ji Yun to another small courtyard. She instructed him to wait there for a moment before entering one of the rooms. The small courtyard was tranquil, likely the residence of several members of the Zhou family. Faint strains of melodious music floated through the air, fresh and elegant, harmonizing with the moonlit night, as if to cleanse the soul. Suddenly, the sound of the piano came to an abrupt halt. Moments later, a melodious voice resonated from within the room. Aunt. The door was flung open in haste, and a young woman dashed out, her right hand grasping the arm of a stunning lady clad in a flowing azure silk gown. This exquisite beauty was none other than Zhou Yuemei. A hint of fluster graced her delicate features, rendering her even more captivating, as if she had not anticipated her aunt's sudden arrival. Upon noticing Ji Yun standing not far away, Zhou Yuer paused for a moment, offered a smile in greeting, and was then involuntarily drawn closer. Zhou Yumei acted decisively, giving no time for either of them to react, as she pulled both of them away from the courtyard and towards the outside world. Ji Yun and Zhou Yuer, unable to resist, followed along obediently. Above them, a man leaping from one rooftop to another witnessed this scene and was taken aback. It dawned on him that this was the true secret. What a remarkable young man. The man was deeply moved, filled with envy, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless. Under the bright moonlight in the ancient alley, the silvery glow cascaded upon the shoulders of the trio. Zhou Yumei led the two through winding paths, navigating one alley after another, traversing through antiquated houses, heading straight for their destination. At last, the distant sounds of revelry emerged, vibrant and bustling. This was an ancient street built alongside a river, characterized by white walls and black tiles, with charming bridges and flowing water. Lanterns adorned the awnings, illuminating the area with a warm glow. Vendors opened their stalls, and enchanting melodies filled the air as numerous young men and women strolled together. I have inquired and learned that every time the full moon graces the sky, the Xianxia Ancient Street holds a lantern festival. The time has come. Let's explore together. Without waiting for a response from the two, the young woman swayed her slender waist and walked ahead, glancing around with curiosity. Indeed, Guangfeng City is truly bustling. The variety of exquisite jewelry and garments, along with the intricate craftsmanship and delicate textures, far surpasses that of Linshan City. Some decorations require hundreds of processes to create, leaving one in awe. Ji Yun and Zhou Yuer walked side by side, slowly trailing behind. Zhou Yuer's skin was as pristine as that of a newborn, fair and delicate, her figure graceful, with silken tresses cascading down her waist. As she walked, her hair swayed gently, exuding a natural fragrance that occasionally danced into Ji Yun's nostrils. Walking alongside such a beauty for the first time, Ji Yun felt a slight tension within, unsure of how to initiate conversation, leading to a momentary silence between them. She is just like this, but she takes great care of me, Zhou Yuer said softly, her red lips parting gently, her long, slender eyelashes casting a serene shadow as she expressed her gratitude to Ji Yun. Thank you for saving my aunt. Her skin was snow white and tender, her waist slender, and her misty eyes sparkled with vitality, surpassing even the celestial beings above. The simple yet heartfelt words that flowed from her lips were nothing short of heavenly music, bathing Ji Yun in a refreshing warmth. No need for thanks. Aunt Zhou and I support each other. Otherwise, I would not have managed to escape alone. Ji Yun was still young, intoxicated by the alluring fragrance in the air, feeling a surge of fervor within him. However, years of arduous training and life-and-death experiences had instilled in him a calm demeanor, preventing him from losing composure in the presence of such beauty. Ahead, Zhou Yumei, feigning interest in selecting jewelry, caught the subtle shift of her ears. This brat, who calls me sister in my presence, now refers to me as Aunt Zhou when accompanied by a fair maiden. How infuriating! The trio continued their leisurely stroll through the ancient streets, unable to resist temptation. Zhou Yumei indulged in an array of exquisite accessories. Moreover, in a shop named Pearl Pavilion, she encouraged and almost coerced Ji Yun into purchasing gifts. You venture into the mountains alone to hunt demons. You must be wealthier than I. Stop being so coy. Ji Yun felt somewhat embarrassed by her words and, under her insistence, nearly bought a delicate silver hairpin. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed such a gift rather presumptuous. Ultimately, he opted for 3 skewers of candied hawthorn and offered them to the two ladies. Zhou Yuer accepted with a gentle smile, savoring the treat slowly. Zhou Yuei, however, did not show him much appreciation, finishing hers in 2 bites and carelessly discarding the skewer on the ground. Zhou Yuer's charming demeanor while enjoying the candied hawthorn attracted many glances from passers-by. After a while, she found it difficult to endure the attention, being that it was her first time at such a lively lantern festival filled with young men and women. Contemplating for a moment, she retrieved a fine white lace veil from her sleeve, adorning her exquisite face, revealing only her enchanting eyes. As the group passed by the harbor, they decided to rent a small boat since they were already there. Ji Yun stood at the stern, grasping a bamboo pole, gently propelling the boat forward. Once seated, Zhou Yuer felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over her, adopting a languid pose that revealed her captivating curves. Like Ji Yun, she cherished tranquility, The earlier bustling streets had unsettled her, and this serene setting was perfectly aligned with her desires. Beneath the vast night sky, adorned with countless stars, the moonlight cascaded down. The trio gradually distanced themselves from the clamor. The red lanterns lining the banks exuded an ancient charm, presenting a picturesque scene. They remained silent, sipping hot tea while savoring the serenity surrounding them. The boat drifted gently, the reflections of trees dancing upon the water. Unbeknownst to them, another small boat appeared ahead. Standing aboard were a man and a woman. Jian cast a glance and found them somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Teng Xiong. Despite his defeat in the duel, retained an air of grace. At that moment, he wore a blue robe, his features sharp and proud. A delicately adorned, slender woman was nestled against him, her arm wrapped around his waist, resting her head on his broad shoulder. Faintly, the sound of their conversation reached Ji Yun's ears. "Can I accompany you to the Xian sect this time?" The woman gazed at Teng Xiong with dreamy eyes, filled with anticipation. "No," he replied. "You're only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. You would only be able to stay outside the mountain gate." "It matters not. I shall take residence just beyond the city, and you may visit me occasionally. Is that agreeable?" The woman spoke with a beguiling charm, her voice laced with a sultry allure. However, Teng seemed resolute in his decision, unwilling to bring her along. His tone was flat, yet left no room for dissent. "No, this would hinder my cultivation. I must go." "No. Do you despise me?" "Not at all, but it is simply unacceptable. I must go." With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Ji Yun and her companions witnessed Teng's hand rise and fall, and in an instant, a slender figure tilted and plunged into the river, creating a splash in the night. "Help! Help! I cannot swim. Woe is me." At that moment, the dashing Teng's heart was as unyielding as iron, completely unmoved. He paid no heed, turning his back and hastening his rowing, quickly vanishing from sight. Ji Yun Zhou Iua Mai Zhou Yu or Chapter 31. Fireworks. "Quickly, save her. What are you waiting for?" Zhou Yumei cried out. She seized a bamboo pole and propelled the boat swiftly toward the spot where the woman had fallen. Responding to the call, Ji Yun had already leapt into the water, rescuing the drenched woman. Gently placing the soaked figure onto the deck of the boat, Ji Yun summoned his vital energy to evaporate the water from her garments. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu Air and Zhou Yumei directed their energies to dry the woman, supporting her into a seated position. The woman appeared disoriented, still reeling from the recent blow. She could not fathom that he was such a person. The once exquisitely adorned lady now bore a vivid handprint upon her face, lost in her thoughts, her lips trembling. Whether from sorrow or something else, it was unclear. "Do not grieve too deeply, dear lady. There are many fine men in the world. One need not hang one's self upon a single tree," Zhou Yumei offered in consolation. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, the woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Grieve? I shall not grieve. I can only harbor hatred for him." Her voice turned cold, teeth grinding audibly, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The red mark on her face grew ever more vivid, as if it could bleed. "He hails from a mere insignificant family, a bastard. Were it not for my frugal sacrifice of resources for his cultivation, could he have achieved such heights? Thinking he could join the Xianxia sect and abandon me. How dare he entertain such notions? I shall go to the Xianxia sect as well. I will make him weep and kneel before me in repentance." As she spoke, her expression twisted with rage, transforming her once pretty visage into something grotesque and terrifying, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression that deterred onlookers from approaching. The atmosphere among Ji Yun and the two others was somewhat awkward. Initially, they intended to offer her solace, but upon witnessing her current state, they were uncertain whether to continue their efforts. Zhou Yuwerer proactively poured a cup of hot tea for the woman. After expressing her gratitude, the woman drank it in one gulp, gradually suppressing her resentment and regaining her composure. They all embarked on a nocturnal boat ride together. The small vessel transformed from a serene trio into a quartet. Once the woman calmed her emotions, she resembled an ordinary person, speaking appropriately and her voice resonating with a melodious clarity. Through their conversation, they learned that she was Yin Qiqi, the niece of the city lord of Guanfeng. Originally, her cultivation aptitude was commendable, but she had chosen to conserve her resources for her brother, Teng. Consequently, she remained at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yin Qiqi seemed to still harbor lingering feelings regarding Teng and instinctively rejected all men. Amid their banter, Her cold gaze occasionally flitted toward Ji Yun, sending a shiver down his spine as the benefactor of her rescue. After engaging in cheerful discourse for half an hour, Xianxia excused herself first, glancing at someone and implying, with your beauty, you must take good care of yourself when out and about. Do not allow those vile men to take advantage of you. These scoundrels, huh? Zhou Yuer surreptitiously glanced at Ji Yun, who feigned deep contemplation, prompting her to smile gently and nod, bidding farewell to Xianxia. The exquisite exchange of expressions caused Xianxia to momentarily lose her focus, and she departed in a daze. With one less person, the boat gradually fell silent. That tongue is in trouble, Zhou Yu remarked after a moment of silence. Zhou Yuer and Ji Yun nodded in agreement. The woman had abruptly left, likely to return and break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. As Xianxia revealed, her awakened constitution was the envy body. The more jealousy and resentment she felt, the faster her cultivation would advance, harboring many unknown intricacies. Today's experiences had stimulated her body, and her abilities instinctively activated. She sensed a loosening of her bottleneck, nearly unable to contain it, and felt compelled to rush back to break through. This constitution had once filled her with shame, making it difficult to speak of, thus she had always claimed to possess a mortal body. However, after this encounter, she had found clarity and resolved to no longer conceal it. She intended to join the Xianxia sect, continuously amassing resentment, using that heartless man as her driving force and resource for cultivation, ensuring he would live a life filled with tremors and regret. Ji Yun felt a chill in his heart, silently sweating for the departing tone. After joining the Xianxia sect, he must distance himself from that individual to avoid unwarranted disaster. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed in the distance, as a magnificent flower burst forth in the night sky. It showered countless brilliant lights, illuminating the entire sky as if it were day. The highlight of the Lantern Festival had arrived, and the three on the boat looked up in awe. Bang, bang, bang. A moment later, a multitude of vibrant sparks erupted simultaneously, blossoming in the darkness and radiating brilliance. In an instant, a kaleidoscopic splendor filled the eyes, intoxicating the onlookers. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of pear blossoms burst forth. The interplay of light and shadow created a scene where stars rained down. Countless fiery blossoms flickered, only to vanish like meteors. Then, even more dazzling colors surged forth, blooming in a magnificent display. The world seemed to come to a standstill. Zhou Yuer stared blankly at the sky, which resembled a grand feast, as memories from her childhood stirred deep within her, flashing vividly in her mind. Her gaze gradually became dreamy. Zhou Yume glanced at her little niece, feeling a pang of sympathy as she embraced her, gently patting her back. She then recalled that Ji Yun was in a similar situation as her niece, perhaps even more tragic, and cast a worried glance at the young, handsome face. Contrary to her expectations, Ji Yun's eyes sparkled, reflecting the myriad of fiery blossoms, dazzling and brimming with fighting spirit. As the fireworks ascended, he too was stirred, recalling the vow he made before entering the Yu's mountain range to become a formidable force, wielding his sword to break through all obstacles. My heart is set on martial arts. I shall forge ahead, undaunted by hardships, and regret nothing, even in death. Just like these fireworks, though they may perish, they must shine brilliantly first. Zhou Yume's expression suddenly turned somewhat melancholic, unable to tolerate the lack of sentiment from this man. She rolled her eyes dramatically. A melodious laugh interrupted the moment. It was Zhou Yuer, whose thoughts had been disrupted by her aunt's words. Seeing Ji Yun's fervent spirit, she quickly understood why Zhou Yume had said that. Aunt, don't say that. I think this is wonderful. Oomph. She not only ignored her, but also shot Ji Yun another glare. All you do is cultivate. Sooner or later, your brain will be worn out from it. Her words lingered, interrupting someone's concentration as he inquired with a glance about what was happening. Nothing. Let us continue watching the fireworks. Oh, all right. In the small courtyard where the Ji family resided, a figure remained seated on the roof under the moonlight, seemingly unmoving for an eternity. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, witnessing the fireworks blooming in the sky several miles away. They must have gone there. After the fireworks conclude, Ji Yun should return. I will watch over this night. I do not envy. Chapter 32, Registration. The following morning, as the sun rose, Ji Yun awakened from his meditation in the small cottage. After the fireworks ended the previous night, He had bid farewell to the 2 women of the Zhou family and spent the night in cultivation. After the group had their breakfast, they set out with the caravan from Linshan City, heading towards the Xianxia sect. In the carriage, Ji noticed that Ji He, seated opposite him, had been glancing at him intentionally yet subtly. As he cast a questioning glance, he evaded with a sense of trepidation. "What is wrong? Why do you keep staring at me?" "Oh, it's nothing. How was your cultivation last night?" Ji He inquired with a cryptic air, laden with meaning. Ji Yun felt utterly perplexed, and beside him, Ji Ziming also failed to comprehend. Silently contemplating whether this fellow's condition had worsened and deciding that he ought to summon Xiao Dai to remedy this ailment. "Is it that life has been favorable, and your cultivation has advanced significantly? The breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi refinement is not far off, is it?" Ji Hai suddenly erupted in fury. Bang! With a resounding crash, Ji Ziming could no longer endure it and struck out with a punch, causing Ji Hai to foam at the mouth and roll his eyes back. At last, tranquility prevailed. Excellent. Indeed, it has become considerably quieter. The Qinglin carriage sped along without pause. After 10 consecutive days of arduous travel, 5 towering peaks piercing the clouds emerged on the distant horizon. The heights of these 5 mountains remained shrouded in mist above their midsections. Below lay an innumerable array of craggy peaks and an endless expanse of lush mountains. That is the Xianxia sect. The rebellious youth Hong Zhe stood with arms outstretched against the wind, the first to exclaim loudly. "Indeed, that is the Xianxia sect. We shall reach its foot in a day." Mr. Mu, in good spirits, twitched his little mustache as he introduced to the group. The 5 peaks, according to their orientation, are the East Extreme Peak, South Flame Peak, West Ascending Peak, North Azure Peak, and the Central Qingshan Peak. Do not be deceived by their proximity. In reality, they are separated by over several hundred miles, and within a radius of thousands of miles lies the entrance to the Xianxia sect. As they drew closer to the Xianxia sect, the number of fellow martial artists encountered along the road increased. Among them were young martial artists also participating in Qingshuan's recruitment, as well as merchant caravans and lone wanderers heading to the Qingshan market for trade. Warriors of the true establishment realm streaked by like meteors, leaving a long arc in the sky. Many martial artists galloped on rare and exotic beasts, creating thunderous sounds that left the inexperienced juniors in awe. The most astonishing sight occurred when over 30 long rainbows soared overhead, both men and women, seemingly youthful yet all-seasoned warriors of the true establishment realm. Mr. Mu surmised from their attire that they were inner disciples and stewards of the Qingshan sect, likely on a mission together. It is said that any martial artist who joins the Qingshan sect, provided they do not perish along the way, has a 90% chance of breaking into the true establishment realm. Major sects possess unique secret arts that can ease the difficulty of such breakthroughs. Moreover, the Qingshan sect boasts unimaginable methods of nurturing its disciples, allowing its warriors to easily dominate non-sect peers of the same rank. This is a significant reason why many families strive to send their members to the Qingshan sect. However, it must be noted that breaking into the true establishment realm does not guarantee a life of ease. Cultivating within this realm is even more arduous. Without dedication, one may remain at the initial stage for a lifetime. Furthermore, even inner disciples face the peril of falling. The Qingshan sect boasts 4 grand gates to the east, west, north, and south, with the southern gate serving as the main entrance, opened only for significant figures. The disciple recruitment point is located at the northern gate. A day later, a throng of martial artists from all corners of the land gathered near the northern gate of Qingshan sect. Nearby, a small town at the foot of the mountain was bustling with activity, as nearly all the inns opened their doors to accommodate travelers. The elder, accompanied by the Ji family, spent a small fortune to rent a modest courtyard, costing an exorbitant 10 spirit stones per day. To conserve resources, Ji Yin had no choice but to share accommodations with Ji Ziming and Ji Hai. Fortunately, they arrived early. It was rumored that in just 2 days, all inns would be fully booked, leaving latecomers to fend for themselves. Shall we explore the Qingshan market? It is said to be one of the 3 grand markets of the Yu Kingdom, boasting tens of thousands of shops, thriving beyond imagination. After settling in, Ji Ziming could hardly contain his excitement and proposed the idea. However, despite the market being within the Qingshan sect's territory, it was still a daunting 300 miles from the mountain gate. It's best not to wander about. Ji Yun decisively rejected the notion, as he intended to focus on his cultivation during these days. Being new to Xianxia's domain, it would be unwise to roam freely and risk attracting trouble, which might jeopardize their important endeavors. Indeed, Ji Ziming conceded after a moment's reflection and dismissed the thought. The following morning at the Ji residence in Linshan City, Ji Yun, Ji Ziming, Ji Haoyi, and Ji Xiaodai, aged 16, 17, 17, and 17 respectively, all at the 6th level of Qi refinement, gathered together. All is in order, confirmed the man in charge of registrations as he tested them with a pearl radiating a soft white light. Upon completion, he handed them several green tokens. These are your nameplates. The Dao Heart assessment begins in 7 days. You are to assemble here. Thank you. The 4 of them replied respectfully, accepting the tokens. The recruitment process at Xianxia sect consists of 3 main challenges: talent, Dao Heart, and practical combat skills. Only by successfully passing all 3 could they become disciples of the Xianxia sect. The moment they received the metallic tokens, they had already passed the first hurdle. Now, they awaited the Dao Heart assessment in 7 days. In the following days, a steady stream of young martial artists arrived to register. Ji Yun, by chance, caught a glimpse of Tung from Guanfeng City. His chiseled features appeared unnaturally tense, as though he were being watched by something sinister. A cursory search soon revealed Yin Chi-Chi, already at the 6th level of Qi refinement, casting a cold stare from a distance. The air between them seemed to warp, as if a mysterious and eerie force connected the two. It was rumored that the number of registrants meeting the talent requirements had already surpassed 700, while the number from 18 auxiliary cities exceeded 300, with each of the 3 main cities boasting over 100 registrants. In addition, young martial artists from beyond the influence of the Xianxia sect have come seeking recognition. It is estimated that the number of those who ultimately meet the requirements may exceed 1,000. However, the Xianxia sect will limit its intake to no more than 300 disciples, indicating that a significant majority will face elimination. Upon hearing this news, Ji Haoyi displayed a grave expression. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although he was progressing rapidly and was not far from reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, his combat prowess at the same level lagged slightly behind that of ordinary physiques, placing him near the bottom among his peers. The likelihood of successfully breaking through was exceedingly low. Time is of the essence. Had I waited another year, I would have achieved the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 33. The Heart of the Path. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Xianxia sect's Heart of the Path assessment arrived. A multitude of martial artists congregated at the northern gate, and a cursory glance revealed at least 3,000 to 4,000 individuals. Of course, many were merely companions accompanying the participants. Numerous onlookers gasped in astonishment, noting that over 30 of these young martial artists had already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with 2 of them astonishingly attaining the 8th layer. One was a burly man wielding a massive axe, while the other was a stern woman with a long whip at her waist. It was said that they hailed from the Qianyuan and Shawnee cities, demonstrating that martial artists from the main cities were indeed distinct from those from the affiliated cities. Many gathered around, exchanged whispers, marveling at the 2 standing head and shoulders above the rest. Achieving the 8th layer of Qi refinement by the age of 18 surely indicated exceptional talent. Furthermore, it was evident that they had access to abundant resources. Otherwise, reaching such heights at this age would be inconceivable, as higher levels typically entail slower breakthroughs. It was likely that they held significant backgrounds in their respective main cities. Silence. A voice imbued with authority echoed through the air. A dozen Xianxia sect martial artists from the true foundation stage appeared out of thin air, hovering at the mountain gate. Among them were a middle-aged man with a splendid beard, a strikingly adorned woman, an arrogant-looking youth, a stooped elder, and a robust man radiating a faint pressure. The appearance of the Xianxia sect's elders brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Everyone had already been informed of the assessment's format. The Celestial Ladder. The northern gate of the Xianxia sect featured a celestial ladder comprising 999 steps, leading directly to a pagoda on the rear mountain. As martial artists ascended the ladder, they would be subjected to terrifying pressures. Only by enduring this weight and successfully reaching the top before the pagoda could they be considered to have passed. This pressure could disregard both physical and cultivation levels, directly impacting the soul, thereby assessing only the firmness of one's heart and not their cultivation prowess. The Heart of the Path assessment begins. Those holding the tokens enter in order. The middle-aged man with the splendid beard announced, revealing his cultivation to be at the late stage of true foundation. the highest among those present. No one dared to delay. The crowd began to ascend the steps of the mountain gate in a throng. Each of the 999 steps was 10 zhang wide, accommodating multiple individuals simultaneously. Let's see if there will be any promising talents this time. A group of true foundation experts gradually descended to the upper levels of the pagoda, gazing down at the crowd embarking on their ascent of the celestial ladder. The martial artists of these subordinate cities begin their journey from a rather low starting point. Even the most exceptional talents may fall victim to this disadvantage. Sight a man clad in white. Much of the foundational training must occur in childhood. By the age of 17 or 18, it is already too late. Each time disciples are publicly recruited, it primarily serves to replenish the ranks, while truly outstanding students must be nurtured from a young age within the sect. Soon, others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, I have observed a young lad practicing the rudimentary techniques of the falling micro method. It is truly astonishing. Perhaps not. A man with a splendid beard, overhearing their discourse, remained noncommittal. The sect would not engage in futile endeavors. This is a consensus not just among us, but across all sections. This statement garnered widespread agreement. Indeed, with a larger number of practitioners, it is inevitable that a few prodigious talents will emerge. To cite an example, the Master of Nanyan Peak is a formidable being, a powerful cultivator of the profound pill realm. The profound pill stage follows the true foundation stage, and it is said that once a martial artist enters this realm, profound and transformative changes occur, rendering them an entirely different and formidable existence. The breakthrough to the profound pill realm is exceedingly challenging, with only a handful of individuals in the entire Xianxia sect achieving it. Even across the entirety of your nation, they stand atop the hierarchy. Now, let us observe these young individuals in silence. On the heavenly ladder, the martial artists from Linshan City occupied a somewhat rearward position. As the crowd ascended the ladder, an invisible shackle seemed to ensnare their martial bodies, rendering each step extraordinarily burdensome. Furthermore, from the pinnacle of the ladder, a tremendous pressure emanated, intensifying with each advance. The individuals at the forefront had traversed over 200 steps, including two formidable 8th-layer chi refinement experts from the main city. Approximately a stick of incense later, a lean martial artist at the 6th layer of chi refinement in the crowd turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward a few more steps, but soon found his mind spinning and unbearable fatigue setting in. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. A green light appeared on the ladder, encasing him and transporting him back to the mountain gate. This is unacceptable, faltering after only 160 steps, remarked a haughty young man atop the tower, shaking his head. Indeed, this individual clearly relied on the accumulation of medicinal pills for his cultivation, lacking the fortitude of even the 8-year-olds in some sections. An hour later, several individuals had progressed to over 600 steps, where the pressure began to exponentially increase, and the agony of each step became nearly unbearable. More and more succumbed to the strain, with over 100 individuals being sent away. The rebellious youth, Hongzhe, reached his limit at 460 steps, his feet no longer obeying him. He glanced up at the others ahead, filled with reluctance, and, forcing himself to push his limits, ascended 2 more steps before he could move no longer, ultimately smiling bitterly as he closed his eyes and fell. A gentle green light lifted him away. Hongsha, the gentle-hearted Hong Yao, felt a stirring in her heart and turned back for a fleeting glance. But his figure had already vanished. The younger disciple who had been trailing behind me has reached his limit. Furthermore, it seems he shall never be able to keep pace with my strides again. Is this the path of martial arts, fraught with solitude and sorrow? Hong Yao closed her eyes, standing still, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. After a moment, her eyes opened and closed once more, and she advanced with determination. The shadows of swords danced within her pupils, filled with unwavering resolve and certainty. As I approached the 600th step, Tang Lin from the Tang family could no longer endure, nor could a martial artist from the city lordess estate. Both were compelled to withdraw. The people of Linshan City felt a pang of sentiment as they witnessed familiar faces being eliminated. However, Huang Tiansheng was evidently not among them. This pressure was trivial for one seasoned in the military. He surged ahead, resplendent in golden armor. He had ascended to the 700th level, paralleling the leading group. Even 2 martial artists at the 8th level of chi refinement could not overshadow his prominence. Those observing from the pagoda brightened at the sight of Huang Tiansheng, remarking that he was indeed remarkable His essence, spirit, and energy were strikingly pure and resolute, a promising talent, rare among disciples of their sect. After an hour passed, over 200 participants were eliminated, including even one at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The inhabitants of Linshan City did not congregate. Some forged ahead, while others lagged behind, each according to their own circumstances. Jiun, you should go ahead. There's no need to wait for us, Ji Xiaodai urged. At this point, they had reached 800 steps, and she, alongside Ji Ziming and Ji Haoyi, found themselves straining. Each step demanded immense effort, while Ji Yun appeared unfazed. Indeed, we can ascend at our own pace. You need not wait for us. Let our Ji family's spirit shine through. Very well, I shall proceed. Ji Yun nodded and continued forward. With each step he took, he paused briefly before advancing again, maintaining a speed not much slower than when he first embarked on the heavenly ladder. His acceleration at heights beyond 800 steps was conspicuous, instantly drawing the attention of those within the pagoda. This individual had previously concealed his true capabilities, likely waiting for companions. Observing his speed, it was evident that his resolve was resolute. I finally began to grasp the purpose behind the mountain gate. In just a few hours, I had encountered 7 or 8 individuals worthy of note. As long as one's resolve is steadfast and their aptitude commendable, even those who start late may have the potential to catch up. Upon reaching the 900th step, Ji Yun was met with a resounding and grand inquiry echoing in his mind. What is your purpose here? Those with ill intentions shall perish. Criminals are unworthy to enter my Xianxia. Do you understand? Startled for a brief moment, Ji Yun chose to disregard the voices and pressed onward. Those with ulterior motives would likely find it far from simple to traverse the 900th step. It seemed this trial of the heart would also serve to weed out those with nefarious designs. Chapter 34. The Puppet. The mountainside, severed, formed a smooth and level platform, stretching 5 miles in length and width. When Ji Yun reached the pinnacle of the 999th tier, he found a dozen individuals already standing upon the platform. In the expansive space, they appeared strikingly insignificant. These individuals were undoubtedly resolute in their convictions. Among them were Huang Tiansheng, a burly man of the 8th realm of Qi refinement wielding a giant axe, and a woman with a long whip at her waist. They cast a glance at Ji Yun before resuming their impassive stances. The others mirrored this demeanor. Even within the tower behind, several formidable cultivators were observing, and no one dared to break the silence. Ji Yun sought a relatively vacant spot to await the completion of the trials by others. Gradually, individuals began to ascend successfully. After a brief half-hour, 3 graceful and enchanting women simultaneously traversed the heavenly ladder, captivating the attention of all present. The woman on the left possessed sparkling, large eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips, adorned with elegantly arched brows, standing tall and poised. The woman in the center donned a flowing white garment, exuding an air of chill elegance. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely refined, with clear, bright eyes that conveyed tranquility and serenity. The woman on the right wore a delicate silk veil that slightly concealed her ethereal beauty. Her figure was graceful, reminiscent of a celestial maiden gliding gracefully towards them. The trio was none other than Ji Xiaodai, Hong Yao, and Zhou Yuer. Their enchanting gazes swept across the assembly, and upon spotting Ji Yun, their eyes sparkled with recognition as they approached him and stood by his side. However, none spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, with no one daring to initiate conversation. Gradually, others from Linshan City, including Ji Ziming, began to appear. 2 hours later, as darkness enveloped the sky, the heavenly ladder finally fell silent. Over 1,000 individuals had gathered, yet more than 400 were eliminated, including 5 from the 7th realm of Qi refinement. Standing before the tower were over 600 young men and women, all having successfully passed the heart of Dao assessment. Notably, the number of successful candidates from Linshan City was quite substantial. From the City Lord's mansion, Huang Tiansheng, Huang Zhuoqing, Huang Yu, and he mingling, 4 in total. From a Ji family, Ji Yun, Ji Ziming, Ji Haoyi, and Ji Xiaodai, 4 in total. From the Hong family, Hong Yao and Hong Han, 2 in total. From a Zhou family, Zhou Yuer and Zhou Haod, 2 in total. From a Yu family, Yu Zhuang and Yu Hu, 2 in total. The Tang family fared poorly, with no one reaching the summit. Of the 17 participants, 14 passed the heart of Dao assessment, a success rate that stood unparalleled among the many main and auxiliary cities. 30 individuals arrived from Guangfeng City, with approximately 20 succeeding in the assessment. Familiar figures, such as the black-clad swordsman Feng Zhu and the agile youth, were prominently visible. Xianxia chose not to stand with them, instead positioning herself beside Zhou Yuer, her gaze intensely fixed on the distant Feng brother. The Qi Refinement's 7th realm Feng brother felt an unsettling prickling at the back of his neck, discreetly shifting to evade the piercing glare filled with animosity directed at him. A command resonated from the upper levels of the tower. All were to rest in place and await the practical assessment the following morning. Hearing this, the crowd dared not utter a word, settling down to rest and recalibrate their states. Soon, the night passed swiftly. On the following dawn, as the first light graced the horizon, the meditating individuals opened their eyes in unison. The appointed hour had arrived. The martial platforms ascended. A thunderous rumble echoed. The young warriors atop the platforms felt the ground tremble beneath them, astonished to witness 10 colossal arenas rising from the earth, encircling the central pagoda like sentinels. A swirling cloud of dust enveloped the scene, reminiscent of ancient bronze walls, each bearing the marks of time, revealing themselves before the gathered crowd. Brilliant beams of light flickered and shot forth from the pagoda, landing upon the 10 platforms. As the radiance dimmed, the spectators beheld the astonishing sight of lifelike ceramic automatons. The surface of these puppets was exquisitely smooth, emanating a serene, ethereal glow akin to the most flawless works of art. They presented a variety of stances: a swordsman standing poised, a fierce warrior brandishing a broadsword, a bald man wielding a spinning staff, and formidable beasts resembling leopards. Alongside fierce-looking orcs, these are the Xianxia puppets of our Xianxia sect. A beautifully dressed woman floated gracefully from the pagoda, her demeanor warm and inviting as she addressed the crowd. As long as you can endure under the Xianxia puppets for the duration of a tea ceremony, you will have passed this assessment. It is not too burdensome, I assure you. The energy fluctuations of these puppets are only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Remember to perform well, as exceptional disciples will receive additional rewards. Her gentle voice instilled a sense of familiarity and comfort among the audience. After elucidating the rules, she glided to a platform where a leopard-like beast awaited. In rapid succession, 9 beams of light flashed, and other formidable figures from the True Foundation realm emerged from the pagoda, taking their places as adjudicators. Is it truly that simple? The gathered crowd pondered, for they were all practitioners of at least the 6th level of Qi refinement, some even at the 7th. To merely endure against a puppet of the 6th level for a brief moment seemed overly simplistic. However, those present, having proven themselves worthy of the Dao Heart assessment, did not rush thoughtlessly into battle, but began to contemplate their strategies. I shall go first. A tall man with bronze skin stepped forth from the throng, wielding a verdant staff that signified his prowess. It was Xing Can, the 3rd-ranked warrior of Iron Cavalry City. Confident in his abilities, the staff-wielding Xing Can leaped onto the platform, selecting the bald puppet wielding the staff as his opponent. He struck first, his chi surging as he unleashed the essence of his martial arts, manifesting thousands of staff shadows in an instant. Heavenly staff, myriad strikes. The bald puppet responded with a smile that mirrored human expression, simultaneously unleashing a terrifying wave of chi, its staff resembling a divine pillar that shattered Xing Can's technique. The force of its strike unrelenting. Xing Can raised the staff in defense. Bang! The moment of contact transformed his expression entirely. As a distinguished warrior ranked 3rd in the Iron Cavalry City, renowned for his formidable strength, he found himself struggling to maintain his grip on the long staff during this confrontation. This puppet was unlike any he had encountered. Its true energy undoubtedly belonged to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and although its quality was slightly inferior to his own solidifying Qi technique, its overwhelming power was perplexing. With a resounding thud, he suffered another setback. A sweet taste filled his throat as a trickle of blood seeped forth. He forced himself to swallow it down, retreating 2 steps to re-evaluate his strategy. Engaging directly, he surmised, would likely prove unsustainable for even a brief moment, compelling him to adopt a strategy of evasive maneuvers to buy time. The spectators from Iron Cavalry City were astounded to witness Xing Can finding himself at a disadvantage and resorting to evasion. What manner of puppet was this? Its capabilities were astonishing, especially considering that Xing Can was one of the top 3 champions of the city. Meanwhile, the warriors from other cities were less concerned. They were unaware of Xianxia's true prowess. A few among them believed that if he could withstand the onslaught, they would undoubtedly fare just as well. Perhaps by taking the stage sooner, they could leave a favorable impression on the esteemed elders of the Xianxian sect. In a brief span, another 9 combat arenas filled with competitors. In an instant, brilliant flashes illuminated the scene, as the arenas erupted with the thunderous sounds of energy colliding and martial arts clashing. Cries of surprise and pain rang out, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of blood being spat forth, coughing, and bones fracturing. 3 figures were swiftly cast off the stage, their faces etched with shock, as if they were struggling to comprehend the events unfolding. The adjudicator of the solidifying realm at the forefront of the arena remained impassive, his eyes unflinching as he observed the proceedings. A collective gasp arose from the crowd below. What was happening with these 3? Had they unwittingly chosen particularly powerful puppets? Perhaps. After all, the other arenas still had contenders fighting valiantly, but ultimately, they could only blame their own lack of understanding for their hasty entry. They resolved to steer clear of those 3 puppets when their turn came. In the midst of the discussions, 2 more competitors fell to the puppets, defeated by their relentless strength. Suddenly, it dawned on the onlookers that it was not merely a matter of misfortune for the first 3, but that all the puppets possessed extraordinary power. After the passage of half a tea's worth of time, a scantily clad female blade master and a burly young swordsman could no longer withstand the onslaught. The female blade master, still in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat, her pale face betraying disbelief at her unexpected defeat. The sight of her heaving chest was lost on those yet to take the stage. They were transfixed by the puppets on display. What a spectacle! These 10 puppets were not just powerful, they were grotesquely powerful. Remarkably, the swordsman who had seemed more formidable than himself had also succumbed. With only 3 competitors remaining on stage, it appeared that their fates were equally precarious. Each individual exerted their utmost efforts to evade the relentless onslaught. When evasion proved futile, they braced themselves to endure the assault. Except for Xianxia. The other 2 were battered and bruised, appearing as though they were on the brink of collapse. Finally, after a considerable duration, the puppet ceased its aggressive maneuvers. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully weathered the storm. Had the ordeal continued any longer, they would have surely faced dire consequences. The puppet's prowess was astonishing, far exceeding that of a mere 6th level chi refinement, verging instead on the 8th level. Very well. You 3 shall henceforth be disciples of the Xianxian sect's outer circle. A resplendent beauty spoke with a gentle smile, her voice as melodious as ever. Delicate silver bells dangled from her slender waist, chiming softly with her words. Yet the audience, upon hearing the sound, felt no sense of warmth, but rather a wave of incredulous mockery. In Chapter 35, A Fierce Battle, a martial artist from the main city seemed to recall something important. It is said that the Xianxian sect's Xianxia puppets are infused with the souls of either humans or beasts, rendering them several times more formidable than any puppets we are familiar with. They can effortlessly sweep through their peers in the outside world. The others gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of such intelligence that had not been disclosed earlier. However, not all were intimidated. Some possessed unwavering confidence in their own strength. Soon, a new batch of 10 ascended the stage. This group exhibited noticeably greater prowess, comprising many of the top-ranked warriors from their respective cities, including 2 at the 7th level of chi refinement. After a brief interval, 8 of them remained standing, with the 2 7th level warriors scarcely sustaining any injuries. The expressions of the onlookers improved slightly at this sight. Huang Tiansheng did not hesitate any longer and approached a puppet wielding a spear. The warriors from Linshan City and Guanfeng City were immediately captivated. For this young master from the city lord estate was a figure comparable to the 9th level of chi refinement, if not stronger. The battle quickly commenced. Golden true chi erupted on the stage. Huang Tiansheng's dark hair flowed like a river, his body radiating with a dazzling golden light, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. As he pressed the attack against the puppet, the 2 spears clashed repeatedly with fierce intensity, producing a series of resounding echoes. As the tea time drew to a close, the golden spear, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, struck the puppet forcefully. A crack resounded as the protective golden light of the ceramic puppet shattered, and its entire torso was heavily slammed to the ground, creating a thunderous noise. Who is this person? How incredibly strong! He has actually defeated the puppet. An onlooker, having witnessed the entire confrontation, could not restrain their curiosity. Could he be a young master from the main city? Perhaps, otherwise it does not add up, replied a burly man at the 8th level of chi refinement, along with a woman wielding a whip, both shaking their heads in unison, indicating the individual was not from their city. They turned to another black-clad swordsman of the 7th level, only to find he too was unfamiliar with the figure. As they dismissed the 3 major cities, they marveled that such a formidable individual could emerge from an auxiliary city. On the supple waist of the beautiful woman, delicate little bells jingled softly. Ah, this little fellow is impressive, having defeated the gun puppet in a mere cup of tea. Oomph. Defeating a puppet of the 6th level of chi refinement with a 7th level chi refinement is nothing to boast about. The proud young man from the True Foundation realm scoffed. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the individual had not yet entered the Xianxia sect and had much yet to learn. Achieving this feat is no small accomplishment. The beautiful woman remained smiling, the bells jingling as she defended Huang Tiansheng. This time, the proud youth fell silent, observing the gun puppet on stage, which was automatically recovering, and surprisingly did not retort, seemingly conceding to the woman's words. Meanwhile, the black-clad swordsman Feng Zhu and the leg-tech youth drifted like phantoms, appearing behind Ji Ziming and Ji Hai. The lies have been exposed, haven't they? Huh. Warriors from remote places are so concerned with face-saving. Ji Ziming and Ji Hai were perplexed. The leg-tech youth, seeing their innocent expressions, was filled with rage. Did you not claim that Huang Tiansheng was merely the second from Linshan City? Now that it has been unveiled, why the pretense? Oof. Do you even consider what sort of misfits remain among you? The fact that you all reached the 6th level of chi refinement is purely luck. What about that arrogant young lad from last time? Why has he vanished? Did his heart falter and he tumble down the ladder? Ha ha! He must be down at the foot of the mountain weeping now. Having learned their lesson, the two swiftly retreated after their harsh words, darting beside Brother Tong. Yi Ziming, infuriated, felt flames rising within his chest. Ji Yun, you must showcase your prowess and eliminate that puppet with a single strike. Were it not for his own lack of ability, Ji Ziming would have taken to the stage himself to dismantle the puppet and subsequently visit Guangfeng City to humiliate them thoroughly. Ji Yun, you must defeat the puppet, otherwise I cannot swallow this humiliation. Ji Xiaodai was equally furious, her silver teeth clenching audibly. The two had insulted all the warriors of Linshan City, and she too had been caught in the crossfire. It was utterly detestable. Ji Yun, demonstrate your strength. This time, it was a graceful Hong Yao in white who spoke, her expression earnest. The remarks of those two were too harsh, particularly their humiliation of her younger cousin, Hong Zhe, which stirred even the typically composed Hong Yao. Naturally, I shall strive as well, Hong Yao added, her spirit empowered by the flying spirit sword body. Had she not been at the 6th level of chi refinement, she would not be weaker than Huang Tiansheng. Very well. With so many demands, Ji Yun could only acquiesce. He had not intended to hold back, especially since the beautiful woman mentioned that outstanding performance would bring additional rewards. At this moment, the various competition platforms were exceptionally vibrant, stimulated by Huang Tiansheng. Many powerful young warriors took to the stage. The top-tier combatants from the 3 main cities were engaged in battle. A giant axe warrior at the 8th level of chi refinement, after a fierce clash, cleaved the opposing knife puppet off the competition platform with a single swing, even causing a slight crack to appear on the puppet's surface. The stern-faced female warrior wielded her long whip, ensnaring the agile leopard puppet and forcefully slamming it onto the stage 9 times until it could rise no more. The black-clad swordsman, possessing the formidable strength of the 7th layer of chi refinement, was equally impressive, matching Huang Tiansheng's prowess. His series of sword techniques surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Ultimately, the opposing sword puppet was also vanquished. In the span of a single tea time, 4 individuals decisively defeated the jade porcelain puppet, dispelling the previous gloom. At long last, Ji Yun spotted an empty martial arts platform, gracefully leaping onto it with the lightness of a swallow. His strikingly handsome visage bore no trace of anxiety, only tranquility and composure. Facing him was a bald puppet wielding a long staff. As the floating light sword was drawn, Ji Yun infused it with radiant golden energy, unleashing an arc of golden light towards the puppet in a bid to gauge its defenses. However, the bald puppet had no intention of testing. It unleashed its true energy and struck with its staff like a divine pillar. The impact resonated. At this moment, Ji Yun possessed a staggering strength of 3 to 4,000 pounds with every gesture, combined with the terrifying golden energy, rendering him formidable even without employing any martial techniques. This exchange appeared evenly matched. Boom! The two clashed once more. The robust figure presiding over the martial platform, a burly warrior, was the first to sense something amiss. Before him stood a mere 6-layer chi refiner, unarmed with martial arts, yet he was able to stalemate the staff puppets solely with fundamental sword techniques. This individual bore resemblance to a body-refining warrior, his physical strength astonishing. He contemplated, if this is the case, he aligns remarkably well with our lineage. I must find a way to recruit him to our southern flame peak, enhancing the foundation of our mountain. The celestial light shadow step was executed, immediately showering the area with golden radiance. Ji Yun transformed into a golden streak, distancing himself from the puppet, and unleashed several condensed sword strikes from afar. He continuously shifted his position with agility, his form becoming ethereal, launching sword strikes from various blind spots. Clang! As the puppet deflected the 12th condensed sword strike, a flaw was revealed. The long sword thrust forth, and 6 streams of azure sword energy surged forth instantaneously. At a critical moment, the puppet retracted its staff, barely managing to block the initial 2 assaults, yet it proved futile, as 4 streams of azure sword energy remained unimpeded. Its protective golden light crumbled like paper before this sword energy, easily torn apart. Crash! The sword energy continued unabated, striking the surface of the jade porcelain. The puppet's exterior shattered, cracks spidering outward, and the immense force sent its body crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. In less than a tea time, the staff puppet was defeated. At this moment, the martial platform was occupied by a 7th-layer chi refiner engaged in fierce combat with a puppet, drawing most of the spectators' attention. However, other martial artists also caught sight of Ji Yun's side, including a certain adept from Linshan City, known for his exceptional leg skills. A 6th-layer chi refiner. Defeating a puppet? What was going on? He rubbed his eyes, confirming he had not misread. Moreover, this individual appeared remarkably familiar, seemingly hailing from Linshan City. Previously, he stood quietly beside others, assumed to be merely a follower. To his astonishment, he realized he might be even more formidable than Huang Tiansheng. At that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, as if sensing a chilling gaze emanating from the direction of Linshan City. He mechanically turned his head to glance, only to discover that this was not an illusion. Ji Ziming was approaching, his fists clenched, a sinister smile adorning his face. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Linshan City. The Ji family, the fire-scorched body, Ji Ziming. Bang! Chapter 36. Each employing their own tactics. The familiar sound of bells began to resonate rhythmically once more. Little one, what's your name? The voice of a beautiful woman grew gentler and more affectionate, her words imbued with a captivating fragrance that seemed to penetrate every pore. What is this aroma? How can it so accurately target me? Ji Yun was startled. Could it be the essence of true energy manifesting as fragrance? I am Ji Yun, a descendant of Linshan City. Very well, Ji Yun. When you choose a peak later, you may prioritize our Xixing Peak. The lady then discreetly communicated further. Xixing Peak boasts countless beautiful women, among whom several possess ethereal beauty, akin to celestial beings, coveted by many yet unattainable. His formidable strength and handsome appearance would ensure that joining would grant him an advantageous position. Ji Yun felt at a loss. He had come to cultivate, not to pursue romantic entanglements, and thus promptly ruled out Xixing Peak. Ideally, he preferred the distant Dongji Peak, far removed from any tumult. Nonetheless, he continued to express that he would certainly consider it. The burly man, witnessing the shameless temptress coaxing disciples, inwardly cursed while also sending out invitations, secretly promising various benefits. Ji Yun could only continue to navigate the situation. The charisma displayed by numerous powerful figures inspired many. After a fervent discussion, the attendees recalled they had yet to take the stage for a challenge. Their primary objectives were evidently of greater significance. Thus, following a brief silence, the various combat platforms erupted once more with excitement. Phew. Ugh. This round proved somewhat tragic. With the emergence of numerous figures, 12 consecutive defeats ensued. Not one could withstand even the duration of a tea break, suffering from blood loss or fractures. Among them were 2 from Linshan City, the dark-clad woman, He Mingling, from the city lord's residence, and Hong Han from the Hong family, both disheartened and significantly impacted by their defeats. He also felt the weight of pressure. The two who had just fallen were indeed stronger than himself. The outcome of his impending match was all too predictable. He might fare even worse than they. After years of diligent effort, as this moment approached, his heart was filled with a sense of unwillingness. Alas, a long sigh escaped him. The path of martial arts felt somewhat bitter. After a while, Ji Ziming and Ji Xiaodai made their entrance, followed closely by Hong Yao. Yi Ziming, like a fiery god of war, displayed a grandiose demeanor, seemingly prepared to engage in a fierce contest with a knife-wielding puppet. Fortunately, after a recent bout of enlightenment, he reluctantly resorted to evasion and retreat, ultimately sustaining significant injuries, yet managing to persevere. In contrast, Ji Xiaodai adopted a strategy of indirect combat, leveraging her flexibility to her advantage. Her supple form moved like a water snake, embodying resilience and strength as she danced through the fray like an enchanting spirit. Time and again, she narrowly dodged the puppet's assaults, using her gentle force to neutralize unavoidable strikes. Sustaining only minor injuries, she successfully held her ground for a brief duration. Hong Yao's performance was nothing short of stunning. The ethereal sword body she possessed was formidable, allowing her to imbue any spiritual sword and sword chi with her essence. Not only did this amplify her lethality, but after accumulating enough power, her sword chi exhibited a level of cunning akin to Awaken intelligence, rendering her opponents defenseless, a trait coveted by countless swordsmen. Behind her, a spectral display of purple and red fox moons emerged in the void, exuding an otherworldly beauty that even the powerful puppets could only meet with passive defense. During the skirmish, she had momentarily gained the upper hand, and had time permitted, she might have triumphed over the puppet. "This woman shall be claimed by our eastern extreme peak," declared a haughty young man of the true Foundation realm. "She possesses a natural sword body. Her caliber may even reach the 5th grade of true essence. Only within my eastern extreme can such talent be nurtured." "Not necessarily," interjected a beautiful matron, her ruby lips parting slightly as her captivating phoenix eyes glanced meaningfully towards the tower above. "Our Xianxia sect boasts more than one sword peak. Your eastern extreme is not the sole contender." The proud youth frowned, revealing his discontent, and chose not to respond. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a brilliant crimson sunset graced the sky. The soft luminescence cascading from above the tower illuminated the 10 combat arenas as if it were day. Clearly, this assessment would not cease with the onset of darkness, but would continue until its conclusion. Those who had passed wore relaxed expressions, engaging in light-hearted banter, while those yet to compete or who had failed displayed expressions of turmoil and despair. At that moment, a graceful figure adorned in flowing silk appeared on the stage. Her exquisite visage was largely concealed by a veil, revealing only a pair of misty, enchanting eyes and a portion of her flawless countenance. Yet this could not obscure her exceptional beauty and ethereal grace. The crowd was immediately captivated. "Good heavens, such a woman exists in this world." Someone gasped. It was Zhou Yiwe'er who had taken the stage. With a delicate flourish of her hand, she unfurled a gauzy veil that transformed into a massive curtain, shielding her from the oncoming assault of the beastly puppet. The enchanting beauty stood poised against the grotesque and formidable figure of the puppet, creating a striking visual contrast that sent a surge of adrenaline through the young warriors below, eliciting cries of astonishment. The sway of the moonlit silk seems to embody a rhythm that bewilders the opponent's perception, provoking erratic assaults while deftly neutralizing the terrifying collisions of the orc puppet with a gentle touch. However, this orc puppet is not easily subdued. It unleashes a ferocious power, relentlessly battering against the silk veil. The sheer magnitude of its force is such that even the delicate movements of the moonlit silk cannot entirely dissipate the onslaught. Zhou Yiwe'er's dark tresses are tossed about by the turbulent air. Her complexion begins to pale, and she grits her pearly teeth, struggling to endure. At long last, after what feels like an eternity, she manages to hold on, revealing a smile of profound relief that momentarily eclipses the brilliance of both sun and moon. The majority of participants have already taken the stage, with an overall success rate of approximately 30 to 40%. The others from Linshan City no longer hesitate. Ultimately, only Huang Zhuocheng, Huang Yu, and Yu Zhuang from the city lord's residence have succeeded. Zhou Haod, Yu Lin, and Ji Hui, however, could not withstand the full duration of the test, and were thus eliminated. Ji Hui wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, His expression one of despair, standing desolately amidst the crowd, lost in silence. The three members of the Ji family are at a loss as to how to console him. Any words seem utterly inadequate. The realm within and outside the sect is akin to two disparate worlds. The Xianxia sect is saturated with spiritual energy, abundant in cultivation resources, and graced with the guidance of venerable elders. The disciples not only cultivate at an accelerated pace, but also experience exponential growth in combat prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary family martial artists. In the future, the chasm between them and Ji Hui will widen, becoming an insurmountable gulf. Chapter 37. The assessment concludes. Ji Yun, however, is contemplating another matter. There remains a glimmer of hope. If the moonlight body can cultivate swiftly, there is a significant probability of reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement by the age of 18 next year. Yet, the Xianxia sect will not be publicly recruiting disciples next year. A flicker of light passes through Ji Hui's eyes, only to dim once more. He had long considered this possibility, yet time is not on his side. Indeed, Ji Yun, what sort of unsound ideas are you proposing? Ji Xiaodai casts a reproachful glance at him. Ji Yun does not retort. A faint smile graces his handsome face. The sects of Yugua are not limited to the Xianxia sect. Might it be that Huaxi sect and Tianlian sect will be openly recruiting disciples next year? Both Ji Hui and Ji Xiaodai are astute enough to contemplate this alternative. The Huaxi sect and Tianlian sect are formidable powers on par with the Xianxia sect. Being among the three major sects of Yugua, their entrance assessments are not vastly different. And if Ji Hui can indeed break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement next year, there is genuine hope. Indeed, I just overheard discussions among martial artists from outside the sphere of influence of the Xianxia sect. They are warriors from cities under the jurisdiction of the Huaxi sect. But alas, they have already turned 18 and thus missed the opportunity to join the Huaxi sect next year, which is why they have come here. Very well. Let us pursue the Huaxi sect. Ji Hui's fighting spirit rekindled. He no longer hesitates and promptly makes his choice. After more than 2 hours, the moon hangs high above the crowd, and the practical assessment concludes. A total of 230 individuals successfully passed the evaluation. Among the candidates from Linshan City, 9 individuals emerged, placing it prominently among the many affiliated cities. The city lord's residence comprises Huang Tiansheng, Huang Zhuoqing, and Huang Yu. The Ji family includes Ji Yun, Ji Ziming, and Ji Xiaodai. The Hong family is represented by Hong Yao, while the Zhou family has Zhou Yuer, and the Yu family features Yu Zhuang. The formidable Guanfeng city also managed to send forth 9 candidates. Teng Xiong, Yin Qi, and the enigmatic black-clad swordsman Feng Zhu were indeed among them, although the young man renowned for his leg techniques regrettably did not qualify. As for the 3 major cities, it is rumored that each has successfully passed 30 to 40 candidates through the entrance examination. A melodious chime resounded, as a small bell rang in a rhythmic manner. The candidates who did not succeed should not hasten to descend the mountain, for another opportunity awaits. With that, a grand and imposing stone tablet soared from her storage pouch and stood magnificently upon the arena. It was the spirit testing tablet. Some martial artists with discerning eyes immediately recognized its significance. The spirit testing tablet is said to measure over 1,000 types of physiques. Not only does it assess a martial artist's affinity with the 5 elements, but can also gauge the affinities for the rare attributes of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Indeed, it is this very tablet which can also evaluate a martial artist's innate talent for cultivation. The beautiful woman with phoenix-like eyes gently surveyed the gathered martial artists and declared, should one's awakened physique and abilities be exceptional or of great benefit to the sect, we may consider making exceptions and admitting them. She paused momentarily, glancing at the crowd that had grown increasingly animated. Those confident in their physical attributes and abilities were invited to step forward for testing. Soon a long queue formed, as those who had failed the examination were unexpectedly presented with another chance and eagerly prepared to test their luck. The tablet emanated a soft glow. Medicinal affinité physique. Cultivation aptitude. Mortal level. The beautiful woman expressed surprise, for she had not anticipated that the first physique tested would prove beneficial to the sect. The medicinal affinity physique allows one to interact with spiritual herbs and elixirs without damaging their essence, thereby enhancing the success rate of alchemy. Excellent. Little sister, you shall henceforth be a disciple of the Qingxian outer sect. A petite and delicate young woman was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing this. Having been initially eliminated, She could hardly believe her fortune had turned, and tears of happiness nearly welled in her eyes as she spoke. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. The long queue of several hundred candidates erupted in excitement, each eager to step forward. I shall give it a try, Jihe declared. Although the Huashi sect offered a fallback option, joining Xianxia directly would undoubtedly be the most convenient, especially considering his high-quality moonlight physique. Moreover, the Huashi sect was far from home, requiring a full 3 months of travel. After the petite young woman concluded her test, the next individual in the crowd approached the spirit testing tablet, his face radiating confidence. Buzz, moonlight physique, cultivation aptitude, mortal level. Standing nearby, a haughty youth from the Foundation establishment realm could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "What a worthless thing to test. Do you not understand your own limitations? Even if this physique were of spirit-level aptitude, it would still be trash, wasting the sect's spirit stones. Begone." The individual, chastised to the point of a mottled complexion, dared not utter a word in rebuttal and slinked away in disgrace. Concurrently, 3 others from the lengthy queue departed, their countenances darkened. Jihe, maintaining a facade of composure, retracted his right foot, standing with his hands clasped behind him. As a martial artist, he aspired to venture forth, and having made his decision, there was no need for reconsideration. He would join the Huashi sect. Ji Yun, Ji Ziming, and Ji Xiaodai. Ultimately, only 2 individuals passed the examination, one possessing an affinity for alchemy and the other advantageous for becoming an array master. All martial artists who did not pass were commanded to descend the mountain immediately. From the tower's upper levels, the authoritative voice of a dignified, middle-aged man resonated across the heavens. Once those individuals departed, only 232 disciples who had successfully passed the trials remained. The elegant matron proceeded to elucidate the particulars of the 5 peaks of the Xianxia sect, instructing everyone to inscribe their preferences on bamboo slips. These would be considered by the present true building experts for the allocation of each individual's respective peak. Among the 5 principal peaks, Xianxia Peak and Dongji Peak focused primarily on swordsmanship. Nanyan Peak and Beizong Peak offered a diverse range of weaponry, with Nanyan Peak particularly excelling in body refinement. Xixing Peak was also a comprehensive peak, yet all its elders and disciples were female. Ji Yun had already formulated his intentions and inscribed his preference on the bamboo slip. Ji Xiaodai, Hong Yao, and a few others, all practitioners of swordplay, followed suit by selecting Dongji Peak. After much deliberation, Ji Ziming chose Nanyan Peak, feeling that swordsmanship was not his calling and opting for a different path. As anticipated, Zhou Yiwer selected Xixing Peak, while the trio from the City Lord's Manor unanimously chose Beizong Peak. Of course, merely inscribing a peak did not guarantee acceptance. It would require the comprehensive evaluation of several senior true building experts to ascertain the final allocations. With a flicker, the bamboo slips transformed into luminous orbs, drawn into the tower, as simultaneously 10 true building realm experts soared to the tower's upper levels. Chapitre 38, Assurance. A spirited debate erupted in the tower's upper echelons, with the fervent voice of an arrogant youth rising above the fray. However, his excitement was short-lived, as after a stick of incense's worth of fervent discussion, the clamor began to subside. The results were announced. The preferences expressed by the people of Linshan City largely aligned with their submissions. However, Ji Xiaodai and Hong Yao were not assigned to Dongji Peak alongside Ji Yun, but were instead allocated to Xianxia Peak. The leading dignified man, still bearing a serious demeanor, distributed the outer sect disciple tokens representing their respective peaks. This is your identity token. By shedding your blood upon it, you will establish ownership. Each token comes with 100 Xianxia contribution points, and, subsequently, the sect will allocate an additional 100 contribution points to you each year. The significance of contribution points is immense, applicable in numerous areas within the sect, which I shall not elaborate on further at this moment. Additionally, disciples who exhibit exceptional performance during the combat assessments will receive bonus contribution points. Upon hearing this, all present promptly dripped their blood onto the tokens to complete the ownership process. Ji Yun discovered that his token boasted a remarkable 300 contribution points, evidently rewarded with 200 points for vanquishing the puppet. Besides him, Hong Yao found herself granted 100 contribution points, and Huang Tianxing similarly received 100 points. The 2 major cities' Shi, refinement level 8, only rewarded 30 contribution points, likely due to their elevated cultivation levels rendering the defeat of puppets less deserving of grand rewards. A dozen formidable cultivators of the true establishment realm ceased their chatter, transforming into dazzling rainbows of light as they soared towards the sect's inner sanctum. The sky gradually brightened, heralding the arrival of a new day. Under the first rays of morning sunlight, the pagoda radiated a resplendent five-colored brilliance, exuding an air of solemn majesty. The residents of Linshan City beheld their kin, who had awaited at the mountain's foot throughout the night, apart from the already returned Tang family, Mr. Mu from the city lord's mansion, and members of the four great families were present. "Hee, do you truly intend to attempt the Huashi faction once more?" Ji-hu inquired gravely, feeling a mix of emotions as he noted that only his son had not succeeded among the Ji family quartet. "In truth, with your talent, you could achieve true establishment even within the family," he added. "Father, my resolve is firm," Ji-he replied. "Very well, then I shall accompany you this time." Ji-hu ceased his persuasion. His child had grown and no longer required his decisions. "Hongzhe, upon your return, focus on your cultivation. Your talent is not lacking, and true establishment remains within reach. Not far away." Hong Yao gently comforted Hongzhe, surprising many with her unexpectedly tender demeanor. "No, I wish to remain near Xianxia sect. I am a martial artist and can support myself." Hongzhe's former arrogance had dissipated, his eyes reddened with defiance. "Unwilling to depart. If you linger here, the prospect of achieving true establishment in this lifetime is bleak. It is unlikely we shall meet again." Hong Yao understood the reason for his reluctance and refrained from reproaching him, instead adopting a different approach to persuade him. Upon hearing her words, Hongzhe finally relented, though tears unwittingly streamed down his cheeks. Witnessing the once proud youth in such a state evoked a wave of sympathy from those present. Zhou Yuwerer and Zhou Yuanmei also whispered amongst themselves, their expressions slightly furrowed with concern. Ultimately, the young woman's gaze shimmered as she turned directly towards Ji Yun. "What are they saying about me now?" Ji Yun murmured, sensing that familiar gaze. "Do not rush to leave. I wish to invite you for a meal," the young woman said as she gracefully approached him. At noon, the Ji family members shared a meal together before the elders prepared to depart. Among them, Ji He and his father Ji, who did not return to the family estate, but instead headed straight to the Huashi faction's domain, intending to find a small city to settle in. A multitude of martial artists returning from the Huashi faction's territory would ensure a much safer journey. "Yi Yun, once my cultivation reaches its zenith, and I rule the world, I shall repay you," Ji He declared, tightly clutching the 10 Qi gathering pills that Ji Yun had bestowed upon him, as he and his father rode off on 2 azure-scaled horses. Due to excessive confidence, the faint crescent moon behind hinted at its imminent descent. After bidding farewell to their family, Ji Ziming, Ji Shaodai, and their companions, Hong Yao and Yu Zhuang, proceeded to report at the mountain gate. However, Ji Yun did not accompany them. He was invited to a restaurant named Yaji Garden. This establishment, adorned in classical style with intricately carved beams and painted columns, offered a vantage point from which one could gaze down below, accompanied by melodious singing. Elegantly dressed ladies in shimmering gowns danced gracefully for the guests' delight. The esteemed elder of the Zhou family, along with Zhou Haod, was also present. "Ji Yun, you've arrived. Gulme, have a seat here." The elder of the Zhou family beckoned without any pretense, indicating the spot beside him. His form was stooped, and his skin bore the marks of age, resembling an ordinary man in his 70s. Ji Yun, not daring to be negligent, recognized the significance of the elder. A formidable cultivator of the true foundation, rumored to be over 170 years old. Once everyone was seated, beautiful waitresses stationed outside began to serve the dishes. A variety of delicacies crafted from the meat of magical beasts were presented, igniting appetites. Zhou Yuanmei, with a rather impatient disposition, could not restrain herself after just 2 bites and confided her intentions to Ji Yun. It turned out that she and Zhou Yuwerer had always relied on one another and had never been apart. Now that Zhou Yuwerer had joined the Xianxia sect, she was reluctant to leave and planned to rent a shop in the market to also keep an eye on Zhou Yuwerer. After consulting with the elder, he had decided to offer full support by opening a family shop in the Xianxia market. However, upon inquiry, it became evident that even renting a modest space in the market would require a considerable sum monthly, not to mention a deposit of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such an amount would significantly strain the Zhou family's resources. Of course, alternative solutions existed, the most straightforward being to find disciples from the Xianxia sect to act as guarantors. With 2 individuals vouching for them, the deposit could be reduced to merely 1,000 spirit stones. At this juncture, Ji Yin finally comprehended the Zhou family's intentions. They were in need of a guarantor and sought his assistance. Naturally, this would not be without cost. He refrained from hastily agreeing or declining and, after a moment of contemplation, voiced his lingering concerns. Chapter 39. The New Shop. Did the Zhou family possess the means to establish a foothold in the Xianxia market? The variety and quality of resources available in the Xianxia market were abundant and affordable. If shops from Linshan City attempted to set up here, they would likely find themselves packing up in a matter of months. Don't worry about that, Zhou Yuanmei replied. I advanced to a first-tier alchemist 5 months ago, and my success rate and the quality of my pills are quite commendable. We will procure materials in the Xianxia market, and I will personally refine the pills for sale. Ji Yun was aware of the Zhou family's prowess in alchemy, which ranked first among the 5 prominent families in Linshan City. If her claims held true, then relying solely on the alchemical business would suffice for them to maintain a presence in the market, even if profits were modest. Moreover, having acquaintances operating shops in the Xianxia market would undoubtedly benefit him as well. The materials from storage bags containing demonic beasts could be entrusted to Zhou Yuebe for sale. Should there be any items needed, she can also be commissioned for acquisition, saving time and minimizing the risk of being deceived. This thought stirred something within me. Fick, this little fellow, possesses considerable talent in weapon forging and has already advanced to a high-level forging apprentice. In a few years, he will surely become a first-level weaponsmith, and he will remain with us. The Grand Elder continued to persuade, stating that initially, we would transport elixirs, spiritual artifacts, medicinal herbs, and materials from demonic beasts from the family for sale, not seeking profit, but merely to establish a foothold in the Xianxia market. Ji Yun had already been somewhat swayed, and, seeing the situation was favorable, decided to abandon his reservations and accede to the proposal. In return, the Zhou family would provide 500 spirit stones annually for his cultivation, a commitment extending over 7 years. Furthermore, should Ji Yun require assistance in selling or purchasing resources, the Zhou family's shop would serve him free of charge. If the shop encounters any troubles, he would also be expected to offer help within his means. Overall, both parties found the terms acceptable. With the agreement reached, everyone exhaled in relief, and soon the atmosphere was filled with the clinking of cups and laughter. The wine brewed from the special spiritual grains of Yaji Garden was indeed potent, and after several toasts, it wasn't long before everyone began to feel the effects of intoxication. Zhou Yuebei's face flushed crimson, her delicate form turning into a puddle of muddled grace. Zhou Yuer raised her cup in salute, but succumbing to the effects of the drink. Her cheeks also turned rosy, her gaze becoming a blend of clarity and haze, half-drunken. Only Ji Yun and the Grand Elder maintained a semblance of sobriety. They refrained from further drinking, opting instead to brew a pot of tea for conversation while waiting for the 3 to regain their composure. Half an hour later, the trio gradually awoke, the young woman and the youth appearing as if nothing had happened. Zhou Yuer, realizing her earlier indiscretion, felt her face burn with embarrassment and hastily donned a veil, her long lashes casting shadows over her cheeks. The Grand Elder, seeing that matters were settled, took his leave, intending to return to the family to prepare the relevant arrangements, with the first shipment due in 2 months. Ji Yun and the others proceeded to the Xianxia market. At the market's management office, they were greeted by a seemingly gentle woman, a powerful cultivator at the true foundation stage, and also a steward of the Xianxia sect. Well, the guarantee is established. If the shop damages the interests of the market and cannot compensate for the losses, you too shall be responsible, she stated earnestly, her demeanor serious. Understood. Ji Yun and Zhou Yuer promptly affirmed. The woman, noticing their tense demeanor, allowed a hint of a smile to grace her lips. My name is Tian Huijian. As long as you do not initiate trouble, you may report any intentional harassment here, and we will ensure justice is served on your behalf. Thank you, Master Tian. Ji Yun and Zhou Yuer expressed their gratitude and took their leave. Zhou Yuebe and the others had already scouted the area and chosen a favored location. Situated 2 miles to the north in the Central District. Although somewhat secluded, it was frequented by many martial artists, primarily those of the Qi refining stage, making the rental costs considerably lower. Zhou Yuebe leased a modest storefront, comprising 3 levels, each over 100 square meters in area. The first floor was designated for the display of basic elixirs, spiritual herbs, and materials from magical beasts, essential for cultivation. The second floor housed relatively precious spiritual artifacts and techniques, with the remaining space converted into an elegant reception area. The third floor contained 5 rooms. 3 were for daily cultivation and rest, while the 2 smaller rooms were reserved for Zhou Yuebe and Zhou Haod to refine pills and artifacts. Once the arrangements were finalized, Zhou Yuebe and Zhou Haod set out to procure decorative materials, leaving Ji Yun and Zhou Yuer to handle the cleaning, as they were not well versed in these matters. Amid their industrious efforts, nightfall approached unnoticed. Ji Yun and her companion decided to spend the night there, planning to make their way to the Xianxia sect the following morning. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted as Ji Yun retrieved materials from her storage bag, along with 2 spiritual artifacts, and entrusted them to Zhou Yuebe for sale. The hall, adorned with a bluestone floor, was piled high with an overwhelming quantity of magical beast materials and spiritual herbs, leaving the 3 members of the Zhou family in astonishment. Particularly captivating was a translucent jade vial containing a glistening beast core, which even the simple-minded Zhou Haod could not help but gasp at. Yi Yun, you haven't emptied the Ji family's warehouse, have you? Or perhaps you've resorted to robbery? Zhou Yuebe exclaimed in shock. What are you thinking? Yi Yun retorted, somewhat exasperated. This bounty was acquired after I thwarted an attempted robbery in the Yuz mountain range. It seems the demon hunting team possessing storage bags is not to be underestimated. Brother G's prowess indeed shines, Zhou Yuera remarked, her voice like a celestial melody, ethereal and distant. Ji Yun noticed the change in how she addressed him, likely a sign of their newfound camaraderie as fellow disciples. Flattered, yet slightly embarrassed by the praise, Ji Yun reflected that it was merely a stroke of luck that led to such wealth after vanquishing 2 8th-layer Qi refinement foes, especially considering he had nearly fallen victim to their ambush. The other members of their team had not even been glimpsed. Senior sister overestimates my abilities. I was merely fortunate, Yi Yun replied modestly. Zhou Yuebe shot him a reproachful glance. Who would have thought our shop's grand opening would entail doing your bidding? And without any commission at that? Truly, we've suffered a loss, Zhou Haod bluntly stated, but it's not without its benefits. These materials will ensure a smooth launch for our Zhou family business. He remained oblivious to the subtle change in Zhou Yuebe's expression. You thick-headed fool, from now on. Focus on forging and refining. I'll hire someone else for reception duties, Zhou Yuebe exclaimed in frustration, extending her leg from her skirt to deliver a swift kick to his backside. Bang! Zhou Haod tumbled to the ground, rising to rub his head in confusion, unable to grasp where he had erred. Women's thoughts are indeed elusive. Ji Yun cast a knowing glance at the amiable youth, feeling as though she had gained considerable insight in that moment. Chapter 40, A New Beginning. The following morning, Ji Yun and Zhou Yuer departed the market together, making their way to report at the sect's entrance. Situated near the western side of the Xianxia sect, they presented their tokens and were granted passage through the west gate. Beep! The shimmering barrier rippled. Upon entering the mountain gate, one is greeted by a breathtaking sea of flowers, alive with the melodious songs of birds. Ethereal bees dance gracefully among the blossoms, while a stunning maiden in a flowing pink skirt leisurely gathers flowers, as if one has stepped into a paradise untouched by the world. Zhou Yuer is destined for the western ascension peak, which lies not far from this floral expanse. The 2 part ways here. After bidding her farewell, Ji Yun hastens towards the distant eastern extreme peak, taking a moment to admire the grandeur of the mountain gate. This is a sacred land nourished by abundant spiritual energy. The 5 principal peaks rise majestically, surrounded by countless smaller summits. In the distance, sheer cliffs loom, and a towering waterfall cascades down like a stampede of galloping steeds, its magnificence overwhelming. Along the path, ancient trees, over a millennium old, tower above, their verdant foliage lush and vibrant. Gazing upwards, one can see formidable practitioners of the true realm soaring like rainbows, vanishing beyond the peaks. There are also seemingly novice disciples in the Qi refinement stage, gliding through the air upon ethereal vessels. The eastern extreme peak and the western ascension peak are separated by the imposing Xianxia peak. Lacking the ability to soar through the skies, by the time Ji Yun reaches the eastern extreme peak, dusk has already descended, painting the horizon with brilliant hues of red and gold. The peak rises into the clouds, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering its true form elusive. At the foot of the mountain, a stone tablet boldly proclaims the characters eastern extreme, etched in a sharp, vigorous script that inspires awe. Stop! A middle-aged man, a 9th-layer Qi refiner, calls out just as Ji Yun prepares to ascend. Who are you? And what brings you to the eastern extreme peak? Ji Yun produces his identity token and replies, I have the honor of meeting you, senior brother. I am Ji Yun, a newly admitted outer disciple of the eastern extreme peak. Huh? No wonder I have not seen you among this year's publicly recruited outer disciples. The man's tone softens upon seeing the token. The eastern extreme peak is a place for inner disciples and elders to cultivate. Outer disciples should proceed to the eastern subordinate peaks, which you would have encountered upon entering through the east gate. How did you end up here? Yi Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explains, I entered through the west gate and have been traveling for nearly a day to arrive here. The middle-aged man, speechless, waves him off. After bidding farewell, Ji Yun continues forward. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, he finally arrives at the subordinate peaks where the outer disciples reside. This is a small mountain range known as the Eastern Elegant Valley. Though the peaks are not particularly tall, they cover an expansive area of several dozen miles. Welcoming Ji Yun is an elder warrior of the 9th layer, his hair touched with gray, who guides him to a tranquil little valley. Here lies the abode of this year's new disciples, aptly named the Little Leisure Valley. Before Ji Yun stands a serene courtyard, his personal residence. The doorplate bears the character for Ji. Upon entering the courtyard, directly opposite is a hall approximately 6 zhang wide, furnished with simple wooden tables and chairs. The floor laid with large slabs of green stone, and the walls of pristine white. On either side are connected corridors, entwined with vines, where exquisite carvings harmoniously blend with nature. The corridor led to several small chambers, totaling around 7 or 8, which served as training rooms, resting quarters, guest accommodations, and secluded chambers for alchemical or forging practices. Indeed, Ji Yun felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his residence. The Xianxia sect was undeniably affluent, allowing even a mere outer disciple like himself to reside in such opulence. Not all disciples were afforded the luxury of such a superior courtyard. An elderly martial artist, his temples flecked with gray, informed him that only those who excelled in the entrance examination were allocated independent courtyards, while others were relegated to shared quarters. So that is the case, Ji Yun nodded, as it resonated with reason. The man further enlightened him that in 2 days, an esteemed elder of the sect would conduct the inaugural class, which must not be missed. After hastily handing him a small booklet, he departed. Inside the booklet was a map delineating the locations of various peaks and prohibitions, including the scripture pavilion, the task office, and various training grounds. Ji Yun quickly immersed himself in this knowledge. It appeared that the sect annually recruited outer disciples, primarily the descendants of martial artists in the true foundation realm, such as inner disciples, elders, and stewards. Only once every 7 years would there be an open recruitment for outsiders. Outer disciples enjoyed numerous benefits, receiving 100 contribution points each year, with the potential for substantial rewards for exceptional achievements in alchemy, forging, formations, or combat prowess. Among these, combat strength was of utmost importance, as it was the primary focus of the Xianxia sect. Outer disciples partook in a grand competition every 3 years, with remarkable rewards for those who excelled. However, alongside these privileges came immense pressure. Should one fail to break through to the true foundation realm by the age of 35, they would be relegated to the status of a servant disciple, forfeiting all aforementioned benefits. Even if servant disciples managed to break through, they could only aspire to become stewards within the sect, receiving meager compensation for their services, devoid of the privileges enjoyed by inner disciples. Ji Yun surmised that the 2 individuals he encountered today, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, were likely over 35 and thus forced into servitude to acquire resources. Having grasped the situation, he resumed his cultivation, aware of the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, which he could not afford to squander. Chapter 41. The Realm of Mastery. As dawn broke, today marked the day of the Elder's lecture at the East Extreme Peak. Ji Yun set out early, arriving at a valley enveloped by a range of mountains. The setting was both natural and elegant, with towering ancient trees and a vast lake, its clear waters sparkling like a brilliant mirror. Ji Yun spotted several familiar faces among the 30 or so individuals gathered for the examination, all sword-wielding warriors engaged in conversation. He pondered which of the 3 esteemed elders from the East Extreme Peak would be delivering the lecture. He hoped it would be Elder Miao. Despite being over a century old, was said to possess the same enchanting beauty as women in their 20s or 30s. This brother here, one of the attendees, remarked, "We're here to learn martial arts, not to admire beauties. If I may say, Elder Hua is the one to look forward to." His prowess is reputed to be the strongest among the three elders. Yu Zhuang, bearing a colossal bronze sword upon his back, stood tall and robust, a striking figure amidst the crowd. When Ji Yun approached him, he greeted her with an endearing smile. At that moment, a swordsman clad in black approached, his physique lean and his raven hair cascading elegantly, with strikingly defined eyebrows enhancing his handsome visage. "Brother Han, I did not expect to see you here as well. We shall henceforth be brothers of the same lineage," Ji Yun remarked, exchanging pleasantries. Given that the other's age and cultivation level surpassed her own, addressing him as Brother Han was indeed fitting. This individual was named Han Jianzi, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Having also triumphed over the green porcelain puppet, his strength comparable to that of Huang Tiansheng. He hailed from the prestigious Linshan City among the 3 main cities, his family reputedly of significant standing. Han Jianzi nodded, devoid of the anticipated arrogance, responding calmly, "In the future, we can engage in discussions and exchanges regarding swordsmanship during our leisure." "Certainly." After a brief interval, a distant dot appeared in the sky, gradually growing larger. As it approached, the crowd discerned that it was a formidable practitioner of the true foundation stage employing a method of aerial evasion. "Greetings, Elder." The assembly, not daring to be negligent, clasped their fists in respect. "Please, no need for formalities." The newcomer was a slender elder, his hair a distinguished gray, yet brimming with vitality, his voice resonant. His cultivation was exceptionally advanced, situated in the latter stages of the true foundation. This was to be expected. Ji Yun had learned from a small booklet that only those who reached the latter stages of the true foundation were eligible to become elders, which meant there were merely 3 elders within the entire Eastern Peak. Inner disciples who break through to the true foundation stage before the age of 60 and who meet the sect's criteria for aptitude would be deemed worthy of cultivation and could become esteemed core disciples. The sect would ardently support their endeavors to achieve the profound elixir, elevating them to the status of pillars of the sect, akin to the peak masters and esteemed elders. Conversely, those who did not meet the core disciple requirements, yet managed to advance to the latter stage, could apply to become sect elders. Inner disciples who had not broken through to the true foundation stage by 60 would be relegated to the status of attendants. It was evident that the sect's resources would be concentrated on the most gifted disciples. Of course, such achievements were still far from Ji Yun's reach, as she was currently at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, with the true foundation stage still an uncertain prospect. The elder spoke. "My surname is Gong. You may address me as Elder Gong." The newly initiated disciples promptly bowed in respect. "We greet Elder Gong." "Good." Elder Gong expressed satisfaction with the decorum displayed by this batch of newcomers. Previously, he had encountered many who were privileged, the offspring of various inner disciples and elders, accustomed to indulgence and arrogance. None had exhibited such obedience as today. This cohort of new disciples was like blank slates, lacking foundational knowledge. Under his guidance, they would become akin to his own disciples, and should they flourish, they would be his future legacy. His demeanor softened as he spoke. "Today, I shall not impart lessons on cultivation or martial arts. Rather, I will elucidate the realms of martial arts, which represent the profound differences between sect disciples and external martial practitioners." The realms of martial arts? The majority of those present had never encountered this term, their faces reflecting confusion. It was also the first time for Ji Yun to hear it, prompting him to quickly gather his thoughts. However, there were individuals familiar with the realms of martial arts, such as Han Jianji from the city of Tsulian, whose expression remained composed, clearly indicating prior knowledge. The elder continued to speak. "Ordinary individuals are only aware of techniques, martial arts, and physical prowess. They recklessly charge forward, relying solely on the advantages of their techniques or the strength of their bodies. It appears that battles among martial artists are fought with these elements alone. Unbeknownst to them, they have already sunk to a lower level, akin to brutish savages." "What?" The crowd's expressions shifted subtly. "Is it true that martial artists do not depend on techniques or martial arts? What then have we been cultivating all this time?" Elder Gong's words effectively negated everything they had strived for over the years. Ji Yun and Yu Zhuang exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, remaining silent. They had always approached their training in this manner. Noticing their reaction, Elder Gong nodded, stroking his beard gently, although he may have exaggerated somewhat. His words resonated deeply with the emotions of the audience. After allowing the tension to build, he spoke again. "The realm of martial arts allows one to gain insight into oneself and subsequently comprehend the universe. It is divided into the realm of mastery and the unity of man and heaven. The unity of man and heaven is far beyond your reach. Let us not dwell on it for now. The realm of mastery entails a meticulous control over every aspect of oneself, enabling one to wield sword techniques with precision, ensuring that every ounce of energy is utilized without waste, thereby exponentially increasing their power. Even a simple sword strike can obliterate an opponent's concentrated martial arts. As he spoke, Elder Gong directed a finger imbued with condensed sword energy toward a colossal stone several dozen feet high. Whoosh! The sword energy remained intact, piercing through the stone and leaving behind a small round hole. After penetrating the several-foot-thick stone, it continued unabated, piercing through 3 towering ancient trees before dissipating. Hiss! It was terrifying. Everyone, including Ji Yun, was awestruck by this display. It was not merely the might of the attack that astonished them, but the realization that Elder Gong had executed this with only the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refinement. What does this imply? Not to mention others. Even if Ji Yun were to deploy his concentrated martial arts, he could not achieve such a fearful result. If there were an opponent at the 6th level of Qi refinement capable of executing this sword technique, they would have no choice but to evade. There would be no possibility of withstanding it. Even the finest spiritual armor would not hold, and it would be pierced through. Could it be that the disciples of the Xianxia sect at the 6th level of Qi refinement are all this formidable? When the crowd looked back at the elder, their gazes were imbued with not only reverence, but also a flicker of excitement and trepidation. Elder Gong, pleased to have astonished the disciples, felt a sense of pride. Cough! Cough! He cleared his throat and continued. What you just witnessed was merely a casual strike from the 6th level of Qi refinement, having achieved the realm of mastery. Unable to contain themselves any longer, someone posed a question. Elder Gong, how long do you think it will take for us to reach this realm of mastery? Elder Gong remarked, children born within the sect begin their rudimentary training in martial arts around the age of 7 or 8, guided by their elders. Naturally, progress during their early years is slow. Substantial advancements typically occur in their teenage years. If endowed with commendable talent, they may achieve mastery by their 40s or 50s. The questioner felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that attaining such mastery was indeed a challenging endeavor, requiring decades of dedication. Observing this, the elder continued, do not underestimate the difficulty of reaching mastery. Those of dull wit may never achieve this stage in their lifetime. However, it is said that there have been prodigious youths who attain mastery even while in the Qi refining stage. Do not aim too high. Begin honing your martial arts now, and your strength will grow exponentially. Accumulating experience will lead to enlightenment at the right moment, enabling you to achieve mastery. Yu Zhuang inquired, may I ask Elder Gong, how can we refine our martial arts skills? Chapter 42, The Abyssal Valley. Elder Gong glanced at Yu Zhuang and replied, this is precisely what I am about to elucidate. Achieving mastery will enhance your offensive capabilities, refine your agility, and significantly aid in the execution of martial arts or the utilization of your innate physical prowess. It embodies an ultimate level of self-control. Thus, you must systematically refine 3 aspects within the sect: bodily control, vital energy control, and mental control. These 3 foundational elements have been meticulously compiled by the sect and are strictly confidential. Understood. The crowd, serious and attentive, stood upright, their expressions indicating their commitment to safeguarding this secret. This was classified information. Even the usually composed Han Jian appeared unusually solemn. Noticing their seriousness, Elder Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Even if he were to divulge this, lacking the essential training facilities would render it futile. I was merely jesting. The assembly fell silent, realizing the elder had been teasing them, displaying a youthful spirit despite his age. How mischievous you are, elder, came a delicate voice from the back of the crowd. Turning to see the source, they beheld a petite young woman with bright eyes and a captivating smile. Her pure and charming visage was complemented by an alluring figure, accentuated by a soft sword cinched at her waist, emphasizing her slender form. Junior sister, Mu Qingqing, she acknowledged the attention without a hint of embarrassment, flashing a flirtatious smile at the onlookers. Yu Zhuang blushed. She resembles my sister. Ji Yun remained silent. Elder Gong, with a stern expression, interjected, no interruptions. To better refine these 3 aspects, the sect has established dedicated training facilities where your efforts will yield significant results. You may utilize contribution points to access these resources. These resources are scarce outside, with only the military of the Jade Kingdom possessing a few rudimentary facilities. Everything else is exclusive to the sections. Thus, there exists a vast chasm between the martial artists of the sects and those from the outside world. Without joining a sect, it is arduous to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Only upon reaching the realm of mastery does one truly enter the world of martial arts. Otherwise, even if one cultivates to the late stages of the true foundation, they have yet to embark on this journey. The path of honing one's martial prowess is fraught with peril, with many succumbing to severe injuries or even death each year. Hence, one must act within their capabilities. As Elder Gong solemnly advised the crowd, after spending half an hour addressing various queries, he gracefully departed. The newly initiated disciples were entranced, lingering in awe long after the elder had left. The Sky Chasm Valley serves as the designated area for disciples to refine their physical prowess and mastery. Situated on the eastern side of the sect, closest to the east extreme peak, a throng of individuals made their way there, and despite it being the nearest training ground, it took them half an hour to arrive at the Sky Chasm Valley. The new disciples gazed enviously at the senior brothers and sisters soaring above in spirit vessels, their mouths watering with admiration. Inside the bustling hall at the entrance of the Sky Chasm Valley, there were around 70 to 80 people, predominantly at the Chi refining stage, with less than 10 at the true foundation stage. Among them, many were familiar faces from the same batch of new disciples. Jiyan even spotted Huang Tiansheng and 2 others from the City Lord Mansion. They formed an orderly line to enter. At a wooden long table on the right side of the hall sat 5 or 6 disciples at the 9th layer of Chi refining. For first-time users, a first-level formation was sufficient. 1 sec contribution point allowed for 1 hour of training, and any time not fully utilized would still incur a deduction of 1 contribution point. Who would be foolish enough to exit before their time was up? Some new disciples scoffed. The 9th layer disciple merely chuckled disdainfully in response. This senior brother required a second-level formation, which cost 2 sec contribution points per hour. Very well, thank you for your assistance, the 9th layer disciple said as he reclaimed his token and entered the formation. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Jiyan finally reached the front of the line. Just as he was about to step forward, a disheveled figure emerged from within, the very new disciple who had been boasting earlier. His tattered garments bore visible bloodstains, and blood continued to ooze from wounds on his body, staining him crimson. I'm going to die. Is this trial meant to kill us? I nearly perished inside, he exclaimed. The disciple at the entrance sneered. If you can't handle it, don't blame others. If you couldn't endure it, why didn't you exit sooner? Not even a tea's worth of time. Truly pathetic. You, the injured new disciple, infuriated, realized that his wounds would require at least a month of recovery. What about me? I've seen many incompetent new disciples like you. Hurry and get lost. The situation outweighed individual bravado, and ultimately, the injured disciple could only leave in disgrace, his spirit deflated. Do not be deceived by the current status of this individual as a mere servant. He may very well have spent 2 decades as an outer sect disciple, cultivating his prowess to the 9th level of Chi refinement. One cannot even begin to fathom the extent to which his martial arts have been honed. And should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be to one's detriment. The Xianxia sect is a place of hidden talents, and even an ordinary servant should not be trifled with. A new disciple has come to this realization, having reached the 9th level of Chi refinement. He stands on the verge of breaking through to the true foundation realm as a steward. It is prudent for us to remain respectful. Indeed, another concurs. Jiyan is not the type to stir trouble with his words. After dutifully offering a contribution point, he proceeds deeper into the valley. The terrain of the Tianhe Valley is intricate and ever-changing, with jagged rocks and sheer cliffs that intimidate any who dare to venture forth. At its depths, a relentless storm rages, sweeping away all in its path. Fortunately, a first-level formation is located at the entrance, rendering it unnecessary to delve further. Dozens of pale yellow light screens encompass narrow gorges, and he selects an unactivated formation to enter. At the center of the formation, a control orb must be carried on one's person. Should one find themselves unable to endure, it is imperative to use it to halt the formation. Lest lives be lost, radiance emanates, and 2 lines of small characters float above the control slab. Suspended in the air, body refinement martial artist, non-body refinement martial artist. After contemplating, Jiyan determines that his martial physique should categorize him as a body refinement martial artist and decisively selects the first option. The formation activates with a beep. Chapter 43. First level formation. An invisible shackle descends. Suddenly, Ji Yun finds himself unable to sense the fluctuations of his true energy at this moment. He resembles an ordinary person who has never practiced cultivation, even less than the first level of Qi refinement. His cultivation is now restricted by the formation, and he must rely solely on his martial physique. Whoosh! A jet-black arrow manifests from thin air. Although he has lost his cultivation, he is not so easily struck. With a slight sidestep, the arrow grazes his left arm, clearly having missed its target. The arrow strikes a nearby boulder, shattering its surface and penetrating deep within. The once solid rock crumbles before the arrow's might, akin to tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Ji Yun is left astounded. This arrow is terrifyingly powerful. Relying solely on his martial physique, he would surely be overwhelmed. If it were another, even a line of 3 or 5 would be easily pierced, truly frightening. I see now. I have chosen the difficulty level for body refinement martial artists. No wonder. The arrow vanishes into thin air, reclaimed by the formation. Then, a flurry of arrows appears, intent on transforming him into a porcupine. Fully aware of their peril, Ji Yun dares not allow them to strike. He employs his agility to evade. Without the enhancement of true energy, his movements resemble those of a fish out of water, lacking in fluidity. He cannot completely avoid the onslaught, and is forced to draw his floating light sword to deflect the last 2 arrows. The arrows possess astonishing power, and defending against them proves to be quite taxing, no less strenuous than battling a formidable opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There is no respite, as an ever-increasing number of arrows rain down from various angles. Ji Yun executed an extreme maneuver, deflecting a multitude of arrows. His muscles trembled under the relentless onslaught, and soon his arms began to feel a slight numbness. The attacks were incessant, overwhelming even for a seasoned body cultivator. After a brief interval, his left arm and back were pierced by arrows, blood streaming forth. To make matters worse, a swarm of metallic spheres materialized in the air, their numbers vastly outnumbering the arrows, rendering evasion impossible. With a resounding thud, Ji Yun was repeatedly struck by the spheres, the violent impacts reverberating through his entire body, leaving him in excruciating pain. His legs bore the brunt of the assault, diminishing his agility. As time passed, his injuries intensified. At least a dozen arrows had pierced his flesh, some slicing through his skin and leaving inch-long gashes. After enduring for a duration equivalent to 2 T-brews, Ji Yun utilized the control orb to halt the array. The reality was grim. Unlike his previous assumptions of training, the sect's physical conditioning array resembled a lethal trap. Should one be oblivious to their limits and overexert themselves, it could lead to dire consequences. His foundation was relatively solid, yet he barely managed to last 2 T-brews. Any further would have resulted in severe injuries. For others, it would be prudent to recuperate for 3 to 5 days before attempting again. Not everyone possesses the stubbornness of the recent new disciple who persisted until grievously injured. Ji Yun, however, did not require such measures. Activating his regenerative abilities, he healed completely in an instant. The array restrained his cultivation and true energy, yet his physical capabilities remained intact. Taking a deep breath, he reactivated the array. The arrows within the formation began anew, increasing in number, with altered angles of attack compared to before. To fully appreciate the array's refining effects, Ji Yun refrained from using his regenerative abilities midway. This time, he was mentally prepared, dodging and parrying more arrows and metallic spheres, demonstrating marked improvement, ultimately enduring for nearly the duration of an incense stick, albeit at the cost of severe injury. Coughing, Ji Yun slowly rose from the ground and activated his regenerative powers once more. Beyond the arrows and spheres, puppet-like birds appeared, presenting an even greater challenge with their erratic and cunning trajectories. A single peck would result in a bloody wound. Time was of the essence, so he consumed a Beast Valley pill to replenish his strength and restarted the array. At last, the hour concluded with a chime, and the array ceased its operation. Ji Yun's garments were stained crimson, and his face bore the marks of blood, appearing as a specter emerging from the valley. Yu Zhuang, stationed in the hall, also bore traces of blood, though in comparison to Ji Yun, it seemed trifling. Upon witnessing Ji Yun's state, he was taken aback. Goodness, you've pushed yourself too hard to sustain such grievous injuries. It's nothing. Don't let the blood fool you. Most of it is merely superficial. Ji Yun reassured him. Ah, I see. Yu Zhuang replied earnestly, quickly believing him. Mu Qingqing was also in the hall, seemingly awaiting the emergence of her companion. This exquisitely curved lady bore no significant injuries, merely a few specks of dust upon her dress, likely having sensed the danger and promptly retreated. Upon spotting Ji Yun, her bright, watery eyes sparkled, and her legs instinctively moved closer. Indeed, Brother Ji was remarkable, having persevered for a full hour. Here, I have a high-quality first-grade white jade elixir, and I hope it may assist you, brother. As she spoke, she delicately extended her slender fingers, retrieving a pure and translucent pill from a pink vial. This was Ji Yun's first encounter with a lady, and she exuded an air of mischief. Having barely escaped the ordeal, she was hardly inclined to accept, and thus, he resolutely declined. Thank you, sister, but my injuries are not severe. You should keep it for yourself. Very well, Mu Qingqing replied, recognizing Ji Yun's dismissive demeanor, understanding that the white jade elixir would not be given. With a playful wink, she cheerfully added, should you require it, sister is always here for you. Her demeanor left Yu Zhuang utterly captivated. Sister Mu truly reminds me of my own sister. He mused on the way back. Is that so? Ji Yun remarked, having heard him mention this twice, stirring his curiosity. How can sister possess such a slender waist? Yu Zhuang did not answer directly, but posed a rather perplexing question. Ji Yun replied, I never expected you to be a riddle master. Injured, Yu Zhuang struggled to keep pace, and by the time they returned to Xiaoyu Valley, an hour had elapsed. Back in the familiar courtyard, Ji Yun meticulously reflected on the 3 trials he had endured within the formation that day. Undoubtedly, the second trial had proven the most beneficial, providing him with a tangible sense of progress. During that trial, he had found himself in a dire predicament, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Such brushes with mortality imparted profound insights. To prolong his endurance, he relentlessly pushed himself, ultimately achieving a breakthrough in bodily control. Now, the distance he needed to maneuver to evade arrows had significantly diminished. What once required a movement of an inch now needed only a fraction of that. His strength had also seen subtle improvements. Utilizing merely 90% of his power, he could effortlessly deflect arrows. Pushing himself to the brink yielded the most remarkable results. Ji Yun had uncovered this secret. Moreover, the repeated process of injury and recovery further deepened his understanding of his own body. I possess a regenerative physique. The advantage lies with me. It is decided. From tomorrow onward, I shall push my limits twice daily. While an ordinary warrior may undergo light training fewer than 10 times a month, I will challenge my limits 60 times within the same span. In terms of bodily control alone, my rate of advancement shall far surpass theirs. Even those raised in the Qing Xian sect from childhood will find themselves overtaken by me. Chapter 44. Yu Zhuang. Once a month, there is a lecture by the elder in charge at Dongji Peak, which is not to be missed. In addition, for the next 2 months, Ji Yun secluded himself, unwaveringly visiting the Tianhe Valley regardless of the weather, whether it be tempestuous winds or relentless rains. During the remaining time, he devoted himself to cultivation, driven by an intense desire for progress. The several servant disciples in the hall of Tianhe Valley had already recognized Ji Yun. After all, it was hard to miss someone who arrived each day with a serene countenance only to depart covered in blood. Junior brother Ji is here again, greeted a kind-faced servant senior. I have seen senior brother Wu. I hope to trouble you once more today. With a swift motion, 2 contribution points were deducted. And Ji Yun glanced at his token, which now held only 230 contributions. Recently, he had made tremendous advancements. A single hour was no longer sufficient for him to reach his limits twice, so he opted to spend 2 hours, thereby achieving his goals 3 times a day. The results were, of course, remarkable. Within the canyon, Ji Yun moved with poise and confidence, his agility refined to a remarkable degree, making subtle adjustments to his position, sometimes remaining stationary while evading the arrows that sought to strike him. In an instant, a myriad of metallic spheres filled the air, enveloping the entire space. Ding! Ji Yun's sword was swift, precise, and ruthless, effortlessly knocking down all the spheres. His control over force and release had reached a level of mastery, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Coupled with his formidable martial physique, he could defeat relatively weaker practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement even without employing true energy. The crisp sound of bird calls resonated as puppet birds descended in a dive. With a flick of his wrist, Ji Yun executed a diagonal slash, sending the once soaring birds plummeting to the ground. This was an unthinkable feat just 2 months prior. The lethality of his sword had more than doubled since then. The sky was soon filled with an array of avian beasts, spiritual sparrows, fire eagles, black feather geese, and three-eyed owls, all chirping and swooping down. Ji Yun regarded them with indifference, wielding his long sword and dancing among the flock, his figure ethereal and transcendent, reminiscent of a celestial sword immortal. Not a feather touched him. His strikes were fluid, rapid, precise, and merciless, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the puppets. Feathers filled the air as the birds fell, one after another, creating a scene that resembled a flowing ink wash painting from a distance. Beep! An hour had passed. The formation ceased its operation, and the arrows and birds vanished without a trace. This time, he had managed to endure an entire hour without sustaining any injuries. The ability to maintain this for an hour indicated that his physical control had reached a first-level standard. Moreover, to achieve this without a scratch signified that his mastery had attained a perfect first-level standard, which was undeniably formidable. It seemed that only by continuously pushing oneself to the limits could one hope to attain such perfection. Ji Yun felt a stirring within. The Xianxia sect had its own classifications and methods of cultivation concerning martial realms. Through the first-level formation of the sect, it is evident that mastery in this domain has reached a foundational level. Control over the body, true energy, and spirit is essential. Within the sect, there exist first, second, and third-level formations corresponding to these aspects. As Elder Gong has articulated, when a martial artist attains a third-level proficiency in all three areas, they are perilously close to the realm of mastery. With further refinement, a breakthrough may soon follow. Tomorrow, I shall not linger here, but shall venture to Xianxia, where there lies a training ground for honing control over true energy. Progress must be balanced across all three facets. After devising his plan, Ji Yun refrained from further delay and departed the valley directly. Why is junior brother Ji devoid of bloodstains today? Wu, with his keen eyes, observed the anomaly. Today I have made a breakthrough, Ji Yun replied cheerfully. Oh, I see. Wu pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. Wait, what exactly did you break through? What kind of breakthrough? Alas, Ji Yun had already walked far away, oblivious to Wu's inquiries. Upon returning to Xiaoyu Valley, Ji Yun leisurely approached a small room in a row of houses. He intended to invite Yu Zhuang to dine together, thereby strengthening their brotherly bond, particularly since he had been engrossed in cultivation for the past 2 months, with all news from the sect relayed to him by Yu Zhuang. However, it appeared that no one was home. Oh, he has been quite busy lately, taking on numerous sect tasks, informed a neighboring resident. Taking on sect tasks? Ji Yun sensed something amiss. Yu Zhuang should still have plenty of contribution points left, having spent scarcely 10 points in a month. How could he be undertaking tasks so soon? Indeed, it seemed he had heard that Mu Qingqing wished to acquire a spirit flying vessel for transportation, which required a hefty sum of 200 contribution points. Yu Zhuang intended to purchase it for her, prompting him to take on tasks. What? How foolish of Yu Zhuang! Ji Yun exclaimed, astonished by this revelation. To buy a flying vessel for Mu Qingqing? What on earth was that big fellow thinking? Even if she were his sister, such behavior would be akin to forsaking his martial path. I must dissuade him at once. Suddenly, Ji Yun furrowed his brow, realizing the complexity of the situation. He recalled Yu Zhuang's inexplicable remark from 2 months prior. How can junior sister have such a slender waist? Good heavens, so that was his intention all along. I was nearly deceived by his simple demeanor. Ji Yun now comprehended fully. The notion of sisterhood was merely a pretext. His feelings were evidently genuine. This matter would be difficult to dissuade. Regardless, I shall return to my cultivation. Ji Yun shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. The moon hung high. Stars twinkled in the night sky, and all was silent. In Xiaoyu Valley, within the small courtyard of Ji Yun's mastery of the Heavenly Gang heavy-killing sword reached fruition this night as he grasped the third formidable technique, gentle breeze and fine rain. The first 2 techniques of the Tiangang heavy kill sword are immensely powerful, while the third move, peak reversal, when perfected, is subtle and silent, yet far more terrifying. Achieving mastery in the condensing true martial arts was beyond his expectations, for according to the experiences of the Ji family, it was deemed impossible for a Qi refinement realm warrior to reach such proficiency. Only those in the true foundation realm could accomplish this. However, upon arriving at the Xianxia sect, many previously held beliefs were shattered. Ji Yun discovered that when one's physical control reaches a certain level, it indeed aids in the cultivation of martial arts, making it possible for a Qi refinement realm practitioner to achieve mastery in the condensing true martial arts. Furthermore, Honing the control of true qi would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits. Chapter 45. Control of True Qi. Xianxia. This peak, a gathering of the essence of heaven and earth, is said to harbor a small spiritual vein beneath its base, infusing the entire mountain with a staggering amount of spiritual energy. The training ground for true qi control is situated here, near the main peak, Xianxia Peak. Before dawn, Jiyan set off, running for a full 2 hours to reach his destination. Such a distance. No wonder many Qi Refinement Realm seniors opt to purchase spirit flight boats. They're truly essential tools for travel. At the entrance hall of Xianxia, the crowd was denser than at Tiana Valley, with over 100 individuals already queuing, including more than 30 uncles from the true Foundation realm. The Xianxian sect is indeed formidable. Ji Yun silently marveled. Among the orderly queue of over 30 uncles, any one of them could easily annihilate all the experts in any affiliated city. Yet here they were, patiently waiting in line. The quality of the Xianxian sect warriors is truly exemplary. A familiar figure caught his eye. Was that Brotherton? Among the throng, Ji Yun spotted a solitary silhouette. This individual was also a person devoted to martial pursuits, and the image of him resolutely rowing away with an iron heart that night was indelibly etched in Ji Yun's memory. However, though Brother Tung was currently in line, his expression appeared quite unnatural, drenched in cold sweat, as if he were being targeted by a malevolent creature. Indeed, in the corner, Yin Chi-Chi was glaring at him with palpable hatred. Ji Yun discreetly maneuvered through the crowd, distancing himself from these two. After a fragrant incense stick's time had passed, having contributed a point, he entered a golden light barrier resembling an eggshell. This was the true Qi control training formation located halfway up the mountain. Within the barrier stood a black metallic pillar, approximately 3 zhang tall, with a flowing luster. Suddenly, the pillar radiated a brilliant light, and 3 white, true Qi foxes materialized out of thin air. Ji Yun drew his sword, dispersing them with his resplendent sword energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 golden sword energies reappeared before the pillar. The invisible fluctuations of the formation locked onto Ji Yun, making evasion impossible. He could only brace himself to receive the incoming sword energies. At the moment of contact, Ji Yun was taken aback. This domineering true Qi felt all too familiar. Were those not the sword energies he had just unleashed? With no time for contemplation, he unleashed an even stronger sword technique to obliterate them. As a result, the metallic pillar shone even more brightly, unleashing 3 terrifying golden sword energies once again. This was the second strike of my sword, its power amplified. In an instant, he comprehended that the metallic pillar could replicate and enhance his attacks before unleashing them. To shatter it, he would need to employ even more formidable techniques. However, any new methods would also be copied, amplified, and turned against him once more. Unless he resorted to martial arts, it would be exceedingly difficult to overcome this challenge. Breaking sword slash. After the golden sword energy dissipated, there followed 2 consecutive exchanges. Ji Yun, feeling helpless, realized the sword energy had accumulated to an appallingly terrifying degree, compelling him to utilize even stronger techniques. Congeal sword finger. Here it comes. Azure light sword shadow. Skyward break. Backflow slash. Gentle breze. Fine rain. Within the span of a tea's brew, he had unleashed all his martial arts, each subsequent technique becoming increasingly fearsome, especially the clash of the Tiangang heavy kill sword, which resembled a cataclysm, nearly obliterating the entire formation. The mere aftershocks almost shattered his protective true energy. Unable to endure any longer, he could only use the control orb to halt the formation's operation. Ji Yun retrieved a medium-grade spirit stone to recover, contemplating the previous circumstances. The formation honed the utilization of true energy, aimed at refining our mastery over it. Each time, the metallic pillar would augment his sword strikes by approximately 10%. This implied that he needed to precisely control the fluctuations of true energy, ensuring they exceeded the previous strike by exactly 10% to negate the amplification. Should he miscalculate, insufficient force could leave him vulnerable to the explosive aftermath, while excessive power would significantly increase the intensity of the metallic pillar's next assault, leading to a swift conclusion. Ji Yun furrowed his brow. This approach was unsustainable. Even with a mere 10% enhancement each time, the resultant power would swiftly escalate to a terrifying level, making it impossible to endure for an entire hour. Thus, he needed to identify the flaws in his sword techniques employing minimal cost to break the previous strike. Only then could he maintain the power of his strikes within a manageable range for an extended period. Yet, flaws are not easily discerned. Unless, at this thought, his eyes sparkled. He would actively create a flaw. How enlightening. This was the epitome of perfect mastery over true energy. The sword technique must not only eliminate the previous strike, but also deliberately control and leave behind a new flaw, perpetuating this cycle. This was exceedingly challenging, but if achieved, his command over true energy and martial arts would reach an astonishing level. Having unraveled all this, Ji Yun's eyes gleamed as if two sharp sword lights were poised to pierce through the void. In truth, the method was not singular. There existed numerous ways to endure within the formation for an hour. Each warrior would make different choices based on their circumstances. Unbeknownst to Yi Yun. In his moment of self-satisfaction, he had inadvertently embarked on the most arduous path of true energy mastery. Nevertheless, while it was the most challenging, it was also the most advantageous path, offering tremendous assistance for higher levels of control in the future. The true energy has nearly been restored, and I once again raised my sword. An hour later, the formation ceased its operation. Exhausted, Ji Yun slowly emerged from within. An hour was far too brief. Even with mid-grade spiritual stones, the recovery speed was limited. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly activated the formation for another hour. The distance from Xianxia to Xiaoyu Valley was exceedingly vast, requiring 2 hours for the return journey. He intended to find a secluded spot nearby to recuperate his true energy before refining himself once more today. Chapter 46. The Spiritual Rice Mountain Range. As its name suggests, the Spiritual Rice Mountain Range is where the Xianxia sect cultivates spiritual grains, located in proximity to Xianxia Peak and Xianxia. It is said that the spiritual soil here is exceptionally conducive to cultivation, yielding spiritual grains at rates several times that of other locations. Ji Yun gazed upon the expansive hills, with emerald terraces spiraling through the mountains, shrouded in mist. Following the map, he arrived at this site, merely a short distance from Xianxia. At the entrance, 2 ninth-level Qi refining disciples, idly chewing on straw, squatted on the ground drawing circles. Your circle is quite round. Yours isn't bad either, just a smidge away from perfection, whereas yours is still better. Excuse me, brothers. May I inquire if I can enter the spiritual Rice Mountain Range? Ji Yun approached to ask. It's not yet harvest season. What do you wish to enter for? A man clad in green expressed his confusion. Ji Yun explained his purpose. You wish to meditate inside to restore your true energy? The green-clad man's expression turned peculiar. Having guarded the field for 3 years, it was his first encounter with such a request. Should he grant permission? At that moment, the middle-aged man with a small mustache, overhearing, remarked, although there are merely unripe spiritual grains inside, if you inadvertently cause any damage, we would have no way to account for it. Furthermore, we are quite busy as it is. Unless Ji Yun glanced at the freshly drawn circles on the ground and retrieved 2 small pouches from his robe. Of course, I would not wish for you 2 brothers to suffer a loss. I offer these spiritual stones as collateral. The 2 received the pouches and weighed them in their hands. Upon sensing the weight, the mustached man squinted his eyes. Indeed, our junior is quite forthright. Very well, you may enter. In the future, feel free to come whenever you wish and stay as long as you like. Thank you very much, brothers. Ji Yun clasped his hands in gratitude. Considering he may frequent this place in the future, he had resolutely handed over a full 200 spiritual stones. Though he referred to it as collateral, anyone with discernment would recognize it as a pretext for gifting them, with no intention of reclaiming the stones. Once inside, Ji Yun found a secluded and hidden spot to sit and slowly restore his energy. The interior of the spiritual Rice Mountain Range was spacious and empty. Aside from a few distant figures inspecting the spiritual rice, it was devoid of human presence. This place was quite agreeable, serene and tranquil, naturally peaceful, and crucially, close to Xianxia. It would be wonderful to reside here, Ji Yun thought casually, yet the notion lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The distance to Xiaoyu Valley was indeed too great, requiring 4 hours for a round trip each day. With only 12 hours in a day, it meant that a third of his time was consumed by travel, somewhat absurd. Of course, he recognized that the primary issue lay with himself. Daily training demanded over 30 contribution points each month, a burden that ordinary outer disciples simply could not bear. Typically, newly admitted disciples would visit every 3 days, mitigating the impact of travel. Meanwhile, The more accomplished senior brothers and sisters possessed their own flying vessels, rendering travel a trivial matter. This was astonishingly a predicament unique to him. He suddenly realized that residing here seemed to be the only viable option. He could simply return during the elders' lectures, thereby saving countless hours. So be it. Jiyan first cleared the ground, and then retrieved beast pelts from his storage bag, fashioning a rudimentary tent. That very day, he took up residence within. Night fell, the sky adorned with countless stars, and the moonlight bathed the surroundings in a silvery glow. The small tent crafted from beast pelts emanated a gentle warmth, illuminated by the faint flicker of candlelight within. A youthful and handsome figure sat cross-legged inside, silently cultivating his skills. On this day, Jiyan returned from Linshan Peak, his expression numb as he exchanged greetings with two circle-drawing senior brothers before retreating to his tent. Mastering true energy was not as straightforward as he had imagined. After 10 days of arduous training, his progress had been minimal, akin to that of a sluggish snail. Jiyan understood that this was the norm. After all, Elder Gong had mentioned that even individuals with decent talent would not likely reach the mastery stage until they were around 50 to 60 years old. For those of average talent, reaching such a level by the age of 100 was far from guaranteed. His own achievement of body control at level 1 within 2 months had been entirely reliant on the peculiarities of the rebirth body, rendering it an exception. Did the rebirth body aid in mastering true energy? Jiyan fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it was worth a try. The following day, within the formation of Linshan Peak, sword energy surged with vigor. Thwack! The razor-sharp golden sword energy struck Jiyan, piercing through his martial body and causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. The immense force continuing to wreak havoc on his internal organs. Cough! Is this the golden radiant sword energy I have unleashed? Indeed, it is terrifying. The formation paused, delaying treatment as he closed his eyes to meticulously perceive the process by which the sword energy had ravaged his martial body. It seemed to hold some utility. Let us do it 10 more times. The sword light flashed. Jiyan's elongated figure was repeatedly sent flying, crashing heavily against the golden barrier. The power was insufficient. Once more, within the eggshell-shaped barrier, countless sword energies surged and erupted. Jiyan was hurled again and again within the formation, crashing down heavily as blood sprayed across the sky. Like a small boat engulfed in tumultuous waves, he was submerged in a sea of golden sword energy. Yet, his eyes remained exceptionally bright, filled with an inexhaustible sword intent. Indeed, it is only through personal experience that one can swiftly comprehend the nuances of their own attacks, gaining a more comprehensive and intricate understanding of their sword techniques and energies. I have attained enlightenment. 3 days later, the strikingly handsome Jiyan emerged from Linshan Peak, embodying both resilience and confidence, his garments billowing gracefully. He has fully embraced this method of cultivation. The rebirth physique truly defies the heavens. Having encountered numerous martial artists and various physiques, he believes none can rival the rebirth physique. It is not that this physique is exceptionally remarkable. Rather, it boasts a slightly enhanced recovery rate. However, if harnessed effectively, this ability can significantly aid in cultivation. This applies to the practice of the Golden Radiance True Body Technique and the Tiangang Heavy Slaughter Sword, as well as the mastery of one's physical form and true energy. In the future, it will undoubtedly yield even greater benefits. Perhaps I should delve deeper into understanding this physique. Chapter 47, The Physiques of the World. In the Xianxia scripture repository, towering 30 zhang high, the spiritual wooden bookshelves stood majestically, housing millions of volumes. This repository is the largest and most comprehensive among the 5 in the Xianxia sect. Since Jiyan sought not precious resources such as techniques, martial arts, or secret arts, he required only a single contribution point to access various fundamental materials in a side chamber on the first floor of the repository, limited to 3 hours. Overview of physiques. Analysis of common physiques. Complete compendium of physiques. Detailed discussion of 3,000 physiques. On the Moonlight physique, he effortlessly located over 100 tomes concerning physiques, their depth of detail far surpassing that of Linshan City. He selected a book with a golden embossed cover titled The Hierarchy of Worldly Physiques to peruse first. As he turned the pages, he quickly became engrossed, with the content revealing a wealth of knowledge. According to this text, worldly physiques are categorized into 9 tiers: immortal, divine; sacred, monarch; true, precious; anomalous, mundane, and waste. The first tier, immortal physique, the second tier, divine physique, and the third tier, sacred physique, constitute the upper three tiers. The fourth tier, monarch physique, the fifth tier, true physique, and the sixth tier, precious physique, form the middle three tiers. The seventh tier, anomalous physique, the eighth tier, mundane physique, and the ninth tier, waste physique, comprise the lower three tiers. The upper three tiers are exceedingly rare, 1 in a billion. Particularly, the existence of the first tier immortal physique is debatable, as documented instances date back to an unfathomably distant past, making their authenticity hard to determine. The middle three tiers appear once in a million, with the probability suggesting one may emerge among a million individuals. However, there are no absolutes. Occasionally, several may arise among 100,000, or perhaps none at all. The seventh tier anomalous physique and the ninth tier waste physique have a likelihood of 1 in 10, while the remaining are predominantly eighth tier mundane physiques. Even among the same type of physique, distinctions exist. For instance, within the seventh tier anomalous physique, the most superior variant can amplify an immense strength, rivaling that of the sixth tier precious physique. Conversely, the lowest quality variant offers negligible enhancement, barely surpassing that of mundane physique. In addition to physiques, some individuals may awaken unique abilities. For instance, regarding mental abilities, they can be classified into 9 ranks based on their strength, much like physical constitution. It is truly eye-opening to discover such a clear delineation of physical qualities. I must further investigate the classification of the rebirth body. With a swift motion, Xianxia summoned a gust of air and retrieved a tome titled Compendium of Physical Constitutions from the bookshelf, meticulously leafing through its pages. The majority of this book is dedicated to the lower 3 ranks of physique, followed by the middle and upper 3 ranks, as the lower 3 ranks comprise the bulk of the content. The hunger body, a 9th rank waste physique. I recall that a distant uncle possessed this constitution. He would need to eat whenever his emotions ran high, lest he risk starvation. My rebirth body also requires sustenance, sharing some similarities. I had initially believed the hunger body possessed some undiscovered special abilities. I never imagined it to be a waste physique, truly unfortunate for my uncle. Next, the fire scorched body, a suivant extraordinaire physique. The flexible body, also a 7th rank extraordinary physique. The moonlight body, yet another 7th rank extraordinary physique. Xianxia found no surprise in the fact that several members of the G family were 7th rank extraordinary physiques. After all, with a population of merely 80 to 90,000 in Linshan City, the likelihood of encountering a middle 3 rank physique is rather slim. The golden extreme body, a 6th rank precious physique. The first middle 3 rank physique to appear in Linshan City is Huang Tiansheng. You truly deserve the reputation, for such a formidable physique is a rarity among millions. Initially, I presumed the golden extreme body to be of a higher quality extraordinary physique, only to find it classified as a middle 3 rank precious physique. Hong Yao's flying spirit sword body may also be a middle 3 rank. I wonder if it is a precious physique. Another familiar entry caught Xianxia's attention. The jealousy body, a 6th rank precious physique. The image of a figure departing in a small boat resurfaced in his mind. Tension, danger. Xianxia's expression remained impassive as he turned the pages, having already sentenced Tang Xiong to death in his mind. In future encounters, I must maintain a greater distance. Being envied by a gifted warrior with a precious physique is no trifling matter, particularly one dedicated to envy. Just the thought sends chills down my spine. At last, there it is, the flying spirit sword body. Indeed, it is a 5th rank true physique, surpassing even precious physiques. Xianxia felt a twinge of surprise as the image of a woman clad in white, as pure as snow, materialized in his mind. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her demeanor cool and elegant, akin to a plum blossom blooming in the harsh winter, serene and unyielding. It seems Linshan City is exceptionally fortunate, having witnessed the emergence of multiple formidable physiques. Yet, I have yet to encounter the rebirth body. I suspect a 4th rank royal physique will be inevitable. Xianxia felt a swell of satisfaction as he continued his exploration of the text. The number of 5th rank true physiques began to dwindle significantly, while the 4th rank royal physiques amounted to fewer than 100, many of which may not manifest in this era. Due to their rarity, the information on most royal physiques is often incomplete. For example, the 4th rank royal dragon king body, The last known individual with this physique has been nearly a millennium in the grave. There are still many royal physiques, emerging once every few thousand years. It remains uncertain whether the known royal physiques are limited to these or if this tome has omitted others. After perusing over 80 varieties, I have yet to encounter the rebirth physique. Could it be that this book is lacking? It seems improbable, as even the treasure pavilion in Linshan City possesses records of it. Could it be? At this thought, Xianxia felt his heart racing. Very well, let's continue reading. Having endured countless self-destructive training sessions and brushed against death multiple times, his heart had been tempered to an indomitable strength akin to divine steel, and he soon regained his composure. Finally, there it was, the rebirth physique. Could it be true? Am I truly a saintly body? Initially, Xianxia found it hard to believe, questioning the claim. His constitution merely boasted extraordinary healing abilities, enabling him to swiftly mend the injuries to his martial body and meridians. However, to categorize it as a saintly physique seemed somewhat implausible. After all, he had never tested his constitution with the spirit-testing steel of the Xianxia sect. His conclusions were drawn solely from the information within books. This compendium of physiques provided insufficient detail regarding the rebirth physique, mirroring the previous readings. Xianxia selected 2 more volumes from the shelf, on the 3rd grade and the Enigma of Saintly Bodies. Both texts offered comprehensive insights into the rebirth physique. According to these writings, the rebirth physique, also known as the rebirth saint body, epitomizes the pinnacle of vitality. Warriors who awaken this physique do not age until the end of their lifespan. Furthermore, the power of rebirth not only swiftly heals the injuries of the martial body and meridians, but also facilitates rapid recovery from mental damage. As one's cultivation progresses, the vitality or essence unleashed will carry the power of rebirth, perpetuating life. Now becomes clear. Previously, he had envied the extraordinary physiques of Ji Ziming and Xiao Dai, whose fiery and flexible powers could enhance their attacks through the infusion of vitality. Additionally, the Golden Extreme physique possessed formidable abilities through its golden power, while the Flying Spirit Sword physique was endowed with sentience, truly fearsome capabilities. It appears that the rebirth physique may also possess such potential. Perhaps I have yet to master it fully. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind as he continued reading. The text elucidated that individuals possessing the rebirth physique are exceedingly difficult to kill and possess a certain level of resistance to the world's most potent poisons. Even if their hearts are shattered or their skulls penetrated, they can survive. Xianxia did not doubt this. He had sustained countless injuries, having experienced damage to both his heart and head, and had recovered with relative ease. The author, through extensive research of ancient texts and personal analysis, posited that reducing the rebirth physique to mere flesh or separating the head and body for an extended period, until the vitality of the saintly body naturally dissipates, may offer a means of slaying it. Xianxia, Chapter 48, The Domain of the Celestial Sword. Within the secluded chamber of the scripture repository, a serene silence prevailed, the sound of falling leaves audible. This tranquility did not endure long, as other martial artists gradually arrived to consult the materials. Xianxia hastily returned the volumes to their rightful places and casually perused other texts, his mind still preoccupied with the matters at hand. Overall, through this exploration, I have gained a more comprehensive understanding of this constitution. In the forthcoming practice, I shall undoubtedly be able to better utilize this capability. However, the text also indicates that one's constitution does not determine everything. A formidable physical endowment can provide assistance, yet the extent of one's journey ultimately depends on the individual. Merely 2 hours have passed, and Xianxia continues to enrich his knowledge. The record of spiritual treasures is an invaluable resource, containing a wealth of spiritual artifacts far surpassing those of the Ji family. He also procured texts on geography and general knowledge, preparing to delve into the surrounding realm of the Jade Kingdom and the broader world. Without the need for meticulous contemplation, he peruses the pages with remarkable speed, absorbing information with ease. The literature reveals that this world is known as the Rift Continent, comprised of vast, ancient, and enigmatic territories. The domain in which the Jade Kingdom resides is called the Heavenly Sword Domain. This domain is incredibly expansive, stretching beyond measure, with dimensions that defy quantification. Even the authors remain unaware of its true breadth. The Heavenly Sword Domain is rich in resources, teeming with ferocious beasts, and boasts countless terrifying primordial forests, desolate wastelands, and treacherous terrains that humans dare not traverse. Simultaneously, this domain is home to exceptional talents and a flourishing martial path, with powerful figures emerging from its depths. Numerous sects, clans, and nations abound, with no fewer than 1,000 realms boasting populations exceeding 100 million, as nations rise and fall in constant flux. The population of the Heavenly Sword domain far exceeds 100 billion, yet the exact figure remains unknown. The Jade Kingdom, where the Xianxia sect is located, is a relatively modest nation on the periphery of the Heavenly Sword domain. It is not the weakest, yet it lacks significant strength. With a population just over 100 million, it lies to the west of the domain, bordered by the Dongwu Kingdom and the Mu Kingdom to the southeast. To the west and north, the boundless Yu's mountain range stretches forth. This mountain range is rich in resources, yet is shrouded in miasma and swarmed by countless ferocious beasts and insects, posing primordial dangers. Deep within its recesses lie legendary entities capable of cataclysmic destruction, marking it as a forbidden zone for humanity. Ji Yun was profoundly shaken. It became evident that the Heavenly Sword domain is an expanse of unparalleled magnitude, filled with exceptional individuals and remarkable landscapes. This world is truly resplendent. With a population exceeding 100 billion, does this not imply the presence of numerous saint bodies? Perhaps even divine bodies? The thought of so many prodigies and formidable beings within this domain stirred his spirit, igniting a fervor within him. His martial journey has only just begun. He must engage in introspection and remain steadfast, eschewing impatience. He shall continue to grow stronger, and one day he will encounter them. For now, the focus must be on diligent practice. Someday, he shall revel in the supreme splendor of this world. Ji Yun took a moment to calm his inner turmoil, concentrating fully as he continued to read. Within the scripture repository, silence reigned. Everyone was engrossed in their own pursuits, and the side chambers were exceptionally tranquil. The sound of pages turning resonated softly as Ji Yun eagerly immersed himself in the texts. However, an astonishing revelation unfolded before him. The book boldly proclaimed, the Heavenly Sword domain, governed by the Supreme Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, thus bearing its name. Among the myriad of domains in the world, the Heavenly Sword occupies 3. This indicated that the desolate continent housed not one, but 3 distinct regions of the Heavenly Sword domain. A profane exclamation lingered on the tip of his tongue, for upon reading this, he found himself at a loss, at times. Possessing too much knowledge could indeed lead to discontent. It turned out that this domain, teeming with formidable beings, numerous sects, illustrious families, and mighty nations, was solely the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. Furthermore, this sect commanded not just 1, but 3 such territories. What an extraordinary and unfathomable sect the Heavenly Sword sect must be. The absurdity of it all suggested it was, in fact, true. After the passage of 3 hours, Ji Yun returned to his modest tent, commencing his daily cultivation. This recent exploration of information had broadened his horizons. Previously, his aspiration to become an unparalleled powerhouse and a master of the sword was merely a vague notion. Now, however, he had a clear objective. Nevertheless, the path must be traversed step by step. Although the Xianxia sect was merely an ordinary sect within the Heavenly Sword domain, to Ji Yun and the entire Jade Kingdom, it remained a formidable entity. A mere stomp from the Xianxia would send tremors throughout the Jade Kingdom. The sect boasted numerous practitioners at the True Foundation stage, and even formidable beings at the Profound Pill stage, figures he could only look up to with admiration. The resources for cultivation within the sect were exceedingly precious, unattainable elsewhere, and of tremendous benefit to him. Time passes unheeded in the pursuit of cultivation, and before he knew it, a month had slipped by. On this particular day, 2 graceful and enchanting figures approached his tent. Ji Yun, it truly is you. From a distance, they bore a resemblance. The newcomers were 2 women of innate grace and striking beauty. One had large, glistening eyes and elegantly arched brows, while the other, clad in snow-white attire, exuded an aura of cool elegance. They were none other than Ji Dai and Hong Yao. What brings you both to the Spirit Field Mountains? Yi Yun inquired. That question should be posed to you. No wonder we couldn't find you in the East Xiu Valley, Ji Dai retorted, casting a playful glance at Ji Yun. You come to Xianxia Peak and don't even think to seek me out. Judging by this shabby tent, you've been here for quite some time. What is the story? About a month and a half, I suppose, Ji Yun replied, succinctly outlining his circumstances. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cheerfully suggested, "You could come stay in our Xianxia Valley. There are a few vacant rooms in Yao Yao's courtyard. You can move in with us. We could use your help with something." After making this proposal, she affectionately linked arms with Hong Yao, saying, "Yao Yao, Hong Yao," with a gentle nod of approval, expressed no objections. Thus, the arrangement was made. "Quickly gather your belongings and come with us." "All right, just a moment," Jian replied. "However, this tent is not shabby. It is crafted from beast hide, effective in repelling insects, and serves quite well. To reside in a dwelling befitting human habitation is certainly preferable to this diminutive tent." Ji Yun, no longer indulging in pretentiousness, gathered her belongings and followed suit. Ji Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with delight upon discovering that Ji Yun possessed a storage bag, explaining the abundance of her seemingly trivial items. "This is not mere clutter," Yun retorted. "It is a beast skin tent, effective in repelling insects. Hey, wait for me." Along the way, Ji Xiaodai and Hong Yao divulged their purpose for venturing into the Ling Tian mountain range. It transpired that the two, facing financial constraints, had accepted a task from their sect to periodically inspect the spiritual fields and earn contribution points for the sect. "Hong Yao, you must have around 200 contribution points, right? And Xiaodai, how can you two be depleting your points so quickly?" Hong Yao, being a year older than Ji Yun, was respectfully addressed as senior sister. Yi Yun, feeling slightly vexed, pondered how the two could be in such a predicament, wondering if there were some hidden uses for contribution points unknown to him. "Well, that is a long story," Ji Xiaodai replied, her cheeks flushing, slightly embarrassed. Observing this, Hong Yao interjected, "There exists a secret technique at the Shishang Peak that requires 30 contribution points to acquire, for those who are not disciples of Shishang Peak. It costs 60 points. This technique, known as the youth preservation art, significantly slows the aging process of a martial artist, allowing one to retain their youth." "So you both spent 60 contribution points on this technique?" Ji Yun expressed incredulity, realizing that the two had allocated their points towards enhancing aspects other than their combat prowess. This was no different from Yu Zhuang, who devoted himself solely to cultivation, oblivious to the pressing importance of eternal youth for women. "It is not solely that," Ji Xiaodai replied, sticking out her tongue. "The cultivation methods we originally practiced were not particularly suitable for us, especially my own, which was the inferior level water vortex technique. We both exchanged our techniques in the scripture pavilion. I acquired the flowing water art, while Yao Yao modified her technique to one of wind affinity, which also cost over 20 contribution points. There are numerous other areas that require contribution points, such as elixirs for auxiliary cultivation and refining martial realms. My contribution points have already run dry, and Yao Yao has but a few left." Chapter Kurkdokus, Yiming. Within the Qingqi Valley, in the Qingyu Valley, the area was shrouded in mist, serene and profound, with flourishing flora harmonizing beautifully with nature. Hong Yao's quaint courtyard rested by a tranquil pond, where several golden koi gracefully swayed their tails in leisurely contentment. The courtyard was adorned with an array of flowers, predominantly plum and orchid, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Ji Xiaodai had long forsaken her own dwelling to reside in the courtyard, while Ji Yun found accommodation in a side room. "So, you both intend to undertake some perilous tasks?" "Indeed, inspecting the spiritual fields yields too few contribution points. Typically, only the lower-ranking disciples unable to secure quality outer sect tasks engage in such duties." "Very well, I shall join you." After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yun agreed, confident in his abilities and unafraid of danger. Furthermore, he had only 180 contribution points left, which were depleting rapidly, and there would be numerous occasions in the future where contribution points would be required. However, he decided to wait a few more days until he could break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Very well, he would wait a little longer. Sister Yao Yao was also on the verge of her breakthrough. In the stillness of night, the world was enveloped in tranquility. The moonlight flowed like water, dotted with twinkling stars. Within Hong Yao's main house, the sound of splashing water echoed, accompanied by the playful laughter of women. "Sister Yao Yao, your place is so spacious and perfectly shaped. Why do you keep it so tightly bound? What if it gets deformed? That will be catastrophic. Xiaod. Don't be silly. Hurry and wash up. We need to cultivate afterward. Please, it won't take much time. The most important thing is to get clean. I've just developed a new technique to help you scrub your back. Your back is so smooth and tender. It feels wonderful to touch. Let me embrace you." "Oh, that tickles. Xiaodai, stop it. If you keep this up, I might just push you away. Keep going. If you dare, then push me. Bang. Oh, Xiao Dai, your place is quite sizable too and rather soft. In a nearby side room, Ji Yun's face flushed crimson. The keen hearing of a martial artist was remarkable, and every sound and conversation reached his ears distinctly. This is truly excessive. It disrupts my cultivation. 5 days later, Ji Yun was on the verge of a breakthrough, fully focused on overcoming the challenge ahead. At that moment, a senior disciple from Xianxia Peak approached the courtyard. Even before arriving, his voice carried through the air. Sister Hong, I heard you accepted a B-level mission. This task is beyond the reach of those at the 6th level of Qi refinement. I can accompany you and ensure your safety. The newcomer, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement and clad in a blue robe, exuded charisma. No need. Thank you, Senior E. We have already found our companions, she replied. The intricately carved small door of the main house opened, and a figure in white emerged, Han Yao. Her elegance unmatched. It turned out that she had already broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Han Yao, the man's eyes lit up with excitement, though he quickly shook his head. Sister, you've just entered the sect, and your progress in martial arts is limited. Even with the flying spirit sword body, it poses significant danger. The Heikong mountain range is fraught with peril, and there are often unfortunate incidents involving 9th level Qi refinement warriors. You need not worry. We have already found a master to accompany us. Creak. Another small door swung open, revealing Ji Xiaodai, her delicate brows arched, yawning with an air of fatigue, as if she had not slept well the previous night. Ah, so. It is Sister Ji, the man said, clasping his fists in greeting, maintaining his composure. Might I inquire which senior brother or sister is accompanying the two of you? Click. Coincidentally, yet another small door opened. Ji Yun strolled out leisurely. Having successfully broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, his spirits high, yet unaware of the gathering in the courtyard. Ah, everyone is here, and this senior brother is. The man of the E surname gazed upon the small courtyard of Hong Yao, only to discover the presence of another man, causing his brows to furrow deeply and his countenance to become frostbitten. Junior sister, who is this person, and why does he reside in your courtyard? Senior brother Ji. This is our fellow disciple Yi Meng from Xianxia Peak. Hong Yao replied to Ji Yun's inquiry and then addressed Yi Meng with a calm demeanor. This is Senior Brother Ji from Dongji Peak, accompanying us on this mission. Absurd. At the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he is but an insect. Venturing into the Heikong mountain range would be tantamount to courting death. You must not gamble with your life, junior sister. Yi Meng regarded Ji Yun with disdain, arms crossed behind his back. Senior Yi, choose your words carefully. Indeed, Yi Meng, you may not even be Ji Yun's match. Before Ji Yun could interject, both Hong Yao and Ji Xiaodai had already expressed their indignation. Ji Xiaodai immediately assumed a combative stance for Yi Meng, relying on his superior cultivation, frequently harassed Hong Yao, and perpetually carried an air of arrogance that was truly irksome. Hong Yao, not only possessing breathtaking beauty and exquisite features, also emanated an ethereal tranquility that garnered the admiration of her peers upon her arrival at the Qingqi Valley, particularly after the inadvertent revelation of her possessing the flying spirit sword body. Even more talented disciples sought to curry favor with her. While most maintained decorum, Yi Meng had clearly crossed the line. Ji Yun, observing this, began to comprehend the situation. He had unwittingly become embroiled in this turmoil, and Yi Meng had already developed hostility towards him. Indeed, upon hearing Ji Xiaodai's words, Yi Meng responded with a smirk rather than anger, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Yun. To deal with him, I need not even draw my sword. A swordsman of the 9th layer of Qi refinement from Dongji Peak cannot hope to compete with me from Qingxian. Ji Yun remained silent, merely observing his adversary. Such encounters were familiar to him from his youth, and he felt no emotional upheaval. This time, however, he trusted that the owner of the courtyard would manage the situation adeptly. Hong Yao had evidently reached her limit. She drew her long sword from her waist and spoke coldly. Yi Meng, I have respected you as a senior brother in the past, but should you continue to insult my friends, I shall be compelled to draw my sword. Witnessing her fury, Yi Meng slightly tempered his demeanor. Junior sister, that was not my intent. You must consider your own safety. How could someone so weak protect you? With a glint of frost in her starry eyes, Hong Yao uttered no further words, unleashing her long sword in a swift arc. The sword energy, imbued with spirit, was formidable and perilous, rending the very air with a shrill sound of cleaving. having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Even an average practitioner of the 9th layer from the outside world might not stand a chance against her, and even Yimeng, who had long trained within the Xianxia sect, dared not underestimate her. He vanished from his original position, appearing outside the courtyard. Yet he did not anticipate the swift return of the flying spirit sword energy, which pursued him with lethal intent. Yimeng's sword was drawn in an instant. Clang! A brilliant radiance erupted. He was no weakling either. With a single strike, he dispelled Hong Yao's sword energy into shimmering motes. The prowess of the young disciple is indeed remarkable. Within merely 3 months of initiation, her control over vital energy has reached such a commendable level, and it is likely that in a year or two, she will attain the 1st rank. Hong Yao remained silent, aware that her opponent was already in his late 20s. With an additional decade of cultivation, he would become exceedingly formidable. Nevertheless, she felt no fear, for as a swordswoman, she welcomed the challenge of battle. Yimeng cast a glance at Ji Yun and taunted, "If you have the courage, do not hide behind women. Come forth and face me." Engaging in combat is not out of the question. Ji Yun was non-committal. His recent surge in strength left him in need of a sparring partner. Yet he cautioned, "Remember to draw your sword and use your full strength. Otherwise, you shan't even earn the right to provoke me." His tone was calm, his delicate features betraying only tranquility and indifference. "Haha, Ji Yun, I knew you would not shy away from this seasoned warrior. Give him a thorough beating." Xianxia, well acquainted with Ji Yun's temperament, sensed his composed demeanor and believed victory was assured, thus fanning the flames of excitement from the sidelines. Ji Yun's disdainful attitude incensed Yimeng, who could hardly bear the insolence of a mere 7th-level Qi cultivator daring to look down upon him. After hearing Ji Xiaodia's words, he could no longer contain his anger. "Prepare to face my blade." Chapter 50. The Clash with Yimeng. "Come at me." Ji Yun unsheathed his sword, swiftly exiting the courtyard. His perfect control over his body unleashed a terrifying force, surging forth in an instant towards Yimeng. Clang! The explosion of vital energy resonated like a hurricane, sending shockwaves through the trees. The new disciples residing in Qingyu Valley, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. From a distance, they beheld 2 figures locked in combat. My goodness, it's senior brother Yi again harassing senior sister Hong. Who is he battling? It's Ji Yun. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, the onlookers were astounded. This was indeed the same Ji Yun who had participated in the entrance examination with them just over 3 months prior. Yet how could he engage in combat with such a seasoned outer sect senior? Ji Yun had surely lost his senses. Senior brother, he was not an adversary that a new disciple could contend with. At that moment, Yimeng's expression shifted as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. This seemingly delicate youth concealed within him a strength akin to a primordial beast, capable of shattering his sword energy with a single encounter. He continuously repositioned himself, retreating in an attempt to create distance between them. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with clarity, his movements fluid and seamless. His perfect mastery of his body allowed him to maneuver with almost supernatural grace, rendering him untouchable, although his opponent was at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Surpassing him in this regard was an impossibility. Ji Yun's control over vital energy was equally impressive. Despite his path of cultivation being arduous and not yet reaching the 1st rank, his mastery of energy surpassed that of Yimeng. Clang! 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 Ji Yun wielded his sword with grace, each seemingly mundane strike concealing immense power. Yimeng's proud cultivation proved to be of little consequence, as he found himself relegated to a defensive posture, perpetually retreating under the relentless assault. To the spectators, it appeared as though Ji Yun was effortlessly dominating his opponent. How formidable! The disciple who had initially deemed him foolish now stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how swiftly he had been proven wrong. Hong Yao's eyes sparkled, her beautiful gaze reflecting the elegant figure ahead. Initially concerned for his safety, she now felt entirely at ease. Brother Ji's prowess far exceeded my expectations. After more than 3 months apart, the gap between us has only widened. Henceforth, I shall strive to catch up to Brother Ji. It is truly admirable how he endured the elements alone in a tent to conserve time. On the other side, Yimeng seethed with rage. As a renowned figure among the outer disciples, it was utterly preposterous that he was being suppressed by a mere newcomer. The inferno was boundless. Casting aside any semblance of restraint, he unleashed his formidable martial arts. The crimson long sword cleaved through the air, its sword energy resembling an ocean of flames, surging forth in relentless waves. This was his signature technique, one that had once allowed him to slay 2 enemies at the 9th level of Qi refinement when he himself was only at the 8th. Ji Yun remained unperturbed, his garments billowing in the wind, as he held his sword in a reverse grip, slashing upward toward the heavens. Sky Piercer. The intertwining streams of gray and gold energy surged mightily, engulfing the vast sea of flames. Moreover, under Ji Yun's command of true energy, the gray external currents infiltrated every crevice, relentlessly assaulting Yimeng's fiery protective barrier. Although Yimeng's inferno was barely maintained, it was evident that if this continued, his protective energy would soon shatter, a matter not to be taken lightly. While his cultivation level had risen, granting him increased physical strength, he could not compare to true body cultivators. Without a protective barrier of true energy, he risked grievous injury with a single misstep. Flames danced around him. He executed the condensing true body technique, transforming into a wisp of fire that vanished. 10 zhang away, a flame materialized from thin air, and he emerged from within. Heavenly light and shadow. Golden radiance cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the ground below, allowing him to traverse distances at an astonishing speed. Ji Yun's figure morphed into a dazzling streak of light, akin to a war god, charging forth with ferocity. The flames were pierced, and a disheveled figure was sent hurtling backward, coughing blood. With blood trickling from his lips, Yimeng snarled, "You truly wish to force my hand, boy?" He was a proud man, and today, being humiliated by a newcomer ignited a fierce resolve within him to retaliate with all his might. "It is you, brother, who is forcing my hand," Ji Yun replied calmly as he advanced once more. "You will regret this." Yimeng gritted his teeth. "Secret technique, good piercer." In an instant, imperceptible ripples surged forth, slicing the air into translucent lines. The distance was too short. Even Ji Yun had no time to react before being struck by a piercing force that penetrated his very spirit. A mental assault? Ji Yun's mind reeled, and his complexion paled to a ghostly gray. His opponent had mastered such a secret technique. No wonder he was an established disciple. Fortunately, the issue was not severe. Although he had not practiced mental control, his innate abilities were intact, and after a brief moment of exertion, he was restored to his former state. Moreover, through the ability of mental recovery, he had unequivocally confirmed his identity as a rebirth body. Meanwhile, after utilizing a secret technique, Yimeng found his spirit severely depleted, his complexion pale. Witnessing his opponent's momentary daze, he was left in disbelief. How could this be possible? There are far more unimaginable things yet to come. Ji Yun's figure vanished, like a flickering light, akin to a swift shadow, appearing behind him. The golden sword aura split into 3, striking against the fiery crimson protective energy, causing countless sparks to scatter. The Brahma battle armor. Yimeng gritted his teeth against the discomfort in his consciousness and once again unleashed a terrifying defensive martial art. The searing flames transformed into layers of red-scaled phantoms, forming an armor that enveloped his body. It was impossible for someone at the 7th layer of Qi refinement to breach this armor. If he ceased his assault, he could pretend as though nothing had transpired. Yimeng discreetly conveyed this message. Although the armor had withstood the sword aura, the violent impact still reverberated through his body. He was already exhausted and could only pray that words would dissuade his opponent. Perhaps not. Ji Yun remained non-committal, gradually becoming ethereal. A gentle breeze wafted by. The golden light receded, and the sword in his hand slowed, gliding through the air and leaving an indelible afterimage. The fiery scales could not withstand the seemingly delicate sword and were utterly shattered. A sword mark, as thick as a finger, suddenly appeared on Yimeng's chest. He collapsed, and until the very last moment of consciousness, he could only hear a soft voice in the distance. A gentle wind and fine rain. The victor had been determined. Yimeng defeated. Ji Yun sheathed his luminous sword. The final strike had been restrained. Otherwise, piercing his opponent into a sieve would have been effortless. The scene fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 51. The Black Sky Mountain Range. Prior to this, no one had anticipated such an outcome. Yimeng had a decade's worth of cultivation experience over them, reflected not only in his prowess, but also in his martial realm. Combat experience, secret techniques, and martial arts. Even if he found himself at a disadvantage momentarily, it was highly probable that he could turn the tide, relying on these advantages. Indeed, at one point, it seemed that Yimeng had employed a secret technique, which left everyone bewildered yet profoundly impressed. And Ji Yun was even more formidable. Not only had he perfected the true condensation martial art, but he also executed it with such refreshing ease, embodying a transcendent and ethereal spirit. Even someone of Meng's caliber could not defend against the true condensation martial art, resulting in his instantaneous defeat. Ji Yun was extraordinarily powerful. He might very well emerge victorious in the sect competition 3 years hence. A watching woman was dazzled by this display. Among the peers who entered together, he was undoubtedly the most formidable, standing out wherever he went. Those nearby wholeheartedly agreed. There exist differing opinions. Some assert that the Xianxia sect harbors untold masters, hidden like dragons lying in wait, and that Ji Yun's cultivation period remains insufficient, deeming it premature to engage in the grand competition. Your argument possesses merit. A few did not delve further into the discourse, recognizing the outcome as settled, and gradually dispersed, neglecting the man who lay prostrate on the ground. Meng's habitual conduct had already incited widespread discontent. Particularly, his incessant harassment of their goddess, Hong Yao, showcased a complete lack of the decorum expected of a formidable practitioner. Those disgruntled by his behavior witnessed Meng, disregarding the disparity in cultivation levels, strike out and inflict severe injuries upon one, thus delaying their progress for at least a month. Such occurrences, provided they do not result in death or permanent disability, are tacitly approved, even encouraged by the Xianxia sect. The higher echelons of the sect desire their disciples to engage in combat, ensuring they possess adequate prowess to procure benefits for the sect when venturing beyond its confines. Here, the strong preying upon the weak is permitted, as long as it remains within certain bounds. Let us return, Ji Xiaodai exclaimed, approaching Ji Yun to lead him away, casting not a glance at the unconscious figure. With a creak, Hong Yao closed the gate of the small courtyard, similarly ignoring the scene. Once everyone had departed, Meng, who lay on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He had long since regained consciousness. However, having suffered a public defeat against a newly initiated disciple, he chose to feign unconsciousness until the moment was right to rise and discreetly depart after consuming a healing elixir. How infuriating! I shall ensure you regret your actions today. The following day, in the early morning, Ji Yun's voice echoed within the courtyard. Xiaodai, what on earth is in this large bundle of yours? It occupies a significant portion of my storage bag. That is a secret between me and Sister Yao Yao, so do not dare to peek. Oh, we should carry some snacks, but with the Beast Valley elixir, it suffices. We are embarking on a mission, not a vacation. What do you know? This mission will not be brief, and it is prudent to be prepared. Ji Yun had no retort to this. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at a sect teleportation array near the West Ascension Peak. Those who undertook sect missions were permitted to use the corresponding teleportation array free of charge, saving considerable time. Mission confirmed, declared an attendant at the teleportation array. The Black Void Mountain range is fraught with peril. Your cultivation levels are too low, so exercise utmost caution. Thank you for the warning, Master Uncle, the three replied respectfully. Upon the ancient and weighty teleportation platform, countless silver runes flickered and intertwined, forming a grayish luminescent barrier that enveloped them. With a flash, they vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, at the foot of the Black Void Mountain range, a great distance away from the Xianxia sect, they materialized on another equally ancient and weighty teleportation platform. Upon arrival, a voice boomed in admonition. The teleportation is complete. What are you dawdling for? Alight swiftly. The speaker was an elderly man with flowing white hair, accompanied by a composed, middle-aged man, both of whom were attendants of the True Foundation stage, overseeing the array. Understood. After Ji Yun and the others departed, they discovered a modest marketplace known as the Black Void Market, situated within the dominion of the Xianxia sect. Only those who have received permission from the sect may traverse into the Black Void Mountain range. This vast expanse is adorned with countless mountain peaks and teeming with monstrous beasts and insects, rumored to be a branch of the Yujie mountain range. Venturing deeper may even lead one into the profound depths of the Yujie mountains. They had accepted a B-class mission from their sect, tasked with collecting various unique materials found within the Black Void Mountain range. The sect boasts numerous alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters, all in need of diverse materials. To facilitate this, the task office uniformly issues collection missions for both outer and inner disciples to undertake. The higher the grade of the materials, the more contribution points one can earn in exchange. The materials required include the hearts and claws of the black forest wolf and the red wolf, the fur of the purple marten, and the scales and eyes of the swamp venom python, as well as the phantom mantis, carnivorous ants, and black fireworms. Additionally, herbs such as fragrant grass, spirit orchid, and phantom flower are on the list. However, the Xianxia sect maintains high standards. Only fresh materials collected within a month can be exchanged for contribution points. Beyond that time frame, only spirit stones can be traded. Hong Yao produced a map of the Black Void Mountain range and noted, most of the elders from our sect who have attained the true realm typically traverse the Yang Mountain to delve deeper, where the likelihood of encountering second-tier beasts is greater. We should avoid that route and enter from White Elephant Mountain, where the chances of encountering second-tier beasts are significantly reduced. Very well, let's proceed this way. Ji Yun and Ji Xiaodai nodded in agreement. The three of them soared towards White Elephant Mountain and soon vanished into the forest. It is said that the Black Void Mountain Range is a branch of the Yujie Mountain Range, which indeed holds a semblance of truth. The interior is shrouded in swamps, with toxic plants decaying to form miasma, leaving traces of numerous venomous insects and serpents throughout the woods. The air is infused with the scent of dozens of different toxins mingling together. Ji Yun's rebirth physique grants him a strong resistance to toxins. Yet he refrained from enduring them for too long, dutifully consuming detoxification pills alongside the two women. The spiritual energy in this area is denser than that near the Yujie Mountain Range by Linshan City, resulting in more ferocious and formidable beasts. It's not as terrifying as they say, just some insignificant venomous insects and snakes, Ji Xiaodai remarked, feeling somewhat bored after an entire day without encountering a single beast. Ji Yun smiled gently, saying, if beasts were so easily found, the other senior brothers would have exterminated them all long ago, leaving none for us. We must exercise patience. Based on my experience, we are still too far out. It's unlikely we will encounter any beasts within the first 3 days. Oh, I see, Ji Xiaodai replied, her understanding dawning. Since Brother Ji is so familiar with this, have you hunted beasts in the Yujie Mountain Range before? On Yao incroyait de curiosity. Her starry eyes sparkling like water, and her skin is fair as congealed fat. Indeed, but the beasts here are more perilous than those in the Yujie Mountain Range near Linshan City, and there may be second-tier beasts lurking about, so we must remain vigilant. The aura of spiritual energy here is indeed dense. Although this area is inhabited by first-tier demonic beasts, it is not uncommon for them to break through to the second tier. Upon hearing Ji Yun's acknowledgement, the two women felt considerably reassured, enhancing their confidence in this expedition. Hunting demonic beasts is no trivial matter, and countless warriors have perished in pursuit of such endeavors. While they wished to contribute, their own lives held greater significance. She hunted beasts secretly without informing me, Ji Xiaodai thought, gritting her teeth. As Ji Yun had surmised, over the course of 3 days, they encountered only one late-stage first-tier brown horn cow. The trio effortlessly dispatched it, but it was not the beast required for their task. It could fetch around 200 spirit stones. However, Hong Yao, possessing keen perception, discovered a rare medicinal herb, the Jianxiao, hidden beneath a rock, which had an impressive age of nearly a century and could yield approximately 20 contribution points. Having ventured deeper, they needed to remain vigilant. Ji Yun observed numerous fresh traces of demonic beast activity, suggesting that the creatures here were exceedingly active. Chapter 52, Astonishment. Look over there, Xianxia exclaimed, her eyes widening as she spotted a patch of white in the distance. The trio hurried over, only to find the remains of a senior brother from the Xianxia sect, his body mangled and unrecognizable from being gnawed upon, appearing to have been dead for at least several days. Life extinguished is akin to a candle snuffed out. Ji Yun sighed, taking it upon himself to bury the unfortunate brother. Suddenly, a slender red object, as fine as a hair, shot towards his head. What is that? Ji Yun exclaimed, deflecting it with his sword. Simultaneously, more red threads descended from the trees, ensnaring both Hong Yao and Ji Xiaodai. Faced with this inexplicable phenomenon, the two swiftly drew their long swords, attempting to fend off the onslaught, but the red threads moved with alarming speed. They had yet to hone their physical control and could not defend or evade entirely. The threads struck against their protective chi, with one particularly fierce strand piercing Ji Xiaodia's defenses and leaving a gaping wound on her shoulder. She screamed, Xiaodai, on yao qiyi, performing a series of swift slashes to sever the red threads targeting Ji Xiaodai, only to discover purplish-red blood splattering forth. Counterslash. Ji Yun joined the fray, clearing the surrounding trees in an instant. It was then that they discerned the truth. camouflaged demonic beasts clung to the trees, their tongues resembling the red threads. Each beast boasting dozens of such appendages. 1, 2, 3, 6 lizard-like demonic beasts emerged, 2 of which were late-stage first tier. It's the azure-skinned chameleon. We cannot let them escape. Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with determination, disregarding the wound on her shoulder. Fear not, they won't get away. A cascade of golden light enveloped them as Ji shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the leading 2 late-stage azure-skinned chameleons. Meanwhile, a red and a purple ethereal fox appeared behind Hong Yao, vanishing into the void. The skin of the green-skinned chameleon is precisely the material required on the task list, reputedly an essential component for forging illusionary formations, and thus holds considerable value. The 3 individuals could not afford to overlook it. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The late-stage first-order green-skinned chameleons were formidable adversaries, not only adept at ambush, but also possessing an astonishing defense due to their tough hide, and capable of emitting a colorful toxic mist to bewilder their prey. Armed with these abilities, they thrived in the dimly lit forest, with countless beasts and warriors falling victim to their might, becoming mere sustenance. However, Ji was no ordinary warrior, relying on his formidable physical prowess. He eschewed defense and directly executed the celestial light shadow step, appearing beside the green-skinned chameleon. With a swift strike of the sky, piercing blow directed at the toxic mist, he unleashed a wide-ranging attack that struck true. The creature let out a piercing shriek, and as the toxic fog cleared, its purplish-red blood pooled on the ground. At that moment, a violet fox spirit found its mark, burrowing into the chameleon's mouth and wreaking havoc within. Moments later, this late-stage green-skinned chameleon succumbed to its fate, lying motionless on the ground. The remaining chameleons, not lacking in intelligence, witnessed the swift demise of their strongest companion and began to retreat, their bodies shifting and blending seamlessly with the earth. If they managed to escape even slightly, their inherent stealth would render them nearly impossible to locate. The trio quickly reached a consensus to split up and pursue 3 of the green-skinned chameleons. After a brief interval, for beast carcasses lay strewn across the ground, 2 late-stage and 2 mid-stage first-order. Unfortunately, the other 2 had vanished, evading capture. The late-stage skins were worth approximately 80 contribution points each, while the mid-stage ones garnered about 50 points, culminating in a total of 260 contribution points for the expedition. What a fortuitous start! Let us tidy up and press on, Ji Xiaodai exclaimed, her teeth glimmering as she beamed with joy. After applying some medicinal powder, the bleeding from her left shoulder had ceased, and she was revitalized. Each of them earned over 80 contribution points, nearly equivalent to the annual distribution for outer disciples of their sect. Ji was in good spirits as well. After discarding the unusable flesh, he secured the skins and eyes in his storage bag. The skins would be exchanged for contribution points, while the eyes could be traded for spirit stones at the Xianxia market. 8 more days passed. They encountered several beasts, none of which were listed on their task, only yielding spirit stones. After much effort, they finally spotted a purple marten from the task list, but the clever creature swiftly darted into the crevices of the mountain rocks, leaving the trio at a loss. Hong Yao and Ji Xiaodai were ambushed by a lightning serpent during their skirmishes with other beasts, sustaining minor injuries, though fortunately, they were not severe. We must exercise caution. We have ventured hundreds of miles deep and may encounter other demon-hunting teams outside our sect, Ji warned, having learned from past experiences and thus remaining vigilant. In recent days, the trio encountered other warriors, all hailing from the Xianxia sect and traveling in the same direction. They have now ventured far from the Heikong Fangshi, where they might cross paths with martial artists approaching from different paths into the mountains. I sense there may be spiritual herbs in that direction, said Hong Yao, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, seemingly uncertain as she pointed towards a particular way. Very well. Let us proceed in that direction. Ji and his companion held unwavering trust in Hong Yao's spiritual perception. Throughout their journey, they had encountered similar situations multiple times. Aside from the initial discovery of the fragrant grass, they had also unearthed other spiritual herbs, including valuable spiritual ginseng. This remarkable sensitivity appeared to be an extraordinary spiritual perception that could only be awakened by a high-quality Fei Ling sword body. It is said that such a Fei Ling sword body, capable of awakening this perception, is not much inferior to a 4th-grade royal body. As they traversed the rugged terrain, A purplish mist wafted from the mountain cliffs, indicating they had crossed over 5 majestic peaks. A subtle, refreshing fragrance drifted through the forest with the gentle breeze. It must be that high-grade spiritual fruits have ripened, Ji Yun concluded, his expression becoming increasingly grave. Such a tantalizing aroma would undoubtedly attract not only warriors but also numerous nearby beasts, possibly gathering in the vicinity. Before long, the trio discovered countless signs of beast activity, including a paw print the size of a basin, indicative of some colossal creature. Upon seeing such an exaggerated footprint for the first time, Ji Shaodai exclaimed, "Ji Yun, this print is enormous. Could it belong to a second-grade beast? I cannot say for certain, but the likelihood of a second-grade beast being nearby is exceedingly high. Given your injuries, it would be unwise to take risks. We should maintain a distance and find a safe place to hide." Ji Yun handed the concealment technique from his storage bag to the two of them, stating, "Keep this secret technique with you. Attempt to comprehend it as best you can. I will advance ahead to investigate." As his words faded, his presence began to wane, becoming ethereal and eventually undetectable. "Be careful, senior brother," Hong Yao urged with concern. "Understood." Ji Yun nodded and turned it apart. Ahead, indeed, beasts were gathering, and as he moved forward, his expression grew increasingly solemn. The hide of the green-skinned chameleon offered a rudimentary form of camouflage, shifting colors to blend with the surroundings. Ji Yun draped it over himself and stealthily positioned himself among the branches of a lush tree. There were simply too many beasts, at least dozens of late-stage first-grade beasts, with mid-stage first-grade beasts densely clustered together, rendering them innumerable. The ground bore the remnants of numerous beasts and human warriors, telling tales of a recent bloody conflict. Gazing into the distance, he spotted 5 crimson spiritual fruits, vibrant as blood and crystal clear, hanging from an unremarkable 1,000-year-old tree. Even more astonishing was the sight of these translucent fruits, within which he could discern a small fiery red avian phantom in each. Could it be the vermilion bird fruit? How could this be possible? Ji Yun's mind reverberated with disbelief. Chapter 53, Vermilion Bird Fruit. The vermilion bird fruit, also known as the sacred fruit of the vermilion bird. It is said to be the sacred fruit of the heavens and the earth, which cannot be cultivated by anyone. The sacred fruit is an ethereal rarity, far surpassing the spiritual fruit in its preciousness. While it may not be as extraordinarily rare as the holy bodies among humans, the mere presence of the word sacred signifies its exceptional nature. The vast majority of martial artists go their entire lives without ever encountering this divine fruit, let alone consuming it. Ji Yun had learned from ancient texts that only when the fire energy of the earth veins reaches a certain intensity, coupled with certain undisclosed conditions, can the vermilion bird fruit condense at a given moment. There exists no fixed tree for the vermilion bird fruit. It may materialize on any ancient tree. Thus, acquiring the vermilion bird fruit is entirely a matter of serendipity. This fruit cannot be refined into elixirs, at least. The Xianxia sect lacks that capability, but both humans and beasts can directly consume and refine it. Should a martial artist consume this fruit, not only would it enhance their mental acuity, but their comprehension would also be elevated, making it a sacred fruit of martial arts. For beasts, consuming the vermilion bird fruit can significantly awaken their intelligence, and it is not impossible for them to grasp innate divine abilities. At this moment, beside the ancient tree, 2 second-tier beasts were locked in a tense standoff, having been in this position for some time. One was a fire-red toad, its body covered in grotesque flesh lumps, with fierce vertical eyes that made it appear utterly repulsive. Opposite it stood a golden-furred, long-armed ape, incessantly beating its chest, producing a resonant sound akin to drumming, while roaring at the toad. The ground was littered with corpses, a veritable river of blood, from both humans and beasts alike. Although other beasts were exceedingly eager, their previous experiences rendered them cautious. They dared not approach, but instead waited from a distance for an opportunity. It was indeed a second-tier fire-toxin toad and a golden-furred, long-armed ape. Ji Yun felt a chill in his heart. The refinement of the vermilion bird fruit requires a certain amount of time. It seemed that neither of these second-tier beasts would feel secure consuming it unless they eliminated the other, making a decisive victory inevitable. The two beasts, not lacking in intelligence, refrained from immediate combat after a prolonged standoff. Instead, they charged at the surrounding beasts, intending to drive them away or kill them, preventing any interference at a crucial moment. With a roar, as the 2 second-tier beasts surged forth, the forest erupted into chaos, birds took flight, and countless beasts howled in response. The air was thick with demonic energy. Suddenly, a human figure was unearthed from a concealed hollow in a tree, only to be instantly devoured by 3 to 5 beasts. This individual appeared to be a senior brother from the Dongji Peak, whom Ji Yun had seen before. His concealment skills were inadequate, leading to his demise here. Ji Yun's expression grew solemn as he pressed his body closer to the trunk, striving to hide his form with the skin of the blue-scaled chameleon. Beasts are exceedingly sensitive to human presence. Without the ability to conceal his aura, he would have no choice but to retreat. "Help me." 2 men and a woman were soon discovered, panic-stricken, exerting all their strength to resist. However, their efforts were short-lived, as they were swallowed by the beasts within mere breaths. A piercing cry of an eagle resonated from the horizon, startling the skies and parting the clouds. A colossal male eagle, with a wingspan of 3 yards, emerged from the clouds, diving towards the vermilion bird fruit, the air slicing apart with a thunderous whoosh as its mighty wings unfurled. The eagle's eyes shone with sharpness and clarity, its golden talons glimmering as it fixed its sights on the fruit nestled among the branches. Hiss! The fiery toad, ever vigilant of the Zhuke fruit, would not allow such an opportunity to be squandered. Its long purple tongue swiftly crossed a distance of 20 to 30 zhang, piercing the eagle's wing. The golden-haired gibbon, not to be outdone, leaped into the air, seizing the eagle's head with a fierce grip. Crack! The brain burst forth, a mingling of red and white fluids spilling out. The eagle was undeniably dead. Yi Yun stood stupefied. If he had not misjudged, that eagle was also a second-tier demon beast. Yet, in a mere encounter, it was dispatched by the toad and the gibbon. Could these 2 demon beasts be the nearby beast kings? Such a thought was terrifying. Careful deliberation was required. After clearing a radius of 40 to 50 zhang around the Zhuke fruit, they remained unsatisfied, relentlessly attacking the retreating demon beasts in the distance. Monstrous creatures. At this moment, a furious roar echoed from afar, followed by a figure shooting into the sky. Another had been discovered. It was a martial artist at the true foundation stage. Such a formidable expert concealed in this place. Ji Yun cursed in disdain. This old wretch was exceedingly devious. However, a new thought dawned upon him. An opportunity had presented itself. With a true foundation martial artist diverting the onslaught, if the 2 demon beasts did not eliminate or severely injure him, they would not rest easy consuming the Zhuke fruit and would surely pursue him. Now was a rare chance. Ji Yun hesitated no longer, his breath becoming extremely subtle as he took advantage of the trees for cover, inching closer to the Zhuke fruit. Unless one searched meticulously, no one, be it human or demon beast, could sense his presence. 20 zhang, 10 zhang, 3 zhang. With his mind intensely focused, Ji Yun, upon nearing the Zhuke fruit, could no longer conceal himself. Like a leopard, he sprang forth, striking like lightning as he reached for the 5 Zhuke fruits on the tree. In that fleeting moment, the fiery toad noticed him and, upon seeing merely a 7th-layer chi refinement brat, was filled with fury. Whoosh! From a distance of 50 to 60 zhang, its purple tongue shot forth in an instant. "This is bad. I've been discovered. Run!" Panic seized Ji Yun. If he abandoned the Zhuke fruit and fled, he might yet have a slim chance of survival. However, a thought struck him, and he chose not to escape. Thud! The long tongue pierced through his back, traversing his heart and exiting his body. Ji Yun's breath ceased. His battered form collapsed helplessly to the ground. After slaying Ji Yun, the fiery toad and golden-haired gibbon remained uneasy, heightening their senses to meticulously ensure no one, human or demon beast, lay in ambush before advancing toward the true foundation expert. This expert still harbored hopes for the Zhuke fruit, lingering nearby after witnessing the sudden commotion. Upon seeing the 2 demon beasts charging towards him again, he was instantly filled with exasperation. "Monstrous beasts, do you truly believe I fear you?" Bang! 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 Beneath the Zhuke fruit, Ji Yun lay motionless on the ground, devoid of breath. He had, of course, not perished. The resurrection device had repaired his damaged heart, and he was now utilizing a technique to feign death, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The gibbon, though foolish, was outmatched by the astute gaze of the toad, whose vertical eyes vigilantly scanned the vicinity of the Zhuke fruit with every passing breath, making it exceedingly difficult for him to act. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. Ji Yun heightened his perception and discerned that the toad would have a brief interval of approximately 2 breaths after launching its tongue attack. Though the window was fleeting, if he seized the moment correctly, A sliver of chance remained. In the distance, a practitioner of the true building realm was unleashing their vital energy. And Ji Yun felt a sense of urgency and rising trepidation. After just a couple of exchanges with the gibbon, his arm was shattered, and his chest was filled with stagnant blood. The toad's tongue was terrifyingly sharp. Should he attempt to flee into the sky, he would undoubtedly expose himself to a fatal strike. If the gibbon leapt upon him once more, he would meet his end, just as he had with the previous second-tier eagle. Remaining grounded would also lead to an inevitable demise. He found himself trapped in a dire predicament. Yet, he was no ordinary person, and in an instant, he made a decisive choice. The treasure blade of the initial stage of solidification shot forth, aimed at the fiery toad. The toad, with a dismissive look in its vertical eyes, curled its long tongue, attempting to seize the blade for itself. Fool! The blade erupted with a thunderous explosion. This practitioner of the true building realm had actually self-destructed his own spiritual weapon in a desperate bid for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended into the air, fleeing towards the horizon. The explosion of the solidifying spiritual weapon was formidable, and the toad could not escape unscathed, letting out a chilling wail of agony. Now was the moment. At that precise instant, Ji Yun had finally awaited this rare opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 5 Zhuke fruits vanished into his storage pouch. In the first breath, he executed the heavenly light shadow step, manipulating his true energy to condense the radiant golden light into a straight line extending a full 80 zhang ahead, propelling himself forward at several times the speed. In the second breath, he repeated the maneuver, again retreating 80 zhang. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant watch on the two beasts, noticing they had yet to focus on his presence, prompting him to decisively employ the heavenly light shadow step once more. After 3 breaths, he dared not use the heavenly light shadow step again. While it granted remarkable speed, it rendered him an obvious target. Instead, he utilized the shadowy step. Ji Yun's feet became mere phantoms, his form ethereal as he glided into the distance. In the next moment, the toad regained its senses and instinctively turned its vertical eyes towards the location of the Zhuke fruit. Hiss! The grotesque creature paused. Believing it had been deceived by its own vision, it blinked its vertical eyes and looked again. The ancient tree, standing silently, was swept by the wind, causing leaves to scatter, yet there was no trace of the Zhuke fruit. Thunder rumbled. A tremendous force swept across the area as both beasts sensed the anomaly, letting out a howling cry that shook the earth and mountains. Chapter 54, Building the True. Ji Yun had already distanced himself by 3 or 4 miles. Fortunately, the surrounding forest, with its dense foliage and the camouflage of chameleon skin, concealed him from the 2 ferocious beasts, allowing him a momentary reprieve. He employed a special powder to mask his scent, hastening his escape. Yet, he was still not out of danger, with the prowess of the 2 second-tier monsters. It would not be long before they scoured the entire mountain. Countless other beasts had just been driven out, and fleeing openly would render him an obvious target for detection. Ji Yun pushed aside the vines and discovered a crevice within the rocky mountain, slipping inside. He activated his concealment technique to suppress his aura, hoping to elude the searchers. To his delight, the crevice was quite deep, significantly increasing his chances of remaining undetected. He pressed deeper into the darkness, descending for several hundred feet. As he ventured further down, the temperature rose significantly, causing him to sweat profusely. Within this hidden realm flowed a dark river, its waters steaming as they rushed forth. To his astonishment, the water was boiling. The interior of the mountain must be extraordinarily hot, which explained the presence of the vermilion bird fruit. He spotted 3 vibrant red-scaled herbs, identified them as the spiritual herbs listed in his quest, and without hesitation, collected them. After several hours of waiting, anxious for the safety of Ji Xiaodai and Hong Yao, he decided not to linger any longer. As night fell, he transformed into a shadow and departed. In a distant, desolate mountain, within the hollow of an ancient tree, Ji Xiaodai fretted. Why hasn't Ji Yun returned? Could he be in danger? A few hours prior, they had heard terrifying roars, undoubtedly from second-tier beasts. Shortly after Ji Yun left, a multitude of monsters had burst forth, forcing her and Hong Yao to retreat continuously, now far from their original location. Do not worry, Xiaodai. I have a feeling that senior brother is safe. He will surely follow the marks we left behind. Hong Yao reassured her, though a trace of concern flickered in her beautiful eyes. All right, Yao Yao, I trust your instincts. Let us wait for another half hour. If Ji Yun has not arrived by then, we will go search for him. Agreed. Under the cloak of night, with shadows dancing among the trees. Ji Yun refrained from utilizing his true energy or martial techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess to navigate through the forest. Countless ancient trees lay toppled, some uprooted entirely, with rocks shattered all around, a clear indication of the devastation wrought by the furious poison fire toads and the golden-furred gibbons. Thankfully, the forest was now eerily quiet, suggesting that the creatures had departed. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount. Ji Yun spotted the marks left by his sister and Xiaodai, and quickly made his way towards them, choosing paths less traveled by others. Should he encounter any signs of beasts, he would opt for a detour, fearing that the tumult of battle might attract the attention of the two irate second-tier monsters. Yet, no matter how cautious he was, complete evasion was an impossibility. In a serene grove, Ji Yun encountered an assault from two lightning serpents. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a gentle rainstorm, vanquishing them in an instant. The forest, which had only briefly illuminated with a flash of light, returned to its tranquil state. After what felt like the duration of an incense stick, they successfully traversed 3 mountain peaks, their speed astonishing. But what was that? Ji Yun's gaze shifted forward, where he discovered a gaunt figure seated upon a rock, tending to wounds, someone who appeared oddly familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the formidable cultivator from the True Foundation realm he had encountered earlier. Alarmed, he resolved to retreat stealthily. However, the astute practitioner from the True Foundation realm sensed his presence simultaneously. "It's you." The man's eyes brightened as he recognized Ji Yun. "Impressive tactics, young one. You feigned death to deceive the poisonous fire toad while we battled amongst ourselves. Speak, is the sacred fruit in your possession?" Realizing he could no longer conceal his identity, Ji Yun braced himself to respond. The True Foundation cultivator possessed the ability to traverse the heavens and earth, making escape virtually impossible. "Indeed, it is I. However, I was gravely injured and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found no trace of the sacred fruit. It must have been taken by those two second-tier beasts. Humph. Those beasts could not have obtained the sacred fruit, or they would have overturned the entire mountain." The emaciated middle-aged man shook his head. "Enough of this questioning. Capturing you will reveal all." As he spoke, he concentrated his true essence into a massive gray hand, defying the considerable distance, and reached for Ji Yun's head. Ji Yun felt a surge of surprise. The force of the martial technique was overwhelming, capable of shattering a chi refinement practitioner with a single grasp. The enormous hand approached, locking onto the surrounding void, nearly extinguishing Ji Yun's will to resist. With a brilliant golden light cascading around him, he forcefully broke free from the confinement, appearing several dozen feet away. Bang! The gray hand, deprived of its target, slammed onto the ground with a resounding crash, causing the earth to crack visibly, fissures radiating outward. "You, a mere 7th-level chi refinement practitioner, managed to evade my strike. I am increasingly convinced that the sacred fruit is indeed with you." Bone-crushing hand. The man swung his palm again, his true essence coalescing into a gigantic apparition, crackling in the air like distant thunder. "You old fool," Ji Yun shouted in defiance, dodging aside as the emaciated man, evidently prepared, sent the palm shadow crashing down once more. "Do you think I fear you?" Sky-piercing slash. Ji Yun drew his sword, unleashing a tempest of intertwining gray and gold energies. Boom! The void trembled ominously, resembling the roar of a thunderstorm, as a figure was sent hurtling through the air. Coughing blood. HM? Not dead? The gaunt man expressed surprise. Despite his mastery of blade techniques, the immense hand of true essence should have been insurmountable for an ordinary 7th-level chi refinement practitioner. Even he at the 9th level would have faced dire consequences from such a strike. Yet Ji Yun merely coughed blood. Could it be that he was an extraordinary talent from the Xianxia sect? What of it? If I were to kill you, would the Xianxia sect ever discern my involvement? The man soared into the air, charging towards Ji Yun. Concurrently, he summoned his true essence, his fingers poised like blades, ready to deliver a lethal strike aimed at severing the young boy's head. In this life-and-death moment, Ji Yun remained remarkably composed. His impeccable mastery over his body came into play as he deftly evaded the fatal blow. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and slashed diagonally at the middle-aged man. The sword struck multiple times in rapid succession. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes collided with the protective true essence surrounding the man, sending sparks flying and forcing him to retreat several steps. Such formidable strength, You must be a body-refining warrior. However, the protective true essence of a foundational true warrior is not something a mere chi-refining junior can shatter. The emaciated man sustained little harm, his gaze cold as he curled his fingers, extending 5 gray blade-like projections that transformed into a cage in the sky. Blade finger cage. Azure sword shadows. 6 azure sword energies encircled Ji Yun, spinning at high speed to form an impenetrable sphere that shielded him within. The true essence-driven blade radiance was overwhelmingly fierce, clashing against the sword energies and producing a harsh sound akin to rending metal. The azure sword energies buckled under the pressure, extinguished in their struggle. Come again. Ji Yun's true energy flowed seamlessly, without interruption, and yet another 6 azure sword energies emerged. Whoosh! A blur ensued as each sword energy split into 3, instantaneously creating 18 sword energies. Under the immense pressure from the foundational true warrior, his martial skills successfully advanced from minor completion to major completion. The sphere formed by the 18 azure sword energies was extraordinarily condensed. The sword energies howled, and even as the blade radiance extinguished, it failed to breach the sphere. A chi-refining warrior has achieved major completion in the foundational true martial arts. The man was filled with astonishment and fury. Chapter 55, The Great Battle. I cannot allow you to escape. Ignoring the depletion of his true essence, the man unleashed several blade radiances to seal off the skies. The 18 azure sword energies eventually dissipated into mere points of light, vanishing into the night. Whoosh! Terrifying blade radiances continued to descend. Ji Yun, with no other choice, raised his sword to block, retreating step by step. In previous encounters, he had relied on the formidable strength of a body-refining warrior and the high-quality golden true essence to suppress his opponents. This was his first experience with passive defense. The true essence of a foundational true warrior is extraordinarily potent, possessing a fundamental difference compared to true energy. Ji Yun finally grasped the helplessness his former adversaries must have felt. After a series of blocks, his physical form began to falter, his arms cracking and blood flowing. This was still fortunate, as the foundational true warrior opposite him wielded no weapon. Otherwise, he might have already been slain. The emaciated man, seeing Ji Yun wounded, unleashed a barrage of blade projections, determined to overwhelm this chi-refining junior. Ji Yun's eyes sharpened like those of a hawk. After withstanding dozens of strikes, he discerned a flaw in the man's blade radiance. This individual is certainly not a sect warrior, lacking the refinement of true energy. I can now see the opening. Ding! Ji Yun struck at the obscure point in the blade radiance, shattering the blade fingers. This brat. The emaciated man felt a profound insult. Without a moment's hesitation, he fiercely intensified his true essence output, sending Ji Yun sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. However, upon attempting to unleash another strike, he discovered that the younger opponent had effortlessly discerned his flaw and countered with ease. This left him truly astonished. Could this young man be a martial prodigy, capable of unraveling any technique he employed in succession? Undeterred, the man tried several more times, only to have each effort thwarted with ease. Now, he found himself in a predicament. The youth was a body-refining martial artist, and in close quarters, even with his protective essence, he risked injury. A ranged attack would also prove futile against his adversary. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. If only he wielded his treasured blade. With absolute power at his command, it would matter not how extraordinary his opponent was. He could strike him down in an instant. Fortunately, having lived over a century, he possessed numerous strategies. He could simply outlast the youth. How could true energy and essence be compared? His protective essence was beyond the youth's ability to penetrate. And in the face of any unforeseen circumstances, he could always ascend to safety, undefeated by nature. With this thought, the emaciated middle-aged man felt reassured, emboldened by his confidence. At this point, Ji Yun also realized that he could not outlast this adversary. His true energy was nearly depleted, and if this continued, he would inevitably meet his end. Lacking a decisive, powerful move, he had no choice but to focus on defense. His foundation was still too shallow. Should he survive this encounter, he would ensure to bolster his reserves. Yet, Ji Yun did not succumb to despair. He still clung to a glimmer of hope. The commotion from their battle had drawn attention, and there was a possibility that nearby beasts might come forth. If a second-tier beast appeared, he might have a slim chance of escape. What he needed to do now was to minimize the expenditure of his true energy and endure for as long as possible. Indeed, their commotion attracted nearby gazes, but it was not beasts that approached. Rather, it was two young, graceful figures, Hong Yao and Ji Xiaodai. Unable to contain their concern over Ji Yun's prolonged absence, ventured out to search for him, drawn in by the sounds of combat. It was Ji Yun, engaged in a struggle with a martial artist of the true Foundation realm. The two women were aghast. It turned out that Ji Yun had been ensnared by a true Foundation martial artist, explaining his delay. Senior brother is at a disadvantage. Prolonged defense will surely lead to failure. We must find a way to assist him. Hong Yao's piercing gaze swept the scene, quickly assessing the situation. The two women underestimated the acuity of the true Foundation martial artist. As they approached, they were immediately detected by the emaciated man, whose cold gaze turned upon them. Foolish youngsters. The emaciated man unleashed his true essence, his right hand coalescing into a massive phantom that blotted out the sky as it descended upon the two women. It was too late for them to realize the peril they faced. The cataclysmic hand was upon them in an instant, rendering escape impossible. Double flow. Angry wave slash. The sword energy barely endured a breath beneath the weight of the true essence hand before being obliterated. The phantom dimmed slightly, but continued its relentless descent. With a thunderous crash, the two women coughed blood, their bodies akin to kites severed from their strings, propelled away by the sheer force. Xiaodai, senior sister. Ji Yun hurriedly leaped towards the two individuals. Oh, so they are your two little companions. The emaciated man, pleased to witness a shift in the previously stagnant situation, wore a sinister smile as his grayish blade lunged forward once more. Clang! Ji Yun's rhythm was disrupted, forcing him to hastily defend himself while running. The terrifying impact causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, perish, young one. The man's eyes gleamed with sharpness as his body transformed into a streak of light, swiftly closing the distance. Crack! His claw pierced through Ji Yun's form. Had Ji Yun not been a body-refining martial artist, that strike, along with the subsequent arm, would have effortlessly penetrated his body. Cough! Ji Yun was struck mortally, blood gushing from his chest and mouth uncontrollably. In the distance, when Hong Yao looked up, all she could see was a sea of crimson before her. Senior brother. Her mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving her blank and her spirit drifting away. Hong Yao's face turned pale, her red lips quivering violently. Demon, meet your end. In an instant, an infinite brilliance of sword energy coalesced around Hong Yao. Her silver-white, long sword merging with her essence to become a divine blade capable of splitting the heavens. The divine sword vanished into the void, reappearing before the gaunt man in the blink of an eye, colliding with him before he could react. Boom! This strike surpassed the comprehension of an ordinary chi-refining martial artist, utterly shattering the man's protective, true essence. Oomph! The man staggered back several steps from the heavy blow. However, although his protective true essence was breached, the sword energy expended itself, leaving him relatively unscathed. Since I am unharmed, then you shall die. His expression twisted in malice as he lunged for Hong Yao's delicate neck. No, it is you who will perish. With a gentle breeze and light rain, time seemed to slow, leaving only the residual shadow of the sword suspended in the air. 81 slender strands of sword energy flashed and vanished. As the sword energy dissipated, the emaciated man's body was pierced through like a sieve. You. He attempted to speak, but a gaping wound in his throat silenced him abruptly. The light in his pupils gradually faded, losing focus as he collapsed silently to the ground. Finally, he is dead. Ji Yun sighed in relief. Facing a formidable cultivator capable of flight had placed immense pressure on him, and he had nearly lost his life. Senior sister, are you all right? He helped the fallen Hong Yao to her feet. Seeing Ji Yun vibrant and full of life, a glimmer of light returned to her dim eyes. Shaking her head, she replied, I am fine, just a bit exhausted. A moment of rest will suffice. We must check on Xiaodai. Her cultivation is too low, and she may have sustained serious injuries. Indeed, let us go. Ji Yun suddenly recalled something, drawing his sword to sever the head of the middle-aged man, kicking it far away. Only then could he feel at ease. He searched the man's body and indeed found a storage bag. Hong Yao, Sister Yao Yao, Ji Yun. I'm unscathed as well. Ji Xiaodai stumbled to her feet. Her physique had absorbed some of the impact, and although she had lost consciousness for a time, she was now awake. We should not linger here. Let us depart. Chapter 56. Distribution. Within the undulating mountains, there lay a concealed cave. Ji Yun concealed the entrance with rocks, and the three took a moment to recuperate. Ji Yun, what transpired over there? How did you engage a warrior of the true Foundation realm? Ji Shaodai asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Yet you two are truly formidable. You have bested a powerful, true Foundation expert. This matter is rather lengthy, Ji Yun sighed. Behold this. With a wave of his hand, 5 blood-red zhu fruits materialized within the cave, glistening with a translucent sheen and emanating a crimson glow. Particularly striking was the ethereal silhouette of a mystical bird within, lending an air of otherworldly mystery. Faced with such treasures, Ji Yun felt a fleeting temptation to claim them solely for himself. However, it must be noted that these fruits were discovered by Hong Yao, and had it not been for their search, he likely would have perished at the hands of that true Foundation warrior. His martial heart would not allow him to act selfishly. Hong Yao and Ji Shaodai were taken aback, the latter covering her mouth in astonishment. The sacred fruit, the Zhuke fruit. Indeed, this explains the prior gathering of beasts. Let us consume them before their efficacy wanes. The two hesitated, although they had agreed to share the spoils equally. These 5 Zhuke fruits were earned through Ji Yun's perilous endeavors and were immensely valuable, unlike the previous Qi gathering technique, which they had all learned without cost to Ji Yun. These Zhuke fruits were worth their weight in gold, and the two felt unworthy to claim them. Noticing their hesitation, Ji Yun remarked, had you two not come to seek me, I would have already perished at the hands of that true Foundation warrior. This sacred fruit cannot be taken out of the Heikong mountain range, otherwise it would spell disaster. Do not stand on ceremony with me. It is merely a matter of dividing 5 fruits. Ji Shaodai, upon hearing this, chuckled. I did not contribute much. I shall only take 1. Hong Yao also opted for a single Zhuke fruit, stating, I can never repay your great kindness, senior brother, should you require anything in the future. I shall not hesitate to assist. Ji Yun shook his head. Were it not for sister's keen senses, such a harvest would not have been possible. Let us divide the 4 Zhuke fruits equally. Hong Yao merely smiled and shook her head, unwilling to take more. Ji Yun continued. The first of the sacred fruits yields the best effects. Consuming more thereafter will bring little benefit. Still, Hong Yao remained resolute. Very well, I ask of you, sister, to protect me. As martial practitioners, they acted decisively, and Ji Yun did not press further. With a serious expression, Hong Yao nodded her agreement. Ji Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, took 1 Zhuke fruit, and bit into its fragrant flesh, channeling his energy to refine it. A torrent of searing heat surged through his internal organs, coursing through every inch of his flesh, ultimately coalescing into a delicate silhouette of the Zhuke that dove into his sea of consciousness. Ji Yun felt as though his mind was engulfed in blazing flames, the searing energy relentlessly assaulting his consciousness, causing him unbearable pain and draining the color from his face. Fearing that utilizing the regenerative abilities of the revival body would compromise the efficacy of the sacred fruit, he could only muster his spirit to endure. This ordeal stretched on interminably, the terrifying energy of the sacred fruit seemingly boundless. The petite vermilion bird appeared to be creating a new world within his sea of consciousness, incessantly battering and scorching his mental faculties. After a day and a night, he finally calmed down. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the remarkable effects of the sacred fruit. His mental strength had tripled, becoming more refined and unyielding. His thoughts were clearer than ever, and it was likely that his comprehension had significantly improved, though this would require further observation. Hong Yao spoke softly, please consume the second sacred fruit, senior brother. Very well. Ji Yun ingested the vermilion bird fruit once more, and this time the effects waned after merely 3 hours. His mental prowess had increased by approximately 20%. The third fruit yielded less than a 10% enhancement. With Ji Yun safeguarding them, Hong Yao and Ji Shaodai felt remarkably at ease. After consuming the vermilion bird fruit, they commenced the process of refining it with their inner energy. Ji Yun observed a stark contrast in their experiences. The excruciating pain in Ji Shaodai's mind left her in a state of utter torment, resulting in anguished cries throughout the night, nearly rendering her voice hoarse. In her agony, she clawed at herself, leaving bloodied marks, her clothing torn and revealing much of her skin. In contrast, Hong Yao gritted her teeth, biting her crimson lips until they bled, yet she uttered not a sound. After a day and a night, the two emerged from their trials. Ji Shaodai rushed into Hong Yao's embrace, sobbing, Sister Yao Yao, I've made such a fool of myself this time. It's all right, Xiao Dai. Senior brother is not an outsider. He will certainly not speak of this to anyone. Hong Yao gently patted her back with her delicate hand. Once Ji Xiao Dai regained her composure and reflected, she remarked, the sacred fruit truly is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. My mental strength has also tripled. So has mine, Hong Yao responded, equally astonished. Not only had their mental fortitude increased, but their comprehension had also received a boost. The vermilion bird fruit truly lived up to its name as a sacred fruit. Such treasures are extraordinary. Only those with profound fortune may attain them. And even the upper echelons of the Xianxia sect have yet to encounter them. After consuming the vermilion bird fruit, the trio's mental strength and comprehension would undoubtedly surpass their peers. Comprehension is of utmost importance for martial artists, greatly assisting in the cultivation of martial arts secrets and realms of martial prowess. The gains from this experience were monumental, potentially altering the trajectory of their futures. The three then began to inspect the storage bags of the foundation establishing Realm Warrior. They found merely a handful of mid-grade spirit stones and some materials from demonic beasts. The quality of these medicinal herbs was mediocre, and several were too outdated to exchange for contribution points, leaving them with no choice but to sell the spirit stones. Ji Xiao Dai, seeing the meager possessions of this foundation establishing warrior, expressed her disdain. Only 2 second-tier healing elixirs, the white jade pills, held significant value. Indeed, they were rather impoverished. Ji Yun compared him to the 2 martial artists he encountered in the Yuz Mountains and discovered that this true Foundation Realm expert was extraordinarily impoverished. Suddenly, an idea struck Ji Yun, and he turned to Hong Yao, inquiring, Sister, was that strike of yours an embodiment of the unity of man and sword? Indeed, in that moment of dire urgency, it was a fortunate coincidence that led to her profound insight. Her aptitude for the sword is truly exceptional. The unity of man and sword can indeed be considered a secret technique, a pinnacle of swordsmanship, wielding immense power. This technique cannot be disseminated. It must be comprehended individually, and only those with prodigious talent in swordsmanship might hope to master it independently. Had he been able to execute the unity of man and sword, the true Foundation martial artist would assuredly have had no chance of survival. If my senior wishes to learn, I can demonstrate it for your observation, Hong Yao offered. Her elegant demeanor radiating wisdom, her beautiful eyes shimmering with understanding of his thoughts. Ji Yun, grateful for her assistance, felt a heightened sense of comprehension and realized that with Hong Yao's guidance, the likelihood of his success was significantly increased. They proceeded to express their gratitude with a courteous gesture. The three continued to distribute their resources. Ji Yun took the responsibility of selling the materials from the demon beasts at the Xianxia market, intending to exchange them for spirit stones to share among them. The storage bags contained second-tier white jade pills, which Ji Yun found unnecessary, so he entrusted them to Hong Yao and Ji Xiao Dai for safekeeping. However, they were unwilling to take advantage of him, generously distributing 10 medium-grade spirit stones to Ji Yun out of the more than a dozen they received. Now that this matter is settled, let us return, Ji Yun declared. That is indeed the plan. The 2 women readily agreed. Let us depart. Ji Yun was solely focused on returning to the sect to enhance his strength. Until he possessed the capability to safeguard himself with the strength of a true Foundation realm martial artist and second-tier demon beasts, he vowed never to return here again. Chapter 57. Unity of Man and Sword. The journey back took a full 10 days. Due to unfortunate circumstances, they encountered a dense fog in the Heikong mountain range, causing them to lose their way. It was only when the fog finally dispersed that they successfully descended the mountain. Yet, fortuitously, they managed to gather some materials listed in their assignments during their time in the depths of the mountains. After tallying their time spent, they realized they had been in the remote mountains for over 20 days, feeling as though they had traversed through another realm. At Zhongjing Peak, the sect's task office, the trio returned to the Xianxia sect via the teleportation array at Heikong Market and arrived at the task office to report their findings. A kind-faced, middle-aged steward was tallying the materials. Green-skinned chameleon skin, black fireworms, and, wait, is this fireling grass? He exclaimed. Excellent, totaling 600 contribution points. With a flicker, the tokens of Ji Yun and his companions glimmered, and the numbers shifted, with each receiving an additional 200 contribution points. Ji Yun's contributions now amounted to a substantial 380, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. From here on, he would devote himself entirely to enhancing his prowess. A day later, in Qingyu Valley, near Hong Yao's small courtyard, she appeared clad in white, as pure as snow, her aura commanding and fierce. The sword radiated from her being, transforming into a celestial blade that cleaved through the heavens. A massive black rock crumbled to dust beneath her strike, leaving only a fine powder in its wake. Emerging from the brilliance, she resembled a fairy gliding across the waves, flawless and untainted. Ji Yun and Ji Xiaodai observed intently from the side, fully absorbed in capturing the essence of her indomitable sword intent. Ji Yun was resolutely focused on the sword, his heart unwavering, deeply moved. Beside him, Ji Xiaodai observed in bewilderment. Although she possessed considerable insight, her dedication to the sword did not match theirs, and she was far from achieving the unity of man and sword. Another demonstration was necessary. Hong Yao, with her captivating eyes, gazed at Ji Yun and chuckled. "I apologize for the trouble, senior sister." Ji Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. This secret technique was extraordinary, and each time Hong Yao executed it, she expended a tremendous amount of energy. She could only demonstrate it twice a day at most, lest she overextend herself. Given her current cultivation level, she could manage only one use in battle. "No matter, I shall also refine my skills during the demonstration," Hong Yao replied nonchalantly. For the following month, Ji Yun observed the unity of man and sword daily and honed his control over his true energy on Linshan Peak, dedicating the rest of his time to rigorous training. His mastery of true energy control had reached the first level, with the second level within reach. However, he still struggled to grasp the entry level of the unity of man and sword, finding it elusive. Although Hong Yao expressed no complaints, he felt increasingly guilty for imposing on her. "Senior sister, please demonstrate the unity of man and sword for me this time." At last, Ji Yun could no longer hold back, determined to cultivate in a manner that suited him best. After a brief hesitation, Hong Yao replied, "Senior brother, this technique wields immense power. While I cannot fully control it, given your capabilities, you should be unharmed. However, should anything go awry, it could hinder your cultivation. It is fine. I have my reasons for choosing this path." "Very well. Please be cautious," she said, her decisiveness as a swordsman evident, and she did not elaborate further. Draped in white, her garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind, she transformed into a divine sword that cleaved through the void and surged toward Ji Yun. "Come fort!" Ji Yun exclaimed with exhilaration as he beheld the unparalleled, divine sword approaching. Boom! The divine sword engulfed him, and after a breath, a slender figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocks. Even Ji Yun, with a physique comparable to a refined martial artist, could not withstand the impact. He was gravely injured upon contact, yet his eyes sparkled with delight rather than fear. This was the sensation he had long sought. His month of diligent observation had finally borne fruit, allowing him to capture the essence of this sword's momentum. An overwhelming aura surged from his back, merging with the colossal golden sword's phantom, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword that sought to conquer the world. Unity of man and sword. Yi Yun Belovet, slashing toward the sky, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that seemed poised to sever the heavens, instantly splitting the boundless clouds in two. "Congratulations, senior brother." Hong Yao approached gracefully, her face radiant with genuine joy, though slightly pale from exhaustion. "Senior sister, I cannot thank you enough without your assistance. Who knows when I would have comprehended the unity of man and sword. Your talent is extraordinary, even without me. It would not be long before you grasped it on your own," she said, gently shaking her head, unwilling to take credit. The two then moved on from this matter, engaging instead in a sparring session to refine their sword techniques. 3 days later, in the small courtyard, Hong Yao and Ji Xiaodai personally took to the kitchen, preparing an abundant feast. After the meal, amidst Ji Xiaodai's reluctance, Ji Yun bid farewell to the two and transformed into a fleeting light, departing from Qingyu Valley. He had achieved his purpose on this journey, surpassing expectations. His mastery of vital energy had reached a flawless first level, and it would not be long before he attained the second level. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refining, he officially became a late-stage practitioner, having comprehended the secret technique of unity between man and sword. His contribution points to the sect exceeded 300, and after consuming the vermilion bird fruit, his mental acuity had significantly improved, a stark contrast to 3 months prior. It was time to depart. He intended to head to the western side, to Mingdao Peak, to hone his mental control. However, before that, he planned to make a trip to Qingxian Square to handle several matters. The Zhou family shop had successfully established itself in the market. 3 hours later, Ji Yun arrived at this location. The entrance displayed the golden characters Lin, Shan, Zhou, Ji, with practitioners of the qi refining realm coming and going, indicating a thriving business. The attendants were women from the Zhou family in Linshan, and upon recognizing Ji Yun, one of them promptly invited him upstairs. Zhou Yume had changed little. Her eyes shimmered like water, her body supple and graceful. She was bent over the counter, calculating, her figure exquisite yet firm. Upon seeing Ji Yun, she playfully scolded, "Where have you been for the past half year? I've sent you word to find you at Dongji Peak twice and never saw you." Naturally, he had been busy traveling. One could not expect to accumulate spirit stones merely by sitting idle like manager Zhou. Zhou Yume chuckled at this, remarking, "It seems you have grown quite eloquent in our time apart." She then retrieved some spirit stones from her storage bag, saying, "Here, these are the materials and spiritual artifacts you asked me to sell on your behalf. I have exchanged everything for medium-grade spirit stones, a total of 30. "Thank you," Ji Yun replied, accepting the spirit stones before producing materials from a true Foundation Realm practitioner for her to sell. "I knew you would be restless, just having joined the Xianxia sect, and yet you have already ventured into hunting demons. I am in urgent need of some supplies. I would appreciate it if you could help me gather them. I will come by in a few days to collect," Ji Yun added, handing her a list. Now at the 7th layer of qi refining, he found gathering qi pills ineffective and required qi building pills for his cultivation. Having previously acquired over 20 qi building pills from slaying the Liu brothers, they would not last long, so he aimed to purchase more while he had the chance. As his martial physique strengthened, the Beast Valley pills were becoming insufficient. If he were to recover from serious injuries, he would need to consume a dozen or more to satiate his needs. Through his research, he discovered a second-tier pill known as Spirit Essence Pill, which surpassed the Beast Valley pills in satiation. Typically, second-tier pills were meant for practitioners of the true Foundation Realm and body refinement, making them more suitable for him than the Beast Valley pills. Additionally, he sought other pills, such as the detoxification pill for daily necessities. "Aside from the Spirit Essence Pill, I can refine the other pills myself. You may come to collect them in 5 days," the young woman confidently stated as she glanced over the list. "Please wait a moment before you leave. Yuer will be coming over, and you can return together later." "All right," Ji Yun agreed. For the time being, he would be visiting Mingdao Peak daily, which is in close proximity to Xixing Peak, where Zhou Yuer resided. The question of accommodation would be significant, and he could seek advice from her. Chapter 58. The Spiritual Sword. Ji Yun wandered alone through the bustling Xianxia market. Since his arrival at the Xianxia sect, he had yet to properly explore this vibrant marketplace. Qing Street serves as the heart of Xianxia Market, flanked by a continuous row of shops, each representing formidable factions with considerable backgrounds. The establishments here boast a high standard, offering predominantly superior-grade goods. Entering the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Ji Yun contemplated his current high-quality floating light sword, which, while adequate, occasionally fell short in certain circumstances. Thus, he considered acquiring a condensed true spirit sword as a trump card. The condensed true spirit sword is sharper than the floating light spirit sword, providing a significantly greater strike power, even for those at the 7th level of qi refinement, yielding an increase of 3 to 4-fold in effectiveness. Naturally, the consumption of true energy would also escalate. Typically, only a practitioner of the building truth realm could sustain such expenditure for an extended period. Presently, Ji Yun lacked for spirit stones, with 5,000 spirit stones comfortably nestled within his storage bag, equivalent to 50 medium-grade spirit stones, sufficient to procure a quality condensed truth spirit sword. Augmenting one's arsenal with an additional safeguard could potentially turn the tides in critical moments. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Upon entering, a young woman clad in silken gauze greeted him, her voice melodious and gentle, unfazed by his qi refinement level. "Please show me your condensed truth spirit swords." "Certainly. Young master, please follow me to the 2nd floor." A glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes, for typically, only warriors of the building truth realm sought to purchase condensed truth spirit weapons, with the occasional noble young practitioner of qi refinement also making such acquisitions. She evidently regarded Ji Yun as one of the latter. Should she successfully sell a condensed truth spirit weapon, she would earn a commission of 100 spirit stones, equivalent to selling 10 floating light spirit weapons. With this in mind, her tone grew even more inviting. "This is the initial grade water marsh sword." She gestured towards a water blue spirit sword. The blade is crafted from deep sea blue iron, incorporating water essence pearls during the forging process, which enhances water and earth attributes by 35%. Unlike floating light spirit weapons, the superior forging techniques of condensed true spirit weapons allow for a more balanced integration of various attributes. Thus, they can simultaneously augment multiple true energies, catering to practitioners of diverse elemental techniques. Do you have a metal attribute spirit sword? Indeed, young master. She pointed to 3 spirit swords displayed on the pedestal. This is the initial grade purple gold sword, forged from purple gold, enhancing metal and fire attributes by 30%. This is the initial grade divine steel sword, crafted from a blend of 3 divine steels, enhancing metal, wood, and water attributes by approximately 32%. The Starfall sword, a refined treasure of the mid-grade true condensation, is imbued with essence extracted from fallen meteorites, enhancing the wielder's gold element energy by 30%. Moreover, the sword's blade boasts exceptional hardness, rivaling even some high-grade true condensation weapons. Measuring approximately 3 feet in length, the sword is entirely black, etched with enigmatic patterns that emit an unsettling chill, far superior to the other 2 swords. Jian picked it up, thoroughly pleased. What a splendid sword. Even after achieving true foundation, I shall wield it for a long time. His spirit stones were easily acquired, and he saw no reason to hesitate. Opting for the finest option, this one will do. How many spirit stones? The attendant promptly replied, in response to your inquiry. The Starfall sword is a premium among mid-grade true condensation weapons, representing the highest quality available on the market. Its price exceeds that of low-grade true condensation by 50%, totaling 4,500 spirit stones. Good heavens, the enhancement is barely an additional 10%, yet it costs an entire 1,500 spirit stones more. Jian thought to himself, feeling a pang of hesitation as purchasing this sword would leave him financially strained. Noticing his indecision, the attendant pivoted to extol the virtues of 2 other swords. Enough, Jian interjected, halting her further commentary. Once the materials from the beast are sold, a substantial sum will flow into my hands. Additionally, both the Zhou and Ji families provide me with spirit stones annually sufficient for my daily needs. I shall indulge myself today. As he descended, he overheard a conversation between 2 young individuals selecting spiritual artifacts. This dream silk is of decent quality. If I purchase it, I believe junior sister Zhou would appreciate it, the young man remarked. Brother, you should abandon that hope. You're too timid to even approach senior sister Zhou. His sister retorted bluntly. How can you speak to me like that? He replied, visibly displeased. Have you ever exchanged a single word with senior sister Zhou? She pressed, her tone inquisitive. It's not that I lack the courage. Rather, it's impossible. He sighed, shaking his head. Yi Yun mused. I have a foreboding feeling that this junior sister, Zhou, may be someone I know. It seems trouble is brewing again. I hope to evade it this time. He dared not linger on these thoughts, and after settling the payment for the spirit stones, he departed under the watchful gaze of the enchanting attendant from the spirit weapon pavilion. Upon returning to the Linshan Zhou residence, he found Zhou Yuera waiting. After a 6-month separation, she remained as beautiful as ever. The veil obscured her stunning visage, revealing only her misty, alluring eyes. Her long hair cascaded down her waist, her natural grace evident in every delicate movement. Her skin resembled polished jade, her legs perfectly straight, without a single flaw to be found. Greetings, senior brother Ji. Zhou Yuera approached him, initiating a respectful greeting. Senior sister, you are too kind. It has been a while, and you have grown even more radiant, Ji Yun sincerely expressed, marveling at her exceptional beauty, which never failed to captivate him, despite their numerous encounters. It was no wonder that even when purchasing a spiritual artifact, he would encounter her admirers. For the sake of achieving stable cultivation in the future, it would be prudent to maintain a slight distance. Zhou Yuera smiled gently and said, Congratulations, senior brother, on your remarkable progress in cultivation. In just half a year, you have ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. As for you, senior sister, your demeanor is composed and restrained, suggesting that your own advancement is imminent. Zhou Yuemei approached, noting the hour. It is getting late. You too should return soon. Yi Yun, you must ensure Yuera's safety. Understood. After bidding farewell, the pair utilized their skills, transforming into streaks of light as they hastened back to the Xianxia sect. As they sped along, exquisite pavilions and vibrant greenery flitted past them. Senior brother, why are you trailing so far behind? Zhou Yu noticed Ji Yun lagging several paces behind and inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. I'm on my way, Ji Yun replied, moving closer. Senior sister, have you faced any disturbances from our fellow disciples in recent months? Not at all. My aunt is merely being overly cautious. I have a very reliable bodyguard. Someone you know quite well. Zhou Yu playfully blinked her misty eyes and gestured ahead. Look, she has come to escort me. Ji Yun followed the direction of her delicate finger. If there was anyone Ji Yun least wanted to encounter at Xianxia sect, it was undoubtedly the person who now came into view. As they approached, the familiar silhouette became apparent. Xianxia. Ji Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Senior brother, why have you fallen behind again? Zhou Yu asked, perplexed. It's nothing. I'm coming now, Ji Yun reassured her. Chapter 59. Xianxia. What must come will eventually be faced. As the two continued onward, Ji Yun found himself face to face with Xianxia. Senior sister Yan. It has been some time. I hope you have been well. Ji Yun offered a bright smile, attempting to maintain his composure as he greeted her. However, she showed him no courtesy, merely responding with a cold huff. Unbeknownst to Ji Yun, his attempt at grace inadvertently struck a nerve within her. In Xianxia's eyes, Ji Yun's demeanor began to overlap with that of another man, one who exuded both elegance and a heart of stone. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. After merely half a year, you returned to entangle Yuera again. How beastly of you, she remarked, her beauty overshadowed by the venom in her words, leaving Ji Yun momentarily speechless. All right, Chi-Chi, he's not a stranger. Please temper your attitude, Zhou Yu advised, her experienced hand gently patting Xianxia's back in a rhythmic manner. Gradually, the animosity in Xianxia's demeanor began to dissipate. Fine, for your sake, I shall relent, Xianxia conceded with a huff. I am your savior, after all. Ji Yun silently lamented, feeling bemused as if he were the one who had cast her overboard. Despite his reluctance, the two became a trio as they made their way back together. Behold, who is that? Such great prowess to walk alongside senior sister Zhou and the king of Yama. As they traversed the path, onlookers gazed upon the trio with profound curiosity. Silence. Do you wish to court death? The king of Yama is not one to be trifled with. Even in hushed tones, one must refer to her as Senior Sister Yin. His companion, taken aback, swiftly covered his mouth, fearing further indiscretions. Although their voices were barely audible, Ji Yun's mental acuity was formidable, allowing him to capture every word. It appears that Xianxia holds great renown in this vicinity, he pondered. As the three approached the sect, the number of fellow disciples increased, soon drawing the attention of many. Ji Yun observed that all seemed to shun him and Zhou Yu, as if avoiding a plague. This is troubling. It's Senior Sister Yin. Let us keep our distance to avoid attracting her ire, spoke Brother Qi, whose reasoning found consensus. Indeed, let us maintain a safe distance to prevent any misunderstandings. Even further, if possible. One individual retreated a good 20 paces, still feeling uneasy. Such was the situation. It was unfortunate for Brother Tu, who, in his pursuit of Junior Sister Zhou, had incurred the enmity of Senior Sister Yin. Rumor had it that during a trial of mental fortitude, he succumbed to his inner demons, leaving him in a daze, with no clear path to recovery in sight. Indeed, it is a pity for Brother Tu, who at just 25 had already reached the 9th level of chi refinement, a true prodigy. I shared a drink with Brother Tu merely 3 months ago. He was a man of great elegance. Then there was Brother Tung from North Song Peak, said to possess a remarkable physique, destined for greatness. Yet he too had drawn Senior Sister Yan's ire for reasons unknown. It was said that in half a year since his initiation, he had made no progress in cultivation, often appearing dazed during his attempts to refine his true energy, hindering his martial advancement significantly. Indeed, news from the junior disciples at North Song Peak indicates that Brother Tung awakens from nightmares each night, tormented by ghastly visions, having not enjoyed a restful sleep for nearly 3 months. How tragic! While martial artists are typically brimming with vitality, even they require a measure of rest to ensure their well-being. Yet Brother Tung is wise. He has refrained from venturing to Mingdao Peak for mental training, lest he become the next Brother Tuesday. Brother Tung is quite remarkable, they sighed in unison. At this juncture, Ji Yun felt a cold sweat trickle down, wiping his brow repeatedly. To his dismay, the list of victims included not only Brother Tung, but also Brother Tu of the 9th level of chi refinement. Was this jealousy truly merely a manifestation of a precious physique? How utterly terrifying! Ji Yun, with inquiries to make, hesitated to depart. steeling himself to enter the abode of the two women residing in Linshan Valley. At the entrance of the small courtyard, a prominent character Yin stood out. Ji Yun remarked. Zhou Yuer chuckled softly. Chi-Chi is indeed remarkable. During the entrance examination, she dispelled the Xianxia puppets with 3 commanding shouts, earning her this quaint abode. And I shamelessly moved in alongside her. At this moment, the aloof Yin Chi-Chi spoke. Do you wish to reside nearby for the sake of daily mental cultivation? This humble courtyard is not a place for those who indulge in base desires. Naturally, Ji Yun had never contemplated living here. Even if he were to be invited, it would be out of the question. What a preposterous notion. It could lead to peril. He promptly expressed his stance. You are wise to recognize that. Yin Chi-Chi responded with a cold huff before sitting down in the courtyard. Her piercing gaze fixated upon him, rendering Ji Yun as if pricked by thorns. Fortunately, not long after, a fellow junior sister arrived and whispered something to Yin Chi-Chi. Upon hearing the news, Yin Chi-Chi, with pressing matters at hand, threatened Ji Yun for a moment before hastily departing. Finally, she was gone. Ji Yun let out a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi has gone to cultivate, explained Zhou Yuer. Such urgency in her training. Senior sister Yin is indeed diligent. She believes that if she can locate Brother Tong and unleash his resentment, 1 hour of his fury could equate to 3 days of arduous cultivation. According to Zhou Yuer, there were several sisters in the vicinity of Linshan Valley who had once suffered at the hands of men, and now they had become Yin Chi-Chi's informants, actively assisting her in the search for Brother Tong's whereabouts. Although Brother Tong made every effort to conceal himself, he was inevitably discovered every few days. Brother Tong, it is no small feat, Ji Yin lamented. A small boat once launched, regret lingers for a lifetime. Zhou Yuer contemplated for a moment and said, My previous dwelling has become vacant. If you do not mind, senior brother, you may take a look. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Yin followed Zhou Yuer to her former residence, which was not far from Yin Chi-Chi's courtyard and appeared quite cozy. However, the neighboring occupants were all women, and one of the junior sisters exuded an overwhelming scent of cosmetics, detectable even through the wall, causing him to frown slightly. Upon noticing their presence, this junior sister's eyes sparkled as she recognized the striking young man who had excelled during the entrance examination, exclaiming, G senior brother. Her voice was enchantingly melodious, and in an instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her luscious lips parting and closing, as if inviting. Hello, junior sister. Ji Yun felt a jolt. This junior sister certainly possessed a distinctive charm. Zhou Yuer, observing this, furrowed her brows and discontentedly remarked, Who junior sister? Toned down the allure. G senior brother is not that kind of person. Oh, it is you, senior sister Zhou. In the presence of your natural beauty, my humble charms seem utterly insignificant. Who junior sister replied, her demeanor deflating upon noticing Zhou Yuer beside Ji Yun. Zhou Yuer remarked, Not all, junior sister. Your beauty is indeed rare and exceptional. Senior sister, please do not tease her. What brings you and G senior brother here? Ji Yun quickly interjected, It is nothing. We merely came to take a look and shall be leaving now. This room was unsuitable for habitation. Otherwise, he could forget about peaceful cultivation. As her junior sister's demeanor suggested, she would be a constant distraction. Ji Yun resorted to his final option. A small tent. It must be you. Chapter 60, The Mind. In a secluded corner of Linshan Valley, a crystal-clear pond reflected Ji Yun's tall figure as he chose to establish his dwelling there, near Mingdao Peak. There are no places akin to the Lingtian mountain range where one could blend in and reside. Otherwise, Ji Yun would undoubtedly have chosen that locale. This area is still too close to Yin Chi-Chi's small courtyard. Senior brother, are you truly resolute in this decision? If necessary, I shall have a good talk with Chi-Chi. Zhou Yuer remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not having properly hosted Ji Yun in this shabby little tent. No, please do not persuade her, Ji Yun exclaimed in a panic. It would be best if she treated me as though I were invisible. This tent is quite effective at repelling insects. It is hardly shabby. Very well then. Zhou Yuer conceded, clearly aware of Yin Chi-Chi's circumstances, understanding that Ji Yun's impulsive decision to reside there could lead to unforeseen consequences. On the following morning, Ji Yun set off towards Mingdao Peak. Beneath Mingdao Peak, the lakes shimmered with clarity and the verdant flora thrived, with pavilions and towers adorning the picturesque scenery. At that moment, the entrance hall was bustling with numerous individuals, primarily senior female disciples of Xixing Peak, graceful and enchanting. Ji Yun spotted a young woman clad in a pale yellow gauze dress. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and her delicate features made her appear as though she were merely 14 or 15 years old, likely a testament to the success of her mastery of the age-defying techniques of Xixing Peak. Another female elder, a formidable practitioner at the true foundation stage, bore an appearance that suggested she too was only around 15 or 16. Such remarkable techniques were indeed impressive. It was no wonder that Xiao Dai and the others were willing to exchange 60 contribution points for them. As Ji Yun entered the hall, he was greeted by a melodious voice. "Young disciple, please hold your step. This is not a place for you." The speaker was a qi refinement 9th level female servant disciple, her beauty radiant. Confused, Yun responded, "Aha. Is this not the training ground for mental control at Mingdao Peak? Why can I not enter?" Nearby, several young women turned to look, their faces blooming with smiles at the sight of this handsome young disciple. What a charming young man, so adorably naive. "Young disciple, have you not noticed anything peculiar around you?" Peculiar? Ji Yun glanced around, realizing there were indeed differences. Aside from himself, there was an entire gathering of women. However, this was hardly unusual, for Xixing Peak predominantly housed female disciples, and given the early hour, it was only natural that those present were all women. It would take considerable time for individuals from the other 4 peaks to arrive. "I did not expect such a young disciple to be so bold," they chuckled. "Relying on that handsome face, you must have unwittingly captivated countless young ladies." Listening to the playful laughter of the senior sisters, Ji Yun felt somewhat awkward. Upon further reflection, even if Xixing Peak was the closest, the complete absence of men in this place was rather abnormal. Had he truly come to the wrong location? After a brief wait, a kind-hearted soul finally enlightened him. Giggling, "Young disciple, you are not in the wrong place, but you have taken a wrong turn. The hall on the eastern side of Mingdao Peak is where the male disciples practice mental control. In the west side hall, only female disciples were present." It was surprising to Ji Yun, who felt a bit embarrassed. He had not anticipated that the cultivation at Mingdao Peak would be divided by gender, which was a stark contrast to the other 2 locations. It truly vexed him. Having arrived from the west side of Mingxin Valley, he naturally found himself in the west side hall. On his last visit, he had also wandered into the wrong place, and it was unfortunate that he had made the same mistake twice. The west descending peak was indeed troublesome. Ji Yun muttered an apology and left in a dejected manner, leaving behind a flurry of cheerful chatter. Before long, he made his way to the east side hall. Indeed, it was filled with robust senior brothers and uncles. The overwhelming aura of masculinity enveloped him, granting Ji Yun a sense of comfort. Huang Tiansheng, he recognized a familiar face. "Ji Yun, long time no see." Huang Tiansheng greeted him with a nod. "This is my first time here. Do you happen to know how the mental control training works?" Although Huang Tiansheng had an air of arrogance, it was only directed towards the weak. He always treated those he deemed worthy with kindness. He then explained to Ji Yun that, unlike the previous 2 places, this mental control training required them to immerse themselves in a special lake and capture the magical beasts conjured by the formation. The lake contained specially diluted heavenly and earthly treasures, which were quite remarkable, as they aided warriors in manifesting their mental power within the water, allowing them to learn control through constant practice. This training ground was truly exceptional. Ji Yun mused that while external warriors might still be oblivious to the concept of mental power at the 9th level of qi refinement, sect warriors were already capable of honing and utilizing it. "Ji Yun, it's our turn now." "All right, please go ahead, Brother Huang." After paying their contribution points, the 2 entered side by side. Before them lay 2 vast lakes, clear and shimmering. The first level lake was on the far left, while the second level lake was on the right. Splash, splash. Water splashed as someone had already jumped in. No wonder the genders were separated. Ji Yun understood now. Once he leapt into the lake, he was soaked through, his clothes clinging to his body, rendering them nearly transparent and failing to conceal him. The energetic senior brothers, upon seeing the drenched senior sisters, would likely be captivated. It was indeed possible for them to engage in irreparable actions. The sect had certainly considered this thoroughly. Without further hesitation, Ji Yun plunged into the water. Silver demon fish swam leisurely throughout the lake, some in schools, others solitary. Not far away, a senior brother manifested a giant net before him and began to encircle the fish. Splashing sounds filled the air as at least 30 silver fish were caught, flailing in panic within the net. The senior brother's expression turned grave as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, only to be dissolved by the water. The net was a manifestation of his mental power, the fish colliding against it felt akin to striking against his consciousness. Clearly, maintaining the net was no simple task. Moments passed. A silver fish discovered a weak point, and with a vigorous thrust, it broke through the fishing net, creating a hole the size of a bowl, and slipped away. The other silver fish, inspired by this act of defiance, followed suit and escaped through the ruptured net. Alas, this senior brother was struck as if by lightning, his body convulsing, eyes rolling back, and he promptly lost consciousness. The lake water rushed into his mouth uncontrollably. Bubbles erupted from his lips, rising to the surface. Quick, save him! Brother Zhang is drowning. The nearby warriors rushed to his aid, their hearts filled with urgency. Brother Zhang had overreached himself, daring to confront 30 silver fish at once. Indeed, injuries to the sea of consciousness are the most challenging to heal. He would not be able to return for 3 months. Yet, I had read in ancient texts that such injuries, while painful, could ultimately fortify one's mental resilience through repeated recovery. Nevertheless, the cost was steep. 2 or 3 months of lethargy would severely impede his cultivation. And should he suffer a critical blow, the consequences would be irreversible. Indeed, Ji Yun observed the scene with keen interest, silently acknowledging Brother Zhang's tenacity. Injuries to the sea of consciousness are excruciating to endure. Huang Tiansheng also took action, his approach starkly contrasting Brother Zhang's. He conjured a spear within his sea of consciousness, leaping forth to strike a silver fish, subsequently manifesting a small net to ensnare it. The silver fish, trapped within the net, wriggled momentarily before dissipating into motes of light. Huang Tianxing successfully captured this silver fish. To achieve mastery over the mind, one must capture 100 silver fish within the span of an hour. Chapter 61. The Great Lake. Witnessing this, Jiyan opted for a similar method, conjuring a black long sword from his sea of consciousness, the Falling Star Sword. With a swift slash, he aimed for a fish, only to have it evade his strike. This embarrassment in front of his peers was disheartening. Increasing the consumption of his mental energy to enhance the sword's speed, he finally managed to sever a small silver fish. However, it did not dissolve into light. He had to conjure a net to envelop it, marking his capture as complete. Ji Yun learned that severing the silver fish consumed excessive mental energy. It was more efficient to injure it first and then capture it with less expenditure. Thus enlightened, Ji Yun replicated this method to capture the small fish, discovering a reduction in energy consumption by 20%. Moreover, the speed and strength of his mental sword required finesse. Only through continuous experimentation and refinement could he achieve minimal loss while maximizing gains. Half an hour later, Huang Tianxing had captured over 50 silver fish but had reached his limit, appearing somewhat weakened. After extensive depletions of mental energy, capturing would become increasingly arduous. Yi Yun, I'm leaving. All right, take care. As Ji Yun pondered these techniques, his mental energy, bolstered by the consumption of the vermilion bird fruit, had far surpassed that of his peers, tripling to nearly 4 times his original capacity. If he unleashed his full potential, he could capture 100 silver fish in less than an hour. However, that would be akin to taking shortcuts, evidently insufficient for honing his mastery over mental control. With a newfound determination, Ji Yun set a personal goal to capture 400 silver fish within a single hour. After making this decision, he ventured deeper into the waters, where the abundance of fish would facilitate his endeavor and the sparse presence of others ensured that he would remain unnoticed. The hours slipped by swiftly, during which Ji Yun managed to catch approximately 150 silver fish, with only half of his mental energy expended. Resolute, he decided to refine his skills for another hour. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to train for longer durations each day, while his keen insight accelerated his progress. It was yet another day of effortlessly surpassing his peers. And I must not forget, the previous 2 successes were solely due to the merits of the Zhuke fruit. I have yet to utilize my resurrection ability. Ji Yun swam towards the school of fish. This is the one. He conjured a massive net that enveloped over 100 silver fish in an instant. Much like the earlier encounter with senior brother Zhang, the fish frantically darted about, relentlessly battering against the net. In his sea of consciousness, chaos erupted, akin to a warrior unleashing a tempest within. This is the feeling I sought. Ji Yun's complexion turned pale, yet he managed to hold onto his consciousness, refusing to succumb to disarray. The net here was on the verge of breaking. I must increase my mental supply. The other side is also faltering. Reinforce it. And this side too. Moments later, the fishing net became riddled with holes. A tattered remnant of its former self, as the silver fish began to escape. Ji Yun felt as though the very fabric of his consciousness was being torn apart, threatening to obliterate everything. The isolation of this place made fainting perilous. Resurrection, with a refreshing sensation coursing through his sea of consciousness. A hint of color returned to Ji Yun's face, although he still appeared rather fatigued. After a few more breaths, the damaged sea of consciousness finally began to heal. The trauma to one's consciousness is indeed terrifying. My injuries have mended, yet I remain quite weak and shall require 2 days of recuperation. However, my mental fortitude has undeniably become more resilient. A flicker of joy crossed Ji Yun's face as he resolved to attempt this every few days. Strengthening the mind, mastering control, and fostering resilience are all crucial. Comprehensive development is the wisest approach. In the subsequent period, he encountered Huang Tiansheng on several occasions, but the latter's progress was painfully slow, prompting Ji Yun to shake his head in dismay. That esteemed senior brother Zhang, having suffered damage to his consciousness, remarkably reappeared just over 20 days later, leading some astute observers to speculate whether he had fortuitously consumed a spirit herb that nourished the mind. After all, it was unheard of for any alchemist from the Jade Kingdom to concoct a remedy that could so swiftly heal such mental injuries. The finest spirit herbs for treating consciousness damage could only restore about 50 to 60% of one's faculties, and their exorbitant prices made them nearly unattainable. The days of mental training passed like fleeting shadows, and before long, a month had elapsed. One day, Ji Yun found himself alone at the great first-level lake and leaped into its depths. With a swift motion, a grand net appeared before him, encircling the area dense with fish. And with a flourish, 150 silver fish were ensnared within the net. At this moment, the fishing net had transformed significantly compared to a month ago, resilient like a dragon's whisker, subtly shimmering with golden light. Weak points emerged, and with a flicker of golden brilliance, they were instantly reinforced. No matter how fiercely the 150 silver fish charged, the net remained unyielding. After the span of a tea break, the silver fish dissipated into luminous specks. Excellent. Ji Yun's complexion was slightly pale, yet he radiated vigor and confidence. His mental energy manifested as 3 long swords, moving with an ethereal grace as they lunged toward the school of fish. One blade gleamed gold, the renowned golden stone sword. The second, a silvery hue, was the floating light sword. The final one, entirely black, was the starfall sword. Swish, swish, swish. 1 fish, 2 fish. 3 fish, silver fish, were continuously injured and captured with remarkable efficiency. Any other martial artist witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be astonished. After an hour, Ji Yun had captured a total of 600 silver fish, surpassing his predetermined target by 200. With my current mental prowess, if I were to master a secret technique, a single full-force strike could potentially frighten one's soul into oblivion. I would never be like that Imeng who, with 1 stab, harmed his enemy 1,000 while inflicting 500 or 600 damage upon himself. He estimated that one could barely manage to capture 100 silver fish in an hour. Once I return to East Extreme Peak and learn the secret technique, I shall possess an additional trump card. Naturally, there was no rush to return. He still needed to hone his mental acuity at the second-level lake. The second-level lake differed little from the first, save for the silver fish being replaced by the swifter, larger deep blue arrowfish. The skin of the arrowfish was exceedingly thick, providing substantial defensive capabilities. It required martial artists to incessantly employ mental attacks to injure or incapacitate them before capturing them. To have any hope of success, if one could capture 20 arrowfish within an hour, that would indicate a near mastery of second-level proficiency. Most honing their skills here were seniors at the 9th level of Qi refinement and uncles at the true foundation stage, with Ji Yun being the sole practitioner at the 7th level. Due to the significant size of the arrowfish, nearly a yard long, group attacks and captures were rather implausible. These seniors and uncles could only linger behind the arrowfish, continually manifesting weapons to assault them until the fish were exhausted or severely injured before daring to cast their nets. Even if the secret techniques were learned, they could not be employed here as they excessively drained mental energy. One could only control their mental prowess and gradually refine it. Ji Yun observed a senior who had misjudged the timing. Eager to cast his net before the arrowfish was sufficiently weakened, he found his net torn apart, and his consciousness was instantly compromised. The unfortunate senior then lay there, rolling his eyes and bubbling. Those nearby gasped in alarm and rushed to assist. Little beauty fish, Don't run, big brother's coming. Oh no, Uncle Fei has overexerted himself and is hallucinating. Who will subdue him in the lake? Panic ensued. Brother, is your mind all right? This is Uncle Fei, for heaven's sake. The last time we tried to intervene, it nearly cost us our integrity. Who would dare now? Huh? Is that so? Then I will keep my distance. Too late. What do you mean too late? Uncle Fei, no. The man gasped, clutching his legs in panic. Ji Yin turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of such an unsightly scene. He reflected, no wonder there is a need for separation between men and women. The Xianxia sect is indeed composed of many good-hearted individuals. There are always enthusiastic seniors willing to demonstrate the various perils lurking in the lake. Well, it's time for me to begin. My goal is to capture 100 arrow fish within an hour. Chapter 62, Refining the Spirit. A month has passed. Each day, I engage in 2 rigorous sessions of secondary mental control, an endeavor that costs an astonishing amount, leaving me with only 200 contribution points. However, the progress has been substantial. Ji Yin can now capture over 80 arrow fish in just 1 hour. At present, even when not in the lake, he can effortlessly project his mental energy. When he releases his mental power, it encompasses a radius of 40 zhang, and if he probes in a particular direction, it can extend at least 400 zhang. The coverage is indeed formidable. As far as I know, an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of Qi refinement can only cover a distance of 10 zhang. Those at the 8th level might reach around 20 zhang, while the 9th level hovers around 30 zhang. This indicates that my mental power surpasses that of most 9th level Qi refinement practitioners. Yet this is not absolute. Many prodigies possess extraordinary mental power due to their innate qualities or fortuitous opportunities. Ji Yun belongs to the latter category. Otherwise, his mental strength would be quite ordinary. Baiwa Valley. This is the residence of all outer disciples of the Xixing Peak. Ji Yun, along with Zhou Yuerer and Yin Qiqi, resides in Mingxin Valley, which is merely a small part of Baiwa Valley. After producing the token representing Zhou Yuerer, he was granted passage. Over the past 2 months, Ji Yin has become quite familiar with several senior sisters. Hello, junior brother Ji. A tall senior sister, adorned with pearls and draped in sheer garments, greeted him. Good day. Senior sister Wu, you are indeed diligent, visiting Mingdao Peak again, Ji Yin replied. Yes, junior brother, though my talents may be lacking. I can only hope that diligence makes up for it. Then, another alluring senior sister appeared, her pink skirt fluttering. Her charming voice reached him before she did. Who doesn't know that junior brother Ji is exceptionally gifted? He even taught Yimeng from Qing Xian Peak a lesson. There's no need for modesty. Upon seeing her, Ji Yin thought, this is troublesome. Senior sister Ding and senior sister Wu have never been on good terms and are prone to jealousy, often quarreling when they encounter one another. As expected, the charming and enticing senior sister Ding spoke up. Wu Mingzhu, are you trying to seduce junior brother Ji again? Do you think every handsome junior brother is fair game? How shameless. Ding Jiao, don't presume everyone is like you, with a mind full of such lewd thoughts. No wonder senior brother Wu can't stand you, senior sister Wu retorted sharply, striking at her most vulnerable point. Ah, you wretched person at last. You admit to trying to seduce senior brother Wu. Shameless vixen, don't slander me. Senior brother Wu is pursuing me, but I am not interested in him. Vixen, you're asking for it. Who is afraid of whom? Bang! 2 graceful figures soon became entwined in a fierce struggle. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air. Ding Jiao shrieked as her pink skirt was ripped, revealing her fair, glistening thighs nearly completely exposed. With a flourish, Wu Mingzhu seized the advantage, her expression brimming with satisfaction as her strikes grew more ferocious. Ji Yun stood by, dumbfounded, witnessing the rapid escalation of their confrontation. Clearly, Ding Shiji was at a disadvantage. Her skirt nearly obliterated, leaving half of her posterior exposed. Wu Shiji was formidable. In mere moments, Ding Shiji's top was reduced to mere scraps of fabric. Surely, this was not a deliberate display meant for my presence. It would be wise to retreat. The west ascending peak was rife with gossip, and once my mental control reached its goal, I should depart as swiftly as possible. As I passed the small courtyard marked by the character Yen, I was drawn in by the delicate strains of music that lingered in the air, enchanting and melodious. The sound of a zither was ethereal, seemingly emanating from a realm of purity, dreamlike and enchanting, resonating deeply within the soul. It was Shiji Zhou performing. Her unparalleled skill could easily captivate anyone who heard her play. Within the courtyard, the music ceased, and Zhou Yuer's celestial voice floated out. Xiao, you need not linger at the entrance. Why not come in for a chat? Ji Yun shook his head. No, Shiji, I shall return to my cultivation. Zhou Yuer smiled radiantly at his words, rendering the flowers envious, and softly replied, Do not worry. Chi-Chi has gone to cultivate. Very well. It would not be improper to sit for a while. Thank you, Shiji. Upon hearing that Yin Chi-Chi was absent, he ceased to feign reluctance and stepped inside. There, he beheld Zhou Yuer alone, gracefully playing the zither, her figure enchanting, skin as fair as snow, her eyes brimming with a captivating spirit, resembling a figure from a painting. As Ji Yun drew closer, he caught a faint whiff of her natural fragrance wafting from her flowing hair, reminiscent of orchids and musk. Your zither skills are truly transcendent. Each note seems to cleanse my spirit, he remarked. Zhou Yuer replied modestly, You flatter me, Xiao. I must congratulate you. It has been some time since we last met, and your mental prowess has grown tremendously. Oh, how did Shiji discern the change in my mental strength? Ji Yun had just refined his second level of mental energy today and had not fully concealed it. Yet under normal circumstances, one should not perceive such subtle shifts. Zhou Yuer smiled serenely. Though I lack any special constitution, I have awakened a zither heart, granting me a heightened sensitivity to mental energy compared to others. Ah, I see. Ji Yun gained a deeper understanding of this Shiji's innate talent. The awakening of her zither heart truly brings her artistry to remarkable heights. While the zither heart may not directly enhance combat prowess, its applications are boundless. Zhou Yuer's delicate fingers danced over the strings once more, her unique interpretation evident in her playing. The music flowed like a gentle breeze caressing the branches, the melody smooth and melodic, transforming the courtyard into a sanctified space. Imbued with an ineffable rhythm, Ji Yun lost himself in the moment, emptying his mind, finding peace. He experienced a sense of tranquility and comfort unlike any he had known before. In recent days, he has experienced multiple emotional fractures. Although he has been healed through the power of regeneration, the weariness deep within his heart lingers. Yet, as the melodies of the zither resonate, that fatigue gradually dissipates. Like a refreshing dew after the rain, his spirit feels as if it has been reborn. Approximately after the burning of a stick of incense, he opens his eyes, golden light flickering within them. He senses something within his sea of consciousness gestating, on the verge of emerging, though its nature remains unknown to him. Sister, apologize. I feel I have gained some insight and urgently need to comprehend it. I shall return one day to express my gratitude. Without further ado, he hastily departs, leaving behind the customary pleasantries. Take care, senior brother, calls Zhou Yuer as the sound of her zither ceases. Watching his hurried silhouette, a trace of a smile emerges in her watery eyes. At a grand lake within the 100-flower valley, Ji Yun, draped in flowing robes, stands by the shore. Serene and ethereal, quietly observing the myriad falling petals, each glistening like jewels. Within his sea of consciousness, the forces of spirit intertwine and rumble. A tumultuous cycle of destruction and rebirth. This is a secret technique I have come to understand on my own, to be reborn from destruction, and to destroy within the process of rebirth. I shall name this technique, refinement of the spirit. Suddenly, Ji Yun's complexion pales as his sea of consciousness shatters. An indescribable wave of terror sweeps across the heavens and earth, causing the clouds to retreat and the rivers, seas, and lakes to churn violently. Buzz. The wave ravages the world, reaching up to the 9th heaven and plunging down to the 9th underworld, leaving nothing unscathed. Buzz. Countless fish and shrimp within the lake lose all vitality in an instant, floating lifelessly on the water surface. The butterflies and bees fluttering above are similarly unable to escape their fate, their wings stilled, drifting to the ground like petals. Even the distant spiritual birds seem to sense the impending doom, scattering in all directions. After a while, Ji Yun's shattered sea of consciousness is reborn once more, slowly recovering. He himself is nearly overwhelmed by the sheer terror of this secret technique. It is indeed formidable, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, causing all things to wither. This technique must be used with caution, reserve as a trump card. It becomes clear that he must extend his gratitude to Sister Zhou, content with his own creation. Ji Yun takes one last look before turning to leave. However, just as he departs, a piercing scream erupts from the lakeside. Oh, why have all my fish and shrimp perished? Which wretch has committed such a heinous act, invoking the wrath of heaven and man? You beast, if I catch you, I shall ensure you suffer endlessly, forcing you to regret ever entering this world. Ji Yun thinks to himself, I must make an exit. This sister is in a furious state, and it is unwise to confront her. He leaves behind some spirit stones as compensation before decisively slipping away. The following days are quite busy. He must not only cultivate, but also familiarize himself with both the refinement of spirit and the technique of unifying sword and self. He can only spend an hour each day at Mingdao Peak. After 2 more months, he finally manages to catch 100 arrowfish within that hour, achieving his goal. Ji Yun's martial realm has reached a daunting height, and he has only been in the Xianxia sect for 10 months. Mastery of the body is at level 1, while mastery of vital energy is also at level 1, and advancement to level 2 is within reach. Mental mastery has reached level 2. All these achievements are of a perfect caliber, surpassing the classifications established by the Xianxia sect. Such accomplishments elude many for a decade. Of course, the expenditure has been staggering. At this moment, my contribution points have dwindled to a mere 80. Chapter 63. Returning to Xiaoyu Valley. In the small courtyard adorned with the character Yen, Ji Yun handed a dark green communication disc to Zhou Yuer. This item had cost a substantial 20 contribution points at the sect's refining pavilion and allows for communication over a distance of 1,000 miles. Sister, I am truly grateful to you this time. Should there arise a need to undertake a task to hunt demonic beasts, or if any insurmountable problems should occur, feel free to contact me. Please do not hesitate. Thanks to your guidance, I have grasped a formidable secret technique. Zhou Yuer accepted the communication disc, softly responding with a gentle agreement. All right, enough of this sentimental exchange. Yen Qiqi interjected coldly, ushering Ji Yun to leave. Are you planning to stay for dinner? I would not dare impose on you, Sister Yen. Upon hearing the authoritative tone of the esteemed elder, Ji Yun felt compelled to take his leave, bowing respectfully to both before hastily departing. Suddenly, Yen Qiqi recalled something and called out to him. If you happen to see someone named Tung, remember to notify Yuer? Understood. It's a trivial matter. Ji Yun assented, though internally he vowed not to betray Brother Tung unless absolutely necessary. This was a matter of principle. The East Extreme Peak is quite distant from here, requiring nearly 4 to 5 hours of travel. Watching the spirit-flying boats of the senior brothers and sisters soaring through the sky, Ji Yun couldn't help but feel envious, nearly drooling at the sight. These spirit-flying boats can resize and are incredibly convenient. They truly are treasures. With one of those, the journey between the West Ascension Peak and the East Extreme Peak would likely take only an hour. Alas, they cost 200 contribution points, which is exorbitantly high. Suddenly, a delicate voice floated down from above, sounding vaguely familiar. Brother Ji, are you heading back to Xiaoyu Valley? Would you like me to give you a ride? Oh, it's Sister Mu. Never mind, I'll walk. Consider it a form of training. Ji Yun was taken aback. The petite figure on the flying boat was none other than Mu Qingqing. How impressive of Yu Zhuang to acquire a spirit-flying boat so quickly and offer it to such a charming companion. However, Ji Yun dared not accept a ride from Mu Qingqing, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings with Yu Zhuang. Moreover, this particular sister, in certain aspects, was not at all inferior to the sisters from the West Ascension Peak, making her a figure he wished to keep at a distance. After being declined, Mu Qingqing showed no signs of embarrassment, lowering her boat to glide alongside Ji Yun. Her figure remained astonishingly captivating, her curves accentuated enticingly. Brother, you truly are heartless. This marks the second time you have spurned me. Sister, please refrain from such behavior. It would not bode well if brother you were to see. Ji Yun replied with a stoic expression, his tone indifferent. Brother you? Mu Qingqing's eyelashes were long and curled, her large eyes blinking innocently, revealing a perplexed expression. Naturally, it was Brother Yu Zhuang. Ji Yun observed her peculiar and spirited demeanor and replied somewhat crossly, Yu Zhuang. Who is that? HM? Now it was Ji Yun's turn to widen her eyes. It's the senior brother who walked with me before, the one carrying the bronze giant sword. Oh, he is Brother Yu, Mu Qingqing said with an innocent face, her large eyes appearing pitiful. I haven't had any interaction with him, so I don't know him. Ji Yun felt a bit dizzy. Clearly, Mu Qingqing's demeanor did not seem feigned. Otherwise, her spiritual perception would have discerned the deception. She must genuinely not know Yu Zhuang. But how could that be? Ji Yun distinctly remembered that 8 months prior, Yu Zhuang's neighbor had mentioned that he was diligently completing tasks to win Mu Qingqing's favor. Where did you get this spirit-flying boat? Ji Yun couldn't help but inquire. Oof, so annoying. It seems all the senior brothers are aware now. I shan't bother with you. Mu Qingqing said, her shyness evident as her delicate waist swayed. With that, she commanded the spirit-flying boat to ascend and swiftly departed. What do I know? Jian was left dumbfounded. The small boat did not respond, transforming into a tiny black before vanishing completely. Why does this junior sister only speak in half-truths, leaving everything shrouded in mystery? As dusk approached, Jian finally arrived at Xiaoyu Valley. The moon was bright, yet the stars were few. Here, the lights shone brightly, yet there was not a hint of noise, evidently. The brothers were diligently engrossed in their cultivation. The familiar Ji courtyard came into view. After 8 months, Ji Yun returned to her dwelling for the first time. The courtyard, long uninhabited, was empty and permeated with a musty, old scent. Dust had accumulated thickly on the tables, chairs, windowsills, and door cracks. However, after a little tidying up, the warmth of home returned. There was much to be done next. Firstly, she needed to visit the scripture pavilion at Dongji Peak to see if there were any martial arts or secret techniques suitable for her. Secondly, she needed to refine her control over her body and true qi. The second-level training grounds consumed contribution points at a significant rate, and her current financial situation was evidently insufficient. Perhaps a visit to the puppet tower was in order. As she contemplated, the night swiftly passed. The next morning, Ji Yin went to visit Yu Zhuang at his residence. From a distance, she spotted a burly man sitting at the door, staring blankly at the sky. His pupils unfocused and his gaze vacant. The enormous bronze sword lay haphazardly on the ground, clearly neglected for some time. Yi Yun frowned, waved her hand in front of her nose, and remarked, "What a strong smell of alcohol. How can one drink so much so early in the morning?" The dazed expression on the man finally stirred slightly. "Ah, Ji Yun, you're back. Yu Zhuang, what on earth has happened recently? Why you seem so dejected?" Yu Zhuang, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely shaking his head with a bitter smile, and took several more swigs of alcohol. Creak! A window in the adjacent room opened. A head emerged, peering around with curiosity. It was the round-headed Mo Yuan. Ji Yin recognized this familiar visage as that of Yu Zhuang's good neighbor, Mo Yuan, who had previously provided him with information regarding Yu Zhuang's pursuit of Mu Qingqing. "So, Brother Ji, you've returned." "No wonder," Mo Yuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. After Yu Zhuang fell into despair and sought solace in alcohol, others distanced themselves from him, leaving only Ji Yun to offer his companionship. "What has happened to Yu Zhuang? Drinking so early in the morning? Didn't you mention he was pursuing the junior sister?" Upon hearing her name, Yu Zhuang, seated on the ground, reacted momentarily, yet his expression quickly dimmed again. This matter is rather lengthy." Mo Yuan sighed before recounting the events. Yu Zhuang was quite pitiable. Initially, he approached his tasks with enthusiasm, eager to earn contribution points, constantly speaking of the junior sister. Life seemed full of promise. Yet in less than 3 months, before he could confess his feelings, the junior sister had already become involved with Brother Han. "Brother Han?" Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Indeed, it is Han Jianji, Brother Han. How unexpected." Ji Yun's mind conjured the image of the striking swordsman clad in black, his sharp eyebrows and compelling demeanor. Precisely. Although Brother Han possesses a calm demeanor, the allure of the junior sister is not easily resisted. It is said that she frequently visited Brother Han's courtyard for tea. At this point, Mo Yuan appeared to be lost in thought, licking his lips as if savoring a hidden memory. "Brother, you understand, the junior sister's beauty is extraordinary. Even Brother Han could not remain unaffected and inevitably succumbed. Is that why Yu Zhuang is in such a state?" Yi Yun inquired. "Does he lack resilience? It's not a grave matter, is it? After all, it's merely a case of unrequited affection for a few days before she turned to another. If a martial artist cannot surmount such a hurdle, their future achievements will be limited." "Not at all." Mo Yuan smiled mysteriously, continuing his tale. Chapter 64, Secrets of Martial Arts. Is there more to the story? Naturally. Mo Yuan, akin to a storyteller, resumed his narrative. "The junior sister, whom you have also seen, possesses a beauty that captivates the soul. She is one of the most enchanting figures in our Dongxiu Valley. How could a mere novice hope to win her affections?" Before long, Brother Han attracted the attention of Brother He, a senior disciple with over a decade of experience and exceptional swordsmanship, unmatched by ordinary practitioners. Their differences quickly escalated into conflict. Of course, Brother Han was no pushover either. He challenged Brother He to a duel atop Cloud Peak, attended by many fellow disciples. The clash was cataclysmic, shaking the very heavens and earth, transforming the atmosphere itself. Ji Yun, intrigued, asked, who emerged victorious. Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish, Mo Yuan replied. Ji Yun remained silent. As the conversation unfolded, Mo Yuan's countenance bore an unusual gravity, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly articulated, in the end, Senior Brother Han was narrowly defeated. Such a pity. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun subtly shook his head and inquired, and what of Sister Mu? Naturally. She has followed Senior Brother He, Mo Yuan replied calmly. Only the strongest can claim such beauty. Huh? Ji Yun was genuinely astonished. It was contrary to his expectations that Sister Mu exhibited such callousness. She had approached Han Jianji, only to abandon him after his defeat. Senior Brother Han must be heartbroken, Ji Yun remarked, his gaze peculiar, and he further questioned, but what does this have to do with Yu Zhuang? Yu Zhuang, besotted as he was, would certainly not relinquish hope easily. Mo Yuan's face showed admiration. He's indeed a paragon for our kind. Yu Zhuang devoted himself tirelessly to his tasks, toiling from dawn till dusk, braving rain and snow without regret, hoping to win Sister Mu's heart with his sincerity. However, one day, when Yu Zhuang summoned the courage to seek out Sister Mu, he unexpectedly encountered Senior Brother Tian, who was smiling and enjoying tea at the door of Sister Mu's modest abode. Wait a moment. Ji Yun recognized a flaw in the narrative. Shouldn't it be Senior Brother He? As I mentioned earlier, only the strong are worthy of sharing tea with Sister Mu, Mo Yuan replied nonchalantly. Senior Brother Tian, of course, is a worthy opponent who has bested Senior Brother He. How convoluted. No wonder Yu Zhuang is struggling. Indeed, Mo Yuan mused. At long last, heaven does not forsake the diligent. Over half a month ago, Yu Zhuang amassed enough contribution points to exchange for a spirit vessel. Yu Zhuang had not given up. His resolve was indeed steadfast. Ji Yun now held a deep respect for him, surprised by the unwavering tenacity of this large fellow. Yes, as I mentioned, Yu Zhuang is a passionate individual who will not yield easily. With the spirit vessel in hand, he was undoubtedly filled with confidence. When he eagerly sought out Sister Mu, he was met with the sight of her delightfully accepting a spirit vessel gifted by Senior Brother Zhang. It was an upgraded version, crafted with exceptional materials, not merely inscribed with a flight array of spiritual leaves, but engraved with spiritual wood, requiring 300 contribution points. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. Yu Zhuang must have been in excruciating pain. Indeed, it is surprising that even the notoriously cold-hearted Senior Brother Zhang intervened. He is a formidable force, ranked among the top 5 external disciples of our Dongji Peak. No matter how vicious or cunning Senior Brother Tian's blood sword might be, it would falter against Senior Brother Zhang. Yu Zhuang was utterly devastated at that moment, oblivious to the small vessel that slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. In his retreat, he inadvertently stepped on his newly exchanged spirit vessel, shattering it. Thus, 200 contribution points were lost, an accumulation of months of effort and the contributions granted by the sect, all wasted. Even more tragically, he had never exchanged a word with Sister Mu. Throughout, he had remained but a passerby. Hence, it had culminated in the present circumstances. Yu Zhuang, what a pitiable sight. Ji Yun gazed at the inebriated giant sprawled on the ground, utterly at a loss for words. Although Mo Yuan's account may have been somewhat embellished, it generally held true. The priestess was indeed a formidable individual. She had incapacitated him to such an extent that he could not even recall his own name. Yesterday had been quite perilous. It was fortunate that he had not boarded the priestess's flying vessel, which was utterly outrageous. Who could predict the disastrous troubles that might have ensued? One misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. Thankfully, he had managed to avoid that fate. Ji Yun made several attempts to rouse Yu Zhuang as consciousness. Yet he seemed to have sealed himself off from the world, unwilling to engage with others, and ultimately, Ji Yun had no choice but to depart. Half an hour later, atop a steep mountain peak, countless spiritual swords stood erect, their sword energy crisscrossing to form a fearsome thicket of blades. This was the location of the Eastern Extreme Peaks Scripture Pavilion, where Ji Yun had come to select martial arts. The Scripture Pavilion, shaped like a treasured pagoda, stood majestically in the midst of the sword forest, comprising 9 levels in total. Several inner disciples of the Building Truth realm and outer disciples of the Refining Qi realm were stationed to guard the pavilion. As an outer disciple, Ji Yun was permitted to access only the first 4 levels for selection. However, even within those levels, an abundance of manuals awaited him. Countless martial arts techniques, bound together in stacks, formed miniature mountains, clearly untouched for many years. There are also numerous foundational techniques and martial arts, ample enough for a practitioner of the 7th layer of refining Qi to choose from. I cannot utilize the techniques. I shall first examine the martial arts, Jiyan mused, quickly becoming engrossed in the selection, oblivious to the passage of time. Initial grade, 100-step sword, 16 contribution points. Initial grade, Earth Fiend Slash, 22 contribution points. Medium grade, Reversal Step, 23 contribution points. Medium grade, Golden Serpent S Lethal Strike, 25 contribution points. The Xianxia sect truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 3 sects of the Jade Kingdom, and indeed the foremost among them. The richness of their library was astonishing, with an overwhelming array of foundational sword techniques. Jiyan could not help but feel a sense of awe. In comparison, the Ji family's scripture pavilion was but a pile of refuse. Many of his kin struggled to find a suitable foundational technique or martial art, while here, he could indulge in the luxury of choice. What curious remnants are these, he wondered, gazing inquisitively at a fragment. High grade, fragment of the Eagle Falcon sword technique. 20 contribution points. This was remarkably a technique for exploiting weaknesses. Instantly intrigued, Jiyan read on. The description of the Eagle Falcon sword technique was somewhat exaggerated, claiming it could enable the swordsman to perceive everything with the sharpness of a divine eagle, rendering their opponent's moves and footwork vulnerabilities completely exposed, thus allowing the weak to overcome the strong. However, this martial art demanded an exceptional level of mental acuity, far exceeding that of one's peers. For warriors lacking in this particular strength, it would be of no use. Yet, it seemed ideally suited for me. Jiyan murmured to himself, my mental acuity surpasses that of my peers. I had previously traversed a similar path while honing my mastery over true Qi. This martial art resonates with me and must not be overlooked. Regrettably, it is an incomplete manuscript, lacking numerous sword techniques, nevertheless. The enhancement of one's insight contained within is still worthy of cultivation. Once Jiyan made his decision, he hesitated no longer and began to explore the secret techniques. His technique, the refinement of spirit, possesses tremendous power and is unsuitable for casual use, necessitating the search for another mental technique. Similarly, outer disciples are limited to selecting secret techniques of levels 1 to 4, beyond which entry is prohibited. Secret techniques are scarce, and mental techniques are even more so, with only a few tomes available. The God of Thorns requires 33 contribution points. Folding Leap Strike demands 35 contribution points. Slumber necessitates 37 contribution points. The God of Thorns appears to be the technique employed by Meng, allowing mental energy to manifest as waves in the present world, assaulting the opponent's sea of consciousness. The greater the mental energy expended, the stronger the impact, resulting in devastating damage. The Folding Leap Strike requires an understanding of space for cultivation, enabling one to fold and amplify mental energy before unleashing it, resulting in considerable force. Unfortunately, Jiyan cannot learn this technique, but senior sister Hong Yao could. Slumber, which exhausts the opponent's mind and induces drowsiness through mental energy, is also a commendable technique that could serve as support. However, he currently lacks sufficient contribution points and will revisit it later. Jiyan decisively chose the God of Thorns. The numbers on the token swiftly diminished, leaving him with only 7 contribution points. Chapter 65, The Puppet Tower. Jiyan returned to his dwelling. Due to insufficient contribution points, he could not train in the Tiana Valley. He devoted his time to enhancing his cultivation and contemplating the newly exchanged fragments of the Eagle Falcon sword technique and the God of Thorns. As he approached the late stage of Qi refinement, the time required for advancement grew increasingly lengthy. Even in a place as rich in spiritual energy as Xianxia sect, Jiyan estimated it would take him over a year to reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement. This was still due to the reinforcement of his meridians through the Golden Radiance True Body technique. Individuals with average aptitude would struggle for 3 to 5 years to achieve the 8th layer. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. This is why those who reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement by the age of 25 or 26 are regarded as geniuses. The innate talent for cultivation among martial artists is categorized into levels. The lowest tier is the waste level. Those with such inferior aptitude find it nearly impossible to establish their foundation unless exceptional materials are available to enhance their qualities. Otherwise, reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement is no easy feat. Next is the ordinary level, characterized by mediocre aptitude. which applies to the majority of individuals. Ji Yun previously possessed ordinary level aptitude, as did Ji Ziming, Ji Xiaodai, and Ji Hai. Below that is the spiritual level, known for rapid cultivation speed. Hong Yao possesses spiritual level aptitude, which was confirmed when she tested her aptitude using the spirit measuring tablet during her prior cultivation method alteration. Ji Yun surmised that after the transformation of his meridians via the Golden Radiance True Body technique, he was likely at the spiritual level. Even if he was not yet there, he was not far off. Ji Hai's cultivation speed under the moonlight should indeed reflect spiritual level aptitude. Above are the ranks of royal, sacred, divine, and celestial qualifications. These are exceedingly rare, perhaps non-existent, even within the entire Qingxuan sect, particularly the celestial qualification, which seems ethereal and may never have graced this world. The Golden Radiance Body technique is still fortifying my meridians. Perhaps I might attain royal qualification, thought Ji Yun with a sense of confidence. One day, Ji Xiaodia and Ji Ziming arrived at Xiaoyou Valley together. Ji Ziming, with his pronounced brows and large eyes, exuded youthful vigor, clad in silver armor, a massive crimson axe slung across his back, evidently abandoning the sword for this formidable weapon. They brought news for Ji Yun. Oh, Ji Hai has indeed joined Huaxi's sect. This fellow is impressive, possessing a steadfast heart for martial pursuits. Ji Yun felt a stir in his heart. What had started as a mere suggestion ultimately altered Ji Hai's life trajectory. You still can't compare? Ji Ziming remarked with a complex expression, tinged with envy. He had heard from Ji Xiaodia that this younger cousin had not only progressed swiftly to the 7th level of qi refinement, but also boasted terrifying combat prowess. Even Meng at the 9th level of qi refinement was no match for him, easily dispatched. During missions, he had even eliminated an unknown, formidable cultivator of the true establishment stage. Was this truly the work of a human? Such a grand master capable of soaring through the skies had been vanquished by this seemingly gentle and harmless cousin. Each time Ji Ziming recalled how he had bullied him out of jealousy in the past, he couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation. Yet, this was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of comfort and pride. The stronger Ji Yun became, the more intense his twisted pride grew. Delight surged within him. As he contemplated this, Ji Ziming struggled to maintain his calm demeanor, forcing himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise, rendering his expression rather peculiar. Ji Yun and Ji Xiaodia were left bewildered by his behavior. After conversing for half an hour, the trio visited Yu Zhuang at the door of the small abode. Yu Zhuang lay in a state of apparent stupor, speaking drunkenly, his eyes gazing skyward, limbs flailing. The poor giant was truly pitiful. Ji Xiaodia felt a surge of sympathy, her heart aching. You too ought to take heed. Especially you, Ji Yun. You are too close to Mu Qingqing, which is perilous. You must exercise caution. The two naturally dared not disagree, adopting a demeanor of utmost acquiescence, readily agreeing. Ji Xiaodia remained unconvinced and addressed Ji Yun, saying, Mu Qingqing's methods are exceedingly sophisticated, and she specifically targets the strong. Do not fall for her tricks. If necessary, I will move in with you along with Yao Yao. Yao Yao is far prettier. Ji Yun could not possibly allow them to stay. If Ji Xiaodia were to meet Mu Qingqing, they would surely engage in daily duels. He immediately vowed, assuring them he would keep his distance. Finally, Ji Xiaodia left with a satisfied smile, accompanied by Ji Ziming. 10 days later, Ji Yun had made notable progress in his new martial arts and secret techniques, successfully manifesting them. High perception often leads to a degree of caprice. However, to further enhance the mastery of the eagle-falcon sword technique, it is essential to utilize the eye pearls of the iron-winged eagle and a medicinal powder ground from the clear bright grass as aids in cultivation. The nurturing truth martial arts are considerably more challenging to practice than the falling micro techniques. Ideally, one should possess corresponding spiritual artifacts to assist, particularly those of higher quality in nurturing truth. Without such artifacts, attaining profound realms in cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, these two materials are not particularly rare, and the Qingxian market should yield them. The market, however, is quite distant, requiring several hours for a round trip. Without hesitation, Ji Yun produced a communication disc to send a message to Zhou Yuer. Moments later, a reply arrived. Senior brother, I happen to be going to the market tomorrow and will convey your message to my aunt. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Yun, practicing the secret technique of divine piercing, would also greatly benefit from the assistance of the Clear Spirit Pill, enhancing efficiency in cultivation. The Clear Spirit Pill is a premier grade 1 elixir upon consumption. It keeps the mind absolutely clear for 1 hour, making it an excellent aid for practicing mental techniques. This elixir can be exchanged at the Sex Pill Pavilion for 5 contribution points each. It is now time to earn some contribution points. Ji Yun gazed at the azure sky, exited his small courtyard, and made his way towards the northern gate of the Xianxia sect. He intended to challenge the puppet tower of the sect. The puppet tower is where numerous seniors of the True Foundation realm rested on the day of the entrance examination. This magnificent tower comprises 9 levels and serves as a vital arena for external disciples to undergo trials. Moreover, powerful disciples can earn contribution points through these trials. Having exhausted his contribution points, Ji Yun naturally thought of this puppet tower. The tower's 9 levels correspond to 9 degrees of trial difficulty. The first 5 levels offer no rewards. Only those who surpass the 6th level and beyond can reap benefits. Completing the 6th level grants 100 contribution points. The 7th level yields 200 points, the 8th level provides 400 points, and the 9th level rewards 800 points. Each participant may claim rewards from all levels only once. The Dongshu Valley is quite far from the northern gate, and by the time Jian arrived, 3 hours had already passed. The area beneath the puppet tower was bustling with activity, teeming with people, and vibrantly alive. Due to the time required for repairs on the Xianxia puppets, the tower opens only 3 times a month, each session lasting 12 hours. This limited availability attracted even larger crowds during those 3 days. Everywhere he looked, he saw a sea of external disciples, both male and female, in abundance. The excitement here far surpassed that of the Tiana Valley, Lingshan Peak, and Mingdao Peak, the 3 locales for martial arts training. After all, the puppet tower serves as a venue for practical combat training, drawing not only challengers, but also many onlookers. Brother Huang, what a coincidence to see you again. Huang Tiansheng, also a martial arts enthusiast, was often seen running around for training, making him one of the most frequently encountered individuals by Ji Yun in the Xianxia sect. He had enrolled at the North Song Peak, which is in close proximity to the puppet tower, and it was likely that he had visited many times already. Indeed, Huang Tiansheng exuded an impressive vitality, indicating that it would not be long before he ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. At this moment, he was accompanied by 2 individuals. One was a towering figure with bronze skin, seemingly forged from steel, bearing a massive black axe that radiated an unyielding authority. The other was a woman with long, powerful legs, clad in a purple robe, with a whip fastened at her waist and a stern expression. They were none other than Zhu Hangan and Xianxia, both 8th level Qi refinement warriors from the main city, who had joined the initiation examination alongside Ji Yun. Huang Tiansheng introduced them to Ji Yun, with the addition of the dark-clad swordsman Han Jianji. The 5 who had triumphed over the Xianxia puppets in the entrance examination were complete. Of course, one must not forget Yan Chi, who had repelled the puppet with a mere 3 commands. Zhu Hangan and Xianxia initially appeared aloof, but when they greeted Ji Yun, they displayed an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, smiling as they nodded. It was Ji Yun's first time witnessing a smile on Xianxia's face, typically stern and unyielding. Chapter 66, Familiar Faces. The puppet tower's 9th level posed increasingly formidable challenges. When we first entered, we faced puppets of the 6th level of Qi refinement, which were merely equivalent to the 1st level. The 4 of them approached and noticed that many had already entered the tower. The 1st through 5th levels glowed, indicating that individuals were undergoing trials within. The interior of the puppet tower was replete with formations, capable of accommodating 10 individuals for trial simultaneously. Huang Tiansheng remarked gravely, "The guardian of the 5th level is an 8th level Qi refinement puppet, exceedingly fearsome. My martial realm is still inferior to it. I could only endure for a brief moment before succumbing." Zhu Hangan, being an 8th level Qi refinement warrior, possessed a distinct advantage over Huang Tiansheng. Each attempt at the puppet tower required the payment of 3 contribution points, with rewards commencing only upon surpassing the 6th level. It was evident that they were there to hone their strength, in stark contrast to Ji Yun, who sought to accumulate contribution points. Suddenly, the 6th level lit up. Someone had successfully passed the 5th level. There were gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The brilliance flickered and then extinguished rapidly. Following this, a 9th level Qi refinement man emerged, dejected, leaping down from the 6th level, clearly having failed the trial. Xianxia commented, "The 6th level consists of 2 8th level Qi refinement puppets. It seems this brother's martial prowess is rather average. Otherwise he wouldn't have faltered so quickly." Her words were blunt, offering no courtesy to the defeated warrior. With so many people present, It appeared that it would be a considerable wait until their turn came. Senior brother Ji. It has been quite a while. A melodious voice resonated from behind them. Ji turned to see that it was Hong Yao. They had not crossed paths for 4 to 5 months since their last meeting. Hong Yao remained as ethereal as ever, her features exquisite, with starry eyes and pearly teeth. Her complexion flawless and fair. Dressed in snow-white robes and wielding a long sword at her waist, she stood there, the very center of the crowd. She is not only the goddess of the outer disciples of Xianxia Peak, but also has many admirers among the other peaks. Thus, upon her appearance, numerous gazes from the surrounding crowd were directed towards her. Sister, it has been a long time, Ji said with a smile, only to be taken aback upon realizing that her ever-present companion, Ji Xiaodai, was absent. Hong Yao, unfazed by the scrutinizing stares, approached slowly and stood beside Ji Yun, stating, Xiaodai was injured during her training in Tianhe Valley yesterday and is resting today. Ah, I see, Ji Yun replied, then proceeded to introduce Hong Yao to Zhu Hongang and Shen Suxia. The two greeted her with polite gestures. Zhu Hongang could not help but mutter to himself, what an extraordinary place this Linshan City is. With talents like Huang Tiansheng, Ji Yun, and Hong Yao, it seems there are more prodigious disciples here than in their main city. The person he referred to was Feng Zhu from Guanfeng City, who had reached the 4th level. Ji Yun spotted a familiar face. Feng Zhu had previously lost to Ji Ziming, though his strength was not to be underestimated. This puppet tower was indeed bustling with activity, filled with familiar faces, making Ji Yun feel like an exception on her first visit. Beside her, Hong Yao inquired, Brother, have you come here to hone your martial arts? Or, given her familiarity, Ji Yun felt no need to conceal anything. Well, I also came with the intention of earning contribution points. I've spent all my points, and these past few days have been quite challenging. The swift expenditure of contribution points often indicates a rapid enhancement of strength. Upon hearing this, Hong Yao's eyes sparkled with interest, and she smiled. Then I shall eagerly await your progress. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the crowd. Someone has reached the 8th level. A sister clad in a pink dress exclaimed, Oh my, which senior is it? Did anyone notice which renowned expert entered? It seems to be Senior Tian from Dongji Peak, someone uncertainly replied. Indeed, it's Senior Tian. I just saw him. Ji Yun furrowed her brow, the name sounding familiar, as if she had heard it before. The discussions among the crowd continued. If it is Senior Tian, that is no surprise. He is a well-known expert from Dongji Peak. Indeed, his blood sword is remarkably enigmatic, renowned for its principle. Blood must flow, or the sword remains sheathed. Oh, so it is he, Ji Yun realized. Having heard of this powerful swordsman from Mo Yuan, he had defeated Senior He, who was no match for him. Senior Tian has been in the 8th level for quite some time now. Could he possibly succeed? The sister in the pink dress gasped, her delicate hand covering her lips. Just as she finished speaking, the light from the 8th level dimmed. A somber-looking man emerged, leaping down to the square, indicating that he had not succeeded in passing the 8th level. What a pity, Senior Tian, someone remarked. But that is to be expected. Only a select few among the foremost disciples can venture to the 9th level, while even those in their 30s can typically ascend only to the 8th. Indeed, Brother Tian remains a formidable figure whom we look up to. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a sudden, ill-timed mockery arose from the throng behind. Tian Xue, you truly are a waste. No wonder Sister Mu left you. Utter rubbish. Who dares to speak so arrogantly? As the crowd turned, they beheld a striking young man clad in a green robe, exuding an imposing presence. Beside him stood a petite woman in purple. It was Sister Mu. Ji Yun was taken aback. She didn't even need to see her face. A mere glimpse of her silhouette was enough to recognize her. The curves were unmistakable. The puppet tower indeed offered an endless array of excitement, which explained its popularity. The young man in the green robe must be the so-called Brother Zheng, who had once defeated Brother Tian and claimed Sister Mu for himself. Brother Tian's gaze darkened further upon seeing him, as if his eyes could bleed. Zheng Haoren, the shame of that day shall be returned 100-fold. One day, Sister Mu will abandon you as well. As Brother Tian spat these venomous words, he fled, transforming into a streak of crimson light. Before his last words could fully escape his lips, he had vanished. How lacking in grace, Brother Tian, to run away like that. Someone remarked. What else could he do? Stay and take a beating? Brother Zheng ranks among the top 5 on the eastern peak. True enough, I would run as well. Zheng Haoren watched Brother Tian's retreat with disdain. Humph, weakling, all bark and no bite. Chapter 67, Hong Yao's Challenge. There are 3 vacant spots. Let us proceed first. Huang Tiansheng, Zhu Hangan, and Xianxia seized the opportunity to ascend the tower. They had previously undergone this trial and knew how to minimize their energy expenditure against the puppets. The first level housed a 6th-tier Qi refining puppet, identical to the one encountered during their initial assessment. Having triumphed over it before, especially after honing their martial prowess, the trio dispatched it with ease. The second level featured 2 6th-tier Qi refining puppets, which similarly posed little challenge. It was on the third level that 7th-tier Qi refining puppets appeared, matching Huang Tianxing's cultivation level, thus requiring considerable effort to defeat. Zhu Hangan and Xianxia still had reserves of energy, advancing ahead to the 4th level. Time trickled by. Ji Yun and Hong Yao patiently awaited in the plaza. Half an hour later, Huang Tiansheng emerged first, having endured nearly 2 tea times at the 5th level. The puppet tower was indeed remarkable. With each battle, he felt a sense of progress. A flicker of joy crossed his face. If granted another 3 months to refine his martial realm, even without a breakthrough in cultivation, he would surely conquer the 5th level. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Hangan leaped down from the 6th level, appearing somewhat disheartened, as his endurance had not improved. The puppets of the Xianxia sect possess human souls, and the humanoid puppets at the 8th level of Qi refinement are not only formidable in cultivation, but also boast impressive martial prowess. It is no surprise that he struggles against them, particularly with 2 8th level Qi refinement puppets at the 6th level. Huang Tiansheng remarked, "Advancing in martial arts is a formidable challenge. Even those with decent talents require years of rigorous training to reach the realm of mastery. We are among the fastest learners in this cohort." The 2 individuals from the City Lord's Manor have stagnated for an entire year, failing to make any progress. Zhu Hangan felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, recalling his fellow townsfolk in the main city. Xianxia has made significant progress. She candidly shared that despite facing 2 adversaries, she nearly defeated one of the puppets. Unfortunately, she was ultimately careless and fell victim to a surprise attack from another puppet, sustaining some injuries. Noticing an available spot, Hong Yao said, "Senior brother, I shall take my leave." "Very well, sister, do exercise caution," Jian replied, confident in Hong Yao's abilities. She too had consumed the vermilion fruit and would certainly seek to hone her spirit at Mingdao Peak. While it may lack the miraculous effects of a resurrection body, capturing 300 to 400 silverfish is quite effortless. It is worth noting that she had once captured 600 silverfish and had since surpassed 2nd-tier strength, able to catch 100 arrowfish. Hong Yao likely has also learned spiritual secret arts. Her popularity was palpable as she entered, drawing immediate attention from others. It's Sister Hong Yao. This is her first attempt at the tower. One outer sect disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement exclaimed, clearly an experienced veteran of the puppet tower, aware of everyone who had ventured there. Sister Hong is a 5th-grade true body, the flying spirit sword body. Her strength surpasses that of her peers. I wonder how many levels she can conquer. Even disciples of the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement from other peaks had heard of Hong Yao's esteemed reputation and were well informed about her circumstances. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoran set aside his previous disdain and began to focus on the tower. Sister Hong Yao from Qingxian Peak is indeed a rare beauty among the 5 peaks. More impressively, she possesses a true body, exceptional talent, and a bright future ahead, with the potential for the Xiandan. Winning her favor would be a blessing one could not attain in several lifetimes. This little sister cannot compare. As time passed, more individuals emerged from the tower. Yet, even when vacancies arose, no one was eager to venture forth, all wishing to observe how far the renowned Sister Hong Yao could progress. "I believe she should reach the 5th level," one individual pondered aloud. "That may prove difficult. Although Sister Hong possesses remarkable talent, it is still merely talent." Having only entered the sect a year ago, and this being her first attempt, the 2 7th-level Qi refinement puppets at the 4th level will be quite a challenge for her, a senior sister in a pink dress rationally analyzed, evidently skeptical of Hong Yao's prospects. "Fool, do you think everyone is as insignificant as you? Sister Hong Yao will undoubtedly reach the 5th level, perhaps even endure beyond a tea's duration. Who are you calling insignificant?" The pink-dressed woman's face flushed crimson as she turned to glare. It's Senior Brother Zheng. That must be him. I hold great admiration for Senior Brother Zheng as well. Humph. Zheng Haoran clearly showed her no regard, emitting a cold snort. Mu Qingqing. Standing beside him, was taken aback by the sudden shift in the usually aloof Zheng Haoran's demeanor, her teeth clattering in response. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as they precisely locked onto a refined figure amidst the crowd, filling her heart with delight. Her legs moved unconsciously towards him. What coincidence! Brother Ji, you two have come to challenge the puppet tower. Ji Yun, hearing this voice, was momentarily stunned, turning around to look, nearly changing his expression drastically. It was indeed the person he least wished to encounter at Xianxia sect. What brings you here? Not wanting to draw attention, Ji Yun whispered, Junior Sister Mu. Please maintain your distance. How annoying. Does brother not like me? Despite his words, Mu Qingqing not only failed to keep her distance, but instead drew closer, even catching the faint scent of her fragrance. Ji Yun felt a surge of urgency, pondering a strategy to distance her. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Junior sister, your presence is distracting me from watching senior sister Hong Yao challenge the tower. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's expression shifted, her chest heaving with indignation. All anyone talks about is senior sister Hong Yao. In the end, she stormed off, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Ji Yun finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the puppet tower had 9 vacant spots, as no one else dared to ascend, all eyes fixed on Hong Yao's impressive challenge, a true spectacle. Amidst the gazes, the brilliance of the 5th level of the tower suddenly illuminated, indicating she had reached the 5th tier. Her opponent transformed into a puppet of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Indeed, Hong Yao was remarkable. Huang Tianxin commented, that's right, during the first challenge. It's difficult to manage one's energy consumption, often resulting in a significant waste of true energy in the earlier layers, leading to unsatisfactory results. Zhu Hongang nodded in agreement. It's already been a cup of tea's time, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Senior sister Hong Yao is terrifying. She has persisted for so long on her first attempt. The 5th level features an 8th level Qi refinement puppet, while senior sister Hong Yao is only at the 7th level. The glow of the 5th level faded. It seemed, as Zheng Haoran had predicted, that she could indeed hold out for a cup of tea's time at the 5th level. Brother's insight is truly sharp. Zheng Haoran smiled, pleased with his judgment. No, something is amiss. Someone noticed a discrepancy. The 6th level lit up. Senior sister Hong had surpassed the 5th level. What? Zheng Haoran, Huang Tianxin, and others widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 68. Ji Yun challenges the tower. Indeed, the 6th level was aglow. There was no denying it now. The evidence lay before them, and the puppet tower could not be fake. Senior sister Hong Yao is incredible. It's hard to fathom that she has only been with us for a year. To reach the 6th level in just a year, how can the rest of us compete? It turned out that Hong Yao had already surpassed me. In the midst of the crowd, Huang Tianxin appeared somewhat desolate. His head bowed in contemplation, the luster of his golden armor seemingly dimmed. Shen Suxia's stern gaze betrayed a hint of curiosity as she discreetly glanced at Ji Yun and Huang Tianxin, expressing sentiments akin to those of Zhu Hongang. What remarkable origins does this Linshan City possess, to be teeming with prodigies? Ahem. Zheng Haoran cleared his throat, refraining from further comment. It would be unjust to claim he had misjudged, for he had merely suggested enduring at least a teacup's duration on the 5th level, without asserting that reaching the 6th was impossible. Yet, 2 teacups had elapsed on the 6th level. Others began to sense the absurdity of the situation. The 6th level housed 2 puppets at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. It was no trifling matter, even for those of the 7th layer, let alone the 8th. The combined might of 2 puppets transcended mere addition, as they possessed human souls, capable of collaboration, restraint, and ambush, rendering the challenge exponentially more formidable than that of the 5th level. As yet another teacup's time passed, Hong Yao continued her fierce battle within the tower, while silence enveloped the square. Suddenly, the brilliance of the 6th level dimmed, the radiance extinguished. Remarkably, she had withstood 2 teacups on the 6th level. The spectators below were left in disbelief, forming small clusters to murmur among themselves. The flying spirit sword body, with its formidable spiritual perception, was unperturbed by cunning tactics and ambushes. This might well be the secret behind junior sister Hong's endurance of 2 teacups. Zheng Haoran, after some contemplation, articulated his thoughts. In truth, he too was uncertain how she had accomplished it, yet he was far ahead of the awestruck onlookers. Those nearby naturally echoed his insights, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Zheng Xiang was so formidable. His keen perception was indeed unparalleled. However, someone furrowed their brow. What was amiss? A fervent admirer of Zheng Haoren grew incensed, finding it intolerable that anyone could question him. The 7th level illuminated. Huh? This individual suddenly looked up, and indeed, witnessed the 7th level aglow. The first 6 levels of the tower shone with white light, while the 7th began to radiate a distinct azure hue, starkly different from its predecessors. At that moment, the soft azure light cascaded down upon the crowd, flowing like water, casting the tower in a cerulean hue. How could this be possible? The person's mouth fell agape. Incredulity etched upon their face. Zheng Haoren's expression darkened. Once again, he had miscalculated, and his pride felt somewhat bruised. Finally, after nearly a teacup's duration, Hong Yao gracefully emerged from the 7th level, descending beside Ji Yun. Senior sister, congratulations. 100 contribution points secured. Please, do not jest about me, Hong Yao replied. Shaking her head, Zheng Haoren approached with an upright demeanor, exuding confidence as he laughed heartily. Junior sister Hong, your extraordinary talent surpasses the capabilities of ordinary mortals. You truly put me to shame. Hong Yao, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor in the presence of unfamiliar faces, coldly inquired, and you are? I am Zheng Haoren from Dongji Peak. Zheng Haoren was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that despite his formidable reputation among the outer disciples of the Dongji Peak, Hong Yao was unfamiliar with him. It felt as if he had struck a punch against cotton, light and utterly devoid of force. Oh, Hong Yao replied indifferently, dismissing him and turning her attention back to Ji Yun. She had encountered such advances numerous times, especially within the vast expanse of her own Xianxia Peak. With unmatched prowess, Zheng Haoren was accustomed to being lauded by junior disciples wherever he went. To be overlooked today was a shock, and his expression darkened as he clenched his fists involuntarily. He possessed his own sense of decorum and would not persist with unwarranted pursuit. Yet, he could not help but notice Ji Yun, who was engaged in pleasant conversation with Hong Yao. Though he appeared quite handsome and ethereal, his cultivation was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. Hee. Are you also here to challenge the puppet tower? There are plenty of vacancies. Shall we go together? Zheng Haoren said with a smile, having already resolved to make this young man his foil, hoping to capture Hong Yao's attention. Ji Yun and Hong Yao possessed formidable mental prowess, and in the fleeting moment of Zhang's darkened gaze, they sensed his ill intentions. It was clear what this senior brother Zhang was scheming, requiring no guesswork. Having evaded the attention of the junior sister, he found himself ensnared by the senior sister's scrutiny. Sighing inwardly, Ji Yun remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly, all right. I was just about to head up as well. With that, he nodded to Hong Yao and Huang Tiansheng, stepping forward with grace, disappearing into the tower. You little rascal, Zheng Haoren thought, feeling his confidence wane upon being disregarded by Ji Yun. You'll be the one crying later. With a certain degree of recognition, Zheng Haoren swiftly garnered gasps from the crowd upon entering the tower. Within the formation, a 6th level chi refinement sword puppet appeared. Indeed, it was the very same puppet as in the entrance examination one Ji Yun had seen before. Ji Yun's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation since a year prior. With a swift flick of his finger, he unleashed a condensed sword strike, targeting its weak point. With a crack, the formation dissipated, and Ji Yun ascended to the 2nd level. The two 6th level chi refinement puppets, they were comparable. These souls must have honed their martial realms in life. Although they were far from reaching the 1st level, they posed little challenge to the uninitiated disciples. Ji Yun similarly dispatched them with ease. On the 3rd level, he encountered 7th level chi refinement puppets, possessing a high martial realm, nearly reaching the 1st level. However, Ji Yun's capabilities were extraordinary. His mastery of body and true energy was flawless at the 1st level, rivaling even the 2nd level, while his mental prowess had achieved the 2nd level, surpassing the average in both intensity and resilience. The quality of his golden true energy was exceptional, and his physical prowess was akin to that of a body refinement warrior, truly terrifying. In just 3 strikes, the 7th level puppet was vanquished. The 4th level housed 2 7th level puppets, one of which was a late-stage 1st-tier tiger demon. The puppet brandishing a blood-red spear atop the tiger demon was imposing, shaking the ground as it charged forward. The duo complemented each other remarkably well. They were likely a master and servant in life. Ji Yun became somewhat serious. The fusion of the two puppets greatly enhanced their combat prowess, creating a nightmarish existence for newly initiated disciples. Breaking sword continuous slash. Clang, clang, clang. Goodness, Their strength is astonishing, nearly on par with my own. Ji Yun acknowledged the might of this man and beast. Alas, their flaws were too many, rendering them transparent before me. His eyes opened and closed with the sharpness of an eagle, and he thrust his sword forward. Clang! The spear puppet was caught off guard. Its arms severed at the armpit, soaring into the air. Seizing the advantage, Ji Yun pressed the attack, executing 18 consecutive sword strikes that cleaved the two puppets asunder. Chapter 69, The Great Axe Puppet. Outside the tower, the 5th level illuminated. A keen-eyed observer pointed at the pagoda. Who could have reached the 5th level so swiftly? Naturally, it must be senior brother Zheng. The others are likely still engaged in battle on the 3rd or 4th levels. Indeed, it must be Zheng. Among the 10 who entered, he alone possessed a cultivation level exceeding the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Hong Yao, draped in white like freshly fallen snow, gazed silently at the puppet tower. At the 5th level of the pagoda, Ji Yun found himself facing an 8th stage Qi refinement blade puppet. Its surface shimmered, a short blade in hand, standing casually. Although this puppet appeared riddled with flaws, in reality, they were scarce. With my current mastery of Eagle Falcon Sword technique, I would need to actively create openings during combat. Both physical and mental control had undoubtedly reached the 1st level. It was the perfect opportunity to hone my skills. For the Eagle Falcon Sword technique cannot be mastered in isolation. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoren also ascended to the 5th level. Having visited this place dozens of times, he knew how to conserve energy, defeating his opponents with minimal expenditure. An 8th stage Qi refinement puppet was no weakling. Recklessness could very well lead to injury, even for him. Zheng Haoren's demeanor transformed swiftly, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating an intimidating brilliance. It is no wonder that many juniors admired him. As one of the top 5 outer disciples of the Eastern Peak, he was certainly no weakling. Not to mention his unique abilities, he had acquired numerous martial arts secrets, with both physical and Qi control reaching the 2nd level. Soon, his mental control would also likely attain the 2nd level. Time continued its relentless march. Warriors entered and exited the puppet tower. Some returned in defeat, while others replenished their ranks. To what level has Ji Yun advanced? Huang Tiansheng and the others mused. The 6th level gleamed brightly, and it was evident that Zheng Haoren had reached it so swiftly. Furthermore, the lights of the 1st to 5th levels were all aglow. The light of the 5th level dimmed. Ji Yun had yet to emerge. Could it be that he, too, had breached the 6th level? It seemed so. Ji Yun, often unnoticed, truly concealed his talents well. In Linshan City, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. At the 6th level of the puppet tower, the war god Ji Yun, embodying unparalleled might, completely subdued the 2 puppets of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, which were exceptionally formidable in strength and possessed an effortless fluidity in their offensive and defensive maneuvers. Remarkably, one of them even wielded mental techniques. Aside from lacking special physiques and possessing a slightly inferior intellect compared to ordinary humans, they bore little difference from typical martial practitioners. One wonders what methods the Xianxia sect employed to create such beings. Yet, despite the impressive synergy of these 2 puppets, they were ultimately no match for Ji Yun. The assault of mental techniques fell silently into the abyss, failing to stir even the slightest ripple, and instead, they found themselves considerably weakened. Their state, though only slightly diminished, was swiftly exploited. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he closed in, his sword gleaming brilliantly, slicing through the air in a flash. With a swift motion, the puppet was cleaved in 2, its head soaring into the air without a drop of blood. Within mere moments, the 2nd puppet was also vanquished by a single strike. As the formation dissipated, a staircase leading to the 7th layer materialized before Ji Yun. He ascended with purpose. Now, I must approach this with utmost seriousness. The puppet of the 9th layer of Qi refinement possesses a martial prowess that rivals my own. Before Ji Yun stood an imposing giant axe puppet, clad in dark golden armor, exuding a formidable aura. This puppet had undoubtedly emerged from the crucible of conflict. Upon sensing Ji Yun's presence, it immediately locked onto him with its mental acuity, unleashing a powerful strike from afar, reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. This blow seamlessly integrated its comprehension of martial arts, rendering it invincible and capable of obliterating all obstacles. Even among the external disciples of the Xianxia sect at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, few could withstand this attack unscathed. With a thunderous roar, Ji Yun's formidable mental prowess shattered the mental lock, yet he chose not to retreat. Instead, he boldly engaged with the true essence martial arts. The air erupted with a cacophony of sound, a relentless rumble echoing through the atmosphere. Although Ji Yun emerged unscathed, he was forced to step back 3 paces. The axe and hammer symbolized raw power and explosive force, making them incomparable to the longsword at the same level. The terrifying might of the giant axe puppet was overwhelming, and in their direct collision, even Ji Yun found himself at a slight disadvantage. With his mastery over mental and true essence energy reaching the 2nd tier, it became clear why his senior sister halted at the 7th layer. Hong Yao's flying spirit sword technique is profoundly mystical, complemented by her dual trump cards of human sword unity and mental techniques. Even with some depletion faced in the 5th and 6th layers, she would still have a chance of victory against an ordinary 9th layer Qi refinement opponent. However, the strength of the 9th layer puppet exceeded all expectations. With a 2-layer cultivation disparity and an inferior martial realm, compounded by prior exhaustion, the gap was insurmountable. Even formidable physique and techniques could scarcely bridge such a divide. Suddenly, 18 azure sword energies manifested, slicing through the air. Go! With a resounding roar, the floating light sword unleashed its fury, and in an instant, the 18 sword energies surged forth with lethal intent. Ji Yun's mastery of energy control has significantly improved beneath his sword. Each strand of sword energy is both refined and agile. The giant axe puppet possesses formidable strength, yet lacks flexibility, revealing its shortcomings. However, as the azure sword shadows harass it, vulnerabilities emerge. Indeed, the opponent, exhausted from the onslaught, is left with no choice but to unleash a series of expansive martial arts techniques to dispel the azure sword energy. Once more, seizing the advantage, Ji Yun strikes mercilessly. His attacks surge forth like a tempest, fierce and unrelenting. Bang! Bang! The shimmering sword light flickers in the void, and after a relentless barrage, even the giant axe puppet can no longer withstand the assault. With a crack, the protective golden light shatters, and it crashes to the ground. A staircase leading to the 8th level appears. Ji Yun, with a calm demeanor, steps forward. Chapter 70, the 8th level. Senior Brother Zheng has reached the 8th level. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the puppet tower. What's so thrilling about that? Senior Brother Zheng is capable of reaching the 9th level, although he was defeated in just a breath last time. The person beside him, evidently more seasoned, couldn't suppress a sneer at his companion's astonishment. Indeed, now that Senior Brother Zheng is tackling the puppet tower again, he will undoubtedly last longer. He continued, however, the light of the 7th level still shines. Which senior brother or sister has managed to endure for so long? I'm not sure. I just saw a sister who entered, but she shouldn't have reached the 7th level so quickly. Huang Tiansheng and his companions exchanged glances, fully aware of who the occupant of the 7th level was. They had witnessed Ji Yun enter. The others, apart from Zheng Haoran and Ji Yun, had long since exited. The newest entrants had only reached the 5th level at most. Thus, it could be inferred that the 7th level must belong to Ji Yun. How terrifying! Zhu Hongong's muscles trembled as he finally managed to utter this phrase. The light of the 7th level has vanished. Ji Yun has not yet emerged. The 3 were genuinely stunned, their minds echoing as if struck by thunder. Others in the crowd also began to notice this development. Who is it that has also reached the 8th level? I don't know. I was just about to ask you. Aside from Huang Tiansheng and a few others, only 2 knew who was inside the tower. Hong Yao smiled funny, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She appeared like a snow lotus on a frigid peak, her ethereal beauty untouched by the mundane world. Another observer, Mu Qingqing, was hidden in a corner. Senior brother Ji, Mu Qingqing's face was filled with disbelief, struggling to trust her own eyes. The snug purple attire accentuated her alluring figure, and in her excitement, her voluptuous thighs quivered. At the 8th level, Ji Yun faced an opponent. This pair of sword and knife puppets, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, surprisingly wielded a secret technique of combined attacks, merging their water and fire energies into a single strike that altered the very atmosphere. One must avoid the sharp edge of danger, otherwise, a careless misstep may lead to severe repercussions. What transgression has the Xianxia sect committed to have slain these seemingly brotherly warriors, their souls transformed into formidable puppets? Such power would likely require all of Zheng Haoran's cunning, ranked among the top 5 of Dongji Peak, to triumph. Should he falter, It is entirely possible for him to fall at this juncture. The puppet tower prohibits the use of true condensation spirit weapons, thus depriving the challengers of a crucial means to combat two ninth-layer Qi refining puppets, making the task exceedingly arduous. Ji Yun's expression was profoundly serious. Should he suffer grave injuries, the formation would detect it and halt automatically, signifying the end of his challenge, rendering his revival ability moot. Naturally, he had no intention of resorting to his revival powers, determined to rely solely on the sword in his hand to vanquish his foes. The combined secret technique could not be executed in succession. After a decisive strike, the sword and knife puppets retreated. The blade gleamed like fire, intensely scorching, while the sword glimmered like water, flowing ceaselessly. Ji Yun evaded with utmost agility, yet still sustained minor wounds as flames penetrated through his protective aura. Under the relentless assault from both sides, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. It was time to employ his trump card. Ji Yun whispered as he made his decision, his expression resolute. Within his sea of consciousness, his mental energy coalesced. Divine Stab, a full quarter of his mental energy, was expended. A wave of force, capable of sweeping the heavens and the earth, surged forth, rippling through the air, overwhelming in its presence. It is essential to note that Ji Yun's mental energy exceeds that of ordinary individuals by more than fourfold. Thus, this quarter equates to the total mental energy of other warriors. Simultaneously, Ji Yun's mental control surpassed the second level and was exceptionally resilient, making the manifestation of Divine Stab far beyond the capability of ordinary practitioners. Buzz, the knife puppet, also wielded a mental secret technique, its aura instantly waning. A translucent little bell, perceptible only to mental energy, materialized from the void, oscillating and vibrating, creating countless ripples to counter the pervasive wave that filled the atmosphere. Alas, the disparity in mental energy was significant. Even though its technique was superior to Divine Stab, it could not fully negate the invasion of Ji Yun's sea of consciousness. Excellent. Ji Yun's gaze sparkled with clarity as he employed the heavenly light shadow step to advance towards the knife puppet, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Ding! In a moment of urgency, the sword puppet intervened, blocking the attack. Recovery from an injured sea of consciousness is no simple feat. We have awaited your arrival to save us. Ji Yun was acutely aware of the potency of his secret technique. Had it been directed at a weaker, ninth-layer Qi refining opponent, they would have been utterly obliterated. Even if the knife puppet withstood the assault, its mental energy would be compromised, making recovery a daunting challenge. A gentle breeze and light rain. The sword puppet indeed positioned itself between them, intercepting the strike. With its sword, it traced a circular arc in the air, forming a water-blue barrier. Ji Yun's dense sword energy struck against the barrier, akin to a torrential downpour upon a lake, relentlessly penetrating. The energy of the sword, after penetrating, was diminished by over 80%, failing to pose a threat, unable to even disturb the protective golden light surrounding the sword puppet. Should I summon the divine assassin once more? Ji Yun shook her head, relinquishing this thought. There loomed a more terrifying ninth level above. Should she expend excessive energy here and descend into a weakened state, hope for the future would be extinguished. The sword puppet's condition was gradually recuperating, its gaze becoming increasingly lucid. Ji Yun was not concerned, for the injury to its spiritual sea was not easily mended. Even if it were the soul of a deceased, mere patching would suffice, unlike a typical martial artist who would require rare treasures to nurture their spirit, lest it jeopardize their future. The significant depletion of its mental faculties had diminished its combat prowess, rendering it no longer a threat in this encounter. With a swift motion, Ji Yun transformed into a streak of lightning, surging once again towards the two puppets. She sought to leverage the formidable advantages of her martial body, aiming to overpower her opponents. In an instant, the clash commenced. The resonant sounds of metal striking metal echoed as golden, fiery red, and azure blue lights erupted, intertwining in a brilliant display. Ji Yun's momentum surged like a tempest, growing fiercer with each strike, her sword light sharp and unmatched, reminiscent of a golden sword deity. The sword puppet exhibited remarkable swordsmanship, ebbing and flowing like the tides, unafraid of close combat. Alas, it could not match Ji Yun's physical strength. And as it had to also attend to the knife puppet, it found itself overwhelmed, suffering repeated wounds, its protective golden aura on the verge of collapse. Such a commendable display of brotherly loyalty. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yun unleashed a counterattack, the forceful air currents ensnaring the two puppets. Boom! The atmosphere erupted with incessant collisions, the very formations trembling slightly. After 3 breaths, the tempest subsided, leaving the two puppets battered and strewn across the ground. One must not possess vulnerabilities, otherwise. Like this sword puppet, one would be rendered incapacitated, unable to manifest their full potential. Chapter 71, the 9th level. Simultaneously, Xianxia had exhausted all his trump cards on the 8th level. His swift spirit body reached its zenith, harmonizing with his agile movements to achieve multiple extreme evasions. His most potent martial arts were unleashed in relentless succession, alongside secret techniques and mental arts, all employed in fervor. At this juncture, his true energy was depleted, his spirit waning, his left arm fractured, and blood continued to seep forth. With a mighty roar, Xianxia gazed skyward, his disheveled black hair dancing in the wind as he wielded his longsword. Finally, after several exchanges, with one last thrust, the second puppet fell. Xianxia was elated. A weight lifted from his shoulders. Excellent. His condition was better than the last time. He should be able to endure longer on the 9th level. In the outside world, the brilliance of the 8th level dimmed. I recall there were 2 individuals simultaneously challenging the 8th level. One remarked. Indeed, one of them is my senior brother Zhang from the East Extreme Peak. The identity of the other remains unknown. However, with the light now fading, they likely will emerge shortly. Those who can reach the 9th level are but a handful across each main peak. If such a formidable expert were present, I would not have overlooked them. Amidst the crowd, a man stroked his beard, speaking boastfully. He sported a small mustache and wore a feather crown, giving him an eccentric appearance. Indeed, let us see who it is. Another chimed in. All eyes turned silent toward the source. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 8 breaths passed. Yet no one emerged. The man with the mustache, who had just offered an analysis, furrowed his brow. He prided himself as a small sage of Baitsong Peak, claiming to leave no stone unturned. Could it be that he had erred this time? The 9th level illuminated. Still, no one appeared. Huang Tiansheng and the others stood dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. What was going on? Had Ji Yun also reached the 9th level? Their hearts began to waver, sinking into an abyss of self-doubt. Could it be that Ji Yun was not inside? But if not, then who could it be? In a shadowy corner, Mu Qingqing let out a soft exclamation, her mouth agape. Senior brother Ji, it's him. Her emotions fluctuated, her round legs trembling uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, the frequency of her fidgeting increased. The thin veil of her purple skirt began to fray, nearly igniting sparks from friction. Amidst the crowd's confusion and anticipation, Xianxia emerged from the 9th level of the pagoda, his blood-stained green robe glowing with azure light, rendering him as majestic as a deity. He had succeeded, enduring nearly half a tea's worth of time. In comparison to the previous single breath, it was a monumental breakthrough. Realizing one of the 3 smaller objectives he had set after the last competition, elevating his strength to new heights. Indeed, all gazes were directed towards him. Xianxia spotted Hong Yao amidst the crowd, her presence ethereal and pure, like a celestial maiden untouched by the world, standing quietly. He smiled gently, exuding an air of tranquility as he leaped down from the 9th level. His junior sister was still present. A warm smile graced his face as he casually surveyed the surroundings. Where had that uniquely spirited junior brother gone? He had not seen him. In his heart, he understood fully. The lad had probably been knocked out early, witnessing Zheng's ascent through the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, utterly astonished, and had slipped away to preserve his pride. Hong Yao completely disregarded him, remaining silent. Junior sister, you observing her demeanor. Xianxia felt a surge of frustration rise in his chest, nearly exacerbating his injuries. At that moment, one of his admirers rushed over, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on your remarkable progress. You successfully endured half a tea's worth of time at the 9th level. You have worked hard. This white jade pill is a token of my appreciation." "Oh, I recognize you, junior brother Kai," Xianxia acknowledged, but did not accept the offering. Instead, he retrieved a white jade pill from his storage bag and consumed it. Soon after, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the scene. Having successfully emerged from the 9th level, one would expect thunderous applause or gasps of astonishment. Why then was the square so silent? Following the gazes of the crowd, he scrutinized. The 9th level still shone brightly? No wonder someone had eclipsed his own glory. Zheng Haoren cast a fleeting glance at his junior brother Kai, puzzled by the situation. Had another senior brother entered after me? Kai stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. On the 9th level, 2 puppets of a 9th tier of Qi refinement materialized before Ji Yun, accompanied by a late-stage 1st tier demon steed. The proud young puppet, adorned with a golden longbow that surpassed human height, looked down at Ji Yun from atop the demon horse. In front of the duo, a puppet wielding a diamond-shaped mace stood alert and ready for battle. So, there were 3 puppets on the 9th level. Fortunately, none were of the true Foundation realm. Ji Yun furrowed his brow, focusing on the bow-wielding puppet. This puppet exuded an extraordinary aura. Even from a distance, it sent shivers down his spine. It was likely a prodigy who had refined their mental prowess to the 3rd tier while still in the Qi refinement realm. Such beings were rare among the outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. The bow-wielding puppet initiated the assault, raising its longbow to lock onto its target. An arrow was drawn back, poised to strike. Whoosh! The black-feathered arrow shattered the void as it soared. Although Ji Yun's mental control had not yet reached the 3rd tier, he stood undaunted. He broke free from the lock and evaded the arrow, swiftly darting away. However, the puppet's onslaught was far from over. An ethereal, intangible chain of mental energy materialized, bridging the gap between Ji Yun and the puppet. What kind of sorcery is this? Ji Yun sensed the chain, perplexed by its nature. He immediately conjured a small sword from his sea of consciousness, attempting to sever it, yet it remained unyielding. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were released in rapid succession, cold and foreboding, trailing along the invisible chain towards him. No matter how he tried to evade, escape seemed impossible, as if the arrows were tracking him. With unparalleled speed, he drew his sword, managing to deflect the 3 arrows. Such formidable strength, the puppet's control over its body must also be at the 3rd tier. Even though Ji Yun's physique rivaled that of a body-refining warrior, he still felt a numbing pain in his hands after enduring the impact of the arrows. He activated the celestial light shadow step. The optimal strategy against an archer was close combat, and Ji Yun employed his foundational martial arts to close the distance. However, he was astonished to discover that the horse beneath the bowman seemed to anticipate his movements, retreating in perfect synchrony. Could that chain predict my next action? At that moment, another mace-wielding puppet charged forward, its diamond-shaped mace swinging down towards Ji Yun's head with great force. Clang! Ji Yun was momentarily thwarted, compelled to address this immediate threat first. The horse continued to retreat, while the archer unleashed another volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black-feathered arrows pierced the air once more, menacingly intent on piercing through Ji Yun's defenses along the mental chain. Ji Yun dared not be complacent. He struck the mace-wielding puppet back with his sword and cut down the incoming arrows. Bang! His expression shifted dramatically, a sweetness rising in his throat. The power of these arrows had intensified. Each arrow was more formidable than the last. If one allows the adversary to unleash their arrows without restraint, it will not be long before one finds oneself utterly unable to contend with their onslaught. The bow and arrow puppet's vital energy surged, seemingly preparing for yet another assault. Here it comes. The black arrows sliced through the air with terrifying velocity. Ji Yun let out a long howl, wielding the floating light sword with all his might to block the attack. Yet he was still knocked back, spitting blood. If this continues, he would surely be exhausted. A swift resolution is imperative. Before long, 1/3 of his mental energy, which was akin to his full vigor, dissipated. In the present world, a terrifying wave of mental energy surged forth, bearing down upon the mace puppet. Having employed the divine piercing technique twice consecutively today, Ji Yun had already exhausted more than half of his reserves, leaving even him pale and beset by excruciating headaches. Were it not for his formidable mental strength, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Chapter 72. Breaking Through. The sheer terror of Ji Yun's remaining 1/3 of mental energy was palpable. The nearby mace puppet sensed impending doom. At that moment, the mental chain connecting Ji Yun stirred, whipping through the air like a long whip. With a whoosh, it struck the mental wave after 9 consecutive lashes. Crack! The divine piercing technique shattered like a mirror, splintering into fragments. Yet even so, the residual shockwave still struck the mace puppet. The chain, too, could not bear the strain, becoming ethereal and vanishing without a trace. This exemplifies the resilience of mental strength. The opponent failed to fully unravel my technique. Jiyan noticed the archer's secret technique had been disrupted, causing a momentary imbalance in their spirit, leading to a brief daze. In the next instant, a colossal golden sword's phantom emerged from the void, merging with him. Unity of man and sword. Yiyun Belovet. As the golden giant sword tore through the fabric of reality, transcending dozens of meters in an instant. Boom! The giant sword descended, obliterating all in its path, engulfing both man and steed in an instant. Rumbling. It was as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck, with everything collapsing and disintegrating around them. In a single breath, Ji Yun emerged from the golden light. Behind him lay two shattered puppets, evidently beyond recovery. The technique of man and sword unification made its grand debut, achieving remarkable success. However, this technique demanded immense energy, leaving Ji Yun's already depleted vital energy and mental strength nearly exhausted. His physical injuries began to resurface, and blood continued to spill from his lips. Meanwhile, the remaining mace puppet, despite sustaining a slight mental blow, remained in a state of near full capacity. The opponent was formidable as well. Their physical control had reached the third level in life, yet the transition to a puppet form diminished their prowess, preventing them from attaining their former peak. I shall not exploit my physical capabilities against you. Let us see who can ultimately prevail. Outside, a fellow disciple remarked casually, "This senior brother is quite skilled. He has already endured for the duration of 2 cups of tea on the 9th level. Surely, he won't allow him to pass." "Impossible," declared the little fortune-teller from Baitsong Peak. Those senior disciples, endowed with such remarkable prowess, have long since made their names known far and wide. Among the outer disciples of the Xianxia sect, they number but a handful, each a paragon of their respective lineages. Their mere presence beneath the tower incites a considerable stir. How could one possibly remain oblivious? Indeed, it was merely a jest on my part. The newly admitted disciple dared not rebut, offering only a strained smile. Who could it be? The little soothsayer of Baitsong Peak furrowed his brow deeply, stroking his small beard while contemplating in silence. Hong Yao remained taciturn, patiently awaiting developments. After a cup of tea had passed, her demeanor shifted. Her starry eyes brightened upon realizing that the radiance from the 9th level of the tower had dimmed. She was not the only one to notice this phenomenon. The crowd began to stir. At last, this senior was about to emerge, after an entire 3 cups of tea. Who could this formidable master be? It was essential to witness this senior's grandeur. Some expressed their awe, others marveled, yet none dared show disrespect. Such is the privilege of strong. Even Zheng Haoren wore a solemn expression, fearful that any lapse in demeanor might provoke this esteemed senior. No one present understood the terrors of the 9th level better than he. A person capable of enduring 3 cups of tea was not someone he could afford to offend. Without a breakthrough to the true foundation, even 2 more years of cultivation might not suffice to rival this senior. Jiyan, could it possibly be you? Huang Tansheng silently repeated Ji Yun's name in his heart, feeling a tumult of anxiety coursing through him, his body trembling at the thought of the truth. What is that? Huang Tiansheng was astonished to discover that a round orb atop the tower emitted a golden glow. The golden radiance cascaded, transforming the entire tower into a resplendent golden edifice. From a distance, it appeared almost miraculous. Atop Baitsong Peak, the principal summit, closest to the puppet tower and home to the inner disciples, many began to perceive it. Their eyes widened as they glimpsed the golden tower from dozens of miles away. Yet another extraordinary outer disciple had emerged. Indeed, in recent years, the number of outstanding disciples has been considerable. If this holds true, they are surely an order of magnitude stronger than those of our cohort. After their reflections, these inner disciples resumed their activities with an air of nonchalance. Beneath the tower, it was revealed that this senior had traversed the 9th level. This esteemed individual had not merely endured 3 cups of tea, but had accomplished the passage through the 9th level within that time. Everyone was left in a state of shock. How rare it is for an outer disciple to conquer the 9 levels of the puppet tower. They are undoubtedly as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It is well known that most practitioners, upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, manage to pass only the 6th or 7th levels before breaking into true foundation. Those like Tian Shuha, who can clear the 7th level, are already considered formidable figures. Zheng Haoren, capable of surpassing the 8th level, undoubtedly ranks among the top 10, if not the top 5, of his peak. Yet those who can ascend to the 9th level number scarcely a dozen among the outer disciples of the entire Xianxia sect. Today, I am exceedingly fortunate to witness a miracle. This senior brother truly embodies the essence of a celestial dragon. How blessed I am to behold his countenance, leaving me with no regrets in this lifetime. Who is it that sings such praises without a hint of shame? Some, upon hearing these words, could not resist turning the gaze. It is none other than him, the young prodigy Wang Butian from the North Song Peak lineage. Ah, it is Brother Butian. I recall he was not like this just moments ago. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, a tall figure, sword in hand, gracefully emerged from the 9th level. Yiyun sighed involubly. The puppet, indeed, is worthy of its status at the pinnacle of the puppet tower. After a protracted battle lasting 50 rounds, I narrowly avoided mutual destruction before finally defeating it. Beyond the regenerative capabilities of the rebirth body and the secret art of spirit refinement I devised, I had exhausted all my means. During the conflict, the floating light sword faltered against the diamond-shaped mace, its blade even developing cracks, nearly rendering it unusable. In my storage pouch lay the ice tray sword and the emerald blossom sword. Regrettably, they possess water and wood attributes respectively. Should I wield them, I would lose a fraction of my true energy's potency, relegating them to mere reserves. When I find the time, the floating light sword requires repair of the market. Beneath the tower, Huang Tiansheng, Zhu Hangan, and Xianxia were petrified upon seeing Ji Yun emerge from the 9th level. It truly is Ji Yun. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the moment they beheld his appearance, it felt surreal, like a dream. The 9th level of the puppet tower is their goal for the next decade of relentless effort. Ji Yun is even younger than they, having entered the sect merely a year ago, yet he has already conquered all 9 levels. How unfathomable! What tremendous talent! Such a formidable genius is likely unparalleled in the entire history of the Xianxia sect. This young warrior from Linshan City may one day become a figure they must look up to. In a distant, secluded corner away from the throngs in the square, beneath a towering, verdant ancient pine, Mu Qingqing leaned against the trunk, her thighs scraped raw from excessive friction. Her delicate face flushed crimson with excitement, her skin aglow, beads of fragrant sweat glistening as her words stumbled forth. It is Brother Ji. He is to be my future husband. How I have wandered astray, yet thankfully, there is still time to correct my course. After a whispered reverie beneath the ancient tree, Mu Qingqing turned and departed unsteadily. At that moment, all eyes were on the treasure tower, oblivious to the graceful figure of the junior sister as she slipped away. A hush fell over the crowd before gasps of astonishment rippled through. This senior brother is remarkably handsome. A sweet voice rang out. It is Brother Ji. I recognize him. He entered the sect alongside us. A new disciple identified Ji Yun. Surely, I'm not mistaken. This junior brother, no, senior brother, has only reached the 7th level of chi refinement? Can it truly be that he has only attained the 7th level? Typically, those at the 7th level are newcomers. How could he have ascended through the 9th level? Is there some error in this? It is well known that one cannot breach the 9th layer without first mastering the 7th layer of chi refinement. To elaborate, even the 8th layer of chi refinement is insufficient. Could it be that Brother Zheng injured the puppet, allowing him to seize an opportunity? One individual, quick-witted and audacious, dared to voice what others would not, proposing his conjecture. Fool! Another, overhearing this remark, retorted angrily. Do you think the elders of our sect would leave such an obvious flaw? You are as foolish as one who sees a deity relieving themselves and speaks nonsense. Upon hearing the insult, the man trembled with rage. Instantly incensed, he turned abruptly, ready to reclaim his dignity. It was none other than the little sage of North Song Peak, Brother Wang Butian. This little sage evidently possessed a modicum of renown and was not to be trifled with. The man's anger dissipated significantly upon seeing him, and he forcibly swallowed the retort that threatened to escape his lips, too intimidated to counter. Brother Wang Butian swiftly produced 3 round, gleaming purple gold coins from his flowing sleeves. Upon examining them, he exclaimed, "What? This brother is truly a dragon among men, heralding the imminent rise of Xianxia. Brother Wang, you have merely drawn the coins. You haven't even performed the divination yet. How can you proclaim a result so swiftly?" One bystander was taken aback. This little sage had initially spoken with great authority, yet now he seemed to utter nonsensical claims. Begone. Chapter 73. Renowned in Xianxia. Sister, let us depart. All right. Jiyan leaped down from the ninth layer, joining Hong Yao at her side, their strides in sync. He felt quite pleased, having secured 500 contribution points, enough to procure a small boat. Moreover, he would not have to worry about contribution points for a considerable time. After exchanging greetings with Huang Tiansheng and the others, he disregarded the remaining crowd and departed alongside Hong Yao. Truly, it is Ji Yun. Huang Tiansheng and his companions nodded in a daze, still unable to comprehend the situation. Zheng Haoren watched the pair as they ignored him and left, his mind a cacophony, his expression shifting continuously. Once proud and dignified, his face now bore a mix of colors, green, red, and pale. After a lengthy moment, as if coming to terms with reality, he found his clenched fist weakly releasing its grip, and he too departed in despair. Although those who passed the ninth layer of the puppet tower were rare geniuses, there is a stark difference between those who mastered the seventh and those who conquered the ninth layer. The former is undeniably more exceptional. Numerous disciples with communication discs were present, and within half an hour, the entire Xianxia sect became aware of this news. Atop Xianxia Peak, a lofty edifice pierced the clouds, reaching towards the heavens. The mountain, shrouded in mist, was adorned with verdant flora, pavilions, and towers, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. Within a magnificent and imposing hall at the summit, a middle-aged man with a long beard sat confidently in the main seat, his gaze piercing and his spirit vigorous. Surrounding him were 99,999 luminous pearls, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. Clad in a Taoist robe, he radiated an aura of Taoist rhythm, embodying ethereal grace. Yangding Tian, what manner of business is this? Why has Jiyan not joined our Xianxia Peak lineage? The disciple has not performed adequately, disappointing the Peak Master's goodwill, and I implore the Peak Master to administer punishment. Yangding Tian, clad in a blue robe, knelt on one knee, voluntarily accepting his punishment with unwavering respect. He was the same middle-aged man with a splendid beard who had participated in the disciple assessment a year prior. As a core disciple, your lack of discernment is disheartening. The man with the long beard emanated a presence as weighty as a mountain, overshadowing even the brilliance of the luminous pearls. After a moment of silence, he gazed at Yangding Tian, who knelt humbly in acknowledgement of his fault, his interest somewhat waning. Very well, your salary will be halved for the next 3 years. You may leave. Thank you, Peak Master. Yangding Tian respectfully retreated. The annual remuneration for core disciples of the Xianxia sect is nothing short of staggering, a fortune in its own right. And such a penalty was indeed a heavy loss. Yet, he dared not voice a single complaint. As he departed, the Peak Master of Xianxia Peak had vanished from the main seat, leaving the grand hall devoid of life, with only 99,999 luminous pearls shimmering brightly. In the secluded area of Baihua Valley and Mingxin Valley, Wu Mingzhu and Ding Jiao stood by a pond, introducing it to their many junior sisters. Wu Mingzhu, fair-skinned and graceful, with a tall stature and adorned with luminous pearls, pointed to a square mark on the ground. This is where junior brother Ji once resided. He genuinely came here to cultivate, diligently honing his mental fortitude. Unlike those frivolous suitors, junior brother Ji is humble. Despite his formidable strength, he remains unpretentious and composed, akin to a divine sword sheathed, only drawing it when the time is right to astonish the world. The group of junior sisters listened, enraptured, their eyes gleaming with admiration, their minds swirling with fantasies. Senior sister, please share more. We wish to hear it. Ding Jiao, in her flowing pink skirt with a delicate figure, retorted. Junior brother Ji is a paragon among men, strikingly handsome and possessing an ethereal demeanor. He once shared tea with me beneath a peach tree. What? The young junior sisters gasped, their expressions awestruck. Sharing tea together. Could it be such a relationship? It seems senior sister Ding and junior brother Ji share a deep bond. Wu Mingzhu scoffed, casting a glance at Ding Jiao, and mockingly remarked, Senior sister Ding, could it be that your memory fails you? The one with whom you shared tea beneath the peach tree was clearly brother Wu, the dark-skinned one from Xianxia Peak. Brother Wu even said the fragrance of your rouge was overwhelming, causing him discomfort. You're talking nonsense. Ding Jiao cried out in fury. Your nonsense is far worse. Say that again. I said you make others feel ill. Say it again. I said you're not virtuous. Wretched woman, take this. The two soon engaged in a fierce altercation, a whirlwind of energy and dust filling the air. The nearby junior sisters sighed, displaying expressions of resignation. clearly accustomed to such scenes. Enough of your fighting. Just 2 months ago, the fish and shrimp I raised were all killed by a mental attack, and I could not find the culprit. I now suspect it might have been junior brother G, exclaimed a woman in a red dress. What? Such a thing has occurred. How delightful. These spiritual stones shall serve as my apology to my senior brother. Another junior sister, filled with joy, hastily produced the stones and presented them. Sister, what good fortune you possess, exclaimed the lady in the crimson dress. In the tranquil courtyard, Zhou Yuer and Yin Qiqi sat together at a small table, savoring tea. The tea, crystal clear and resplendent like rubies, bore floating red leaves that stirred gently, creating ripples. The clamor from outside gradually seeped in. Zhou Yuer removed her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. With a delicate hand, she swept away the froth from her cup and remarked, Brother G, it is truly remarkable. No wonder Annie holds him in such high regard. Yin Qiqi, staring vacantly at the courtyard, accepted the tea from Zhou Yuer and drained it in one gulp. Today, she refrained from her usual sarcastic remarks, evidently aware of the significance of the moment. After a pause, she spoke. I wish to hear you play the guqin today. Zhou Yuer smiled, enchanting as a blooming flower, rendering the blossoms envious. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the ethereal sound of the guqin, akin to a clear mountain spring. Pure and exquisite. In the serene valley of Qingyu, Hongyao, as pure as snow and untouched by dust, had just returned to the courtyard when Ji Shaodai dashed towards her, colliding heavily against her. Sister Yao, is it true? Hongyao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and softly replied, Indeed, it is true. In another location, Yimeng stood cautiously beside a young man clad in a purple robe adorned with lightning patterns, hardly daring to breathe. You were defeated by him? The young man in the purple robe, with piercing eyes like lightning, displayed striking features and a commanding presence. His mere inquiry made the boastful Yimeng break into a cold sweat. I was on the verge of breaking through to the true foundation in a year, but just received an order from Uncle Yang to delay my breakthrough by a year. I wonder if it has anything to do with this person. In Dongxiu Valley, after a long journey of 3 hours, Ji Yun arrived at his courtyard deep in the night. To his astonishment, he spotted over 100 people gathered at the entrance, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Most were disciples from the outer sect of Dongji Peak, with a few others accompanying friends from different peaks. Ji Yun even recognized Ji Ziming and a brother from the Ji family who had joined Xianxia 8 years prior. If these two had come from Nanyan Peak, it would have taken them 3 hours as well. How did they arrive before him? Mo Yuan was among the crowd. His round head and keen eyes enabled him to spot Ji Yun first. Look, it's our senior brother returning. The crowd turned to look. So, he is junior brother Ji. I've seen him in Tina Valley. Truly, one should not judge based on appearances. Junior brother Ji is remarkably refined, yet possesses extraordinary strength. In the next competition, our Dongji Peak shall surely shine. Indeed, let us show them what we're capable of. The crowd buzzed with conversation, expressing concern for Ji Yun until dawn gradually dispersed them. Chapter 74. Rewards. As morning arrived and the throng dissipated, Ji Yun relaxed and resumed his usual practice. He would not allow temporary achievements to instill complacency, neglecting his daily cultivation. The path of martial arts had only just begun, and he must forge ahead with determination. The new year would soon bring the distribution of contribution points, amounting to 1,600, which must be utilized wisely. First, he planned to exchange for a spirit-controlling flying boat, which would save him considerable time and spare him from relying on others for sustenance. Next, he intended to acquire spirit-refreshing pills to aid in his cultivation of the stabbing spirit technique. The remaining contribution points would be dedicated to refining his martial realm. Once he had sufficiently mastered the eagle and falcon sword technique and the stabbing spirit, he would exchange for other martial secrets. How stable and prudent his plans were. While Ji Yun was lost in contemplation, 2 unexpected visitors arrived in the quiet courtyard. They stood at the center of the yard, patiently awaiting his appearance. One was a rather arrogant young martial artist, his neck tilted as if it were reaching for the heavens. Dressed in a white jade robe, he was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, the very same proud youth from the entrance examination who had once vehemently derided the moonlight body, leaving Ji too intimidated to attempt the test. The other was a slender figure with graying hair, stroking his beard with his right hand. It was Elder Gong, who had taught Ji Yun and his companions. Recognizing Elder Gong, Ji Yun quickly approached to pay his respects. Nona for formalitias, he discipula. Elder Gong chuckled heartily, stepping forward to clasp Ji Yun's arms with his frail hands. The elder's expression was one of great excitement, his hair and beard fluttering as his keen eyes roamed over Ji Yun, as if appraising a rare treasure. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply. Excellent, you disciple. Your martial physique rivals that of body refinement practitioners, and your spiritual energy is abundant, not much inferior to those at the foundation establishment stage. It is no wonder you have achieved such remarkable success. Our East Extreme Peak has produced a fine talent this time. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, his face creased with joy, thoroughly pleased with the student he had personally guided. Due to Ji Yun's outstanding performance, the Grand Elder had unprecedentedly praised him publicly, bringing great honor to Elder Gong. Forgive my ignorance, Elder and Uncle, for your visit here, Ji Yun inquired. Naturally, it pertains to you, Ji disciple, the proud youth interjected, his tone even, lacking the anticipated arrogance. I am Ouyang Zihong. You may call me Uncle Ouyang. Ji Yun had no objections and promptly addressed him as Uncle Ouyang. Ouyang Zihong nodded, seemingly in good spirits. Ji Yun was the one he had brought into East Extreme Peak, thus sharing in the Grand Elder's commendation. At that time, he had contended with Yang Ding Tian for the highest swordsmanship talent, Hong Yao. Hong Yao had expressed a desire to join East Extreme Peak, and he had believed victory was assured, only to ultimately fall short against Yang Ding Tian, leaving him disheartened for quite some time. Regrettably, Yang Ding Tian's vision was limited, preventing him from seizing Ji Yun alongside him, ultimately allowing Ji Yun to fall into the hands of the Dongji Peak lineage. Yesterday, Xianxia successfully traversed the 9th level of the Puppet Tower, greatly enhancing the prestige of our Dongji Peak. Simultaneously, the elder recognized his exceptional talent and potential, prompting us to come today to bestow rewards upon you. Upon hearing of the rewards, Ji Yun felt a surge of joy and patiently awaited. This reward from the main peak surely would not be meager. Ouyang Zihong retrieved a black Baiwa array disc from his storage pouch and presented it to Ji Yun. The disc was intricately engraved with array patterns, subtly shimmering with a flowing luster. This was the Divine Protection Disc, crafted by an array master who inscribed a miniature array onto the disc. Carrying this disc is akin to possessing a miniature array, which, once refined, can safeguard your consciousness and mitigate mental attacks. This particular disc is a Level 2 Divine Protection Disc, typically utilized by warriors at the true foundation stage, capable of reducing approximately 30% of mental assaults. The Divine Protection Disc is consumable, usable up to 3 times. It should only be activated in dire circumstances. Elder Gong chuckled, Xianxia, your mental prowess is extraordinarily formidable. In peer confrontations, you may not require this disc, but rather your opponents would benefit from it, haha. Ouyang Zihong nodded in agreement with Elder Gong's assertion. Thank you for the generous bestowal, esteemed elder. Ji Yun felt somewhat speechless internally, but respectfully expressed his gratitude. While this disc is a treasure for others, it holds less significance for him due to his unique regenerative abilities. In certain special situations, it may serve to conceal his capabilities, but when confronting formidable foes, he would undoubtedly rely on his innate powers to vanquish them. Ouyang Zihong then produced a finely detailed, smooth-textured light azure robe. This is the initial grade Qingyu robe crafted by Master Zhang of our Dongji Peak lineage. The Qingyu robe possesses a degree of protective capability, and wearing it brings no discomfort, ensuring it does not hinder the agility of a swordsman. Of course, being a robe spirit artifact, its protective capacity is comparable to high-grade armor. Ji Yun silently accepted the Qingyu robe, recognizing it as another item of considerable value to others yet of diminished significance to himself. Nonetheless, the robe was of excellent quality, resistant to damage and suitable for everyday wear. As Ji Yun gazed on with anticipation, Ouyang Zihong produced a white jade slip. There is one final item, a unique secret technique exclusive to our Dongji Peak. Even inner disciples must obtain permission to cultivate it. We bestow it upon you in advance. The jade slip will self-destruct after being read, so immerse yourself in its understanding. Thank you for the generous gift, esteemed sect. Ji Yun happily accepted the jade slip. This endeavor into the Puppet Tower truly proved worthwhile, yielding not only 500 contribution points, but also a wealth of valuable rewards. Especially this jade slip, which undoubtedly contained remarkable secret techniques. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to comprehend its contents. Elder Gong, having seen the distribution of rewards concluded, continued to speak. In addition, you, my dear disciple G, shall see your annual contribution points rise from 100 to 300. I hope you will continue to advance with fervor, elevating the renown of our East Peak. Yes, I shall not disappoint your high expectations, the disciple replied earnestly. Good, the elder nodded. Ouyang Zihong interjected. What I have mentioned thus far pertains to official matters. Now we shall discuss personal affairs. Are you aware of the greatest aspiration of our East Peak disciples? Jian shook his head. I am not aware. Having just entered the sect a year ago, I am accustomed to solitude and have little interest in gossip. Ouyang Zihong spoke slowly. 2 centuries ago, our East Peak was the foremost branch of the Xianxia sect, and all sword practitioners took pride in joining our ranks. Those were truly enchanting times. Alas, a war 200 years ago claimed the life of our last peak master, and our disciples were at the forefront, suffering immense casualties and a significant loss of strength. From that point on, our situation took a drastic turn for the worse, and we lost considerable influence and benefits within the sect. Over the next 200 years, not only were we surpassed by Qingxian Peak, Beizong Peak, and Nanyan Peak, but we also lost the title of the foremost sword peak of the Qingxian sect. The wish of every disciple from East Peak is to defeat Qingxian Peak and reclaim our title as the premier sword peak. In 2 years, during the Outer Disciples competition, I expect you to vanquish all opponents and ascend to the pinnacle. Jian, do you dare to accept this challenge? Having already embarked on this journey with East Peak, Jian felt no inclination to retreat upon hearing these words. He declared resolutely, I shall not fail in this endeavor. Excellent. For the first time, the proud young Ouyang Zihong displayed a smile, producing a small black metal sword, merely an inch in length, and handing it to Jian. This is my token. With this sword, you may enter the main peak of East Peak. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, seek me at the main peak. Chapter 75. The Power of the East Peak. Ouyang Zihong and Elder Gong remained as guests for 2 hours before taking their leave. During this time, Jian posed numerous questions regarding cultivation and gleaned insights into the current state of the 5 branches of the Qingxian sect. The situation at East Peak is indeed dire. Not only does it lack formidable and exceptional disciples, but for reasons unknown, it has also faced oppression from Qingxian Peak over the past few decades, resulting in significant losses. If this trend continues, it is highly likely that East Peak will decline to a state inferior even to West Ascending Peak. Qingxian Peak is the main peak where the founding master of the Qingxian sect resides, and it has always regarded itself as the orthodox faction of the sect. Many speculate that the resentment stemming from being suppressed by East Peak over 200 years ago now manifests in a relentless push to reclaim the top position. However, the exact reasons remain elusive. Many believe that the decline of East Peak is inevitable, and in the near future, it may find itself at the bottom among the 5 branches. Signs of this have already begun to surface, the most apparent being that East Peak currently lacks a core disciple. According to Elder Gong, Ouyang Zihong defeated the former top disciple of East Peak, Huang Zhe. Just a month ago, he has now become the most distinguished inner disciple of the Eastern Extreme Peak. However, Ouyang Zihong possesses only a 30% chance of breaking through to the late stage of the true foundation within the next decade and subsequently passing the assessment to become a core disciple. Core disciples serve as the visage of a main peak, embodying the leading figures among the disciples of their lineage and capable of uniting the hearts of the people. It is indeed astonishing that the Eastern Extreme Peak lacks a core disciple. This deficiency not only casts a shadow over the inner disciples of the Eastern Extreme Peak, but also renders them inferior in stature compared to the disciples of the other 4 peaks. When faced with injustice, the absence of sufficiently powerful senior brothers to uphold their dignity makes it challenging to foster unity. After all, even the Western Ascension Peak possesses a core disciple of formidable strength. The Eastern Extreme Peak urgently requires the emergence of a core disciple, as well as more exceptional inner disciples, to restore its former glory. The pressure is considerable. Ji Yun gazed at the retreating figures of the two, unable to empathize as he had not experienced their struggles. Yet, reflecting on Elder Gong's hopeful gaze, he felt a weight in his heart. Given his temperament, he was decidedly unwilling to become embroiled in disputes. Fortunately, upon further understanding, the rivalry between the 2 factions remained within a controllable range and had not escalated to a life-or-death struggle. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, remaining silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, his resolve solidified, unwavering in his decision. Residing within the Eastern Extreme, Enjoying its benefits, he was compelled to share in its burdens. The Jade Slip contained a record of a secret technique known as the Power of the Eastern Extreme, unique to the Eastern Extreme Peak. This technique was created over 3 centuries ago by the previous master of the Eastern Extreme Peak. Upon its execution, the Power of the Eastern Extreme allows one to refine their mental energy into threads that permeate the body, stimulating their martial physique, thereby causing a dramatic surge in both speed and strength. It can also invigorate one's Qi or Yuan Si, amplifying the release of true energy and essence. The application of this secret technique enables a martial artist to unleash a power that far exceeds their usual capabilities, qualifying them for challenges beyond their rank. It is an exceedingly formidable auxiliary technique. However, this technique is not without its drawbacks. The resultant increase in strength, speed, and true energy demands immense consumption and cannot sustain prolonged combat. Furthermore, the mental stimulation can inflict certain harm upon one's body, meridians, and Qi, making long-term use inadvisable. Ji Yun regarded it as a treasure. The previous master of the Eastern Extreme Peak was indeed a genius who led the peak to become the foremost sword peak of the Xianxia realm. The technique he crafted is truly extraordinary. Moreover, it resonates deeply with me, as I seek precisely such a technique that inflicts harm, yet wields immense power. This technique also requires the assistance of the Tranquil Spirit Pill for cultivation, so I shall set forth to exchange for it. Subsequently, Ji Yun first visited the Divine Treasure Pavilion of the sect to exchange for a spirit-soaring flying vessel, followed by a trip to the Alchemy Pavilion to procure 20 Tranquil Spirit Pills. This expenditure amounted to 300 contribution points. Even with his current wealth, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. Nevertheless, every bit of it is worthwhile. In the following months, clad in a jade robe and stepping upon the spirit-soaring flying vessel, Ji Yun traversed the Tianqiao Valley, Lingxiu Peak, Mingdao Peak, and other locations, diligently honing his martial realm and experiencing rapid advancement in strength. During this period, he reveled in the admiration of his peers, provoking exclamations wherever he went. Even some inner disciples of the true realm would cast him sidelong glances, making the usually reserved Ji Yun feel somewhat uncomfortable. He finally grasped the difficulties faced by Hong Yao and Zhou Yu, 2 individuals who also found themselves at the center of attention wherever they roamed, drawing countless gazes. Elder Gong treated him quite differently from the other disciples. After each public lecture, he would summon Ji Yun to his abode for personalized guidance, imparting his cultivation experiences without reservation, thus sparing Ji Yun from many detours. Although Ji Yun intended to formally become his disciple, Elder Gong recognized his potential and deemed himself unworthy of that role, choosing instead to instruct him as a teacher. Ultimately, though he did not formally take him as a disciple, Ji Yun had nearly become half of Elder Gong's apprentice, and his ties with the Eastern Extreme Peak grew increasingly close. After one session of guidance, Elder Gong sighed deeply. Ji Shizizi, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. If the training grounds of the Qingxian sect were even slightly better, you might have reached the realm of mastery in the Qi refinement stage. Yiyun, Curious, inquired, is the training ground of our Qingxian sect not sufficient? In the Jade Kingdom, it is indeed top-notch, but when compared to all surrounding forces, is not the pinnacle. In the Eastern Martial Kingdom, there exists a sect known as the Divine Martial Sect, which categorizes the martial realm into 4 levels. Once one reaches the 4th level, they immediately attain the mastery realm. Our Qingxian sect can only achieve the 3rd level. Even if one excels in all 3 dimensions to that level, they still remain distant from mastery, requiring continuous personal comprehension to potentially break through. Many spend over a decade without succeeding in this step, and compared to the Divine Martial Sect, we lag significantly. Ji Yun contemplated, these resources may accelerate my martial progression, yet I firmly believe that even without them, I can become a swordsman not inferior to any other. Huh! Elder Gong laughed heartily upon hearing this, exclaiming, Ji Shizizi, I was indeed correct in my judgment of you. Your resolve in swordsmanship is unwavering. Pausing, he retrieved an ancient tome from his spatial ring and presented it to Ji Yun. This is the true understanding of the Sword Tao, authored by one of my ancestors who attained the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm. His mastery of the sword reached a state of clarity, and this book elucidates his insights into the sword path. You may take it to ponder. Martial arts are one thing, and the sword path is another. Both must progress in tandem for one to become an extraordinary swordsman. Ji Yun carefully accepted the true understanding of the sword Dao with both hands, placing it into his storage bag and responding with heartfelt gratitude. This treasure, undoubtedly a priceless heirloom of Elder Gong's family, was rightfully considered a well-guarded secret, yet it was given to him without reservation, deeply moving him. Yet, this sentiment could not be expressed in words. He could only repay it through the sword in his hand, alleviating the burdens of the Eastern extreme. In the scripture pavilion of the sect, the elders impart their teachings, including sword techniques and the philosophy of the sword. However, these lessons are evidently incomparable to the works of the formidable sword practitioners at the profound Dan realm. It is imperative that he dedicates himself to thorough study. For the significance of the sword path must not be diminished in comparison to martial arts. At the Xianxia marketplace, in the vicinity of Linshan, Ji Yun had not visited for quite some time. Within the shop, Zhou Yueme was seated, diligently calculating accounts. As she beheld the young man before her, distinguished and ethereal in appearance, her smile blossomed like a flower. Isn't this the prodigious disciple from Dongji Peak? Your name, young hero Ji, resonates far and wide. Your tales have even reached this marketplace. It is truly an honor for my humble abode to welcome you, she exclaimed. Ji Yun, with a hint of irritation, replied, It seems your business is thriving. It hardly resembles the state of the shop when it first opened over a year ago. Indeed, my daughter Yue often frequents here. How could the business not flourish? She implied sagely, as she handed Ji Yun the iron-winged eagle-eye pearl and the clear bright grass he required. The iron-winged eagle-eye pearl, a collection of jet-black orbs, possessed an enigmatic luster, hinting at its exceptional nature. The clear bright grass, seemingly mundane, bore droplets of dew that never fell, an extraordinary sight. Ah, I see, Ji Yun acknowledged as he accepted the two spiritual items, understanding her implication. With Zhou Yue's stunning beauty, those vying for her affection could likely form a line from the west gate to the east gate of the Xianxia sect. Even at Dongji Peak, he often overheard discussions about this senior sister. Though the presence of Yin Chi deterred some from approaching too closely, many still dared to frequent the Linshan shop for a semblance of familiarity. Zhou Yueme sighed, Alas, there are too many bothersome flies. Many hold respectable positions, with elders at the true foundation realm backing them within the Xianxia sect, making it unwise to offend them. Furthermore, there are lecherous individuals who dare to harass the women in our shop, their gazes inappropriate. Were it not for the concern of Yue being alone here, I would have returned long ago. It is a pity that my dear departed was short-lived. Had he been alive, he could have assisted me. As she reminisced, a wistful expression crossed her features. Ji Yun discerned her underlying intention. She harbored hopes of uniting him with Zhou Yue. Yet, setting aside whether Zhou Yue would even entertain such thoughts, Ji Yun was deeply devoted to the sword path, with aspirations that soared high. His life was destined to be fraught with peril and the specter of death. There existed a grave possibility that one day he might vanish abruptly, leaving Zhou Yue in a state of desolation, a fate far crueler for her. Presently, Ji Yun's cultivation was modest, affording him little influence within the sect, and he was of little assistance. Despite having the esteemed Ouyang Zihong as a supporter, troubling him with such matters would surely incite the ire of that proud young man. Ji Yun had once promised Zhou Yueme to look after Zhou Yue within the Xianxia sect, yet in his preoccupation with cultivation, he had completely overlooked this commitment, often imposing upon her for help instead. Apart from supporting the Zhou family's endeavors, he had mostly been a source of trouble for them. Ji Yun, a person of dignity, suddenly felt a hint of embarrassment. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved a communication disc and handed it to Zhou Yume. There is no need for you to be so melancholic. With the flourishing business of the Linshan Zhouji, it would be prudent to invite a venerable elder from the Zhou family to oversee matters here. I now possess a spirit vessel for swift travel. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to send word to me. I still hold some influence among the outer disciples. Oomph. The woman shot a fierce glare at Ji Yun, clearly annoyed that he was feigning ignorance, realizing that her previous words had been in vain. Chapter 76, Nightfall. In the serene Xiaoyu Valley, within the Ji family's secluded courtyard, Ji Yun ground the iron-winged eagle-eye pearl and the clear spirit grass into powder, mixing them with spring water. After simmering the concoction over a low flame for 3 hours, he produced a thick, dark potion. The pungent odor of the eagle-eye pearl mingled with the refreshing mintiness of the clear spirit grass and the sweetness of the spring water, creating an intriguingly complex aroma. Will this potion harm my eyesight? Ji Yun pondered with a trace of concern. Once the potion cooled, he tilted his head back, his right hand trembling slightly as he poured it into his eyes. A sharp, cooling sensation surged through him, followed by fiery warmth as he focused his mental energy to practice the Eagle Falcon sword technique. After 2 full hours, the effects of the potion were finally absorbed. Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes, satisfied with the results. While the effects were remarkable, he realized that further enhancement could be achieved by integrating his martial arts training and practical combat experience. He resolved to venture to the Black Void Mountain range more frequently. As the beast, there would serve as excellent sparring partners. With his innate comprehension and mental prowess, he believed that with this potion, he could master this high-tier martial art within 6 months. Ji Yun also experimented with the spirit calming pill to refine 2 secret techniques, yielding equally impressive results. Increasing his training speed by 30%. He swiftly devised a plan, dedicating 1 to 2 hours daily to refine his martial arts, 3 hours to practice secret techniques, and the remainder of his time solely to elevating his cultivation, filling each day to the brim. He resolutely opted out of various gatherings among the outer disciples, such as the Xianxia Philosophical Discussion, East Pole Sword Conference, West Ascension Tea Gathering, North Song Military Forum, and South Flame Combat Challenge, recognizing that nothing was more paramount than enhancing his own strength. On a particular night, under a moonless sky with a brisk wind, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Ji Yun was deep in solitary practice when he suddenly sensed a presence in his courtyard. Who could it be? At this hour? Could it be someone from the Xianxia Peak plotting against him? He extended his mental energy to perceive his surroundings. With his formidable mental control, even an adept in the true foundation realm would struggle to detect his presence unless their own mastery was at a high level. His invisible mental force swiftly enveloped the entire courtyard. A diminutive figure became visible within his perception, revealing her true identity. Upon recognizing who it was, Ji Yun furrowed his brow. What brings the sister priest here at this hour? Since Ji Yun encountered her more than 5 months ago at the Puppet Tower, he had not seen this sister priest again. She seemed to have vanished, not even attending the elders' lectures. Recently, Yu Zhuang's condition had improved. He no longer indulged in alcohol, and although his cultivation had stagnated at the 6th level of qi refining, everything seemed to be progressing positively. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, this sister priest reappeared, leaving one to wonder if complications might arise. What could she possibly want at this late hour? Never mind. I should go out and greet her. Ji Yun rose, brushed off his jade robe, and stepped out of the small room, his gaze falling upon the petite figure in the courtyard. Sister priest, what brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired. Initially, he merely intended to glance at her, but he was taken aback, failing to complete his sentence. There stood Mu Qingqing, alone in the courtyard. She wore light makeup, transforming her originally pure and adorable features into something exquisitely alluring. Her devilishly enchanting figure was clad in a white gauze dress, which, illuminated by the moonlight, rendered her ethereal. The skirt was exceedingly short, barely reaching the upper thigh, almost failing to conceal her voluptuous curves, as if a gentle breeze could unveil the mysteries beneath. Even more striking were her legs, shimmering with a slight softness, adorned in white silk stockings that clung to her thighs, accentuating their fullness and revealing vast expanses of delicate skin. Sister, Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the unexpected stimulus. Brother, do you think I look beautiful? Mu Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her bare shoulders exposed, her arms delicate and fair, glistening with a captivating sheen, as she spoke with a hint of shyness. What brings you here? Ji Yun stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment. How annoying. Brother already knows and still asks. Mu Qingqing teased, gliding closer, rising on her toes to whisper in Ji Yun's ear, a faint fragrance wafting from her neck, sweet and enchanting, intoxicating to the core. Brother, hold me. Not like this. Upon hearing her sultry voice, Ji Yun instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from her. Brother, you have already rejected me twice. Will you be cruel enough to deny me a 3rd time? Mu Qingqing's tone was tinged with melancholy, her gaze imploring as she looked at Ji Yun. Sister, I am not that kind of person. Ji Yun managed to regain some composure after his initial shock, shaking his head in refusal. Oh, I see. Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled, casting a flirtatious glance at Ji Yun. Brother, do not let idle gossip cloud your judgment. My body is still pure. I came tonight to clear up any misunderstandings. She arched her white neck, blushing as she added, if you don't believe me, Come and see for yourself. Naturally, Ji Yun would not entertain such a notion, finding it akin to perversion, and he shook his head once more. Sister Priest, that's not what I meant. Brother, do you think I look good in this outfit? Mu Qingqing interrupted Ji Yun, gracefully turning to reveal her most exquisite side. This was the effort of the junior sister, who had traveled a great distance back to the city of Entropy to seek the finest tailor for a custom-made outfit. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun could not help but take another look at her. Setting aside other considerations, her attire was indeed splendid, perfectly complementing Mu Qingqing's figure and showcasing allure to its fullest extent. The bold junior sister had evidently put in considerable thought for this evening, even going so far as to employ a decisive tactic. Was she perhaps contemplating an offering of herself? Unfortunately, Ji Yun had long resolved to embrace solitude for life, having even turned down the matchmaking efforts of Zhou Yumei. Who else in this world could he not refuse? Junior sister, my heart belongs solely to the sword in this lifetime. Brother, Mu Qingqing interjected once more, halting Ji Yun's impending words. She parted her pristine, luminous legs, revealing the delicate, snow-white skin within. Brother, look, this is the mark you left on me 5 months ago. Ji Yun followed her gaze, and all he beheld was a glimmering expanse of white. Suddenly, his mind was struck as if by thunder, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Hurriedly shutting his eyes. What do you mean by this? I have never done such a thing. When you were conquering the tower, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I scraped my skin. These past 5 months, whenever I miss you late at night, I couldn't help but touch this spot. Brother, see, the wound hasn't fully healed. How could one even look at such a thing? Ji Yun's eyes remained firmly closed, unmoved. I say, if brother can look, then brother shall look. I refuse. Brother, you are so heartless. Is Qingqing not beautiful enough? This is not a matter of beauty. It would tarnish your reputation if it were spread. Ji Yun exhaled deeply, stating, I cannot ruin your good name. Oh, Mu Qingqing replied with a sly smile. But brother has already seen it just now. That was an accidental glance. It doesn't count, and besides, no one else knows, Ji Yun retorted stubbornly. Regardless. No one else knows, so brother, please open your eyes and stop deceiving yourself. Mu Qingqing's words struck at his vulnerabilities, leaving him speechless. After some contemplation, Ji Yun realized her statement held merit. Looking would not lead to any dire consequences. He opened his eyes once more. Brother, look, Qingqing's skin has turned red here, and it is slightly scraped. Mu Qingqing, having succeeded in her plan, adopted a pitiful demeanor to showcase her wound again. Indeed, it is clearly the result of frequent friction. Ji Yun's resolve remained steadfast, unaffected once more after the initial fog of confusion had lifted. So what did their essay scrape? I had my heart pierced once, and it did not lead to such fuss. This junior sister is overly dramatic. Oh wait, that's not quite right. She is attempting to seduce me. Realizing this, Ji Yun felt a sense of relief. He would look without making any commitments, akin to a monk in meditation, remaining utterly unperturbed. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for any further action from him, Mu Qingqing looked up, slightly disheartened to see his unwavering demeanor. This senior brother proves to be exceedingly difficult to handle. Were it someone else, a mere flirtatious glance would suffice to draw them in. It appears that I must take the initiative. Alas, Mu Qingqing suddenly stumbled over the threshold, uttering a gasp as her fair form toppled towards Ji Yun. The same old routine. A fragrant breeze wafted by, yet Ji Yun merely cast a fleeting glance before sidestepping slightly, effortlessly evading this attempt at affection. Bang! Mu Qingqing, taken aback by Ji Yun's lack of support, lost her balance and fell to the ground. This tumble was a harsh collision with the cold, unyielding blue stone bricks. Remarkably, Ji Yun remained standing upright, showing no inclination to offer assistance. As Mu Qingqing felt the chill of the stone beneath her, a profound sense of injustice welled within her. She looked up, only to find Ji Yun standing even farther away, and to her utter despair, a hint of disdain etched across his brow, piercing her very soul.